talk about not agreeing with us, Trevor. I don't think you agreed, certainly with Simon, about some of the reasons that certain players might be thinking, I'll go to Newcastle. I'll go to Newcastle United. Newcastle last night, I watched it, 3-1. Everton were pretty poor, really. What about Saint-Maximin? What about that player that Newcastle have? What a player he is.
Unplayable.
Unbelievable.
On that kind of performance.
Yeah.
Unplayable.
So where are we at with it? Newcastle beat Everton in trouble, but so too are Newcastle, but Newcastle have moved out of the relegation zone. Massive. What did the game tell us about the two sides' trajectories? Lampard certainly post-match was under no illusions about the challenges they face as a club at Everton.
It's not a wake-up call for me, and I don't think it should be a wake-up call for the fans, because they've seen it. They've seen this season how it's panned out, the way the team were playing, the level of confidence. That's why I'm here, to change that. But if anyone thought it was a magic wand after Saturday that we would win back to back in the Premier League and fly up the table, then that was never going to be the case. We have to understand where we are. We've got 17 games to go. Believe in this squad, but there's work to be done.
So, I mean, I think there is no doubt about it, and I like Everton a lot. I'm so sorry to say it, because their fans are brilliant. They are in a relegation battle.
They are, Jim, and I'm not sure Dele Alli and Donny van der Beek are going to be the answer. I think the answer lies within it already. The shape that they played the weekend in the FA Cup against Brentford was right. They lost a player, I think an important player. They've just lost Mina as well. Yerry Mina went off injured. I think they're in trouble. I think they have got good players, but until they get Dominic Calvert-Lewin in his striking position, until they get Richarlison back out on the left and get that shape back, and maybe Decore back in with legs, I think they're going to drop points left, right and centre. I think the substitution Frank made last night was probably the wrong one. He's got two wingers on the bench with El Ghazi and Iwobi, and he brought on Dele Alli for Damari Gray. That's a square peg in a round hole. It doesn't work. But let's flip it. I thought Newcastle were absolutely outstanding. Yeah. I thought St James's Park was, as I remember when I used to play there in the early 90s, it was a special place to play. I think Target, is the result of Luca Digne leaving and going to Villa. But also, I think he's under the radar. He's going to be a very important player. We all know Wood has been brought into the club, and Guimaraes. But Trippier, we mentioned him at when he made the move, and me and Simon had a debate about why he went to the football club. I think anyone in the right mind, if they watch that performance and the desire and the energy and the leadership and the intensity and the will to win that he's shown last night, he's not there for money. He's there to do something special.
I mean, to be fair to you, Simon, you didn't say at the time, well, he's only going there for money.
No, of course I didn't. That's the narrative that's been peddled out by people who don't listen. I said that it's a contributing factor, because you're going to a club that's in a relegation zone, you're getting an extension on your contract and more money. Of course it's a contributing factor. If you want to take offence at it because people want to be offended because it happens to be the case, and somehow it undermines the position of Newcastle United as this wonderful draw, if the money wasn't there, he wouldn't have been going to Newcastle. It's as simple as that. If he was going for, if they were reducing the money that he was on at Atletico Madrid, he wouldn't have gone there. If they were offering him the same money that was on Atletico Madrid, he probably wouldn't have gone there. If they weren't offering him a longer term contract, he probably wouldn't have gone there.
No, there was other reasons why he went to the football club. He wanted to get back to the north of England. His wife's pregnant. His wife and his family didn't live in Spain with him. So
but you do accept it's a contributing factor, it was advanced.
I don't care where he goes. He's going to get money because he's a top player.
Sure, but it's a contributing factor.
Of course it is. Everyone needs to earn a living.
If he goes somewhere else, right, and that team is in extension, is ascending, and he's going to a top 6 side, you make the argument. When you're going to a bottom 3 side, right, you're going, in part, of course when you get there, you're going to do your job. Why wouldn't you do your job? It's not a bonus for him to be on a pitch playing well, Trevor. He's on the pitch doing the job that he was brought to play.
I understand that, Simon, but what I'm saying is it's a special case, isn't it?
Why?
It happened to Blackburn way back when. It happened to Chelsea at a certain time. Sure. It happened to Manchester City.
And the same questions could be asked.
It's a club where there's potentially an exciting project to go to.
But the motivation, in part, the motivation was financial.
Yeah, a little bit.
And you pushed back on that and said it wasn't. No one said it was the only reason.
Well, a big bag of cash is what you kept on repeating.
A big bag of cash is what he's getting. And by definition, that is not. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I don't.
But people taking offence at it and saying he's gone to a bottom 3 side as an international footballer playing for the champions of Spain. He's gone to Newcastle for the weather. And ultimately, because he's got a better opportunity there. No, he may have a better opportunity if they get it right. Now, there was a very distinct possibility. I didn't think they would do. they were going to get relegated. And by the way,
Yeah, we agreed on that.
If they spend £100 million in the January transfer window, they've no business being relegated. So let's not get on the camp of Eddie Howe as a saviour.
I agree with that.
You know, the result last night was as much about Everton being appalling as it was about Newcastle being very good.
Yeah.
Because Everton in the first 5 minutes were all over the place. They gave Newcastle their head.
Yeah.
Then you lose Mina. Then you lose Damari Gray, who I thought was a problem for them.
I think
that's what took the balance out of the side.
Yeah,
and took the balance out of them. Then you can't defend set pieces. And then Newcastle have got Alan St Maximin, who is just... Why would you line Seamus Coleman up against him?
Yeah.
He took 4 yards out of him.
But who'd you line up against him?
Well, not Seamus Coleman, because his legs are gone. But the bottom line is that Frank's got problems there. That's his problem. Now Everton are busily working themselves into a big problem. Because this was not just any other game. This was a game against a team that's going to potentially replace you in the Premier League, that's beneath you in the league. And you've brought a manager in to fix that problem who's got a result against Brentford, and they should have had more about them. You've got players like Townsend that were lightweight and absent on the pitch. That's just not good enough yesterday from Everton.
Before you said, I don't think Everton have got a problem in terms of
looking at
fighting the drop. Now, have you changed your tune?
I hate to be one of these reactionary micromanaged people because I'm always advocating macro. Look at the bigger picture, look at the bigger picture. But looking at what you saw there, you have to give credit to Newcastle because Newcastle was so motivated, the crowd was so positive, and there's so much energy around that football club that fantastic for them, and I want them to be successful. Yeah, all these binary morons from Newcastle at times that come on Twitter and start calling us names because we don't agree with every single syllable of their words. Up yours, couldn't care less what you think. But the real Newcastle fans that have an objective frame of mind, I want them to be successful. I want this fabulous football club to be, punching its weight.
And you still feel that the contract that Trippier signed, Kieran, we want you, it's a project, it's this, it's that, it's the next. But
it's a hell of a
that's
project.
What we're going to pay
He's a hell
you.
of a project, right, for a 31-year-old, right, going into a club and probably the last contract of his career of any substance.
It's a great move for him.
It's a hell of a project in terms of giving up the championship in Spain to potentially go into it.
But maybe there's things.
But Trevor, what we're saying
Newcastle Man City 5 years to do anything under that ownership.
He's
going to be gone by that time.
So it was a key thing, though, Trevor. The line of that's what will pay you, Kieran. That obviously played into it.
It played into it, of course it did.
Yeah,
I think there's lots of.
And that's all anybody said.
There was lots of contributors. One, I think the project. I think as we look at the contract that
is there similarity between the Northwest and the Northeast?
No, I don't think so.
But he comes from the Northwest then, so what's the Northeast got to do with it then?
Well, to be honest, I've got an affinity with Newcastle, and I'll tell you
Trippier. He's come back
well,
to
it's
England.
the North, isn't it? So you can.
So it's North. Everyone in the North is the same.
I don't think the family wanted to move to Spain, basically.
Okay.
So it was one of them. So, but look,
hadn't they been living there for 2 years then?
The reason why I like Newcastle so much, and I'll tell you this story. I've never told this before. When I was 13,
they wanted to sign you.
When I was 13, I got into the show. I got to the last trials, and then I had a chat with Bob Robson. He said, "Listen, your report's not great, your behaviour's not great, your results are not great with academia, and it's going to be difficult for us to take you." And my mum called, at the time, Sam Ellis, who was Blackpool's manager, told Sam, please help me, I need to get Trevor out of the area, he's getting into trouble. And she spoke to Bobby, and Bobby then changed his mind and accepted me into Lilleshall, which changed my life.
Right.
So, with Bobby having such an affinity with Newcastle, that's why I like Newcastle.
The sound of the Northeast is
Alfie Joey at breakfast.
You know when you see a house that looks like Hitler or Jesus in burnt toast? That sort of thing. I'm one of them people who doesn't see anything in anything. You know them magic eye pictures?
Yes.
There were pictures of fuzzy patterns, but if you stared at them long enough, you go, oh look, it's Mussolini or whoever, I don't know. I could never see them. I don't think Mussolini was ever used in one of them. But I was grasping for a famous person and his name came to me.
Random.
Oh dear. Anyway.
The way your brain works is fascinating.
Yes, bizarre.
the sound of the Northeast is BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Shelby's walked away. Target is there, but it's going to be Kieran Trippier with the free.
Oh, yes! What a goal! Kieran Trippier for Newcastle United into the bottom corner, direct from the free kick, and St James's Park rises to celebrate Trippier's first goal in black and white stripes. Jordan Pickford beaten low down. Trippier has extended their lead with 10 minutes to go. It's Newcastle United 3, Everton 1.
Oh, it's a great free kick. He's just whipped it
bottom corner.
A lot of what players do gets lost because I think you're focusing on the game, and the free kick will obviously take a lot of plaudits because it was a key moment and a wonderful finish for his goal. But there was other moments of leadership in that game that he displayed that made the difference for us. And he's such an experienced player. He's played for big clubs, and he's got that aura around him that top players have. So he's come in and instantly got the players' respect. He's become an integral part of the team, and I can't speak highly enough of him.
And despite picking up a calf problem towards the end of the game on Tuesday night, Kieran Trippier starts for Newcastle this afternoon against Aston Villa, and he's been handed the captain's armband as well in the absence of Jamal Lascelles, who apparently is unwell. No Lascelles today. He misses out. Matt Targett is unable to play against the club he's on loan to Newcastle from. So there are two changes to the side, both in defence. As expected, Dan Burn plays, but as a centre-half rather than a full-back. Inside, alongside Cher in the middle of Newcastle's defence, with Javier Manquillo coming in for Targett at left-back. So Martin Dubravka in goal, Kieran Trippier, the skipper, Fabian Cher, Dan Burn for his Newcastle United debut, and Javier Manquillo at the back. John Joe Shelby, Joe Willock, Joe Linton in midfield, Ryan Fraser, Alan San-Maxima and Chris Wood in attack. And the bench for United is Carl Darlow, Paul Dummett, who is back in the squad after recovering from the injury he sustained at Leeds at the end of last month, Emil Kraft, Jacob Murphy, Miguel Almiron, Dwight Gale, Sean Longstaff, Bruno Guimaraes, who is still waiting for his first start for Newcastle, and a midfielder from the academy, Lucas De Bol, is called up to the first team squad for the first time. John Anderson, Bernard Manquillo in for Targett and Lascelles. We didn't know about Lascelles ahead of this game, but I suppose him being out kind of solves the problem of who played at left back, because in the lead up to the game we were wondering whether Byrne would play as a centre half or as a left back, but he has to play at centre back today because there's no Lascelles.
Yeah, I mean, we all thought that Byrne would play at left back, but with no Lascelles, as you say, it's a no-brainer. He comes in and plays centre back alongside Cher. Manquillo shifts to left back. Last time we seen Manquillo at left back was at Leeds when he came on, and he had a huge influence on the game. Obviously won the free kick from which Shelby scored from, but did great when he came on, so no problems with that. Rest of the team, I think it would have been really harsh if anybody had been left out after Tuesday night, especially the second half performance against Everton. You know, a lot of people want to see Guimaraes, and you can understand why, but I think it would have been really unfair on any of those midfield players if they had to make way.
Aston Villa unbeaten in their last 3 matches, 2 draws and a victory, which was away at Everton. Have made one change, and it's an enforced one at centre back, with Ezri Konsa suspended following sending off in their 3-3 draw with Leeds in midweek, and he's replaced by Callum Chambers, who moved to the West Midlands from Arsenal last month on a free transfer. So Villa with Emiliano Martinez in goal, Matty Cash at right back, going to be up against Alan San-Maxima. That'll be an interesting battle to see whether he can deal with Newcastle's number 10 in a more effective way than Everton managed, particularly in the second half. Chambers at centre-back alongside the Villa skipper Tyrone Mings, and Luca Digne, a target of Newcastle's last month before he moved from Everton to Aston Villa for £25 million. Douglas Luiz, John McGinn and Jacob Ramsey, who got 2 goals in that draw with Leeds, the 20-year-old Birmingham-born midfielder. Then both Emiliano Buendia and Philippe Coutinho have recovered from injury and fitness problems. Both were substituted the other night to start the game, either side of Ollie Watkins, who has 5 goals for Villa this season, their joint top scorer, along with Jacob Ramsey. And the bench for the visitors, Robin Olsen, the goalkeeper, on loan from Roma. He played against Newcastle for Everton last season. Morgan Sanson, Ashley Young, Danny Ings, Courtney Hawes, Leon Bailey, Carney Chukwuemeka, Benjamin Cresceni, who is an 18-year-old left-back, and Tim Irigbunam, another academy player, making the Villa squad today. A win for Newcastle, Ando, will take them 4 points clear of the relegation zone. They can't move up a place, though, because Everton beat Leeds yesterday, which was a huge result for them, and keeps Leeds down there and in a bit of trouble. To get 3 wins in a row would be hugely significant, but do you feel that this is going to be much more difficult than the Everton game the other night?
I don't honestly know, to be quite honest, Razor, is the answer to that, because after watching Everton the other night, I didn't expect them to go and put 3 past Leeds and beat Leeds 3-0. I thought Leeds would have went there and got a result. I suppose it tells you everything you need to know about the Premier League, but I think it'll be tougher. I think the day will be tougher than the Everton game. I think they've got a bit more about them, Villa, especially going forward. I think you can get at them defensively, as Leeds showed. They'll give you chances, give you opportunities, but you know, we'll have to wait and see. But I just feel it'll be tougher today than it was against Everton on Tuesday night.
This is BBC Radio Newcastle. Kick-off less than 10 minutes away at St James's Park. Match is going to be refereed by Craig Pawson from South Yorkshire, and a quick return to St James's for Pawson, who was the 4th official the other night. It's his 2nd Newcastle game of the season. He did the Manchester United draw here in December. Lee Betts and Ian Hussin are the assistant referees. Mike Dean is 4th official, and on VAR duty, Paul Tierney, assisted by James Mannery. Dan Byrne in for Jamal Lascelles, and Javier Manquillo at left back in place of the ineligible Matt Targett. The 2 Newcastle changes, Kieran Trippier skippers the side. Lascelles' absence is a surprise, not something that we were told about before the game, and he received quite a lot of praise for his performance against Everton. Lascelles, after coming in for some criticism earlier in the season, and Eddie Howe told us on Friday that since he came to the club in November, he's been pleased with his captain.
Yeah, I've been really pleased with Jamal since I've come in. I think I've seen a player that really cares, has been very, very good on the training ground day to day, very good attitude to his work, wants to learn, wants to improve, has a very good mentality. So I've been really pleased with him, and I've enjoyed working with him. We've built up a good relationship. And I think in the games, I think he's performed well. I think he's improved, as the team has, in my opinion. I feel there's a lot more to come from him as well. I see a player of huge potential, physically very good, and he's led the team well. Obviously, people won't see behind the scenes what goes on day to day, but he's led the team incredibly well. And again, that's an area I feel we can help him with and develop him in. So very positive signs from him.
Last thing about Joe Willock, who maybe in the last couple of games has really come through as one of the standout players after maybe finding it tougher earlier in the season. You'll know how much he gave the side last year when he was on loan, not just with all the goals that he scored, but how impressed have you been by him recently?
Yeah, really impressed. I think, Joe, I think you're absolutely right. I think the last 2 games he's been really, really good. And I think, firstly, before you talk about his technical delivery of what he's done, I think it's more about his energy and athleticism that he's given the team. And I think when you look back at the Leeds game, his ability to cover the ground, both offensively and defensively, was key. And again, against Everton, he was the player regaining the ball for Ryan Fraser's goal. I thought defensively he was excellent. And the energy and balance we've had in midfield the last 2 games has been very, very good. And with Joelinton and Joe Willock providing that drive, I think the team's benefited from that.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Ando, what do you make of Joe Willock's last couple of performances? Because he does seem to be showing some of the things that we saw from him last season.
Yeah, look, I said the other night, the first half was poor from both sides. I thought the second half we totally dominated. I thought his energy levels in the second half was excellent. He's got good energy. he was unlucky on a couple of occasions. I think he's getting into more advanced positions than we've seen him do for a lot of this season. So, you know, he's obviously getting a little bit of his confidence back. You could see that he was, prior to the last few games, he was a player that was low on confidence. It just wasn't happening for him. The belief wasn't there. Last couple of games, it looks like it's coming back. He seems to be the player that we seen at the back end of last season. So we're still waiting for the two teams here at St James's Park. Aston Villa, Ando, with Coutinho fit, which is a big boost for them. It was fatigue and a bit of cramp that forced him off the other night, and Buendia as well available for them after picking up a knock. Those are probably their two main threats, although you'd have to look at Jacob Ramsey as well, who Steven Gerrard praised the other night, someone who has nailed down a place in the team and looks like an exciting midfield player. Yeah, look, I like the boy Watkins up front as well. I think his movement's good. He drags people around the place. You look at what they've got. As you say, they've got good players. Paid a lot of money for Buendia from Norwich. On his day, can be exceptional. Coutinho, we know what Coutinho's all about. We've seen him at Liverpool. Didn't work for him going to Barcelona. Seems to have rediscovered that verve that he had when he was at Liverpool, coming back to Aston Villa. Of course, knows Steven Gerrard well. Ramsey, Steven Gerrard, plenty of praise for him. You know, he doesn't think it's going to be long before he's going to be in the England setup. So they've got good players. You know, I think they've got good players in advanced positions and going forward. But I think you can get at them defensively, as I said earlier. I think Leeds showed that the other night. You know, Leeds put 3 past them the other night. And I think if we go about it the same way as we did, especially in the second half, I think we can ask 1 or 2 questions of them. Well, Burnley, who are bottom of the Premier League, are also in action today, so that's one to keep an eye on. Like Newcastle, they kick off at 2 o'clock, but they have a home match against Liverpool. So it'll be a big ask for Burnley to get something and close the gap, but what happens here is most important, as we saw on Tuesday. If Newcastle win their games or keep picking up points, it's very much in their hands. And the two teams now break off into their respective halves of the field. Newcastle take off black and white training jackets to reveal black and white striped shirts and black shorts and black socks, with Dubravka all in green today, Villa Martinez in yellow, and claret and blue shirts, light blue sleeves, claret jersey, white shorts and light blue socks. The referee and his team of officials in luminous yellow shirts, black shorts and black socks. Flag displays at both the Leazes end and the Gallagher's end ahead of kick-off today, and the two flags or banners for the Brazilian boys, Bruno Guimaraes and Joelinton, in either corner of the Gallagher end, as Kieran Trippier makes his way to the centre spot and taps hands with the referee. And now Tyrone Mings gives him a pat, his England colleague, to contest the coin toss. Aston Villa, Martinez in goal, Cash, Chambers, Mings and Digne at the back, Douglas Luiz, Ramsey and McGinn, another very good player in midfield. Buendia, Coutinho, who has 2 goals since joining Villa on loan from Barcelona in 3 appearances, and Watkins up front. And Newcastle, Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Cher, Byrne, Manquillo, Shelvey, Willock, Joelinton, Fraser, Saint-Maximin and Wood. What an occasion for Dan Byrne as well, and you can't miss him, 6'7", big lining boy up his left-sided centre half. Former season ticket holder, a Newcastle fan, released when he was 11 years old and now back as a first-team player. Yeah, look, a big day for him, making his debut at St James's as well. Huge crowd. Sure, there's a few nerves. He'll want an early touch, I think that's for sure, but he'll be loving every minute of it. It gives them another great option from a set piece as well, does Dan Byrne. And
It's Newcastle United against Aston Villa. We are underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. United have kicked off and they're on the attack immediately through Joelinton and Saint-Maximin on the left. It's back to Shelvey, who switches it from left side of midfield to Trippier on the right. Fraser with a header at the edge of the area, away by Villa. Trippier nods forwards. Shelvey hooks it into the penalty box. Villa get it clear. Newcastle appeal for a handball, but it's cleared by Ollie Watkins, and then a touch on the chest for Dan Burn, who plays a pass, gets it back from Fabian Schär, and with his left over to Javier Manquillo, who gets away from Buendia and McGinn and wins a free kick, carrying on right where he left off against Leeds, I suppose. Manquillo charging forwards. He did that to win the free kick at Elland Road that led to the winning goal, and just took off there but was fouled. Minute gone.
Yeah, McGinn just body checked him. Nice and direct, wasn't he? Just picked it up, knocked it, got on his bike.
Newcastle defending the goal at the Gallagher end, so as we look going from right to left and up the hill in the first half. High defensive line from Villa.
It is a high line as well, very high.
Fabian Schär with the free kick, looking for Burn now at the edge of the box. Tries to nod it on, it's come to Joelinton.
Offside.
But the flag goes up on the far side of the field. So the away team, who are 11th in the table and could go into the top half, up a place to 10th if they win. Will take a free kick just in front of the D. Eddie Howe now joined by Jason Tindall in the technical area. And Steven Gerrard stands hands in pockets, all in black, to their left. Here's Shelvey in the middle of midfield, down the line, the Newcastle right for Ryan Fraser to get after, but Mings is there. Back to Martinez, takes a touch. Chris Wood got near to him, but the goalkeeper releases it. Cash on his chest, dispossessed by Joelinton, who wants a throw and gets a throw for Newcastle. Despite Villa thinking it should have been their ball.
I thought it was their ball as well.
Burn back to Dubravka on the 6-yard line, now on the right side of his area. Clearance straight onto the chest of Villa's Jacob Ramsey, but Joe Willock's nipped in and won it back and then knocked it through the legs of his man and then gone into a block challenge. Villa come away with the ball. A flick there by Watkins, who gets into the box as Coutinho now tries to create something, then a slip.
Got in each other's way, didn't they?
By Luca Digne.
Digne and Ramsey just ran into each other.
Digne ended up on the floor. Newcastle goal kick. 3 minutes played, 0-0. Jason Tindall, the Newcastle assistant, and Eddie Howe now go and talk to Javier Manquillo as he gets some instructions. As Chris Wood pulls over to this near left side and gets up with Cash. Ball goes over both of them. They ducked out of the way actually, but it wouldn't reach Saint-Maximin behind Wood. Mings back to Martinez, closed down by Wood. He's chased it all the way back. Trippier and Schär go for the same ball. Schär's gone down and it's a head injury, so the referee has stopped the game just behind the halfway line. And he's holding his face, Fabian Schär. He's moved his legs and now goes flat on his back. The two players there climbed for the ball and Schär came off worse, and so he is down receiving treatment with 4 minutes on the clock. Newcastle United 0, Aston Villa 0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport back tomorrow from 6, which will give us the opportunity to reflect on the game, and you can phone in to talk to Ando, Simon Pride and Marco Gabbiadini. Total Sport 6 till 8, the only football phone in the northeast every weeknight on BBC Radio Newcastle. Emil Kraft has gone for a jog with Schär down receiving treatment. Paul Dummett out there as well. And
yeah, I mean, it was just one of those, wasn't it? Two players went for it, ball in the air, Both of them eyes on the ball. I don't know, is it Trippier's finger that's caught Cher in the face? He's climbing Cher with Coutinho in front of him. Trippier's come in from the side. And still he receives treatment. And this is already a stoppage of a couple of minutes. And the doctor is out there and communicating with the bench. They haven't called back either Kraft or Dummett. Options at centre-half are limited with no Lascelles and Federico Fernandez unavailable. So it'll be two players, if they have to make a change, who are full-backs but can play inside, that would have to come on. Cher's now on his feet, as the applause would indicate. Takes a drink from a water bottle and is led off over the far side.
Well, they haven't called either of them back to get stripped, so it looks like he's going to be all right to continue for the time being.
Seven minutes, but we've had nothing for the last three, with Cher receiving treatment. Match restarts. Burns sends it forwards for Newcastle. He's going to go out though on this near side. Cash with a throw to take, and Fabian Cher comes back on. Douglas Luiz, the Brazilian midfielder. Villa reportedly rejected offers for him last month. He's been linked heavily to Arsenal. He plays it back, and now they go forwards down the left. Mings headed on by Coutinho. Burn gets above Watkins. Cher with a clearance into midfield. Ramsey's got it, left side. Tackle by Willock, and then Trippier, but out it goes, and it's Newcastle's throw. Wolves, through Raul Jimenez, have taken a 1-0 lead at Spurs. 0-0 here, and also goalless Burnley-Liverpool. Callum Chambers back to Martinez. Hasn't had much football. Came on in the final minute of the 90 the other night. Only played 5 times for Arsenal this season. Burn with a header for Newcastle. Buendia goes in on Manquillo. Newcastle throw. Left full-back slot. Manquillo gets it from one of the ball boys. And with gloved hands throws the yellow ball down the line. Chambers away. Burn with Watkins. The big man at the back for Newcastle wins a header, then wins another ball to clear.
Free kick.
But they've given the free kick for the second attempt by Burn to win the ball. Did he just come in from behind, or was he holding?
No,
maybe.
Followed the ball, didn't see. I thought he won it clean enough. Didn't look to be much in it.
In the 10th minute, the lights are on. Grey skies up above, and there's drizzle here at St James's Park. It's been a wet morning and afternoon so far. Here's the Villa free kick. 30 yards out. They both go for the ball, and then it's sent in by Douglas Luiz, and it goes behind. Well, McGinn and Luiz obviously got confused there.
No, I think that was deliberate. I think that's something they've worked on. That's a deliberate ply, and then he's just whipped it. And it wasn't the worst ball in the world. There was just a little bit too much pace on it.
And no one able to get there. They slap hands with each other. It didn't come off, whatever they were intending. And Martin Dubravka, goal kick. Chris Wood tries to flick on. It's come down into midfield now for Douglas Luiz. Shelvey behind him. Played to the feet of Luca Dina, and the Frenchman down the line. Cher's got a couple of yards on Watkins and gets across to concede a throw.
Needed it as well, didn't he?
It's 0-0. Here's Digne with the throw to Ramsey, back again. And they come into a deeper position now with the ball, Aston Villa. Digne back out wide, Ramsey goes back to Chambers in front of halfway, furthest player back, no goals. McGinn in the centre circle, tries to lift one over the top. It's Digne with a header on. Dubravka lands on the ball in the box, down by his right-hand post. And then rolls it out to Dan Burn, to the feet of Manquillo, closed down by Buendia. He's come inside and played it towards Shelvey, who's dinked one away to Joelinton. He holds on to it, back to Shelvey, and Burn gives it to Dubravka. They kept it well there, Newcastle, in a tight spot under pressure. Cher's got it now in the penalty box on the right. Angled ball to Trippier, who has a look, and it's a diagonal ball into the Villa half. Wood got a bit of a push from Chambers, who won the header. Joelinton had 2 on him, and Villa can't keep it in after making the challenge on Joelinton. Throw just past halfway on this Newcastle left side. Referee makes sure that Manquillo takes it from the right position. He's found the feet of San Maximo, but he can't hold the ball. McGinn under pressure has been fouled by Joelinton. Willock was after him as well. And the visitors move it to the left side of the pitch. Digne to Mings, and now Chambers behind the centre circle, turns back inside, gives it to Tyrone Mings. And McGinn's dropped in alongside his centre backs. Forwards it goes, straight to Cher. Gets his head up, Fabian Cher. Rolls in Ryan Fraser, heading into the corner on the right. Takes a touch. Then the cross from Fraser, caught by Martinez by his near post.
It was a poor cross at the end, you know, because it's flat, it's straight in the near post. Easy take for the goalkeeper. Good ball share down the line for Fraser to get onto it. But yet again, it's not the type of cross that Wood wants.
No goals yet here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Back to Martinez in this 6-yard box. Now Wood wants other players to join him in closing down. The others were a bit further back, and Villa have now been able to carry the ball over halfway, and there's Coutinho, who turns and rolls in Cash on this near side. Can't go down the line. Manquillo stops at that particular move. Inside they go. Coutinho back out to Cash, blocked by Joelinton, but it's come to Buendia outside the area looking for Watkins. Shelvey with a block, and then a strong challenge from Shelvey a second time around. Joelinton takes it. San Maximo tried to carry it away from McGinn, who slid in, and it's a throw.
Yeah, good tackle. Good block tackle, Shelvey as well. 2 of them.
Manquillo throws it to Burn. Back to Dubravka. With his bright red boots. It's that green goalkeeping kit to Cher. Trippier down the line. It won't reach Fraser. It's Digne. But then Trippier's got it back.
He's not going to get that.
Too much on that one for Chris Wood. Through it goes to Martinez. Picks it up and rolls it out. 0-0. This is BBC Radio Newcastle. Mings into the middle of Villa's half to McGinn, forwards. On by Douglas Luiz to the left to Jacob Ramsey, who is carrying it into the final third. Tries to play a 1-2 with Luca Digne. Does. Shelvey, good defending. Concedes a corner. Sliding in to stop the cross, although the fans behind the goal are going mad at the referee. And Kieran Trippier's had a word with Craig Pawson as well.
They're always going to claim for everything, though.
Must have felt that it had already gone out. Chambers has gone in round the back. Chris Wood's followed him in. He's now standing next to the goalkeeper. Wood gets in between the pair. Dubravka in the middle of his goal on the line. Watkins is near post. Trippier beside him. They've put Mings in the 6-yard box as well. Right-footed in, swinger too long. Goal kick.
It wasn't great. Just way over hit the corner kick.
Fabian Schär seems to be okay after the head injury earlier, or what we suspect to be a head injury. He's able to carry on after treatment. And Dubravka away into the Villa half. Oh, good header on by Wood. Fraser to Saint-Maximin, but Cash was quick. Got it around him and brings the ball away. But then gives it away to Trippier, and Willock to Shelvey. Turns and has a look to the Newcastle left. Manquillo making a run if Joelinton can see him. He's played it forwards to Fraser, back to Joelinton, and then a good ball to Manquillo this time. Can't go forwards, has to go square inside to Joelinton. He's held off Buendia, and that's a useful pass to Trippier onto Willock. Couldn't take it around Mings in the box. Villa defend, and then cleared by their skipper. Byrne, I was going to say rises, he didn't really need to get up at all. Nods it down. Newcastle have it back. Fraser takes it and turns, has a look up. Oh, his pass is behind Joelinton. He got it away from McGinn, but couldn't get it to Joelinton's feet, and Manquillo's had to go and retrieve near to halfway. Still with it, Newcastle. Now to Byrne in his own half, and from left to right to Schär. Trippier on halfway in front of the East stand, 0-0. Back to Schär. Shelvey's available in the centre, but it's gone down the line again to Trippier. It's just slipped off away from his right boot, and Aston Villa have got possession now. Mings forced to turn into his own corner to Digne. Newcastle put in the challenge. Villa get it clear as far as Schär. Goes on a run, still got it Fabian Schär, 20 yards out now, turns on the touchline, receives it again from Trippier, tries to come inside. Villa have it back into the middle, and then
what a header that
comes
is
from a long way to...
Don't panic.
Yeah, nod it back to the keeper. 5'8", Buendia got up high.
Great header, wasn't it?
Clever play. Martinez gives it to Chambers and gets it back again, now with his feet this time towards Cash, but Joelinton heads it down towards Saint-Maximin. McGinn is there though, and Cash back to Chambers and away down the near side. Byrne across to head out.
Yeah, Watkins not going to get much joy in the air. It's about 3 foot difference, isn't it? He's huge. He's a man mountain.
No goals yet. Chambers to Douglas Luiz, closed down by Shelvey, back to Chambers, and then Mings getting closer to their own goal here. Villa. Mings comes forwards now towards halfway, laid off to Watkins, and then out wide to McGinn, down the line. Manquillo chasing with Cash, and the pressure from Manquillo,
well played, brilliant,
is enough to put Cash off, and he couldn't really connect with the cross, and Dubravka has the ball in his hands. Wolves have got a second at Spurs. They lead 2-0. Leander Dendoncker. We've had 19 minutes here, and it remains goalless. Trippier looking down the line. Digne's header inside's come to Chris Wood on the corner of the area. Wood takes it back out to the right wing, gives it to Fraser, inside looking for Saint-Maximin. It's found Wood, can't get the shot away. Joe Willock, first time effort from just outside the box is too high.
Yeah, had to take it on, just tried to whip it with his right foot, didn't get enough on it. Can't blame him for hitting that.
Fabian Schär has gone down again, and they are telling the Newcastle medical staff to come on. 20 minutes played here on BBC Radio Newcastle. What have you made of it so far, John Anderson?
Been pretty even. Villa looking to get forward whenever possible. I think they both cancelled each other out up to now. Hasn't been a great deal in the game.
Neither keeper really called into action. No saves.
No. I think Bourne started well. Manquillo, yet again, steady away.
And for you listening to us, and especially if you've joined the game after it started, nothing yet, no opportunities to run for Alan Saint-Maximin so far.
No,
I don't think he'll run away from Cash. I think that's the thing. He's pretty quick, and he doesn't mind a tackle either.
Cher still being assessed with Kraft and Dummett not warming up again. Jacob Murphy there, but he was jogging and stretching along the touchline already. The team news for Newcastle today: no Jamal Lascelles, but Kieran Trippier was past fit to start and has the armband in the absence of the skipper. Byrne replaced Lascelles as centre-back, and Manquillo in for Target, who is
must have a cut,
eligible. Cher's been given a bandage, so it goes around his forehead, so
he's obviously got a
come off. Must be blood. Changing his shirt. Fabian Cher. The team: Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Cher, Byrne, Manquillo, Shelvey, Willock, Joelinton, Fraser, Saint-Maximin and Wood. They're temporarily down to 10. They've got him a new top, as Villa look for Cash, and Manquillo over.
Did well again
to defend and flick it out.
Good header
for a throw on the diagonal. It's near to the corner flag on this near right side, the Gallagher end. Cash has got Buendia, their record signing, 33 million from Norwich in the summer. Running down the line, he receives it, but has given it straight to Saint-Maximin. Joelinton then gets in and is tripped. And Craig Pawson blows for the Newcastle free kick. Looking to win 3 in a row in the Premier League for the first time since November 2018. One of those wins was over Eddie Howe's Bournemouth, but Rafa Benitez was manager. They didn't manage 3 straight Premier League wins under Steve Bruce at any point, Newcastle. Dubravka down this left side. Wood is looking for it, heads on straight to Chambers though, back to Mings. It's actually gone past his left leg and through to Martinez. Takes a touch and plays it out to Digne. Shelvey onto Ramsey, who's held him off and got it back to Chambers and away from the edge of Villa's box. Cher gets up and with a bandaged head nods it down for Trippier, slightly behind him, but away by the stand-in skipper. Then flicked on by Wood, and now Ryan Fraser might be in, edge of the area. Fraser looking for Saint-Maximin, but crowded out, and McGinn in the box able to turn. Gets it back from Douglas Luiz and then turn again and clear. Cool under pressure, the Scotland international, but Newcastle could maybe have made more of that. Though they have a free kick now, just to the right of the centre circle.
Yeah, just seemed to open up, didn't it? Don't think we made the most of that opportunity.
Whether Fraser could have taken it on himself. When it rains at St James's Park, they don't bring out the TV screens for the replays for us, so we're only able to really see things once. So we haven't seen a rerun of that chance, but now they restart the match with a free kick. Trippier to Shelvey, on towards Joelinton, headed across the box. It's come all the way to the left wing, and Saint-Maximin picks it up. 2 to beat. He's taking them on into the area, headed up by Villa. Joelinton down on his chest, and then Coutinho away. Well, he got away from Cash that time. Alan Saint-Maximin. Here's Cher. Martinez comes and claims.
Good take.
Long ball into the box from left to right. Goalkeeper read it, and that's a foul by Ollie Watkins. Clear shove on Kieran Trippier from Martinez's kick. Newcastle United 0, Aston Villa 0.
Better in the last couple of minutes.
Cher's going to take it. Manquillo's just staying back on halfway alongside him. Everyone else is in the Aston Villa half. Saint-Maximin's out wide left, but is tucking in now. And again, they have that high line, but they drop as Cher lifts it forwards towards Byrne. Mings with an uncontested header away. Trippier then with a challenge and appeals for the throw, but it goes against him, and they've taken it quickly. Coutinho to Watkins. Newcastle with 2 defenders there with Watkins, who's heading to the corner and wins a free kick.
No need to give that away either. The 2-on-1, he wasn't going anywhere, he was running down a blind alley, Watkins.
So everyone in black and white comes back. Is Lucadinha being booed? Why? Well, because he was thought to be uninterested in a move to Newcastle, wasn't he? Widely reported last month when they wanted to bring him in. That could be the only reason, I think. It's funny how things work out. The man he replaced in the Villa team, Matt Targett, is on loan to Newcastle, but not able to play today, obviously. Well, Digne with the out-swinging free kick from the corner on the left, looking for Mings, and that's Maxima gets in. Good challenge to stop it reaching McGinn. Comes inside, he's near the edge of his own area, turns and goes back outside. He's got Joe Linton down the line, but McGinn,
he's a lucky boy.
Will come away with the ball. Free kick given to Newcastle. Burns played it quickly. Joe Linton to Wood. Back to Joe Linton. Forwards and almost getting Fraser through. Shelby's won it in midfield now for Willock, who stops the quick attack and holds on to it. Gives it to Trippier. Gets it back again down the right wing. Coming forwards, Newcastle. Ryan Fraser back in towards Joe Willock. It's a short pass, and Aston Villa have ended up with possession again, 0-0. You didn't think that was a foul, by did you?
No.
Cher, header forwards, Willock on his chest. That's a good ball down the line for Fraser, 15 yards out. Cuts inside, left-footed cross in, Chris Wood! Flicked towards goal, but off target. Might not have been an effort, may have been more of a touch on for somebody, but it goes wide of the post in any case.
Yeah, it was slightly behind him, wasn't it? He's just tried to flick it on, I think. Couldn't really get it goalwards. But better again.
They've got 3 on the edge of Aston Villa's box, Newcastle. And they have 3 defenders in their penalty area, plus the goalkeeper. He doesn't want them... Well, Newcastle don't want to let them play out short, and Martinez goes to the left side of their attack towards Watkins, but he's not getting that. And it's a throw. Trippier takes. It was 1-1 this fixture last season. Lascelles with an equaliser in the 94th minute to rescue a point after an own goal had put Villa into a lead. It came late as well. That was in March last year. And the latest attack from Steven Gerrard's team doesn't come off. Newcastle have a goal kick. A through ball on the left side goes behind. Dubravka walks back to his left-hand post. 29th minute of the match. His kick goes over halfway, it goes on. It's actually Chambers who's touched it on in front of Wood. Byrne comes across and plays it forwards. McGinn takes it under control. Joe Linton with him. That's an Aston Villa throw. Last touch was off Joe Linton despite the appeals. Cash back to Chambers and then inside to Mings. 15 yards in front of the penalty box. Foot on the ball. Goes backwards at an angle to Chambers. Newcastle pushing up towards halfway. Then Joe Linton gets out to Chambers. So Maxima comes to stand in front of Cash, who's on the ball. He has to come inside. Shelby almost blocked him off. Cash got it back to the keeper in time. And Chambers away from the penalty area, but straight onto the head of Dan Byrne. Douglas Luiz with a header. McGinn then nods it back and Martinez comes and picks it up. Thrown out overarm to Digne. Jacob Ramsey challenged fairly, and Willock taking Newcastle forwards into the area. Joe Willock
Big block by Tyrone Mings. They haven't got it clear yet. Wood on his thigh, laid off to Manquillo, wide on the left. San Maximo with him, has to come inside, away from Buendia. Fires it towards the penalty box. Stopped by Douglas Luiz. Joe Linton there, making it himself useful. Getting in between two Villa players, stopping them clearing it. It came to San Maximo, but he couldn't find another black and white shirt, and away it goes. But Cher wins it. Trippier inside to Shelby, just behind halfway. Up to San Maximo, on for Willock. Wood in the middle. Joe Willock might go in himself, and is taken down, is he? On the edge of the area. It's a penalty. It's inside the box, and Craig Pawson has given a penalty to Newcastle. Aston Villa complaining about the decision they didn't get a few moments ago when Jacob Ramsey went down, but Joe Willock with a burst into the box, down he went, and Pawson points to the spot.
Well, I haven't seen it again, but it looked a penalty all day, didn't it? It looked like there was contact. I mean, obviously they'll look at it.
Oh, I think it's outside. The Newcastle video analysts sit in front of us, and I'm just having a look where the connection with Willock's foot is, and I think this might be changed to a free kick, Ando. They are looking at it, VAR, Paul Tierney and James Mannering. It's definitely a foul, I would say. It's outside the box. If you have a look there, Ando.
Decision awaited.
Chris Wood had picked the ball up. He scored a penalty for New Zealand last month during the break, but I don't think he'll have a penalty to take here. Although, are they saying it's on the line? No. That's where the initial contact is. That looks like it's in the D, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But VAR will be able to have
taken forever
a really close look at it with various camera angles, and
free kick.
It's a free kick. It's outside the area, the foul by Callum Chambers. And Villa's fans at the top of the Leazes end cheer. Newcastle don't get a penalty, but they have a free kick.
Good position though.
Great position for a free kick. And Kieran Trippier over the wall is the chant, and they'd love him to do the same again. But good play again by Joe Willock. He's had a couple of driving runs forwards from midfield, and that brought Newcastle what they thought was going to be a penalty. It is instead a free kick. I suppose it shows how difficult it is for officials in a position like that, but the right decision has been given, and I think John Joe Shelby's going to leave it for Kieran Trippier. It is left of centre, so it's the other side to the Everton free kick, but it is on the line. Aston Villa have got 6 players in a wall. They've got a player lying down behind it like a draft excluder. And Newcastle with everyone bar Manquillo either in the box or on the edge of it.
He's going to whip this top corner.
Martinez has gone to his right hand post and now across to his left. Cher and Wood stand next to the Villa wall. He could roll it to Shelby.
No, he won't. He's going top corner.
Trippier, is he going to take responsibility again? Steps back from the ball. It's fairly square to it, Trippier. And here is the free kick. Kieran Trippier.
Yes!
Oh! Was there ever any doubt? He's done it again. And Kieran Trippier with another free kick. And it's Newcastle United 1, Aston Villa 0.
Well, the wall needs shooting. It's gone straight through the middle of the wall. He didn't get a great deal of height on it. Somebody in the wall has moved. It's gone straight through. I didn't get it right. I said top corner. It was middle of the goal.
We'll be expecting him to do it every time now. Yeah, it has gone through. It's gone through the gap, hasn't it?
They just broke. They didn't stay strong enough. The wall. They stayed strong enough. It hits them, but they broke.
Well, with the captain's armband, another goal from Kieran Trippier. 3 of their last 5 Premier League goals have been from direct free kicks. Before that, they'd not really troubled the net. They'd only scored 2 free kicks in their previous 116 goals before the Leeds game. Manquillo's now gone down. They've got to throw Newcastle on this near left side. He's rolled around Manquillo several times. Got caught as he went for a challenge. Referee is telling the physio to come on. Well, I suppose when you think you've got a penalty, Ando, and then it's changed to a free kick, you may feel that your chances of scoring reduce. And I'm sure Chris Wood would have loved to have put the ball in the back of the net. But with Kieran Trippier around and a defensive wall like that from Aston Villa, it didn't matter.
It wasn't one of his better ones. It definitely wasn't as clean as Strife. As you say, the wall just broke. It's gone straight through the middle of it. Manquillo looks in a bad way.
Yeah, he's still rolling around while the medical team are looking at him. Seems to be in quite some distress, Manquillo. 37 minutes on the clock. Newcastle 1, Aston Villa 0. Could go 4 points clear of third bottom Norwich. For the second time in this first half, there is a lengthy enough stoppage. He's on his feet, Manquillo, but struggling badly, yeah. Kraft and Dummett sent out to warm up and get ready in case they're needed. He wants to come back on. Dan Burn takes the throw. Headed on by Wood, straight to Mings. Oh, and that's a pass that puts Digne under pressure. Fraser's made a sliding challenge, but he has tripped his opponent, the assistant Ian Hussin, with his flag up on the far side to signal that it needs to be a free kick. And they've taken 17 points from 11 games before today under Steven Gerrard, Aston Villa, and they've made a mistake now. McGinn losing it to Joe Linton. Wood to Saint-Maximin into the area. Can he get the shot away? He can't. He's had to turn away from goal. And then it's been challenged by Buendia on the corner of the box. Joe Linton has a swipe and a pull at Buendia, and he'll get a yellow card. That's naughty from Joe Linton, and there's no doubt about it. But McGinn dallied and let Newcastle in. Don't know whether Wood could have taken on the chance himself, but Saint-Maximin couldn't find the angle for the shot, could he?
No.
Buendia inside from the Villa free kick. 1-0 to United. There's Buendia on it again, linking up the play, given to Jacob Ramsey. Douglas Luiz in front of the centre circle. Digs out a pass to Coutinho on the left. Ramsey takes it away and then plays it back from the dead ball line, but out.
Poor first touch, wasn't it? Got away from him.
Newcastle throw. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. Kieran Trippier with another free kick, making it 1-0. And he takes this throw, looking for Wood, away by Mings. Cher has gone for it with Watkins. They've both ended up on the floor. Byrne has left it for Dubravka, the pass across the box from Trippier, and they've got it clear. Wood got his knee to the ball, sent it out wide right for Newcastle, but Aston Villa collect it.
Tyrone Mings now square to Callum Chambers, middle of their half of the field. Philippe Coutinho, 29 years of age now, the former Liverpool man, finding Buendia on the right, brings in Cash down the line, back to the corner of the area. McGinn stretching, takes it on, then out wide again to Cash, blocked by Manquillo, the cross, and it's run over to Fraser, who gets it clear into the Aston Villa half. Wood chasing, and followed it all the way. Martinez left his box to play it to Chambers, and now Douglas Luiz. Laid off by Coutinho to Mings, carried into Newcastle's half. Finds Ramsey, has to take it and then turn. Couldn't do it all in one go. Watkins now to Cash into the area. Joelinton into the challenge. And Joelinton away down the line to Saint-Maximin, who's brought it inside. Joelinton was caught. Saint-Maximin away from McGinn, who's going to get a yellow card for the challenge. Throws his arms up into the air. Has a bit of a moan and a grumble. Shakes his head at the referee. Fabinho for Liverpool, who lead 1-0 at Burnley. More good news, but best of all, Newcastle United 1, Aston Villa 0. Kieran Trippier, free kick again. Dubravka comes into the middle of the half to take it. I'm not quite sure that's where the foul was, but Sharon Burns standing near halfway. Dubravka launches the ball forwards. Wood with a header, Joelinton with another. Watkins for Villa, laid off to Buendia now, and Douglas Luiz tackled by Willock. Chris Wood, he can play in Fraser or go in alone, and he took the shot on, but it's come off the outside of his right boot and gone wide.
Yeah, maybe he should have rolled Fraser in, but when you haven't scored, centre forward, you see the white to the post, you go for it, don't you?
Well, that was an opportunity without Newcastle testing Emiliano Martinez, who still hasn't had to make a save, but then neither has Martin Dubravka yet. 43rd minute. The kick straight onto the head of Willock. Fraser on his chest, comes inside to Shelvey. 35 yards out. Wide it goes towards Trippier off the outside of his right boot, but
unlucky.
There was too much on it. Here's the throw. Digne to Ramsey, and Douglas Luiz got a bit of space to then have a touch and play it back to Mings. Away it goes. Couple of Newcastle headers. Chambers there. One header and then a clearance. Burn onto the ball, plays it out to the left. Joelinton's onto it. Oh, he's done really well to challenge McGinn and find Saint-Maximin, and then inside, and Joelinton's onto the ball once more, and he's got away from Villa players and found Fraser. Quality midfield play by Joelinton, and then Trippier back to Cher. Out wide to Trippier again. Cher lets it run through his legs and plays it to Dubravka. Watkins closes down. Dubravka with a touch and then lifted away. Fraser and Digne. Ryan Fraser was offside. As he challenged.
Yeah, Joelinton did great, not just once but twice.
So imposing in there, isn't he, physically? Here now is Chambers. He's gone on a run and produced the ball for Buendia. Down the line for Cash into the area. Manquillo defending. And
brilliant.
Dubravka with the ball in his hands.
Done great again.
Manquillo
struggling though.
Has had to be helped up by big Dan Burn. It does look like he's still suffering from the knock that he took earlier.
Could be about 20 minutes added here.
Well, we counted 3 for Cher, and then Manquillo was more than 1, so you'd expect 4, wouldn't you? It's going to be 5, I think, from Mike Dean. There's also the VAR check before the goal. Wood has got his head to it, but it's a free kick. for Aston Villa, and a minimum of 5 additional minutes here on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Stoppage time to get it. 5 minutes.
And we're into that additional period now. 1-0. As a challenge from Trippier, which sees the ball go out. Villa throw on the far left side of the field. And back they go towards their goal at the Leazes end. Chambers turns and gives it back to Mings, back to Chambers. Foot on it. And Digne now is in a bit of space on the left by halfway. There's Buendia to Douglas Luiz. Jacob Ramsey takes it on the turn and gets it back from Buendia. That's nice football by Aston Villa. Douglas Luiz, Cash high up into the penalty area on the right. Back to Douglas Luiz. Ball sent in, and then behind it goes.
Great.
It's a corner.
That's a great touch, even though he's given the corner kick away. Just took it away from Digne's toe. Got himself back into a good defensive area.
They've got to watch Newcastle. They've got to be careful with their 1-0 lead. The corner's played back to the edge of the area, and McGinn deflected just wide. First time effort with his left.
Could have went anywhere, couldn't it?
Dubravka was going the other way. A huge deflection took it wide of the keeper's left-hand post, with that part of the goal gaping. McGinn to take the corner from the right. Referee has halted proceedings. There's pushing in the box. Buendia is one of the players. Is it Manquillo the other? They've been called out.
Shares there as well.
Here's John McGinn then. Brian Fraser's on the front post. Referee's keeping a close eye on that. Buendia gives Manquillo another shove. Manquillo responds. Now there's a player down in the box for Aston Villa, and the referee's going to have to deal with something else. Joe Willock very helpfully lifts Douglas Luiz back to his feet. I'm not sure quite what happened there with Douglas Luiz going down, but certainly with Manquillo and Buendia, they were both at it, despite having been told off. So the referee will now allow the corner to be taken again. 1-0 Newcastle, 3rd minute of the minimum 5 at the end of the first half.
They've only played one, though.
Here's McGinn's delivery, looking for Mings. And his header is over the top. And that's all right.
Yeah, Paul Dummett's coming on.
Well, always good to see Dummett, especially after his injury problems, but sad that Manquillo's going off.
Yeah, he's done well again today, Manquillo.
Someone that I think the supporters really appreciate now and respect. He's done very well of late, but can't carry on after taking that knock. And Dummett on at left back for the remainder of the first half. Manquillo removes his gloves. But now heads down the tunnel. So they've made a change, Newcastle. Kieran Trippier's free kick through the Villa wall from the edge of the area means that they have the 1-goal advantage. And we're into the 5th minute of first half additional time. Dummett first touches a header. Cash back into Newcastle's half. Byrne and Watkins go for it. Dummett volleys away. Wood chasing. It's bouncing. Keeper comes to the edge of the area. Mings has headed it backwards and behind for a corner.
All over the shop.
Well, Martinez came to the edge of the box, Ando. Mings and Chambers, I think they just lost the ball, and then they lost awareness of who was around them as well.
Lack of communication between keeper and centre-back. That could have went anywhere. Could have ended up in the back of the net.
Well, they've got Cher up from the back. Joe Linton in there.
Chris Wood in the 6-yard box, and Dan Burn by the back post with Luca Digna, and that is to Burn's advantage, several inches taller. Ryan Fraser, right-footed from the left, header down by Cher. Buendia with a header and Villa get it away. We've played beyond the 5 minutes. Coutinho trying to get in, stopped by Trippier, then Cher with a block. Here's Watkins, can't carry it forwards. Trippier's got it, and it's Maxima on the right side, steps Digna, comes inside now, then goes back on the outside, still playing. 1-0 Newcastle. Sam Maxima has got support from Shelvey, finds him. Shelvey takes on the shot, but it's wide, and
that's it.
That is the half-time whistle from Craig Pawson. Newcastle United 1, Aston Villa 0. John Anderson.
Yeah, it's been decent. Neither keeper's really been called upon to make a save. Look, I thought it was a penalty when it first happened, but they looked at it and it was right on the edge of the penalty area. And I suppose you could say justice was done, because the wall just split and he didn't get it up. It wasn't as clean as strike Trippier. It's gone straight through the wall. It's given the keeper no chance, but still finely balanced, isn't it? It's still finely balanced, but work rate's been good again. Desire's been good. Can't criticise.
Manquillo going off with the injury. A straight swap. It is a blow to lose a player, but it's a straight swap, isn't it? And we know what Dummett will give them in the second half, and you would expect maybe a bit more from Aston Villa in the attacking sense, because while Martinez hasn't been busy, Dubravka's
had nothing to do. We've defended well. I feel sorry for Manquillo because he played well. You know, he'd done well, he got forward, he defended well. But you know what you're going to get from Paul Dummett. He'll be solid enough. But you'd like a second goal, that's for sure.
Well, Kieran Trippier did it again for Newcastle, this time at the Lees' end with a free kick into the back of the net, as Ando says, through the Aston Villa wall in front of Martinez, after a penalty had been given initially when Joe Willock was fouled, but it was just outside the box, and VAR changed the decision to a free kick, but it didn't matter because Kieran Trippier stuck it in the back of the net, and that separates the sides here on BBC Radio Newcastle, with the second half to come soon. Newcastle United 1, Aston Villa 0.
The sound of the Northeast is Anna Foster.
Spending the afternoon in a ball pool tomorrow. I always thought this was a good idea. About 20 years ago, I thought, they should definitely get adult play parks, adult ball pools. And that's what I'm doing tomorrow. I thought I was going for a bottomless brunch, which is basically just 5 glasses of Prosecco. But no, I'm going for a bottomless brunch in a ball pool. So I'll have to make sure that I've got socks on that match.
The sound of the Northeast is BBC Radio Newcastle.
So Newcastle United lead at St James's Park by 1-0 over Aston Villa. That Kieran Trippier free kick 10 minutes before half time. We'll be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson for full commentary of the second half in probably just over 10 minutes time, I would think. Quite a bit of other football today going around, actually. 3 other games in the Premier League. Leicester against West Ham doesn't kick off until 4:30, but 2 other games that both kicked off at 2 o'clock at the same time as Newcastle. Liverpool are winning away at Burnley at half time. Fabinho with the goal 5 minutes before the break, and Wolves are winning 2-0 at Spurs. 2 goals in the opening 20 minutes, Raul Jimenez and then Leander Den Donker. So Spurs 0, Wolves 2 at half time, Burnley 0, Liverpool 1. And because Newcastle United are winning as well, as it stands the table at half time, the Magpies 4 points clear of safety on 21, Norwich on 17. Newcastle also with a game in hand on Norwich as well, but much can change, of course, in the second half. In the Championship, they are almost but not quite finished at the Liberty Stadium. Swansea are now 3-1 up on Bristol City. They were 1-0 down actually at half time, Swansea, but Michael Obafemi, Cyrus Christie and then Joe Pirro in the last minute or so has made it 3-1 to Swansea. In League One, Rotherham, the league leaders, have won 2-0 away at Sheffield Wednesday. Freddie Ladapo and Michael Smith in the second half, so Rotherham now 9 points clear of Wigan in second. Wigan do have 3 games in hand on them, mind you, but Rotherham now also 13 clear of Sunderland in fourth. We'll come back to Sunderland shortly because they of course played yesterday. In the Scottish Cup, Hibs came back from 1-0 down to win 3-1 at Arbroath, the Championship leaders. Arbroath. Celtic take on Raith Rovers at 4 o'clock. One other bit of news actually from north of the border. Aberdeen have today sacked the former Newcastle United player Stephen Glass as their manager. He had spent less than a year in charge at Pittodrie. In the Women's Super League, a full card, or almost a full card, but the biggest game of the day already finished. The Manchester derby was won by Manchester City 1-0. Caroline Weir with a beautiful goal 10 minutes from the end. So they win that one and get their at least European challenge, maybe not title challenge, but certainly European challenge back on track. Not good news for Durham in the Championship, though. They kicked off at midday, so they finished a good while ago, and they lost 3-0 at home to Bristol City. Abby Harrison scoring 2 in the first half. Agnes Beaver-Jones in second half injury time. So it finished Durham 0, Bristol City 3. Sunderland ladies kicked off at 2 o'clock, so they've got to half time at Liverpool, at the leaders Liverpool, and it is goalless. It has actually just gone full time in the Championship and the Men's Championship as well. So Swansea have beaten Bristol City by 3-1. But I mentioned Sunderland earlier, and it was Alex Neil's first game in charge of the men's side yesterday, away to AFC Wimbledon. It finished in a 1-1 draw. Alex Pritchard's free kick cancelled out a penalty from Luke McCormack, who was then sent off in the closing stages. But the result has extended the Black Cats' winless run to 4 games. It's 1 win in 8 as well. Here is a flavour of what Alex Neil had to say to our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes after the final whistle.
Firstly, your overall thoughts on today's match?
Well, I thought their penalty was extremely harsh. You know, I think to give any penalty from half yard, 1 yard away, naturally when you go to block the ball, your hand comes up. It did hit his hand, but it certainly wasn't intentional by any means. And it wasn't travelling towards goal, so he's not making himself bigger to stop a goal-bound effort. So I thought that was extremely harsh. I thought Pritch produced a moment of quality like he did last week for us. But listen, we're a bit disappointed in the naivety in our play at times. You know, I thought there was mistakes and errors that we made that you wouldn't expect. I thought there was decent parts where we had a couple of opportunities. You know, the one Pritch slips big lad Stewart through and should probably hit it across with his left foot and tries to come back in. I think the cut back from Matete puts over the bar. So there was moments there. You know, Bailey Wright had a great chance at the end as well with a header across the front post, but not enough moments for us. You know, and I think that's the difficulty. But obviously I've come in, the team's been on the back of losing 3 games in the trot. It's a platform in terms of it's a point, we haven't lost, but if we want to be in the mix come the end of the season, we've got a lot of work to do.
I mean, I know you've as you say, only just come in, you've not had a great deal of time to work with the players, you've clearly been watching them, you just referred back to Cheltenham the other night. What's your sort of plan for the next week, if you like, to sort of get your feet under the in the door, if you like?
To basically get ideas into them, you know, to get understanding of what our roles are within the game. You know, we done 40 minutes yesterday, spoke to them today, but that's a lot of information. You know, what was striking to me today, I think we've got 7 players under the age of 22 in that team today. You know, so there's not a lot of experience there at all. And like I said earlier, I think we've got a sort of a gap at the moment between experienced players who've come in, but they've not played any minutes. So we're literally starting for a standing start, and we've got young lads who this is their first year, and at the moment I think a lot of them look tired. Do you know what I mean? But ultimately we haven't got a great deal of sort of selection just now in terms of changing it up. So that's something that I'll need to certainly sit down this week and have a good look at in terms of trying to get that balance right between lads who are fit and ready to play, and also try to get minutes into the experienced players, because a lot of them are key players if we can get them going.
That Alex Neil there, Sunderland's new head coach after yesterday's 1-1 draw at AFC Wimbledon. You can hear the full version of that interview, it's about 6 minutes long, on the Sunderland AFC podcast from BBC Radio Newcastle. You can find that via BBC Sound. Of course, you can have your say on the game and on Alex Neil's appointment as well, because it happened on Friday night after Total Sport had finished. So your first chance to talk about it is Total Sport from 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Also yesterday, a mix of emotions for our 2 non-league teams in cup competitions. Morpeth Town conceding in the 90th minute to go out of the FA Trophy 3-2 at York City. They'd been leading 2-0 as well, Morpeth, with only just over 20 minutes to go. They are out of the FA Trophy, but good news for North Shields, who are through to the quarterfinals of the FA Vase. They beat Rugby Town 2-0 in a very windy 90 minutes. So that draw, that quarter-final draw, is tomorrow lunchtime. In league action, Gateshead remain top of National League North. They won 4-0 at Alfreton. Blythe Spartans, though, were beaten 2-1 by Kettering at Croft Park. In the NPL Premier Division, South Shields beat Atherton Alderton Collieries 2-1. And in the East Division, Dunstan drew 1-1 at Cleethorpes, and Hebburn drew 0-0 at Tadcaster Albion. From football to rugby union then, no match for Newcastle Falcons this weekend, but it is the second weekend of the Six Nations, and already, even though the second weekend hasn't finished, France are now the only team who could win a Grand Slam, because Wales beat Scotland in Cardiff by 20 points to 17 yesterday, with captain Dan Biggar on his 100th Wales appearance, kicking 15 of those 20 points, including the winning drop goal. And he said afterwards he's proud of the way they bounced back after losing to Ireland in their opening game.
It's been a really difficult week. We've had to put up a lot of flack, and rightly so. But to come back here with this crowd, put on a show like that, just grind the result out with, just roll the sleeves up, it's one of my best victories in my 100.
Dan Biggar there after that. Then yesterday, France beat Ireland by 30 points to 14 in a brilliant match in Paris. There are highlights of both of those games on the BBC Sport website and on the iPlayer. It is England against Italy in Rome in about 60 seconds time. England's head coach Eddie Jones has made 6 changes to the side that lost to Scotland at Murrayfield in their opening match of the campaign last weekend. Those changes include Harry Randall starting at scrum half. Jones says the anticipated dry playing conditions will help him.
Well, it suits him. Obviously it suits him, but he has been in the squad for now close to 12 months, and there have been a number of times we would have played him, a couple of times where he's got serious injuries, which has prevented that. And he also came into the squad this time. He wasn't quite sharp enough, so we sharpened him up a little bit, and he's ready to go.
There is live commentary of that one, which is literally about to get underway on Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. In Rugby League, Newcastle Thunder are just getting underway as well. In the Championship, they're away to Barrow. You can listen to live commentary of that one, thanks to our colleagues at BBC Radio Cumbria. So the way to find that as well is the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app. And in ice hockey as well, there's a local derby on Teesside later on. Whitley Warriors down to face Billingham Stars in North Division 1, and face-off there is at 5:30. At the Winter Olympics, the Team GB curlers have won 3 out of 3 today. The men have won twice. They beat China 7-6 this morning and then beat Denmark 8-2 at lunchtime. The women also beat Denmark, that one by 7-2. Outside in Beijing, it has been very, very snowy and very, very cold. Wind chill taking it down to minus 35 in places. So several of the skiing competitions have been postponed until tomorrow. It's also the biggest day of the year for American football fans. Super Bowl 56 takes place in Los Angeles tonight. A crowd of more than 70,000 and more than 100 million people expected to watch around the world. The adverts and the famous halftime show, arguably as important as the game itself. Our LA correspondent Sophie Long has more.
The Los Angeles Rams will take on the Cincinnati Bengals on home turf in front of a crowd of more than 70,000 people, many of whom will have paid several $1,000s for the privilege. And in the space of 25 minutes, the stadium will be transformed into a concert venue and back again for performances by the rappers Eminem, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg and Kendrick Lamar, and the singer Mary J. Blige. With an audience that could exceed 100 million, Super Bowl commercials are huge, star-studded affairs, with 30-second slots selling for millions.
And if you want to watch them, Super Bowl 56 is live on BBC Two television from 11 o'clock tonight. They kick off at 11:30. In the snooker, Neil Robertson is playing Barry Hawkins this afternoon in what is the final of the Players' Championship in Wolverhampton, but it's a repeat of last month's Masters final, which Neil Robertson won. The winner of today's game receives £125,000. It is first to 10 frames. They play it across 2 sessions, and they're getting towards the end of the first session. But Neil Robertson is 4 frames to 1 up. It is the best of 19, so it's first to 10 in that one. Let's rattle through some of the football scores again before we head back to St James's Park. There was quite a bit of injury time at the end of the first half, so they are a little bit delayed in getting back to the second half. 2 other Premier League games that started at the same time have Liverpool winning 1-0 at Burnley. Fabinho 5 minutes before half-time. Wolves winning 2-0 at Spurs. Raul Jimenez and Leander Dendoncker inside the opening 20 minutes, but that is the half-time score as well. Of course, Newcastle United leading Aston Villa by 1-0 at St James's Park. Leicester City against West Ham is a 4:30 kick-off. One game in the Championship has already finished. Swansea beating Bristol City by 3-1, coming from 1-0 down at half-time though. Obafemi, Christie and Pirro with Swansea's 3 goals. In League One, Rotherham have extended the lead at the top. A 2-0 win at Sheffield Wednesday. Freddie Ladapo and Michael Smith with their second half goals. In the Women's Super League, Manchester City won the derby. They beat Manchester United by 1-0 thanks to Caroline Weir. Aston Villa have also won 2-0 at Everton. The other 3 games today are at half-time. Goalless between Birmingham and Spurs. Brighton are 1-0 up on Reading. Leicester scored twice in the opening 10 minutes, so they are 2-0 up on West Ham United. But in the Championship, not good news for Durham. They lost 3-0 at home to Bristol City. I think that's pretty much their promotion challenge over, if we're honest. Sunderland drawing 0-0 away at Liverpool, the league leaders, at half-time. That one kicked off at 2 o'clock as well. But it is time for us now to head down to St James's Park again. Newcastle United, as I say, leading by a 0-0 at half-time against Aston Villa. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson here with second half commentary in just a tick.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Trippier, is he going to take responsibility again? Steps back from the ball. It's fairly square to it, Trippier. And here is the free kick. Kieran Trippier.
Yes!
Oh! Was there ever any doubt? He's done it again. And Kieran Trippier with another free kick. And it's Newcastle United 1, Aston Villa 0.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So 1-0 at St James's Park ahead of the second half. Aston Villa and Newcastle back out on the pitch. And United with Martin Dubravka in goal, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Dan Burn, and now Paul Dummett at left back, having replaced the injured Javier Manquillo. Joe Willock, John Joe Shelby, Joe Linton in midfield, Ryan Fraser, Alan Saint-Maximin and Chris Wood in attack. On the bench for the Magpies today, Carl Darlow, Emil Kraft, Jacob Murphy, Miguel Almiron, Dwight Gale, Sean Longstaff, Bruno Guimaraes and 19-year-old midfielder from the academy, Lucas De Ball. And Aston Villa have got the second half started. Newcastle defending the goal at the Leazer's end. Burns won it back straight away. Willock then through the legs of his man McGinn. Here's Fraser playing in, Willock down the right wing. Just been held up slightly. Still got it, 25 yards out, Joe Willock. Back it goes to Kieran Trippier. High ball up to the edge of the area. Joe Linton looking to flick it on, but couldn't get there. Shelby then beaten to it by Coutinho, who lifts it over the top for Ollie Watkins to chase into the corner on the left side. Watkins back to Buendia, edge of the area, thought about the shot, or rolls in, Cash is free, right side, 18 yards out, blocked by Dan Burn, got across and got in the way, and it spins out for a throw.
Yeah, good build-up, wasn't it? Got the overload on that right side. Bourne did well. He's done well, Dan Bourne. It's been nice and solid.
Aston Villa, Martinez in goal, Cash, Chambers, Mings and Digne at the back from right to left. Midfield three of Douglas Luiz, John McGinn and Jacob Ramsey, and Emi Buendia, Philip Coutinho and Ollie Watkins in attack. And the Villa bench, Olsen the keeper, Sanson, Young, Ings, Hawes, Bailey, Chukwuemeka, Cresceni and Eric Boonham, the latter two academy players.
Oh, this isn't good.
Who have been named as replacements. Kieran Trippier has gone down, and the referees come over to check on him. He's sitting down, holding his ankles, and shakes his head. And they've lost one full-back, Newcastle, and they might be about to lose their stand-in captain and another full-back. Well, it was a calf problem that meant that he couldn't complete the game the other night, and Emil Kraft is ready. So to make another change at the back limits their options for later in the game in an attacking sense, but Trippier gives Emil Kraft a big hug and comes off, talks to Eddie Howe and now heads down the tunnel. Well, he's given them their 1-0 lead with a free kick in the first half, but he can't play on any longer, and it's a huge blow for Newcastle. And Kraft comes on and plays for the first time since the Cambridge FA Cup tie last month. Joe Linton looking for Saint-Maximin on halfway, didn't reach him. Cash nipped in, Joe Linton's then won it back from Cash, found Saint-Maximin who tried to take on Ramsey but ran out of space, and it's a throw. Here's Burn defending and getting the better of Watkins. Shelvey caught late.
No, it was Joe Linton.
Joe Linton, sorry. So it's because he's got the blonde hair, you see, just sometimes...
Shelvey hasn't got any.
Oh, I know, but just...
the difference between blonde and none, you know.
I know, but because he was leaning forward, you see.
Was it the lights, was it?
It was. Shining off the blonde hair, that's what it was. Other players in the way. Anyway, it was a free kick for Newcastle, nothing other than a free kick, no card or anything. And Dubravka now out to where the left full-back position would be to take this one. And we're into the 4th minute of the second half. And despite what the giant screen at the Leazes end says, it's 1-0 Newcastle. That's showing 0-0 at the moment. Coutinho on halfway. Watkins has gone down under a challenge. Aston Villa attack. Luca Digne forced well out wide. Kraft has gone out to him. Willock is there as well. McGinn down the lines, made a run, got some space and pulled it back. Douglas Luiz onto it. Watkins now back on his feet, edge of the area. Left-footed shot, too high.
Never on. That's a real poor effort.
Well, Dubravka goal kick here on BBC Radio Newcastle. And players are 5-10 yards either side of halfway, but they're on the far side of the field at the east stand. Newcastle going from left to right down the hill towards the Gallagher end. That's left to right as we look at the game from the Milburn stand. Cher. It's a high ball. Fraser to chase with Digne, nodded down by the Villa left back. Willock onto it first, chests it down. Inside he comes, and then back down the line to Kraft, to the feet of Fraser. Inside to Shelvey. Oh, he's turned into trouble, John Joe Shelvey. Coutinho there. Watkins for Villa, getting a bit of encouragement maybe at the start of this second half. Watkins tackled by Joe Linton. Cher clipped away. Oh, Willock stretching, couldn't hold it. If he'd brought it down, Newcastle might have had a 3-on-2 situation. It's Coutinho now from the left side, cutting in, running square across Newcastle's half. Cash is free again, takes a touch, drives it across goal. It's a goal kick. It was firmly struck, but he couldn't get it on target, and no one in Villa Claret and Blue could get a touch on it either.
Started brightly, haven't they? Started this second half. We haven't been able to get hold of it. We haven't been able to keep hold of it. Cash is getting into advanced positions on that right side. Nobody's picking him up.
Dubravka away. 52nd minute. Newcastle header on the ball from Wood, looking for Sam Maxima. Cleared by Villa. Burn to Shelvey. Cher over to Kraft, making his 50th appearance for the club. Looking for Fraser maybe. Goes away from his man, Emil Kraft. This is a good run. Down the line, excellent ball. Fraser, first time cross. Joe Linton takes it down. Holds it. Alan Sam Maxima tackled. Kraft coming onto it. Hits it. Woods got the last touch.
Why didn't he just hit it?
And into the hands of Martinez, but there's a free kick anyway for Villa on the edge of the area.
Why didn't St. Maximin just hit it when it's rolled back to him instead of...
Sure, I mean, it was coming onto his left foot. Maybe wanted it on his right. Great play by Kraft,
yeah,
though.
He did well.
Lifted it up and then got away from his man.
Yeah,
Good
left
ball
McGinn on his backside.
Burn, oh, well played. High ball dropping onto his head. On the turn, he spun and nodded it back to Dubravka. Cushioned it nicely for the goalkeeper. And they play out down the right side from the back. Newcastle. Kraft into Fraser, flicked on. Wood is after it. Martinez comes to the edge of the area, and out of play it goes. Offside against Wood. Might want to take it from the right position. That's what Craig Pawson's telling them. And it's Digne to Coutinho. Shelvey with him. Forces him wide and then wins the ball back cleanly, Shelvey. Willock around McGinn and out for a throw. They've lost Kieran Trippier to injury, Newcastle. Kraft is on in his place. Dummett on for Manquillo, injured towards the end of the first half, but they lead 1-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle, and Kraft with the throw. Mings beats Wood in the air. McGinn takes it under control inside to Ramsey, lets it run across his body. Cash making a forward run into a position that caused Newcastle problems in this second half, and he's rolled in again by Buendia. Watkins in the middle, Coutinho coming in, but Shelby got there first.
Did well.
Sticks it out for a throw. Villa go back to halfway. Douglas Luiz, you'd say that they are on top at the moment with the ball and their breaks and attacking play, but Cher steps in and wins it back for Newcastle there, and this is Kraft on the diagonal for Saint-Maximin, but taken down by Callum Chambers on his chest, and Villa gets nothing to throw for Newcastle on the far side. Dummett to Saint-Maximin. They've got two on him and he couldn't turn, and Steven Gerrard's team have won the ball back. 55th minute. Ramsey, Coutinho gets away from Willock. Shelby holding him up. Coutinho's dug out a pass to Luca Digne. It's on his right though, edge of the area, trying to find Coutinho again, away by Newcastle. Villa have still got it. Douglas Luiz to run away from him, but come to Coutinho. Referee has brought it back because Douglas Luiz was fouled. That's why he couldn't control the ball. And free kick for the away team. This one getting on for 25 yards out. Yeah, maybe a little more. And slightly to the left of the centre of the goal. So further out than Trippier's first half free kick that ended up in the back of the net. 1-0 Newcastle. But a dangerous moment, could be a key moment in the game this. Douglas Luiz with the right foot, or Luca Digne with the left at the Leazer's end. Dubravka is nearer to his left-hand post. Four Newcastle players in the wall. Douglas Luiz straight into Dubravka's hands, and he caught it at the second attempt.
Yeah, it wasn't the most convincing, was it? It's a poor free kick though, isn't it?
Almost squirmed from his grasp. Kicks from his hands at the edge of the area. Wood challenges with Mings. Neither player gets the ball. Douglas Luiz with a header. Kraft into midfield to play it forwards. What was that for, that Aston Villa free kick?
No idea.
Referee was right next to it. As Bruno Guimaraes, Miguel Almiron and Jacob Murphy go for a warm up and a jog. McGinn turns and plays it down the line. Digne stopped by Cher. Comes back to Digne, blocked by Cher a second time. He's taken his bandage off at half-time. Shelby has won the ball for Fraser. Now Saint-Maximin, Wood through the middle. Saint-Maximin wants to go it alone and now is driving towards the Aston Villa box. Great challenge, but Newcastle still have the ball. Fraser down the left wing, Wood in the middle. Still Fraser. In comes the cross and put behind by McGinn. But nobody in the middle to capitalise, though they get a corner out of it, Newcastle.
Yeah, good break, good tackle. Mings on Saint-Maximin, but they kept it alive. It's a decent ball in by Fraser. McGinn back stick, couldn't take any chances.
Crowd doing their bit. They're 1-0 up, 58 minutes. Ryan Fraser with the corner kick. Shelby stands in the 6-yard box. Wood on the 6-yard line. Fraser floats it in. Oh, that was inviting to be headed into goal, but Villa get it clear. Kraft down the left to Saint-Maximin, who's cut inside. Still going. He's going to hit it. And Saint-Maximin just wide. Deflection on the shot. And it's another corner on the right. Very nearly 2-0. But what a great ball in from Fraser.
Great whip corner. They didn't deal with it, didn't clear the lines, kept it alive. And we've seen them do it, haven't we? Drift across that 18-yard box, look to get a shot away. It's taking a deflection, not a corner kick.
Ryan Fraser again then. Dan Byrne runs to the back of the box, followed by Digne. Fraser's delivery once more. Byrne gets his head to it. Cleared away from in front of the post. Byrne again. Another Villa header away. Willett gets after it and plays it to Fraser on the right. Takes a touch, lifts it in with his left. Aston Villa with another header. Joe Linton takes it down away from Sam Maxima. Shelvey sidesteps one. Then plays it to Sam Maxima on the left wing. 2 to beat. He's being challenged and then he's pulled one of them down. And Craig Pawson's given Aston Villa the free kick. And it remains 1-0 to Newcastle here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Mings out from the back. Digne to Coutinho and back to Mings. Straight to Ryan Fraser from Callum Chambers. Wood on his chest all the way back to Kraft, who takes a touch and gives it to Dubravka. Nothing risky. First time away from the goalkeeper. Joe Linton gets it on his chest in front of Chambers, takes another touch and then down to Sam Maxima and warmly applauded for it. Now Sam Maxima looking for Wood, who just didn't really connect with the pass. Villa clear. Byrne in position to play it back to the keeper. Cher comes out to the right, receives it down by the side of the penalty area. Now forwards to Kraft, takes it on. Looking for Willock, away by Digne. Newcastle have lost it, and this could be problematic. On the left wing, 20 yards out, back it goes inside to McGinn. Buendia, referee got in the way. Coutinho with a flick. Digne now with a cross. Coutinho blocked, headed in. Aston Villa have equalised. Newcastle want an offside. The flag doesn't go up, and it's 1-1 at St James's Park. First shot was blocked and then deflected out to the far side of the area where it was nodded in, and after 61 minutes Newcastle United won, Aston Villa won.
Ricocheted all over the place. He looks offside.
Well, I thought he was offside.
Oh no, he's not. Player here playing him on.
Kraft playing him on, maybe. Ollie Watkins with the goal. VAR will check just to be sure.
It was a ping pong, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was pinging around all over the place.
Well, they're about to kick off, Newcastle, but Craig Pawson waits.
VAR decision awaited. Possible offside.
Checking the possible offside. Well, the penalty Newcastle had in the first half was overturned and given as a free kick, which then gave them their goal. Is this going to be given as offside, or will it stand? Will it be 1-1? Watkins talks to the referee, hands on hips. It's going to be, well, a decision that we still have to wait for.
Dear, oh dear, how long does it take?
Well, the longer that they look at it, the more you think that there could be something in it that could help Newcastle. But if it counts, it's 1-1, which would be a setback. Referee still waiting in communication, puts his hands out to John Joe Shelvey and tells him that he just has to wait. He hasn't been asked to go and look at the monitor on the far side of the field.
Well, he wouldn't for an offside goal, would he?
No, I suppose not, but unless there's another offence that they're looking at as well. It's BBC Radio Newcastle, and still we wait to find out whether this one will count or be disallowed, and will it be 1-1, or will Newcastle stay in a 1-0 lead? Craig Pawson waits for help from Paul Tierney.
I think this is going to be offside.
And James Mannering. Let's have a look. I think he might be offside. Just trying to have a look at a replay. Is he offside? I think he is. He's offside. He's offside. I think it's offside. It's going to be given as offside. Look, we can see it, Ando, on the laptops in front of us.
It's an offside and the goal doesn't count, and Newcastle United remain 1-0 up, and the fans celebrate like they've scored a second because their lead stands, and Ollie Watkins with the header ruled out for offside.
How long does it take to make them decisions? Game's becoming a joke.
Worth the wait though if you follow Newcastle. Still 1-0. Away by Dubravka, headed in by Wood. Now Byrne with a header, Willock trying to bring it down in midfield, forwards, and then cleared by Shelvey. Mings onto it, that's a good clearance. It's turned into a ball to play in Lucadinha, taking on Kraft. High cross to the back post. Or Villa with a header. Buendia again, not the biggest, but he's got a great leap on him.
Got us great at the back post over Paul Dummett.
Looping header.
It was just a loop and cross played in by Digne. Got up really well for a little man, didn't he?
"65 minutes. The first half had 5 minutes added to it. Well, 5.5 in the end. And there might be a lengthy period at the end of the game. Chris Wood, good header on. Cash for Villa. And then on by Ramsey. Dan Byrne. Forwards to Sam Maxima, who was climbing over Buendia. And that's an Aston Villa free kick. What would you say about where the game is at the moment, Ando? Because they're not having it all their own way, Newcastle.
It's all Villa. The second half has been all Aston Villa.
Coutinho on the left, inside to McGinn. Down the line for Digne, who's been advanced in this second period. Ryan Fraser's fouled him, referee says play on. McGinn's got it. Angled ball up to Watkins. Byrne with a challenge.
That's a free kick as well.
And then they get the free kick for that one, Aston Villa, and Dan Byrne gets yellow carded.
It's a free kick all day. It just goes through the back of him.
Well, maybe they should have given them the free kick in the wide position.
Don't think it's a yellow card though.
Well, maybe he felt he had to give it after letting them play on. Well, this one is a good 30 yards out. Buendia short, McGinn round the back, goal kick. Another training ground routine. Tried to get somebody in, but
trying to get Mings in at the back post, weren't they? Just overhit.
Newcastle. Aston Villa equaliser disallowed thanks to VAR. And we're midway through this second half. Dubravka has got a problem. Well, I've already lost both fullbacks to injury, Newcastle. Now their goalkeeper is down. Aston Villa, for some reason, have got Buendia running over to Dubravka towards the referee.
I think he's done well here, Dubravka. I think he's just trying to take the sting out of this a little bit.
Shelvey, Fraser, Kraft and Joe Linton have come over to see Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall. Joe Linton's having a drink.
They're under the cosh a little bit, and I think he's just taking the sting out of it.
One 0 up. Don't have a great record against Aston Villa in recent years. The only win in 9 against them before today was in the Championship here. A 2-0 victory in February 2017. Last Premier League win over Aston Villa, February 2015, through a Papis Cisse goal. Dubravka's okay to carry on, at least for the moment. Leading 1-0 against Villa, who drew 3-3 with Leeds at home on Wednesday. They were 3-1 up after 43 minutes. It was an exciting game. Joe Linton, high foot.
on a yellow card, Joelinton. Sean Longstaff's been warming up. Lucadinha, Aston Villa, who are on top at the moment. Willock with a foul. How many free kicks have they had in this second half, Villa? It's been very stop-start. I don't know whether that supporter, who is often quite vocal, you may hear from time to time, is complaining at the referee or at Newcastle. Kraft has won the ball.
Handball.
But handball against him. It's yet another Aston Villa free kick.
Hey, dear,
he must disagree with the decision.
He does every week. He disagrees with everything.
Sometimes he's right. That must have hit Kraft's hand. And Digne, 30 yards plus from goal on the left, swings it in towards the back of the box. An Aston Villa header. Buendia then down to Cash. Newcastle appealing for something. McGinn out wide. Chambers got a chance to cross, maybe. He's closed down by Dummett, rolls it down the line. Joelinton, good challenge. Corner kick though. 20 minutes remaining. And Newcastle still have their 1-0 lead. Danny Ings and Leon Bailey, two forward players, warming up for Villa, along with Kai Chukwuemeka, the exciting 18-year-old. He also plays in attacking areas. They've crowded the 6-yard box again. Left-footed corner from John McGinn for Newcastle.
Danny Ings is coming on
to defend. Here it is. Big header away. Joelinton. McGinn down the line. Cross comes back in once more. Dan Burn there using all of the height to flick the ball clear. Douglas Luiz back into the box.
Ball, that is.
He's found Lucadinha on his chest. Referee stopped the game. Offside, is it? Oh, hang on. There's a foul. There's something here. Newcastle not happy with Tyrone Mings, I think. Joelinton's never slow when there's a sense of injustice. I'm sure he went chasing after Mings there. Newcastle very unhappy, but they've got a free kick. The referee's gone to calm things down. Talking to Mings. Byrne is there too.
It's just handbags between Bournes and Mings. Nothing in it.
And now Ings is going to come on. His goal against Newcastle in August was a cracking goal, wasn't it? Acrobatic overhead kick.
Look at Bourne has ripped the short off Mings.
So Tyrone Mings gets a replacement. Emi Buendia coming off to be replaced by Leon Bailey, the winger who's been out with an injury. He is quick. And Danny Ings comes on for Ollie Watkins, who had the headed equaliser ruled out after a VAR check.
The substitution for Aston Villa, coming off number 11, Ollie Watkins, and replacing him, number 20, Danny Ings.
So those are Villa's first two changes. Newcastle 1 up, BBC Radio Newcastle. Wood got underneath the ball. They've not really had much of the game in the second half. They had the corner and then the shot deflected just wide from Sam Maxima, but that's really been about it from Newcastle. And Aston Villa have threatened. Kraft, good block. On for the injured Trippier. His goal is the difference at the moment in terms of the scoreline. Willock is struggling. Fans whistling, wanting the game stopped. Villa play on.
For what? Why did they want it stopped?
Must have been because Willock was like he was hurt. Now Aston Villa win a free kick. Oh, there's a problem. And though fans in the Gallagher end are waving, and there seems to be a situation in the crowd. that fans are trying to get the attention of those, either the referee or people pitch side, and some stewards are running up the steps towards the top of the Gallagher end, and there's fans have got the torchlights on their phone in the very top section of the Gallagher, right next to the roof, and the game's been paused at the moment. 1-0 Newcastle, BBC Radio Newcastle, and yeah, there is a problem, and more stewards and some paramedics are on their way up the steps to the top of the Gallagher end, which is troubling. We can't see clearly, it's very dimly lit up there. Like I say, fans are shining the lights from their phones. 74 minutes exactly on the clock, and both teams come over to the side of the field, and the game's just going to be paused at the moment. Referee is talking to Aston Villa players. This is what happens when there is a problem in the crowd, and we'll see what comes of this. Craig Pawson and Mike Dean, referee and fourth official, talk, and now they speak to some of the club staff, the behind-the-scenes staff in the
it's a long way
tunnel
up there
area
as well to the back of that.
It's still in the lower bowl of the stadium at the Gallagher end to our right, but stewards and paramedics ran up the steps, and the fans were whistling, and I thought it was because Willock was limping, having made a challenge, and Aston Villa played on. But then when we looked to the Gallagher end, fans were waving and trying to get the attention of the officials and the two dugouts, and those in high visibility jackets nearby.
Starting again by the looks of it.
Match has been stopped. We don't want to speculate, and we can't see, but the situation is still ongoing at the top of the Gallagher end, but they are going to resume the game here at St James's Park on BBC Radio Newcastle. They've only stopped for 2 minutes, so the match will get going with that Aston Villa free kick, and they're in completely the wrong place for it, and that's what fans are telling the referee. This has given them a really good angle. It's down by the right side of the penalty area, 15 yards from the goal line. Two men in the Newcastle wall. Luka Digne, who can be a threat from set pieces, is there. Dubravka on his line, Digne straight into the wall. 1-0 Newcastle, 77th minute. Villa back to Bailey, forwards to Digne, down the line, Saint-Maximin trying to stop Bailey. Dummett slides, blocks the cross, it's a corner.
Yeah, well played, Paul Dummett. Going to cross the line of the ball. Poor free kick, Digne.
And again they pack the 6-yard box, and everybody right back in the area for Newcastle, almost on top of their own goal. Left-footed delivery to the near post, headed on to the roof of the net, kick. And another corner kick given by Craig Pawson and Ian Hussin on the far side. Total Sport back on tomorrow at 6. Phone in and have your say on Newcastle and Sunderland. We'll have reaction to both of the games at the weekend. Total Sport 6 till 8 every weeknight on BBC Radio Newcastle. This latest Aston Villa corner kick, they put Newcastle under so much pressure in the second half. The players, Martin Dubravka is surrounded. Here comes the ball in, blocked by Newcastle. Saint-Maximin comes to him, edge of the area, and he's going on a run. Stopped by Bailey, middle of the half. Referee's given them the free kick, and that is exactly what they need after all the pressure they've been under. And that is a very favourable decision.
Just a little bit.
do I detect some surprise that the free kick was awarded there?
Well, it didn't look a free kick from here.
No further activity on Newcastle's bench as we head towards the final 10 minutes, but time added on will follow. Dubravka from the middle of the half, looking for Wood, wide on the left. Good nod down to Saint-Maximin.
Go on.
Here he goes. Douglas Luiz has got there in the corner. Saint-Maximin has won it back. It's a goal kick. Chris Wood not really had a chance today. Took that shot on from outside the box, and maybe he could have played in Ryan Fraser in the first half. It went wide. He was going to take the penalty before the decision was changed. It's his fourth Newcastle game, still no goal. If they could get a second, they would certainly be nicking a second. Aston Villa have given it away from a free kick in midfield. Kraft, now it's Wood. Fraser running down the right wing, played in by Wood. Tyrone Mings across to defend very well and stick it out for a throw with a sliding challenge.
Yeah, good tackle. It was a tackle he needed to make, and all, or he was away.
Eddie Howe with arms folded turns back to the bench and now faces the action as Emil Kraft goes forwards for this throw. Bruno, Almiron and Murphy warming up. Fraser comes short, gives it back to Kraft. Wins another throw, same spot. 10 yards out.
That'll do. Keep it in that corner.
The fans in the Gallowgate are now on their feet as that situation that was being dealt with at the top of the stand might be changing, because some of the staff who'd gone up there are now heading down the steps. Play continues. Willock trying to get to the line. His touch took it behind, and Aston Villa goal kick. 1-0 they lead. Could go 5 Premier League matches unbeaten today, Newcastle. Kraft has won the ball back with a header. Willock to Fraser. Aston Villa have got it again. Left side in their half of the field, over the top for Bailey to chase. Dubravka's quick diving header from the keeper into midfield. Joe Wellington to Shelby and back again. That's really nicely worked. And now Kraft brought into play, and Kraft with a burst over halfway, looking for Fraser, wins a throw.
Yeah, he's done all right since coming on, and he's a boy who comes in for a lot of criticism,
especially when it's been there for him to take forwards and drive on with it. Emil Kraft. It's a throw on to Wood, trying to chest it towards Fraser. Fans appeal for a free kick, nothing given. Shelby for a yellow card for Shelby. He's gone into a challenge and taken some of Jacob Ramsey and none of the ball.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Totally agree with that.
Villa get the game started again. 82nd minute. Out it goes to Cash. Sends a ball in from deep, looking for Ings. He'd managed to get, I think, a touch on it with his hair as it was coming down, but dropping over the top of his head. Behind it goes. Newcastle have this goal kick at Lees' end. Dubravka walks back from the ball and now comes forwards, and it's another big kick in the direction of Chris Wood with Douglas Luiz there. Header up from the New Zealand international, volleyed away by Mings, and that'll be fine. Throw on the left for Newcastle.
For all the play that Villa have had in the second half and all the ball, Dubravka still hasn't had a save to make.
Just the free kick straight at him, isn't it?
And he nearly
down the line, the throw headed on by Wood. It's forward from the ball, Newcastle, but no one made the run beyond, really. Saint-Maximin was closest to it. Mings coming up towards halfway on the left, Lobbed down the line. Digne with a header to Danny Ings, straight to Joe Willock, who now comes away from Ings. Good challenge. Throw in for Newcastle. Eddie Howe applauds Joe Willock, who's, I think, been good again, Willock.
Yeah, he's been busy. He's been lively. Good energy again.
Playing himself into some form. Here comes a young player with a big future ahead of him, Carney Chukwuemeka. For Villa, their third and final change. Wood with a foul on Ings at the edge of the area from the Newcastle throw. I'm going to check it at the end of the game. Can't see the stats at the moment. How many free kicks Aston Villa have had across the pitch in the second half. John McGinn goes off. Chukwuemeka, we saw him score a hat-trick here last year in the FA Youth Cup.
Yeah, he was excellent when he
for Villa's under-18s, and he was, well, on a different level. He's born in Austria, Nigerian parents, but represents England at youth international level. And we'll just play off Danny Ings. Douglas Luiz for Villa, middle of his own half, running into trouble. Newcastle have, well, I thought they'd won it back, but Craig Pawson once again blows his whistle and gives them a free kick. And now Jacob Ramsey down the left side, pursued by Shelvey on a yellow card. Got to be careful. Ramsey, that's taken it out. He's taken it out, and the assistant referee's got his flag up, and Newcastle have the throw that they're in no hurry to take. 1-0 the score.
Take your time. Yeah, he was running down the blind alley, wasn't he, Ramsey?
Kraft towards Wood, headed on. Douglas Luiz there. Down the line to Digne, out by Cher. This throw is next to the Villa bench. Douglas Luiz back to Mings. Callum Chambers through the middle, looking for Danny Ings, down on his chest. Kraft holds him up. Back to Digne, into the middle again. It's come to Joe Linton, but the flag is up in any case. Oh, that was a bit nervy, but they got away with it anyway, Newcastle. But the flag just confirms things, and now Dubravka with this free kick. And we are into the final few minutes of the 90. And Wood gets up to head on for Fraser, and wide left for Saint-Maximin. Rare attack for Newcastle this. Saint-Maximin into the middle, headed away by Chambers for Villa, and out for a throw.
Free kick.
Foul by Dummett.
Just barged them in the back. Yeah. It wasn't shoulder to shoulder, it was in the back.
Aston Villa have played on and taken it quickly. Ramsey down the line. Oh, deflected by Joe Linton. Dummett back to Byrne. And the debutant away deep into Villa territory. Chambers heads back to Martinez, who controls it and passes it forwards to Douglas Luiz. Mings to Digne on this near side, straight to Shelvey, forwards off Shelvey's knee, I think, headed away by Mings. Chukwuemeka on, Cher is there, makes a challenge. Danny Ings picks it up though on halfway, and Douglas Luiz has a look and goes to the right. Cash, 88th minute, 1-0 Newcastle. Bailey, left-footed ball, it's a high ball, it might be too much for Luca Digne, and it asked an awful lot of the full-back. It's Newcastle's throw. Kraft takes his time over getting that. Still Eddie Howe instructing his players. Kraft's throw on by Chris Wood. Mings up, that went backwards. This time Mings with his boot plays it forwards. Digne down the line. Douglas Luiz That's a nice feat, but he's run into Willock and then fouled Joe Willock, and will get a yellow card, and Newcastle have a free kick. And that's come at a good time. 89 minutes, BBC Radio Newcastle, and they still lead 1-0 with probably 4 or 5 minutes of stoppage time to come at least. You would expect that there will be a groan from home supporters in St James's when the numbers board comes up soon. Cher with a free kick, looking for Saint-Maximin. Cash tried to intercept, couldn't do it cleanly. Saint-Maximin's got it. Jinking run infield, still going for Willock. Joe Willock in the area. Joe Willock blocked. The shot didn't travel particularly far. Villa made the block, brought it away. Now Willock's committed a foul. It's been so stop-start, but at least it breaks up the play and stops Aston Villa moving forwards at speed. Mike Dean putting the numbers board, or the numbers into the board.
Hasn't got enough numbers.
Still got 40 seconds of the 90 to go. Kieran Trippier with a first half free kick, and Newcastle 1-0 up. Carney Chukwuemeka deep in midfield, square to Chambers. Cash, the Polish international. There's a Polish mother, Villa's Matty Cash, on the right. He's played it inside and carried on his run. He caused problems earlier in the half. They've gone the other way this time. Philip Coutinho from distance took it on. Willock with his back blocked it. Coutinho, reverse ball to Ings, no flag, and then a through ball that nobody went for, and Martin Dubravka lands on it in the 6-yard box. 7 minutes minimum. But in all seriousness, there was a situation at the top of the Gallagher end in the crowd. Kieran Trippier needed treatment. Martin Dubravka needed treatment. Here's Saint-Maximin. That's good play on the left wing, but Villa have won it back. Byrne chasing the ball forwards, heads it away. Dummett nods on. Is that a high foot? Yes, it is. I didn't think he was going to give it Craig Pawson. He waited a second or so longer than expected, but they've got a free kick on the left, Newcastle. And Bruno Guimaraes, just as he did against Everton, is going to come on in the early part of the additional period into Newcastle's midfield. Pushing for a start as the weeks go on, I'm sure, but a substitute at the moment. Wood on his chest, Villa clear. Cher from halfway heads forwards. Sorry, Dummett heads forwards. And again, Joe Linton had the last touch before it went out. And now here comes the substitution, and it's Joe Willock.
Yeah, he's worked hard again today, Willock.
Replaced by Bruno Guimaraes once again, with light blue boots and a black undershirt beneath his black and white shirt, the number 39. Newcastle United 1, Aston Villa 0. The second of a minimum 7 minutes added on time. Bruno Guimaraes. Liverpool have won 1-0 at bottom of the table, Burnley. Newcastle could be going 4 points clear of the relegation zone. And they need to hold on to their 1-0 lead, which is what they've been doing for most of the second half. That could be a foul on Ryan Fraser, it is. As Aston Villa attack down the left, Digne with an illegal challenge. Still a long way to go in added on time. And Martin Dubravka with a slow walk to the ball, which he will move and then walk back from. It's on this right side, down the line it goes. Wood comes in off the wing. Mings with the header. Fraser nods forward, straight to Mings again. That's gone up and is dropping around halfway. Ings flicks on, Cher is there and sticks it into the middle of the Milburn stand. Could have gone down the line, but just got rid of it. Aston Villa restart the throw. Restart the game with a throw. Chambers lifts the ball out to Cash. In comes the cross. Dubravka catches and then goes down with the ball in his hands, flat on his front in the 6-yard box.
Good ball, straight into the keeper's arms. That'll do.
Wolves have won 2-0 at Spurs. That's a bit of a shock. Even though Spurs had the home defeat in midweek. They'd still have been favourites, wouldn't they? Here Newcastle 1-0 up in added on time, but with still at least 3 minutes to go. Chukwuemeka trying a 1-2. It's come out and Fraser's there into the corner and away. It's a throw. 35 yards out, Douglas Luiz to Mings. Bruno to close down. Mings inside to Chambers. Swings it away out to the right wing. Cash takes a touch. Plays it back to Bailey. Inside, it's behind Ramsey. Bruno has it. Finds Sam Maximin, who has been stopped in his tracks by Leon Bailey, who now gets a yellow card. Have they, in your opinion, at this point, managed it well, given the pressure they've been under, Newcastle?
Well, they haven't seen a great deal of the ball second half. It's been all Villa, but they haven't created anything. The shape's been good, discipline's been good. Work rate yet again has been exceptional.
Yeah, what do they have? 20 shots, I think, against Everton. They've not really threatened the goal in the second half, not so much in the first half either. As they go forwards from the free kick, Wood on his chest to Sam Maximin, who's coming back and then goes forwards, breaks between players. Still Alan Sam Maximin, exciting play, and then a deflected effort in the end, caught by Martinez low down. He'd probably earned the right to take the shot on. It was mesmerising stuff. But it ended up in the hands of the Aston Villa goalkeeper. 5.5 minutes played of the minimum 7. 1-0 Newcastle. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. Chukwuemeka into the Newcastle half. Douglas Luiz receives it left of centre. Mings on the left wing, back inside. Ramsey. Cher pushes it away. Bruno tries to win it. Danny Ings has got it. Here's Luca Digne. Cross takes a big touch off Ryan Fraser. And then Bruno Guimaraes is taken out by Jacob Ramsey, is it? And it's, or is it Luca Digne? It's one of the two. Bruno wins them a free kick. Having nodded the ball away, he was then clattered. And free kick on the right, probably just at the edge of the defensive third of the pitch. And about 30 seconds plus whatever the referee decides to add on.
In the corner.
Beyond the 7th. 1-0 up. Fabian Cher with it. And down the line it goes, but it goes out. Did you want him to switch it to the other side?
No, just stick it in there. Stick it down the corner.
Fans pointing to their wrists. Referee has a look at the watch on his. Still we play on. Forwards by Villa. Kraft backpedaling. It's come to Cher, who gets rid. Craig Pawson blows for full time. Newcastle go 4 points clear of the relegation zone, and 3 Premier League victories on the spin for the first time since November 2018. Kieran Trippier did it again with a free kick, and this time it was the winning goal coming in the first half. He went off injured in the second half, which is a big concern for Eddie Howe, who also lost Javier Manquillo to injury. But despite the disruption in defence, they hung on for victory.
under pressure for most of the second half from Aston Villa. And John Anderson, that is a huge result.
Massive result. I mean, it wasn't pretty, but it's not about being pretty, it's about getting points on the board. 3 wins on the bounce, important win. Didn't see a great deal of the ball second half. I mean, first half was pretty even. We got the break with the free kick, but Villa dominated the ball second half without really creating a great deal. They had most of the ball. Just kept going side to side. I thought we defended well, thought we kept our shape well, and our work rate was excellent. Thought Dan Burn came in, looks like he's played there all his life for us. You know, he was excellent, never put a foot wrong. Losing Trippier, of course, a blow. Manquillo again came in at left back, was excellent. To lose him was a blow as well. You know, a lot of good performances again today, but a huge win.
Results yesterday, I know Everton beat Leeds, which didn't help Leeds, but moved Everton away from danger a little bit more. Norwich lost, and Watford lost. Today Burnley have lost. So like in midweek, other scores have gone for them, and they've done their bit as well, and that's what it's all about.
Look, all you can do is look after yourself and hope, and just hope that other results go your way. You got to worry about yourself first and foremost and winning games. 3 wins on the bounce, you couldn't have asked more. You know, we couldn't buy a win. We never looked like winning games. All of a sudden we look more solid. We're not giving a lot away. We've got a better shape to us. Everybody knows their job. Everybody's work rate is excellent. Can't ask much more.
Well, they're going around the pitch again, Newcastle's players, with Eddie Howe and his staff, to acknowledge the supporters and thank them for their terrific backing today. Once again, Dan Burn on his own rubs his face with his black and white shirt. What an emotional day for him, and as Ando says, a terrific performance at the heart of Newcastle's defence. One of their top performers, but Kieran Trippier, the match winner, with the free kick in the first half, and hopefully the injury isn't too serious. West Ham away at 12:30, lunchtime kick-off next Saturday is their next fixture. And remember, Total Sport back tomorrow. Phone in to have your say from 6 on BBC Radio Newcastle tomorrow night. 4 points clear of the relegation zone after a third win on the spin. Newcastle United 1, Aston Villa 0. Trippier, is he going to take responsibility again? Steps back from the ball. It's fairly square to it, Trippier. And here is the free kick. Kieran Trippier.
Yes!
Oh! Was there ever any doubt? He's done it again. And Kieran Trippier with another free kick. And it's Newcastle United 1, Aston Villa 0.
Total Sport.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
With the latest news at 11 o'clock. Good morning, I'm Tom Clayton. Work is underway to restore power to hundreds of thousands of homes after one of the worst storms to hit the UK in decades. Almost 200,000 homes across the UK still have no electricity this morning. A gust of wind was measured at 122 miles an hour on the Isle of Wight yesterday. The Ukrainian military claims a soldier has been killed in shelling by pro-Russian separatists in East Ukraine. Violence there this week in a long-running conflict has stirred concern it could be the trigger for Russian military action. Meanwhile, Boris Johnson is on his way to Munich, where he'll address a security conference. In a message on Twitter in the past few hours, he said Western solidarity was needed to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. MI5 is warning that British MPs, universities and businesses are being targeted by Russia and China to infiltrate our economy. Director General Ken McCallum says interference is becoming more common and calls on the UK to overhaul espionage laws. And Team GB have won a silver medal at the Winter Games in the men's curling. Sweden needed an extra end to take a close match 5-4.
Some things in life are just guaranteed to make you feel good. Like hitting the road in a Mini Electric and feeling that adrenaline rush. With a smile creeping across your face until you're grinning from ear to ear. It's got everything you'd want from a Mini. Same great looks, same great drive, and the same unmistakable Mini feeling, but now electrified. It's time to join the thousands who have already switched. So book your 24-hour test drive now. Search Mini Electric. And don't just drive it, feel it. Test drive subject to status and availability.
Game Day. Game Day. Saturdays redefined. Game Day exclusive on Talk Sport. Here's superior commentary of 3 supercharged Premier League games. Football on the radio doesn't come any bigger than this.
He's gone straight in!
Game Day exclusive on Talk Sport.
Welcome to Game Day exclusive on a heavyweight weekend across the Talk Sport network.
Right, listen up. It's fight week on TalkSport. And there's some game day grudges that need settling. So get ready, because the gloves are now off. Alright, so in round 1, you got the mighty West Ham fighting for top 4.
Now Bowen with the left-footed effort into the corner.
Oi, Man United, watch out, bruv. We're coming for you.
You irons. They're taking on Newcastle, who are in a real scrap for survival.
Onto his left foot and fires it in. What a wonderful goal from Alan Saint-Maximin.
I'll tell you, honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Don't call it a comeback.
Ding ding, round 2. It's getting tasty. Brentford. Remember when they knocked out Arsenal earlier this season?
Brentford 2, Arsenal 0. The bees are buzzing and they sting Arsenal.
I'm going to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
So I think it's fair to say the Gooners will be coming in all guns blazing.
Saka with a shot. Saka with the goal. Arsenal 1, Manchester City 0.
Let me tell you, Brentford, you are getting it.
And in round 3, this one should be a belter. Remember when Spurs left City flat on the canvas?
Son able to get there. Left-footed shot is in. And Tottenham have the breakthrough with a goal from Son.
You what, mate? We're going to send your legs wobbly, like the hitman himself.
Oh, he's got it with the left foot. Huge left foot.
Sterling must score and does score.
Riyad Mahrez.
Bernardo Silva.
Wait, what? All right, everyone, calm down, you lot. I think you better take over, mate. I've got to sort this one out. Look, calm down, fellas. Save it for the ring. Why are you scraping out?
Yes, it's a knockout weekend we've got in store for you. Firstly, the battle for the top 4 takes centre stage on Game Day exclusive. The Hammers hoping to smash the Magpies from here at the London Stadium at 12:30. West Ham versus Newcastle United. The Gunners then aim to shoot down Brentford, looking for revenge after that opening day shock. Live on TalkSport 2 from 3 p.m. And then Spurs' Champions League hopes could be down and out for the count as they go to the undisputed champs Manchester City here on TalkSport from 5:30 p.m. That all is merely an aperitif to the main event from Manchester Arena. The grudge match finally here. Amir Khan and Kell Brook finally face off from 7:30 this evening, live and exclusive to national radio right here on TalkSport. We'll be from the first whistle this afternoon through to the final bell on what should be a sensational Saturday. I am Hugh Wisencroft here inside a very calm, quiet, a lovely afternoon, I've got to say, for Premier League football. Newcastle visiting West Ham United. Desperate West Ham, I think, to put some consistency together while Newcastle are flying up the table and away from trouble, it seems. Alongside me, TalkSport's Ian Danter and the former West Ham and England striker Dean Ashton. Good morning, gentlemen. Before we get to the football, Dino, the juices are flowing for the fight a little bit later on tonight. Khan versus Brook. You going to be watching?
I am all in, yeah. I've already got the fight purchased, ready. Lads are coming round, takeaway, beers. I'm all in. Honestly, I can't wait. I think it is a fight that I've always wanted to see. Felt like it's taken forever. But actually, I think because they're both in the same sort of situation in their careers, that's what makes it fascinating for me.
It's going to be absolutely superb. All the build
Team
up.
Brook, by the way, Team Brook.
Team Brook, yeah, okay. Well, all the build up from 7:30 p.m. on TalkSport this afternoon. Ian Danter, pretty excited for the game here this afternoon as well. West Ham only 1 win in the last 4 Premier League games. They're 5th in the table at the moment. Newcastle winning 3 on the bounce, 4 points clear of the bottom 3 and feeling like they're going to be safe.
I saw the win at Leeds that started this run.
I was there for TalkSport 2 that afternoon, and the full-time whistle, there was a real moment with those players, just a realisation of what they actually could achieve and what was within their capabilities as a squad. I'm pretty sure that losing Kieran Trippier for as long as they will with his fractured metatarsal is a big blow that they've got to try and recover from, but we've only seen a fleeting glimpse so far of Bruno Guimaraes, so I don't know whether we might see more of a sighter of him to be creative further at the pitch. And I don't know what Dean thinks, but the idea of Guimaraes and Sam Maximan in the same sort of front 4-5 for Newcastle sounds a really enticing prospect if they can get it right.
I think you're right. I think he's obviously just given him a little taster anyhow, hasn't he, Guimaraes? But I think he might start. I don't know. I think he might start in this game. I just think to get him alongside Joe Linton maybe and Shelvey just in that middle of the park, I think could really work well for them. And you're right, I agree. It's that win away at Ellen Road, a tough place to go, an incredibly tough atmosphere, to come away with that victory when Leeds were very close and could have pulled away. Was a fantastic result, and they're the results that give you just such a huge amount of confidence when you're in the bottom three.
It's momentum, isn't it? It's what you want at this point in the season, where I think your hopes can actually be made or broken. I know we talk about the run-in a lot, but you need to be there or thereabouts when we get to the business end, so it's very important this stage of the season. West Ham need to build that momentum in terms of chasing a place in the Champions League, because let's be frank, it hasn't been, I know this table looks good at the moment, but it hasn't been the greatest period for West Ham United this season.
That's true, but a West Ham fan, if he was asked at the start of the season, do you want to be, a chance of going fourth mid-February, how many West Ham fans would say, yes please, I'll take that? So it's a bad trot of form, but they're not the only ones who are trying to reach a Champions League place that are stuttering and stumbling at the minute. But West Ham, a West Ham fan must be, if they think logically, Dean, they've got to be thinking, yeah, we're in a good position.
I think so, but I think probably for me, you look at the way Newcastle have freshened in January and what that can do for the squad, the lift it can give everybody. I just felt what a great opportunity it was for West Ham in January. Go and freshen it up. Yep. Go and put the players that are already there under pressure to perform every week, and I just think they missed a chance.
Mikel Antonio in particular talking about competition for places. Very quickly, who is today more important for out of these two sides?
I actually think at the moment it is West Ham. If they really feel like they can get top four, you can't slip up. You can't keep slipping up. You've got to just keep ploughing forward, win after win, result after result. And they need a good performance as well. They haven't really played that well. I thought they were better against Leicester in the first half, but they haven't had a consistent 90 minutes for quite a few weeks now.
And the fans just beginning to come in now inside the Olympic Park. Should be a full house here, 60,000 or so, a few thousand making that long journey, 5-hour drive, probably not on the train. Those Newcastle fans, though, at the moment very happy with their team and looking up the table. And there are plenty of fantastic features and interviews coming up ahead of a 12:30 kickoff here on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport. We'll be taking a check-in on Eddie Howe's progress at Newcastle.
At Bournemouth, we were machines, we were just like, we're flying everywhere. But now it's a lot more, everyone knows their job even more now and how to defend as a team.
We'll look at how Premier League clubs treat their academy players who don't quite make the grade.
I think it's a great idea, because had that happened to me, I believe maybe I would have still got a job in football, in a different capacity maybe.
What exactly is going wrong at Spurs right now? Jamie O'Hara investigates.
Jose Mourinho, Nuno Espirito Santo and Conte at times have just struggled to get that out of these players, and it seems to be a mentality issue, and you get the impression with Conte he's not going to stand for it much longer.
As well as all of that, we're going to hear about the good work Crystal Palace are doing in the community. We'll pay tribute to the evergreen James Milner at Liverpool following commentary here of West Ham against Newcastle. Then Adrian Durham takes you around the grounds in the Premier League EFL with Game Day live at 2:30, while over on TalkSport 2 at 3, live commentary of Arsenal versus Brentford. Then at 5:30, massive game up in Manchester. City versus Tottenham Hotspur, followed by our exclusive commentary not far away at Manchester Arena of Caen versus Brook, at the AO Arena I should say. All of these matches exclusively live on the TalkSport network. You can get instant access to those commentaries via the TalkSport app. Simple to download, of course, from your usual app provider. So, team news ahead of our match here at the London Stadium, out in just under 20 minutes. What can we expect, Ian Danter?
Well, these fixtures are the reverse of the opening weekend in the Premier League, and it was quite the statement of intent from West Ham to win 4-2 on Tyneside in mid-August, a result which only confirmed the summertime fears of the Geordie nation about their team's prospects. Now, whilst the Magpies are currently hovering just above the bottom three, the recent arrival of the new owners, the management and the players in the January window has brought a renewed sense of optimism, backed up by 3 successive wins for Eddie Howe's men. But the win over Villa last weekend did come at a cost, with Kieran Trippier's fractured foot ruling him and his vast experience out for a few crucial weeks. Chris Wood, another recent capture, yet to score for his new club, but has loved playing West Ham in the past. He scored 7 goals in 9 Premier League appearances against the Hammers, a record he only betters against Brighton and Huddersfield. At the other end of the Premier League, there appear to be at least 5 teams falling over themselves trying to nab 4th spot, and West Ham will go back 4th for 24 hours at least with a win here. The fans' forums and blogs have been full of questions about Michail Antonio's lack of goals, just 2 since October, and whether David Moyes needs a fresh look to his front line this lunchtime and deploy the form player Jared Bowen through the middle as the 25-year-old plots a course to what must surely be, as you'll hear from Dean in a bit, a debut England call-up next month. The visitors have just one away maximum all season. That was the 1-0 success at Leeds at the end of January that started this 3-game winning streak they bring here to East London. They won't want that bubble to burst here, but West Ham want to buck a trend of recent form here. They've lost 2 of their last 4, Hugh, here to Leeds and Southampton.
A big afternoon, I think, for both teams to lay down a marker in terms of results. Up next, we're going to hear more about the impact that Eddie Howe has had on Tyneside. But remember, this is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with Now, and you can watch with a Now Sports Day membership all the Sky Sports action, including Manchester City versus Tottenham live today, for just £11.99 without a contract. Just search Now Sports.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with We Buy Any Car. Buy without part exchanging and you could get a bigger discount on your next car.
Get goals in the sun. Get goals in the sun. Goals in the morning. You're reading goals in the morning. We've got goals inside. We've got goals. Sweet goals pull out. Bang, bang, bang.
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts and more in the Sun's free Goals Pull-Out. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals and a wide range of trade quality building products. In February, we've got an Axis 90 M4A white PVC centre pivot roof window for only £145 ex-VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
VAT charged at 20%.
When you bet fair on football, you get daily rewards. So any day can be a big deal. So whether it's a lower league match day, a top flight derby day, or a Champions League superstar showdown day, get a £5 free bet when you bet £20 worth of multiples or bet builders. Daily rewards. Because we're Betfair.
Max £5 free bet per day. Each bet must have at least one selection of minimum odds of 1.5 or 1 to 2 or more. Free bet valid 24 hours on multiples or bet builders. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Oh, now that's a lovely touch. We can't tell you if it's going to be a 7-goal thriller or a 0-0 bore draw today. But with Capital One's Balance Transfer Guarantee, we can tell you if you'll be able to transfer the amount you need before you apply for a credit card, without affecting your credit score. Oh, nicely done. Balance Transfer Guarantee from Capital One. That's credit done right.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, This isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2021 and 30th of September 2021 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Hey friend, nothing like a busy day, week, month, last 5 minutes, life to work up an appetite. Makes you want to hit up Just Eat. For your favourite McDonald's, Costa Coffee, Greggs, Zizzi, Starbucks, German Doner Kebab, Creams, KFC, Taco Bell, Subway. No worries. We got it. We got it. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Man City vs Tottenham live today on Sky Sports for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Game day today.
Manchester City versus Spurs. Coverage from 5. Kick-off 5:30 p.m.
on TalkSport.
You're listening to Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with myself, Hugh Woozencroft, inside the London Stadium as we bring you another great Premier League meeting. West Ham hosting Newcastle. Now, the Magpies have had a fantastic recent upturn in form. It may seem like, though, they've only improved since splashing the cash in January. We know the fingers are going to get pointed in that respect. But what impact has their manager, Eddie Howe, had on the players that he inherited as well? Well, TalkSport's Toon fan, Lindsay Hipgrave, has taken a closer look.
In recent weeks, the tide has been turning for the Toon.
It's Trippier. Fires it into the wall, through the wall, and into the back of the net. Newcastle's new era is here.
After 3 wins in a row, Eddie Howe's army are beginning to march towards safety.
I'm just so pleased with the players' response to what we've asked them to do, and I think that's the key thing. You need that collective spirit, you need the buy-in from the group.
But have they simply bought themselves out of trouble, or is there more to it than that? What has Howe changed at Newcastle to bring the best out of his squad? There seems to have been a marked difference since the departure of Steve Bruce and Howe's arrival. Here's the Mail's North East football correspondent Craig Hope.
He has made gains on fitness, organisation, motivation, set pieces. There were so many areas he could make an immediate improvement of just by not being Steve Bruce, just by being somebody different, working with a group of players who were deconditioned, were demotivated, even by their own admission.
And that strong work ethic has become a hallmark of training sessions. Let's hear from winger Ryan Fraser.
The lads are taking to him really well. I mean, he's got some fresh ideas, just different ways of how we need to defend, trying to keep our back four more intact. I mean, at Bournemouth we were machines. We were just like, we're flying everywhere. But now it's a lot more, everyone knows their job even more now and how to defend as a team.
Fraser played just 68 minutes this season under Steve Bruce. Under Howe, he's already played 627.
Maybe, I don't know if I didn't suit the team. I'm not too sure. I wasn't at my best. I wasn't fit. Confidence is a massive thing in football. It's not something you can just find, and I'll start doing that under this manager, I think.
Despite 5 new additions in the January window, the recent performances of some of the players that Howe inherited have been eye-catching. Here's former Newcastle centre-back Stephen Taylor.
I think if you look at Joe Linton...
Oh, and it's 2-0! Joe Linton puts the ball in!
You know, he's really been, for me, the standout kind of player. I think the position, I think with Howe's got him in that kind of role where he's more effective. You know, you see the engine that he's got. Hear the Newcastle United players talk about his physical presence, you know, one of the fittest at the football club, and with John Joe.
Shelvey around the wall and in! John Joe Shelvey gives Newcastle hope of salvation!
Getting him on the ball more, and I think letting him play his normal game instead of more of a defensive kind of structured role. And I think the balance that Eddie Howe has brought to the players and the fans now have really started to speak very highly of them.
Even the January signings have noticed the tempo rise in sessions. Newcastle have a Trainer of the Month competition, which new boy Matt Targett has set his sights on.
I think it was like my 3rd or 4th day, and Joe Linton won Trainer of the Month. I was like, hang on, what's going on here? I think he won 250 quid or something like that. So I was like, all right, I need to start performing in training. Make a few tackles that are unnecessary.
Here's Toon boss Eddie Howe.
It is amazing how these things get out, honestly. There's a system we go to find that. So without giving too much away, it's
it's good, it's interesting. I think the players hopefully buy into it, and it involves our fine system as well. So there's quite a lot to discuss on that. But yeah, we do little things just to try and make training interesting and more stimulating for them.
Onto his left foot and fires it in! What a wonderful goal from Alan Saint-Maximin!
We do little things just to try and make training interesting and more stimulating for them. All I can say is that we've tried to implement our style onto the players, especially at this moment. I think mid-season, just the key principles that I felt were very important for the team, and I've got to say I'm delighted with how the players have adapted to that.
Despite a happy camp and improved results, Newcastle aren't out of the woods yet, and an injury to new fan favourite Kieran Trippier hasn't helped. Here's Stephen Taylor again.
To be honest with you, it is a massive blow because what he brings with his leadership skills, I think Eddie Howe and a few of the players have mentioned it. As soon as he came in, very loud voice around the dressing room. He'll be a massive miss. I think just with his game, the way he plays, and he offers something different that we haven't had before.
There may be plenty of new heroes to celebrate on Tyneside, but Eddie Howe may need to rely on his flourishing familiar faces to get the job done.
The reality is there's a lot more hard work ahead. We've left everything on the pitch. I think you've seen that. But that can't just be a 3-game sequence. That has to be us and our identity for the future.
Our thanks to Lindsay Hipgrave for underlining the effect that Eddie Howe has had. All smiles on the Newcastle fans at the moment, although, Dean Ashton, not on all of their players. We've just seen the Newcastle team get off the bus. I mean, a few of them looking absolutely miserable. Chris Wood, Dan Burn at the front. I know they've had a long journey. They cancelled their plane yesterday due to the travel. They had to come down in the coach, maybe stiff legs, I don't know. But a few getting off at the end, I've got to say, who looked in better mood. So maybe it's the front of the bus guys, the geeks, against the cool guys at the back. I don't know how it works. You tell me.
They don't know. They were born, these lads, do they? The bus journey used to be better than the games when I was playing. No, I think probably, like Dan said earlier off air, I think it's the game face, isn't it? It's about concentration. Players just do whatever they feel is right leading into the game, whether it's headphones or whatever.
What do you think's going on with Newcastle at the moment, though? I jest about the mood. They must be feeling pretty delighted with how things are going. Is it just the impact of the new signings to give everyone a lift, or did it take a little bit of time for Eddie Howe's methods to maybe come out on the pitch?
I think a bit of both. I think definitely January signings lifts a squad because it heightens everybody's senses. The ones that are playing already, who I think have gone up a notch since then players have come in because of the threat of maybe losing your place. But also, I think what was interesting in what Ryan Fraser said there was how they now work as a side. And he was saying at Bournemouth it was just kind of, everything at 100 miles an hour, whereas it seems a little bit more structured. And I agree with that. I feel like I've seen that. I feel like the likes of Fraser himself, Joe Linton, even Chris Wood since coming in, St. Maximin, even John Joe Shelby, I think, has been excellent in the last 3 or 4 games. When they press, they really do seem to press as a team, and you can tell that's organised. And you'd think that's the minimum that any team should have, but sometimes it takes a manager to instill that confidence and belief in what you're working on, and they've seen the results because of it. And it's almost like it's just they've all taken that and that belief and have kind of ran with it.
Speaking of their belief, how will they feel coming to West Ham today? Because they are still, for me, West Ham United on the day, one of the best sides in the Premier League right now. Do you think they will approach it with a front foot mentality? Keep that momentum going? Maybe come out and try and attack?
Yes, up to a certain point. I don't think they're a team that are just going to press high all the time. You only have to look at their stats all season to show that they're not necessarily that type of side. But what they will do is they'll probably set a few traps for West Ham. They'll have plenty of possession, I would have thought, at the back. And then when they go and spring and try and win the ball back, they do get a lot of players forward, I've noticed, certainly in recent weeks. But Hugh, when you go on these runs, 1 minute you're at the bottom of the league and you feel like, where's the win coming from? You can see the goal and everyone's head goes down. All of a sudden you get 3 wins. You're not coming here worried about if you concede the first goal. You're just coming here thinking you can win. It's amazing what a few results can do, getting out and above that dreaded dotted line. It's incredible what it does to players.
It has been a huge lift at Newcastle United, and they can maybe now start really looking up the table for you. Dude, is this a side that's definitely going to be safe now?
I feel as if it is just in the the way they've played, the way they've worked, the togetherness of the side now that I've seen, I really feel like they're only going to be looking upwards, and they'll feel, look, come here, silence this crowd, nick a win, and all of a sudden you're jumping ahead of teams just ahead of you and feel like you're really out and away, especially with that game in hand, which if you were to take at least until Norwich play this afternoon, just see that gap lengthening away from Norwich gives you great confidence to go on for the rest of the season.
Feels like it could be a real possibility, real impact that Eddie Howe has had at Newcastle United. We'll see what West Ham can bring to the party this afternoon at the London Stadium. Remember, live kickoff from 12:30. We will have the team news next, though, here at the London Stadium. This is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with We Buy Any Car. Sell your car in 3 simple steps.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Man City vs Tottenham live today on Sky Sports for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
For Betfair, betting is supposed to be fun. A way to play where you're in control. And to help you make the right choice and stay in control, Betfair has created some online tools. They're practical, so you can set yourself a deposit limit or a loss limit. Get reminders after a certain amount of time playing with Reality Check, and take breaks with a timeout, so your betting stays fun. To try them out, go to responsiblegambling.betfair.com. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug.
Another 7-0 win!
Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2021 and 30th of September 2021 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Get goals in the sun! Get goals in the sun! Goals in the morning! You're reading goals in the morning! We've got goals inside! We've got goals! Sweet goals pull out! Blah, blah, blah!
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts and more in the Sun's free Goals Pullout. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
What are you playing at? Look at your ideas, what are you doing? We need these 3 points.
We can't tell you exactly who is getting the hairdryer treatment right now. But with Capital One's balance transfer guarantee, we can tell you if you'll be able to transfer the amount you need before you apply for a credit card, without affecting your credit score.
Get them play! Come on!
Balance transfer guarantee from Capital One. That's credit done right.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade go.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals and a wide range of trade quality building products. In February, we've got a 38mm Black Slate 3-metre worktop for only £29.99 ex-VAT while stocks last. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade go.
VAT charged at 20%.
Hey friend, nothing like a busy day, week, month, last 5 minutes, life to work up an appetite. Makes you want to hit up Just Eat. For your favourite McDonald's, Costa Coffee, Greggs, ZZ, Starbucks, German Doner Kebab, Queens, KFC, Taco Bell, Subway. No worries, we got it. We got it. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with We Buy Any Car. Don't part exchange. Get money off your next car.
The spirit of Saturday is upon us.
Hard-hitting football coverage. From the terraces to the touchline. Game Day exclusive on TalkSport.
Welcome back to the London Stadium. This is Game Day exclusive. I am Hugh Wizencroft. Fans now coming into the stadium, beginning to enjoy themselves. It is that kind of place, and it's been that kind of atmosphere. I know it's a stadium they haven't loved, but under David Moyes, with their run to Europe last season, they have been very, very happy, and they're expecting more this season. They expect 3 points today. The teams are in, all thanks to the Betfair. Here's our match commentator, Ian Danter.
Well, there's creative players missing for both sides this afternoon. We'll start with West Ham, who make 3 changes
from the 2-2 draw against Leicester City. There is a return for Kurt Zouma in centre half. He of course withdrew in the warm-up at the King Power Stadium, complaining of feeling unwell, but he returns to the back four in place of Issa Diop. Ryan Fredericks is given a run at right back. Vladimir Soufal had the run around from Harvey Barnes last Sunday. He's out of the squad altogether, is Soufal. The other change sees Manuel Lanzini missing. Saïd Benrahma comes in to replace him. So West Ham line up with Lucas Fabianski in goal. It's a back four of Ryan Fredericks, Craig Dawson, Kurt Zouma and Aaron Cresswell. Thomas Soucek and Declan Rice holding in front of them. Jared Bowen, Pablo Fornals and Saïd Benrahma in behind Michail Antonio up front. And a bench for West Ham of Areola, Yarmolenko, Vlasic, Noble, Diop, Johnson, Kral, Alese and Chesters. As for Newcastle United, the big news for them is that Alan Saint-Maximin is not part of the squad. He did pick up a foot injury during the course of the win against Villa last Sunday, and he's not been risked. He's not even on the bench for Eddie Howe this afternoon. His place goes to Jacob Murphy. Two of the changes at full-back, Emil Kraft comes in for the injured Kieran Trippier, and Matt Targett, who couldn't play against Villa, his parent club, last Sunday, he replaces an absent Javier Manquillo. So Martin Dubravka is the Newcastle goalkeeper. Emil Kraft, Fabian Schär, Dan Burn and Matt Targett in the Newcastle back four. Joe Willock, John Joe Shelby and Joe Linton are the three Joes in midfield. And then Ryan Fraser and Jacob Murphy either side of Chris Wood, yet to break his duck for Newcastle up front. The bench for the Magpies, Darlow is the sub-keeper, along with Dummett, Lascelles, Fernandez, Almiron, Gale, Longstaff, Guimaraes and De Bolle.
Ian, thank you very much. Those lineups were brought to you by Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage, where you'll get no cash-out suspensions on match odds and over or under goal markets on football. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, of course. Well, the big team news there, Dean Aston, former England striker who's alongside me, is no Alan Saint-Maximin for Newcastle United. Little Birdie tells us it's just a knock, but it is a big blow for them considering the players that they already have out, Callum Wilson and Kieran Trippier. How much will it affect them this afternoon?
I think it'll affect them massively because he's been in such good form, almost unplayable in some of the games, and he just gives them such thrust from when they win the ball back that teams have struggled to cope. They have to double up on him. It means that other players are free, and Jacob Murphy is a good hard-working player, but he's not Alan Saint-Maximin, and so I think that will affect them. I think it'll affect the way they play. I think it could change maybe just their style and their approach in this game as well. To me, it looks like a workman-like team, that Newcastle side, that'll come here, try and frustrate and maybe try and nick a 1-0. I don't see them maybe being as on the front foot as they would do with Saint-Maximin.
It's that outlook ball as well, isn't it? That ability to know that if you just put it in that part of the pitch, you'll probably get there first. He'll probably hold it up, go at his man, get the team up the pitch. They had that outlet too with Callum Wilson when he was in the side as a centre forward. They don't necessarily have that with Chris Wood as more of a back to his goal target man and more traditional, if you like. How are they going to get out this afternoon against West Ham then?
Well, I think they still have to believe that the players that have come in are good enough. It'll just be slightly different. You're right. Alan Saint-Maximin can pick the ball up in a defensive position when they've just cleared out their own box and get to the other 18-yard box on his own. That's how effective he can be. Jacob Murphy isn't going to do that, but he'll certainly play that role with discipline, and he can attack in his own way. But I just feel them without Saint-Maximin, I thought Guimaraes might play in midfield as well, but he's not got a start again, and Willock has played in there. Again, it's going to be workmanlike, but I just think without Alan Saint-Maximin, I think West Ham will think, right, we can really go out, press hard, press early, press high, without that genuine threat from him.
We knew already that Kieran Trippier was going to be missing. He could be out for the rest of the campaign for Newcastle. He's had a massive effect since arriving from Atletico Madrid. How big a miss is he as well when you think defensively, but also what he adds in attack?
It's a massive miss because it's no surprise that so many players and even the managers come out and said the effect that Kieran Trippier's had. He's got that elite mentality. He won La Liga last season with Atletico, and so he's full of confidence himself coming in. He knows his qualities, set pieces, we've already seen that, but not only that, set pieces in terms of corners and free kicks for his teammates to go and attack. I think it'll be a real miss. And Emil Kraft, he just isn't anywhere near the same sort of player. So again, that'll be an area that I would have thought West Ham will look to try and exploit.
Murphy going up against Fredericks. Soufal not in the team after that. You're right to say it, Ian. I mean, he was terrorised by Harvey Barnes. Maybe Fredericks was thinking he was going to have a tougher afternoon than he maybe will have. Kurt Zouma also in that defence for West Ham United. That's a big positive for them.
It is, yeah, on the playing front, absolutely. He's been outstanding alongside Dawson in that defence, and Ogbono when he was playing. He's brought that extra bit of quality, having come from Chelsea, and West Ham have benefited from it, which is why they took the decision to play him when many of us felt he shouldn't, because they feel he's that important to that defensive line. Fredericks has come in. I thought he might come in anyway, even if Soufal was fit, just because of that electric pace of St Maximin. But look, I'm not very good at knots, but clearly they haven't been able to untie Soufal after last weekend.
Dean Ashton, thank you very much. The teams are in. Kick-off at 12:30 between West Ham and Newcastle, live and exclusive for you right here on TalkSport. There is another exclusive commentary at 12:30 over on TalkSport 2. The Championship leaders Fulham host Huddersfield. Former Ipswich Town forward Sam Parking alongside our match commentator Joe Shannon. Who's got your teams?
Hugh, good morning. Fulham will go 9 points clear at the top of the division if they win today, and their number 9, Alexander Mitrovic, is eyeing up some Championship history. His next league goal would be his 32nd of the season, the most goals scored in the regular Championship campaign since it was rebranded in 2004. For Fulham today, just the one change, the side that won at Hull, Decordova-Reid for Cabano, so Rodak the goalkeeper, Williams, Tosin, Ream and Robinson the back four, Kearney and Chalobah holding, Wilson, Carvalho and Decordova-Reid behind Mitrovic. Huddersfield are the form team in the division, unbeaten in 14 in all competitions, very much in the hunt for promotion. 3 changes, the side held to a goalless draw by Sheffield United. Turton for the injured Pippa, Toffolo for Ruffles and Holmes for Karoma. Nichols will be the goalkeeper. Turton, Pearson, Lees and Toffolo the back four. Russell, Hogg and O'Brien in the middle. Thomas and Holmes either side of Ward up front. It's first against fifth in the Championship. It's live on TalkSport 2 from 12:30 with myself and the former Ipswich striker Sam Parkett.
Joe, thank you very much. Make sure you download the TalkSport app. Just hit live games. You can move seamlessly between East and West London, Craven Cottage, and here at the London Stadium from 12:30. Let's look ahead, though, to this evening's Premier League action with Now.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Man City vs Tottenham live today on Sky Sports for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports 18+, stream via internet. Terms apply.
Yes, live and exclusively on TalkSport this evening. Tottenham Hotspur travel to Manchester City. It's a 5:30 kickoff with Sam Matterface and Mickey Gray. And after 3 league losses in a row, it's fair to say it's been a pretty stressful time for Spurs fans. None more so than our very own sports bar host Jamie O'Hara, who's been tearing his hair out, what's left of it, over his former side this week. So he sent Jamie on a mission to find out why Antonio Conte can't get his side firing. Keep your ears to the ground. Here comes Inspector O'Hara.
You could say I've been a little bit harsh on Spurs recently. Shocking performance. Tactical disaster, really, wasn't it? Honestly, it's so frustrating. Giving away cheap goals every single week. This is Tottenham. Come on. So, I've got to work out what is going on. Why are we so bad at the back?
Defensively, they were absolutely shambolic.
Where are the leaders in that dressing room?
Very, very unhappy, aren't they, the Tottenham fans?
And why hasn't Conte been able to change things?
As for Antonio Conte's side, it's now 3 league defeats in a row.
Right, it's time to pick up my hat, my pipe, my trench coat, and my magnifying glass. I'm going undercover. I need to find out what's going on behind the scenes at the club. Who have I got in my contacts? What about Alistair Gold, Spurs correspondent at Football London? He's always in the know. Psst, Goldie, what you got for me?
All right, Jamie, keep it on the down low, okay? The training sessions, I'm told, are absolutely incredible. Everything I'm hearing is that they're loving those. They're incredibly intense sessions. You know, the Pochettino teams were known for their kind of aggressive pressing all around the pitch, and various managers since, you know, Jose Mourinho, Nuno Espirito Santo and Conte at times have just struggled to get that out of these players, and it seems to be a mentality issue, and you get the impression with Conte, he's not going to stand for it much longer.
Cheers, Alistair. I'll keep it under my hat. Next, I need to find out where the leaders have gone. I know who I should speak to. A real leader in the dressing room during his time at Spurs. My old mate, Clive Allen. Psst. Clive, what's up with this lot?
It's something that when I was involved coaching, you talk to all the coaches after games, and one of the main questions was, who's your personalities, who's your characters in your squad? We've had a few over the years. Ledley was quiet, but he was an influential character. Michael Dawson was vocal. He was a real personality. Paul Miller, Graham Roberts, they told you if you weren't pulling your weight. I don't think Spurs have that type of character at the moment.
Cheers, Clive. Conte has definitely got his work cut out for himself with this lot. I wonder if he's ever been in a situation like this before. I know. Maybe European football expert Nicky Bandini can tell us some more. Psst. Nicky, has Conte ever faced a problem like this in his career?
All right, Jamie, keep it under your hat, but here's what you need to know. He didn't walk into the Juventus we think of today that won 9 league titles in a row. He walked into a club that was 7th, that was still dusting itself off after Calciopoli, and he was the one who started that journey. So certainly at Juventus, he would tell you he didn't have all the resources and funds that he wanted, but then he would say he hasn't had that anywhere along the line. He'd tell you he didn't get what he wanted at Juventus, nor Chelsea, nor Inter, probably, if you go down the list, to some greater or lesser degree.
Cheers, Nicky. Let's take a look at just how bad it is for Tottenham at the moment. I need my Spursiometer. Go gadget Spurs. Blimey. If Spurs lose against Manchester City, it will be the first time in 18 years that we've suffered 4 successive losses in the Premier League.
Maybe I feel the 1% of possibility to have the ambition to finish 4. And in this moment we have to fight with these teams. For sure, for me, it's a totally different situation compared my past.
I've got to get my former gaffer on the phone. Harry Redknapp's my man. Psst, Harry! Where's it all going so wrong?
Well, I think the recruitment's not been good. As good as Conte may be, or his record tells you he's been top drawer. He needs good players. He's not capable of turning average players into great players. There's no one around can do that.
Do you reckon Conte will stick around then, Harry?
I don't think he will stick around if he doesn't see a little bit of progression there and a chance to be up there looking to win something. I think he'll get disillusioned very quickly.
Cheers for that, Gaffer. Top man. Well, we've certainly figured out a few things about the issues at Spurs right now. In summary, here's what I think. If Spurs don't back Antonio Conte, he'll walk. Honestly, I think he'll walk. He looks like he wants to walk already. And we have to back him in the summer, give him 100 million, get rid of some deadwood and get it done early. Stop waiting until the last minute to get things done. Try and get 3 or 4 signings before pre-season starts, because then he can come in, work with them players and give the team a boost. If we don't do that, I'm being serious. If I was him, I'd be walking. If he don't get backed, if I was him, I'd say, you know what? I'm not wasting any more of my energy on this.
Absolutely superb from Jamie O'Hara. I'm not sure I'm going to look at him ever again in the same way. Inspector O'Hara is his brand new nickname in the office as far as I'm concerned. But he has a point when it comes to Antonio Conte at Spurs. And we're going to come to what he just mentioned there on transfers in a second. But aside from the transfers, is he underperforming as the Spurs boss, Dean Ashton?
Yes, because he must have known what was there before he came in. Surely that's what you would do, wouldn't it? As an elite manager, you'd look what's there. You'd feel like, how can I improve this side? And there was a brief upturn, but then that's gone away again. It seems like, and also I'm not one. He's being very honest in the media, that's for sure. But that mustn't be nice if you're one of those players in that side, because he's not really filling you full of confidence when you're maybe not playing your best, is it? Basically saying most of this group know where we're at, not good enough really to challenge at the moment for top 4. Well, that doesn't send a great message to the players, I wouldn't have thought. So today's not going to be any easier, that's for sure, and City are just a complete machine at the moment.
Should the Spurs fans be concerned then about what Jamie was mentioning about maybe losing Antonio Conte? I think the transfers, there is a point being made by Jamie. They should go out and back him in the summer, get it done nice and early. But our very own Simon Jordan on TalkSport this week, he thinks it's just the media that have been framing Conte's comments in a way that makes it seem like he might leave if he doesn't get the investment he wants. In reality, he doesn't think that's the case. I wonder what you think, Dean, and then you, Ian.
Well, I think what was interesting in that package, we heard about the fact that when he was at Juventus and the stages that they were at, it wasn't exactly like he walked in there and they were just throwing money at everything. So it's not like this is a unique position he's never ever been in. And I just think he's going to need the time, Dance. He's going to need the summer at the very least. But he seems like the type of manager, and I applaud him for certainly speaking English in all of his interviews, but he's the type of manager that the press seem to be able to get a little something from every time.
Yeah, he does seem to bite a little bit at times when he maybe shouldn't. But, yeah, there are certain elements of the media that enjoy that. In terms of... This is the Premier League, Hugh, and the squads at the top end of the table are awash with high-quality players and money thrown at them left, right and centre. Spurs have tried it. It's not like Spurs haven't spent any dough in the last few years. The accusation is that they've spent it too late, or they've spent it in the wrong areas, and they've not replaced players when they've been allowed to leave. You think of Alderweireld and Vertonghen. Have they been replaced? No.
The big accusation, though, particularly when it came to Mauricio Pochettino, is that they didn't back their manager. The question Spurs fans are asking now is, are we going to do that again? Are we going to see a top manager leave the club because we refuse to back them in the transfer market?
I can only imagine the sort of uprising from the Spurs fans if he does walk, Dean, if he does go this summer, that Daniel Levy will... that is one... no director wants to be in a battle with supporters, but I can't see Daniel Levy surviving a battle like that if Conte's allowed to walk.
No, I mean, under Mourinho and under Nuno, I was at games at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and after games, even before games, there was some ill feeling towards the ownership, and it does feel as if Levy did brilliantly to get Conte in the first place, to go when teams like Manchester, or fans like Manchester United, felt like Manchester United should have been going for Conte. Well, Levy went out and did it and got his man, and the supporters must have been delighted. It's all about the summer. It is all about the summer. I'm not too sure about whether he'll leave if he doesn't maybe get what he wants. But they have to. You have to recognise when you've got a serial winner at the head of your football club and back the manager.
I think it's an interesting one when it comes to Tottenham Hotspur. I don't see how you appoint Antonio Conte with the quality of manager that you have and you don't back him. I think he's trying to drag the club in a more ambitious direction. That's the force of his personality, a force of nature, if you like. He's willing the club and he's making it very clear. If we want to be where this club thinks it should be, we have to do more. And I wonder if it will happen with Daniel Levy, but I can understand entirely what Antonio Conte is trying to do, whether that is in private or when speaking to us, the media. Anyway, brilliant package there from our producers and Jamie O'Hara. The Inspector is back with the Sports Bar alongside Jason Cunday from Tuesday night at 10 p.m. That a look ahead to this evening's Premier League action with Now. So don't forget, with a Now Sports Day membership, you can stream all the Sky Sports action, including Manchester City versus Spurs, live today from just £11.99 without a contract. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Man City versus Tottenham live today on Sky Sports for £11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. 18+. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
And we never even got around to wondering if Tottenham might get a result this afternoon. It's a game you can hear live in exclusively from the Etihad on TalkSport from 5:30 p.m. So let's get the latest odds with Betfair.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. Get daily rewards on football. Bet £20 worth of multiples or bet builders and get a £5 free bet. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
So at 12:30 here at the London Stadium on TalkSport, West Ham versus Newcastle. How do we think this one will go then? What have you gone for?
Well, in my position, normally Sam or Clive take care of this. I'm feeling the weight of responsibility on my shoulders. But I did think a West Ham win last night, and that's only been reinforced by the team news that we've heard, and we've spoken about it, the three of us. No Sam Maximan for Newcastle, so that little element of the unknown and the uncertain is gone from Newcastle to a great extent, and that plays into West Ham's hands. Even though there's no Lanzini, Ben Rama's a more than able deputy coming in, so I'm thinking a West Ham home win here. OK, well, a West Ham win, if you back them, is at 20-13 on. Newcastle United to win is 4-1. You can back the draw at 29-10 with Betfair as well. And each week we place a bet on the Betfair Sportsbook. All the winnings go to the Bobby Moore Fund, raising funds for life-saving bowel cancer research. So, Dance, what have you gone for in that regard? I've gone for three home wins in the games we got today. 3 home wins because it just, I mean, Manchester City at home to Tottenham, I can't see anything other than Manchester City taking advantage of this slightly uneasy atmosphere around Tottenham. And Arsenal at home to Brentford in our TalkSport 2 commentary. Brentford are on a poor trotter form. Arsenal appear to be enjoying their football a little bit more, even though they've got their problems with, keeping some players happy. So I'm going for 3. I'm keeping it simple this afternoon.
Absolutely.
Keep it simple, stupid. 3 home wins.
Exactly what the fans are expecting and hoping for here in the London Stadium. So an Arsenal, City and a West Ham treble on the Betfair exchange, coming in at just under 2-1. £50 will return £147, 12 pence for the Bobby Moore Fund. Fingers crossed that comes through. All thanks to Betfair, as the West Ham United players trot out here at the London Stadium to start their warm-up. All thanks to Betfair. You can get a £5 free bet when you bet £20 on multiples or bet builders with their daily rewards. Betfair, you'll get no cash out suspensions on match odds and over or under goal markets on football. Of course, it's 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. Bet with the cash out you can rely on this season with no cash out suspensions on match odds and over under goal markets. Exclusions and conditions apply. Selected markets. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Now, Crystal Palace have introduced a new aftercare package to help their young academy players who don't quite make it. This is a really interesting and important story. The former Palace midfielder Darren Ambrose has been taking a look at what that package offers, how difficult it is for players when they are dropped, and how much aftercare has improved over the course of time.
Being dropped from an academy can be devastating.
Many of the lads would have obviously been pinning their hopes on being a professional footballer, and obviously that doesn't happen to very many people.
Every time I saw anyone, actually, how's the football going on? The idea of dealing with that was too much for me to bear. I couldn't see anyone, I just couldn't do that.
But Crystal Palace are trying to change that. They've introduced a new 3-year aftercare package to help those who haven't quite made it. So how does the scheme help these youngsters? And are we turning a corner when it comes to aftercare? Ashley Thompson was 19 years old when he was dropped from Fulham's academy.
My answer, anytime anyone ever said, Ashley, what happens if you don't become a footballer? My answer was, I'm going to be a footballer. So everyone knew that part of me. The embarrassment of having to sign on, going to a job centre, and the idea of anybody seeing me going to the job centre when hold on, I was meant to be a professional footballer. I just told them I couldn't deal with.
And it was also hard for some of the lads I played with. I went through the Ipswich Academy with goalkeeper Lee Hullier.
You're talking 20 years ago when it happened to me. Obviously, it's disappointment when you get released, because you don't really know necessarily what you're going to do. And yeah, it was a tough time, to be fair. I played at non-league for a while. Some lads I know dropped out of football altogether. So yeah, it's varying sort of degrees of anxieties, I suppose.
Liverpool and England fullback Trent Alexander-Arnold has recently spoken out about this issue.
You know, I'm one of the very, very fortunate ones that did manage to make it, but there's so many lads that I know personally, being on the same journey from the age of 6, 7 all the way through, and then they get to 16, 18 and decisions are made and they don't quite make it. We sacrifice a lot. We sacrifice a lot coming through, sacrifice a lot of education, our social life. All you know throughout your whole life is football, and then someone comes and wipes it. Anyone who's been through these experiences, please get in touch. I want to talk to you. I want to learn. I want to know what you're going through. I want to be able to help you and do as much as I can.
Hearing what Lee and Ashley went through is tough, but schemes like the one at Palace are trying to change that. Players will have a dedicated care officer for 3 years who will help them to find a new club, education programme or a job. Lee says this will give vital aid to those who've been dropped.
Ipswich, with me, were very supportive in getting me into a higher education. But that's sort of where it ended. The thing that the Palace are talking about in terms of the 3 years, re-engaging with them over them 3 years, I think it's a great idea, because had that happened to me, I believe maybe I would have still got a job in football. In a different capacity maybe.
Any form of well-being, healthcare, mental stability, training would have helped me. Would have helped me understand that my life isn't over. But there was nothing. We speak about aftercare, and not making it as a professional footballer does not have to mean it's the end of your life.
Ambrose goes for it! Oh, what a strike! Palace's top scorer!
I see many players that didn't make it from when I was in the youth team, and it wasn't a known thing back then. It wasn't at the forefront to talk about how they felt. Did it affect them in terms of mental health? The aftercare package that Crystal Palace have brought into play is fantastic. As a kid that's dedicated their whole life to football, to get released and have nothing must be devastating. So for this to have 3 years of help is only brilliant for the kids. And Palace aren't the only club taking care of those who miss out. Here's David Rainford, Head of Education and Academy Player Care for the Premier League.
Liverpool, for instance, have a fantastic alumni network where they've tracked their academy graduates right the way back from from the 90s, and they continue to engage with those, whether that's around education or formalised events or just support. Manchester United have a very bespoke personal development programme for their players, post 16, and each club does it their own way, but there has been that commitment, part of each of regulations and rules. Every club must have a transition and exit strategy.
It'll always be difficult to ease the pain of not making it, but Palace and other clubs are working hard to ensure that there's light at the end of the tunnel for these youngsters.
Former Newcastle and Crystal Palace winger Darren Ambrose there, taking a look at aftercare for players that drop out of the game, particularly in the academy phase. But Dean Ashton, you've got some experience of this in terms of your career not going the way that would have maybe hoped, and in particular ending sooner than you expected it to. How important is aftercare for players? I mean, you were clearly older than a lot of these players, but how important do you think it is?
It's vitally important. I think it's really hit the spot with this news coming out from Crystal Palace, and probably resonated with so many not young players, probably a lot older men and women who maybe their careers haven't gone the way they wanted, maybe they were released because of many different issues. And I think the crucial part as well is this 3 years. Now, I know it'll carry on, it can last a lifetime for a lot of people to miss out on their dream for many different reasons when you're very young, but I think that 3 years feels crucial, because even if you get that care for a year, that might be okay, but it's about hopefully making these young people realise that your life isn't over just because you don't become a footballer. Now, I've learnt that, and I was lucky enough to have played, but I've certainly learnt there's a lot out there besides just football. There's lots of other different aspects of sports that you could maybe get involved in if that's what you love, but you just don't think that. When you finish, you think, what am I going to do? That's the one thing. What am I going to do now? That's all I'm good at. That's all I know. Well, hopefully this scheme certainly will help a lot of players realise that there's plenty more to come for the rest of their lives, and it shouldn't be this is the end.
Absolutely. And I must tell you, if you've been a young player in an academy, or you're the parent of a young academy player, please listen to our series. Absolutely brilliant. It's called It Was All a Dream, the Football Academy Journey. It's been shortlisted for a Sports Journalism Award this week as well. Troy Townsend, the farmer of Andros, speaking to his son, but also Eberici Eze at Crystal Palace, the former England international Anita Asante, Arsenal's Ben White, Stephen Colker of ex-Liverpool and Spurs. So many more voices telling you about their journeys through the academy system, and hearing from those that missed out as well. Just search It Was All a Dream wherever you get your podcast from. Up next on TalkSport, well, how good is Jared Bowen? We'll find out next.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with We Buy Any Car. Rated excellent on Trustpilot with over 115,000 reviews.
We got it at Selco. Selco.
it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals and a wide range of trade quality building products. In February, we've got 2.4 metre lengths of 75 by 50mm CLS studding for only £3.65 ex-VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
VAT charged at 20%.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2021 and 30th of September 2021 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Hey friend, nothing like a busy day, week, month, last 5 minutes, life to work up an appetite. Makes you want to hit up Just Eat. For your favourite McDonald's, Costa Coffee, Greggs, Zizzi, Starbucks, German Doner Kebab, Queens, KFC, Taco Bell, Subway. No worries, we got it. We got it. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
Get goals in the sun. Get goals in the sun. Goals in the morning. You're reading goals in the morning. We've got goals inside. We've got goals. Sweet goals pull out. Blah, blah, blah.
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts, and more in the Sun's free Goals Pull-Out. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
At Betfair, we know how it feels when you're in the moment, in the heat of the match, and you decide to hit cash out. Only to find cash out is suspended and you're frozen out of your bet. That's why when you bet fair on football, you can cash out when you want, with no cash out suspensions on match odds, and now also over or under goal markets, because we're Betfair.
Applies to selected sportsbook markets on the majority of football. Excludes free bets and bet settlement window. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
And he's given it. What on earth is that for?
We can't tell you what the referee was thinking when he made that decision. But with Capital One's Quick Check, we can tell you if you'll be accepted for a credit card before you apply, without affecting your credit score. Quick Check from Capital One. That's credit done right.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Man City versus Tottenham live today on Sky Sports for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
On digital radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. This is TalkSport, powered by fans.
Yes, this is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with Now. Don't forget, with a Now Sports Day membership, you can stream all the Sky Sports action, including Manchester City versus Spurs, live today for just £11.99 without a contract. Search Now Sports, and you can also hear that match live and exclusively on TalkSport as well at 5:30. While we're here for the game between West Ham and Newcastle at the London Stadium, kicks off at 12:30. Right now, though, news headlines with Tom Clayton.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Work is underway to restore power to hundreds of thousands of homes after one of the worst storms to hit the UK in decades. Almost 200,000 homes across the UK still had no electricity this morning. Meanwhile, residents in Yorkshire and Lancashire, particularly those living in the Peak District, have been warned to brace for heavy snow, which could cause travel disruption today. The Met Office has issued a new yellow warning for heavy snow until 3 p.m. in areas surrounding Leeds, Hull, Sheffield and North East Manchester. The Prime Minister has described the ongoing threats of a Russian invasion in Ukraine as a very dangerous moment in history. That's as he met the Ukrainian president in Munich. World leaders are gathering at a security conference in Germany, portraying a display of Western unity. And Team GB have won a silver medal at the Winter Games in the men's curling. Sweden, their opponents, needed an extra end to take a close match 5-4.
Sharon, I don't know how we'll cope without you.
Fred's busy legal firm needs a receptionist for maternity cover. A new arrival who can step in until Sharon returns.
We'll see you next year.
Indeed can help him find great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed helps you quickly attract, screen, and virtually interview great candidates, all through an easy-to-use dashboard. To start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
Game day.
Game day. Saturdays redefined.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport.
Here's superior commentary of 3 supercharged Premier League games.
Football on the radio doesn't come any bigger than this.
And he's gone straight in!
Game day exclusive on TalkSport.
Yes, this is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport, kicking off another superb Saturday afternoon live at the London Stadium, where every point is vital.
Comes back to Sofal on the edge of the penalty area. Now Bowen with the left-footed effort into the corner, and West Ham are level.
If we can find some form, we're top form in the run-in now. You know, it'll put us in real good stead for where we want to finish this season.
Squares it to Ben Rama, and it's a goal! West Ham have scored 2 goals in 2 minutes!
The important thing is you sort of turn out results for the supporters, and that's the most important thing.
Shelvey around the wall, and in! John Joe Shelvey gives Newcastle hope of salvation!
We're well aware of their strengths, and we're going to need another good defensive performance from the team, and I think that is what's given us the clean sheets. It's not been an outstanding effort from any one unit of the team. I think it's been everyone together, collective effort, and I think that's what's impressed me most.
What a wonderful goal from Alan Saint-Maximin!
If you look at what they have done, Newcastle, and where they are, they will stay up.
Newcastle make it 4 wins on the spin as they visit Champions League chasing West Ham live and exclusively here on TalkSport from 12:30. Let's get a recap of the lineups here at the London Stadium, all thanks to Betfair. Your match commentator is Ian Danter.
Thanks, Hugh. 3 changes. West Ham returns for Kurt Zouma, who dropped out in the warm-up at Leicester on Sunday. Fredericks and Ben Rama. Diop, Lanzini and Soufal miss out. Lanzini and Soufal both out the squad with injuries altogether. So Fabianski's in goal. Fredericks, Dawson, Zouma and Cresswell in the back 4. Fredericks first start of the season in the Premier League. Souček and Rice, and then Bowen, Fornals and Ben Rama behind Antonio up front. 3 changes for Newcastle too. Big news, Saint-Maximin picked up a knock in the win against Villa and is not part of the squad this afternoon. Manquillo and Trippier both injured. Kraft and Targett come in for them, and Murphy gets Saint-Maximin's place. So it's Dubravka in goal, Kraft, Cher, Byrne and Targett in the back 4, Willock, Shelvey and Joelinton in midfield, Fraser, Murphy and Wood in attack.
Ian, thank you. Those lineups were brought to you by Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage. You'll get no cash-out suspensions on match odds and over and under goal markets on football with Betfair. It's 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. And now the stadium, the London Stadium, filling up very nicely. There is one player who we haven't really mentioned yet who we need to discuss, because with 5 goals in his last 5 Premier League games, West Ham's Jarrod Bowen is simply on fire at the moment. He's climbed up through the lower leagues, and he hasn't just established himself as a genuine Premier League player, but has also put himself in real contention for an international call-up with England. So we asked the man right here alongside me, the former West Ham forward Dean Ashton, to take a look at Jarrod's journey.
West Ham forward Jarrod Bowen has hit new heights this season.
Now Bowen with the left-footed effort into the corner, and West Ham are level.
His 12 goals and 11 assists have helped the club maintain a push for top 4 and progress in both the FA Cup and Europa League.
Your eye's drawn to him because he's all action and he
looks fantastic, looks very dynamic, full of confidence, scores goals, makes goals.
I'm looking at the England squad for him. He's carried on his form, it's not a flash in the pan.
But it was humble beginnings for Bowen, who began his career playing non-league football before moving up the leagues. Let's find out a bit more about his journey. After unsuccessful trials at both Aston Villa and Cardiff, Bowen started his career as a scholar at Hereford. He proved an instant hit, breaking into the first team at just 17 years old.
Hi, I'm Pete Beadle. I was a Hereford coach and had my first contact with Jarrod Bowen back when he was in the youth team. He was just a nice kid, had great football banter. You know, he was honest. He was caring, like I said. So, but he also his workman-like attitude was spot on. It's no surprise to me that West Ham have had an immediate upturn in their fortune since Jared's been there. I'm not saying he's the catalyst for it all, but he's certainly a big point of it all.
Kidderminster Harriers' hearts are broken, and they're broken by Jared Bowen.
Being in the non-league Hereford environment definitely matured me more as a person, because I've been through the tough stages, been through it all, and seen it all at a young age. So I think that kind of stood me in good stead for the future, where things now I just like to think that I take in my stride.
Bowen signed for then Premier League side Hull City, where his career really began to take off. Here's his ex-Tigers teammate, Alex Bruce.
He came up with the first team and he took to it like a duck to water, I have to say, and it's not often that happens when a young lad comes up, catches your eye straight away. Like normally the young lads are the last picks, for the young teams and all the rest of it, but that wasn't the case for Jared. He was integrated into the group very quickly, and he was a reliable player. He was just beyond his years in a lot of ways.
It wasn't all plain sailing for Bowen at Hull, who was part of the side that got relegated from the Premier League in 2017. But looking back, he thinks relegation was a blessing in disguise.
I think the only start in the Premier League I got was, Tottenham last game of the season when we lost 7-1. So that was kind of, a welcoming as well. When we did get relegated, that probably was, again, a bit of luck for me that got relegated, and then I started to play in the Championship week in, week out for 3 years.
Jared Bowen, and he scored! 2-0 to Hull City!
Having racked up 54 goals and 14 assists in just 124 games at Hull, it wasn't long before the forward started to catch the eye of some top Premier League sides. He eventually joined the Hammers in 2019 for around £20 million.
Vlasic to Bowen, 1-1. West Ham back on level terms, and it only took him 3 minutes.
Well, I think Jared's improvement in the 2 years just about he's been here has been great. I mean, when you take the players from the lower leagues, you have to give them a bit of time to come up and get used to the Premier League. Jared's near enough started right away and got his goals and assists, but he's taken his game on to another level.
His form for West Ham has got many tipping him for an England call-up in the future. Here's teammate Aaron Cresswell.
Certainly over the last few months, he's been incredible, and you look at his improvements over a short space of time. Yeah, he's been incredible, and you look at his numbers this year. I think he's in double digits for both. It's fantastic, and I don't think there's many English players at the minute even near his level. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he's not called up in the next squad.
Former West Ham winger Trevor Sinclair thinks it's only a matter of time.
I think he's got to be in the reckoning for Gareth Southgate's next squad. I think he plays with a smile on his face, he plays without fear, he scores goals, he affects games, and he's tenacious in his work rate. And I feel a lot of them attributes are what every fan wants to see in their players, and if there was more players like Jared Bowen, I think fans would be happier up and down the country.
I would be astonished if he's not given an opportunity because of the numbers that he's producing and his all-round performance. I've always felt that there should be a place for form players in the England side, or else what else are you trying to build without giving players an opportunity when they're absolutely on form? I think he would cope perfectly fine. I think he would excel with England. I would absolutely have him in the next squad.
Perfect ball for Bowen, who's in on Schmeichel. Bowen puts it past it.
If Bowen's bright form continues this season, who knows what could be next?
Well, Dino, thank you very much for that. Jared Bowen, absolutely on fire. Took his goal against Leicester so well, but he's been directly involved in 8 of West Ham's last 10 goals in all competitions, scoring 7 and 1 assist. Ian Danter, talking about that meteoric rise, you've seen him before he got to the Premier League, and you're not surprised.
Not at all, because when he was playing at Hull, he was actually more of a winger than an attacking sort of more inside forward that he is here at West Ham, and his goal return was staggering. It was almost 1 in 2 for what was almost a genuine winger at Hull City. First time I saw him, you can just tell sometimes when you see players and think, well, he's attuned to play at a higher level. So I'm not in the least bit surprised that he's adapted as well as he has, and I agree with everything that's been said in that package, like from Trevor Sinclair. If he's not in the next England squad, I mean, as long as he stays injury free, then it would be a real head scratcher for me if he's not involved.
Well, he's one of those players the fans here, home and away, will be keeping a close eye on. He could have a big effect on the game. The heavens have opened here in the Olympic Park, so this game should have a lot of zip to it when it kicks off in 15 minutes' time. West Ham versus Newcastle, live on Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with We Buy Any Car, sell your car in 3 simple steps.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Man City versus Tottenham live today on Sky Sports for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports 18+, stream via internet. Terms apply.
Hey friend, nothing like a busy day, week, month, last 5 minutes, life to work up an appetite. Makes you want to hit up Just Eat. For your favourite McDonald's, Costa Coffee, Greggs, ZZ, Starbucks, German Doner Kebab, Creams, KFC, Taco Bell, Subway. No worries, we got it. We got it. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
When you bet fair on football, you get daily rewards. So any day can be a big deal. So whether it's a lower league match day, a top flight derby day, or a Champions League superstar showdown day, get a £5 free bet when you bet £20 worth of multiples or bet builders. Daily rewards. Because we're Betfair.
Max £5 free bet per day. Each bet must have at least one selection of minimum odds of 1.5 or 1 to 2 or more. Free bet valid 24 hours on multiples or bet builders. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals and a wide range of trade quality building products. In February, we've got 2.4 by 1.2 metre sheets of 11mm Sterling OSB 3 for only £19.99 ex VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
Oh, now that's a lovely touch. We can't tell you if it's going to be a 7-goal thriller or a 0-0 bore draw today. But with Capital One's balance transfer guarantee, we can tell you if you'll be able to transfer the amount you need before you apply for a credit card, without affecting your credit score. Oh, nicely done. Balance transfer guarantee from Capital One. That's credit done right.
We all fantasize about our perfect home, watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2021 and 30th of September 2021 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Get goals in the sun! Get goals in the sun! Goals in the morning! You're reading goals in the morning! We've got goals inside! We've got goals! Sweet goals pull out! Bang, bang, bang!
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts and more in the Sun's free Goals Pull-Out. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with We Buy Any Car. They really do buy any make or model of car.
Game Day today.
Arsenal versus Brentford. Coverage from 2:30. Kick-off 3 p.m.
on TalkSport 2.
2-0 to Brighton. It's a back post header from Dan Burn.
And it's the last arrival at Newcastle United. Done and confirmed. Dan Burn has completed his move from Brighton.
He's from Newcastle, he understands it. I think it was great by, Graham Jones, who actually was part of getting him here. And I think for me to see him understands the area, understands the Premier League as well. Perfect timing. And, he's coming there. And yeah, he's been a big leader, big colossal at the back there, and I'm just delighted he's hit the ground running. I think for Newcastle fans as well, they'll appreciate that.
I remember coming here as a kid, and you just wanted the team to work hard, and you would get behind them. That's all you wanted, and I think that's shown now. Since I've come in, it's been really positive around the place. You wouldn't think that we're in the position that we are. Walking out the local Euros, definitely a little bit emotional.
Well, Dan Burn is the new towering monument in the northeast. The rumours might be true that he's an inch or so actually taller than the Angel of the North itself, by the way. It's incredible. £13 million for the Ashington-born defender from Brighton. He starts for Newcastle this afternoon as they visit West Ham on TalkSport. Kicks off in 10 minutes' time. The former England striker Dean Ashton alongside me here. How important could this deal in particular, Dan Burn, be for Newcastle's season?
Well, they were absolutely crying out for a centre-back. I think they probably wanted 2, maybe even 3, but Dan Burn has come in. You talked about his size, but actually I think you've got to give him credit for how good he is with the ball at his feet. Obviously that enigma that is the left-footed centre-back will work well alongside Cher or Lascelles or whoever plays alongside him, but he gets it. It's his city. He understands the people, he understands the football club, and just the smile on his face since he's been through the door must be infectious, Dance.
9 years ago he was on loan at my club Birmingham from Fulham, and he was used as a left back a lot, and at the time he looked raw. I mean, I'd seen milk turn quicker at times because he just didn't have that spatial awareness around him, but my word, how he's developed. And £13 million. There isn't a Birmingham fan who watched him on loan who would say, yeah, he's going to end up going to a Premier League club for £13 million. But that's testament to his determination to learn, train on, get better, and it is exactly what Newcastle United did. Born in Blythe, what more do you want? A hometown boy and a Newcastle fan at the centre of defence. Life must be peachy for him right now.
I, as a Manchester United fan, still have nightmares of the evening he played for Fulham alongside Brede Hangeland and David Moyes' then Manchester United, put in 81 crosses into the box on that evening and couldn't beat Fulham. Tonight, it's David Moyes against Dan Burn in many ways once again. West Ham brilliant at set pieces. Only Liverpool have scored more Premier League goals from corners than them. They've got 9 so far this season. So Dan Burn's going to be pretty important once again, Dean.
He is, and of course with his size he'll be a threat in both boxes, but you're right. I think with West Ham's strength, I think the delivery from both Bowen and Cresswell is outstanding, and I think makes for how dangerous West Ham are from them set plays. So he'll be crucial. Not only that height and willingness to go and head the ball, but I think he needs to be organised. He needs to make sure that Newcastle are set from them set plays, because it will. This game could come down to something like a set play, and they want it to be in their favour rather than West Ham's.
Ian, just talking about the project at Newcastle, there is another recruit from Brighton that's come in, if you like, Dan Ashworth, their new director of football. There are rumours this week that he's going to bring Brighton's academy manager John Morling with him at the club. These roles, how important are they on deciding how quickly Newcastle can make that leap?
Well, it's going to be very different for Eddie Howe, because when he was at Bournemouth he was hands-on with everything, all aspects of recruitment. Now he's obviously in a much different environment, and somebody like Dan Ashworth is actually quite rare, I think, Dean and Hugh, in terms of football these days, in terms of somebody that knows how the wheels of this daft business work in order to get deals done and interact with clubs like a chief executive does. But there's something about Dan that has endeared him. He did a great job at West Brom. He was with Gareth in the England setup. He's an important cog in the wheel, I think.
Will it be different for Dan Ashworth? Just because of now the fact that everyone knows Newcastle will have money to spend, they are aiming for the very top of the Premier League in many ways in terms of their 5-10 year project. Are people going to reflect a little bit differently in terms of, giving him a player for a decent amount?
Well, that's up to him and his skill then, isn't it?
Yeah.
The powers of persuasion, the powers of negotiation, and how he can, make sure that Newcastle aren't always in a position where they're paying over the odds, because that's all we've heard, isn't it? That any player gets linked with Newcastle United, the price goes up 10 million.
It does, but I just think in terms of the players that have already come in, they're maybe not possibly the star names that maybe everyone thought that they would, when we heard about the rumours of certain players that Newcastle were going to go for. Well, actually, I think they've been quite pragmatic in the players that they've brought in, looking to the here and right now and possible sell on as well. So I think the business has been good. I don't know whether he's had an effect on that, knowing that he maybe was coming to Newcastle. Who knows? But these roles are vital now, because recruitment is absolutely everything. We can go through the Premier League and see how many players have come in that have not worked at clubs and the money that they've spent, so it's crucial that you spend it wisely.
The fans are now pouring in off the concourses here at the London Stadium and filling up their seats. It is a pretty wet and rainy day. The Newcastle fans are getting covered at the moment, but you know what? They couldn't care a jot. They've made it down to London to see their team on the back of 3 straight Premier League wins. Dean Ashton, do Newcastle need to harness their momentum in terms of the first half here, come out of the traps quickly?
Yes, but I think they'll be organised. I think they'll want to weather what I would expect to be a sort of West Ham storm in the first 20 minutes. Anyone who's played in front of West Ham supporters knows that if you can get an early goal, if you can unsettle the West Ham team, it affects the supporters. You'll hear about it. They will let you know how they feel about any game, no matter what sort of form you're in. And that's going to be crucial for Newcastle to silence these supporters.
They've got to keep control of the game, West Ham, which they haven't managed to do for the length of time during matches that they would have hoped. Certainly not what they were doing towards the start of the season. How do they make sure they can do that?
Well, in so many of the games recently, I don't think many of them have looked that fresh. And I think that is down to the fact that David Moyes keeps a very, very settled side, game in, game out. It's difficult with the demands that the Premier League asks of you physically these days. So I think, again, it's down to mentality coming into this game. Newcastle are on a high, but West Ham have to realise where they are in the table and why they're there and dominate this Newcastle side without Saint-Maximin in there.
Well, the bubbles are blowing here inside the London Stadium. John Joe Shelvey leads at Newcastle out onto the pitch, followed by the West Ham captain Declan Rice, 41 on his back as the crowd sing here proudly. It's the beginning of another great day on Game Day exclusive. A 12:30 kickoff between West Ham and Newcastle. At 2:30 it's Game Day Live. The brilliant Adrian Durham at St Mary's. Southampton host Everton with all the goals as they go in up and down the country. We then head north to Manchester for a 5:30 kickoff. Spurs visit the champion City, looking to avoid a 4th straight league defeat. And then there is more live and exclusive sport from Manchester. Amir Khan and Kell Brook enter the ring finally right here on TalkSport from 7:30pm. What a day we have in store. Remember, TalkSport 2 exclusive commentaries. Fulham versus Huddersfield kicking off in a moment. Arsenal versus Brentford in the Premier League at 3pm. Make sure you download the TalkSport app. It is going to be a superb Saturday. I will leave you with your commentary team, the former West Ham and England striker Dean Ashton, and TalkSport's Ian Danter.
Thank you, Hugh. Good afternoon, everybody. Who wants Champions League football then? West Ham have been top 4 for long spells this season, but their stuttering form of 4 points from the last 4 Premier League fixtures have given hope to those around them for that coveted Champions League berth. 4th place will be the Hammers once again for 24 hours at least if they get the win here this lunchtime. Newcastle will want to be back in Europe's Premier Club competition too, but they need to walk before they can run first and get themselves clear of the bottom 3. A trio of successive league wins have certainly helped Eddie Howe, including their first away success this season against Leeds, to try and arrest that woeful record on their travels. Kurt Zouma withdrew from the West Ham starting 11 in the warm-up at Leicester last time out, feeling unwell. He returns today as one of 3 changes. Issa Diop makes way for him, whilst Manuel Lanzini is out with a knock, allowing Saïd Benrahma back in. Ryan Fredericks comes in at full-back to replace Vladimir Soufal, who has a hernia problem. Big blow for Newcastle with the absence of Alain Saint-Maximin today after getting a kick or 3 in the win over Villa, according to his manager. Jacob Murphy takes his place, and with Kieran Trippier's fractured foot ruling him out and Javier Manquillo also nursing an injury, changes at both fullback positions for the visitors as Emil Kraft and Matt Targett return. So the lineup's in full. For West Ham, Lucas Fabianski in goal, Ryan Fredericks, Craig Dawson, Kurt Zouma and Aaron Cresswell in a back 4, Thomas Souček and Declan Rice in front of that back 4, Jared Bowen, Pablo Fornals and Saïd Benrahma, the 3 in behind Michail Antonio. The West Ham bench: Areola, Yarmolenko, Vlasic, Noble, Diop, Johnson, Kral, Alisi and Chesters. For Newcastle, Martin Dubravka is their goalkeeper, Emil Kraft, Fabian Schär, Dan Burn and Matt Targett in a back 4. Joe Willock, John Joe Shelvey and Joe Linton are the 3 in midfield. Ryan Fraser and Jacob Murphy either side of Chris Wood up front, who's yet to break his Newcastle duck, of course. The bench for Newcastle, Darlow as the sub-keeper, along with Dummett, Lascelles, Fernandez, Almiron, Gale, Longstaff, Gimenez and De Bolle. West Ham in their traditional colours at home, of course, claret and blue shirts, white shorts and claret and blue socks. Newcastle in all black shirts and shorts with a mustard coloured socks and a bit of mustard trim around the shirts and the shorts as well. And they will be defending the Sir Bobby Moore stand away to our left hand side as we sit looking with the Trevor Brooking stand to our right, where the Newcastle fans have travelled as usual in huge numbers. And West Ham will get us underway to kick off game day on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. And Aaron Cresswell will send the ball down the left hand side, looking to get Souček away, and Newcastle will head the ball infield, and Joe Linton guides the ball back to Dan Burn, and across it goes to Matt Targett, back in the side today. Couldn't play against his parent club Aston Villa last weekend. The ball goes out to the far side, where Jacob Murphy works it infield to this reinvented midfielder, Joe Linton. Dean Ashton.
He is, isn't he? He's a new man, a new player. He's been absolutely outstanding. He's epitomised the work ethic that clearly Eddie Howe wants, and this Newcastle side have shown in the last 3 or 4 games, even longer for him, I would say. And they've looked comfortable so far, Newcastle, in possession.
And Joe Linton is in possession, just over halfway for Newcastle. In the first minute on TalkSport, 0-0. Ball's worked back to John Joe Shelvey, whose winning free kick at Leeds United started this run of successive top-flight victories for Eddie Howe's side. That's picked up by Fabian Schär in the right-back position. West Ham have barely had a kick in this opening minute or so. It's all been Newcastle's possession as Byrne works it back to Martin Dubravka, wearing all orange this afternoon as the Newcastle keeper. Schär again in the right-back position, being closed down by Antonio, so he'll drill a ball down the inside right channel, asking Wood to give chase. Kurt Zouma gets possession, as you can probably hear from the boos that have rung out immediately from the away end in the direction of Kurt Zouma. Emil Kraft wins a header in the right-back position, was caught there by Pablo Fornal, spotted by referee Chris Kavanagh, and Newcastle have a free kick. 2 minutes gone, 0-0.
Well, it's not necessarily unusual for West Ham to just sit off teams slightly. It's not really their forte to press really, really high. But when they do press in the middle of the park, mainly through Rice and Souček, then when they win the ball back, they spring forward, West Ham. So they won't be too bothered with Newcastle having a bit of possession.
So this free kick's about 3 yards inside the West Ham half, and it's Schär who floats it up to the edge of the box. It's allowed to bounce inside the area. Joe Linton gets in behind, but toe pokes it wide of the post. In fact, it took a deflection and goes behind for the first corner of the game. West Ham just let the ball bounce, and Joe Linton almost profited. 0-0.
Yeah, well, Dan Burn caused all sorts of problems with his size and presence, and then Declan Rice just switched off at the back post. He actually had a look as well. He knew he was there. He was just about to clear it. Joe Linton took a whack and the ball, and then Fabianski, brilliant save with his left thigh.
So it's a corner to Newcastle. Away to our right-hand side. It's played short to Ryan Fraser, who swirls it to the far post. Joe Linton sends it back down. It dropped for Jacob Murphy, and then Willock has a drive, and it's deflected over the bar again. Newcastle asking all sorts of questions in the first 3 minutes, but it's still goalless.
Well, Eddie Howe and his team, they've always been known for clever set plays. This was another short corner, then played deep to Joe Linton, who had spun round the back of the West Ham defence, nodded it back. Great block first time from Cresswell, and again second time from Willock to spin it over the top of the crossbar.
Really frustrated Jacob Murphy that didn't find the back of the net. Another short corner rolled into the near post by Ryan Fraser. Kraft is trying to hold it up, trying to flick it back in field for Jacob Murphy. Finds Fraser, right-hand corner of the box, out to the right-hand side. The cross comes in from the right-hand side, and it's deflected behind, and it was Matt Targett who tried to get the cross in from an unfamiliar right-wing position, and it gives Newcastle a throw right down by the corner flag. In fact, it's been given as a corner. Has it, or is it a throw-in? I thought it was a throw-in, although Ryan Fraser was cheekily trying to spot it down for a corner, wasn't he? So it's Emil Kraft with a long throw, about 3 yards from the corner flag, on this near side, the Newcastle right. 4 minutes gone on TalkSport. It's goalless, but Newcastle have made all the early running here. against their hosts. In it comes then from Emil Kraft. Long throw into the near post, but it hits the first defender, Ben Rama, and there was a push. So West Ham get themselves a free kick and a chance to get hold of the ball, Dean Ashton.
Yes, it's a rare foul throw from Kraft. But yeah, you're right. It's just have to weather that mini storm, West Ham. Really good deliveries from Newcastle for the set plays when they worked it cleverly.
Fulham Huddersfield is underway over on TalkSport 2, don't forget, with Joe Shannon, your commentator at Craven Cottage. And here at the London Stadium, nearly 5 minutes gone, and West Ham have a throw in their left-back position, midway point of the half. This huge run-off area down beneath us. It's got to be the biggest technical area in world football for any manager or coach to prowl around. And both Eddie Howe and David Moyes have stood at the edge of their technical areas. Cresswell taking his time over the throw, gets it back from Fornals, tries to work it in field, but it was deflected up in the air by Dan Burn. Shelvey just puts an up and under for Chris Wood to try and win the flick on 4, and it's dropped on halfway, but Dan Burn's there again for Newcastle. Joe Linton working really hard. There's Newcastle fans wearing Joe Linton tops now in the away end, such as his increase in popularity. They've got
a backlog of them.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a Hawaiian shirt with his face all over it.
Brilliant.
It's a delight. I'm not sure whether they're in the club shop yet. Here's Dubravka, who rolls the ball out to Dan Burn, the local lad at his boyhood club. Dubravka again in the centre of his D, plays it forward to Burn. He'll just float the ball downfield, looking for Chris Wood, looking for fight for possession. It was a good header clear by Craig Dawson, but it drops into the Newcastle left-back area. Target works it back to Burn. 0-0 with 6 minutes gone on TalkSport, and Newcastle really enjoying these early stages at the London Stadium.
But West Ham are allowing them. This is how West Ham play. It can be really frustrating, I think, for the supporters, especially at home, but this is how they play. They just sit off until you engage in the middle of the pitch, and they will look dangerous when they eventually do win the ball back and try and counter-attack, but it just gives massive confidence to Newcastle to get a touch of the ball and build attacks, because they can do both as well now. Newcastle, they can play through midfield and they can also go up to the top very, very quickly.
They've lost 2 out of their last 4 here at the London Stadium, West Ham, and conceded 3 on each occasion to Southampton and to Leeds United. Joe Linton for Newcastle, down for Matt Target, just over the halfway line, passes back into the centre circle for Shelvey, and then it's worked from left to right, and Cher drills a diagonal ball downfield, looking for Joe Linton to try and win the header. He did win the header, but there was nobody there to pick up the pieces, but West Ham give it away, and now Target gets to the byline, clips the ball in over the head of Chris Wood. Volley goal was by Fraser, and it comes out on this near side. It will end up being a Newcastle United throw. Well, it's been given as a West Ham throw, came off a Newcastle boot last, and Target got space down the Newcastle left, but the cross only found a volley from Fraser that went out. 0-0.
Well, that was poor from both Bowen and Fredericks. They didn't work together. They both went towards the ball that Murphy had at his feet, allowing Target to underlap and get that ball towards the byline. It was a great little cross towards the back post. Ryan Fraser's got to do better. That shot was going off target and it actually hit his own teammate. That should have been fired in toward Fabianski's goal.
West Ham on the ropes here. Who'll be on the ropes later? Amir Khan or Kell Brook? Exclusive commentary from the Manchester AO Arena tonight from 7:30. You won't hear that anywhere else on your wireless, but here on TalkSport, join Adam Cattrall, Gareth A. Davis and the team, and you'll hear the best of the undercard as well before the ring walks proper for Khan against Brook round about 10 p.m. But make sure you're with us straight after our exclusive coverage of Manchester City. Tottenham will stay in the city of Manchester for that big boxing grudge match we've all waited so long for. 0-0 with 8 minutes gone on TalkSport here at the London Stadium between West Ham United and Newcastle United. Newcastle's throw only finds Pablo Fornals, but he had it quickly taken off his toe by Joe Willock. But Willock and Fornals both caught each other at the same time and both went to ground. Thought at first they would both need treatment, but not so. It's a throw that's taken quickly by Kraft, and play continues. David Moyes not happy with something and barking at the fourth official, Graham Scott, down beneath us, as it goes back the ball to Martin Dubravka, Newcastle goalkeeper. Scher again hits a long ball downfield looking for Chris Wood, and it goes over the head of Zuma, but there was a push on Zuma by Wood. The howls you can hear, because after that whistle had gone, Craig Dawson collided with Fraser, who was trying to run in behind. He stayed down. I'm not sure whether he needs treatment, Dean Ashton. 0-0.
Well, he may well do, because it's definitely a foul from Chris Wood. I've done it myself, where you just lean in towards the defender as he goes up in the air, and Zuma then can't get the header in. But then I don't know whether Dawson mustn't know that it's a free kick, or he does and just wants to whack Ryan Fraser. Collides with his knee on his hip. He's up and he's fine, but if that had have carried on, he'd have been running that bath.
Yeah, it would have been quite possibly denial of a clear goal scoring opportunity, but as it stands, it's a free kick to West Ham, and away down the left hand side goes Saeed Benrahma. First time West Ham have attacked in this game, up against Dan Burn, left hand corner of the penalty area, tries to whip the crossing, but it deflected up off Dan Burn and volleyed away by Kraft to Zuma on halfway. Rice picks it up. Barely had a touch, Declan Rice, in these opening 10 minutes. Back it goes to Fabianski, and he clears first time right-footed downfield for West Ham, looking for Antonio. Good flick on from Antonio. Benrahma trying to get in behind Kraft, up to the edge of the area, rolls it to his right. Antonio takes a touch. Can he get the shot away? It's blocked. Excellent block by Matt Targett, and it comes out to the left-hand side, and Joe Linton can clear for Newcastle. 0-0.
Well, that's much better, isn't it, from Saeed Benrahma? Bowen winning it back.
And then Bowen wins it back down the right-hand side. Antonio's cross whipped into the near post, and Dan Burn sticks out a long telescopic left leg and puts it out for a West Ham United throw. 0-0.
Well, it's got the players going, it's got the supporters going as well. I actually thought it was the wrong decision to play to Antonio. Fornals was on the outside for Benrahma.
In comes the cross, and Byrne is there again, this time to head it clear. It'll be volleyed further downfield by Murphy. Got some good distance on the clearance there, Jacob Murphy, and it will drop for John Joe Shelby. Tries to toe poke it through the halfway line for Willock, and then Zuma's caught. Referee says play on, because Benrahma's steaming towards the penalty area. Here's Jared Bowen, right hand side of the box, taking on Target. The cross hits Target. Half-hearted claims from the supporters in the Bobby Moore end for a handball, but Newcastle bring it clear. Wood is beaten to the ball by Craig Dawson, and Jared Bowen there again goes down under pressure, and that's a free kick for West Ham United. And Fabian Scher was the guilty party, and Bowen just picking himself up. 0-0, good start.
Yeah, excellent. Better from West Ham, more intensity when they had the ball and without the ball. There was no way it was a handball. And Matt Targett, he had his hands nicely against his waist. Ball ricocheted off his thigh, but that's better from West Ham, and Benrahma in particular. What a difference it makes when that player just behind the forward actually runs beyond the centre forward, rather than coming short all the time. Testing behind, try and stretch the defence.
Dean Ashton, former West Ham striker, alongside me, Ian Danter, here at the London Stadium, where we played 12.5 minutes, 0-0. Lincoln City's trip to Fleetwood in League One's been postponed due to snow on the Highbury pitch. Salford's game went earlier against Crawley due to a waterlogged pitch of the Peninsula. That's also a League Two game that's bitten the dust this afternoon. Free kick to West Ham on the far side, only about 15 yards inside Newcastle territory, tight to the touchline. Rice and Bowen are standing over the free kick. Rice looks the more likely to strike it, but then he runs over it and leaves it for Bowen to drill it in left-footed. Zuma goes up, goes beyond him. Dawson got a touch, and it goes out for a goal kick to Newcastle United. You're listening to West Ham 0, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport with Now. Don't forget, with the Now Sports Day membership, you can stream all the Sky Sports action, including Manchester City against Tottenham live today for $11.99 without a contract. Search Now Sports for all the deets. Here's Dean Ashton.
Well, it was a corner. It came off Kraft last, which is why Souček looks like I do with the kids' maths homework. It's but I just think they looked flat, didn't they, West Ham? They started the game flat. They have done in recent weeks. You know, it's a long, tough season when it seems to be the same players for every single game, and it just needed that one attack, didn't it, just to lift the players.
Rather you than me with the maths homework. Maths was never my fifth day. Sorry, forte. See? 0-0. Newcastle in possession, just shy of the halfway line, with Emil Kraft in place of the injured Kieran Trippier this afternoon, who has had successful surgery in the week as Eddie Howe was saying, on that fractured metatarsal. Fraser for Newcastle finds Joelinton, works it back to John Joe Shelby in the centre circle, clips it with the outside of his boot to find Matt Targett, but Targett's route down the left hand side was blocked by Bowen, so the ball goes back into the centre circle where Shelby elects to play the ball backwards to square to Dan Burn. Would you expect that Dan Burn is running the back four having come in, or is it still Fabian Schär who ostensibly leads that Newcastle back line, or is Burn that much more demonstrative as a player, you think, that he might be in charge, Dean Ashton?
I just think that he's demanding the ball for a start much more than maybe I have seen previously, and I think that sometimes, obviously there's lots of ways to try and lead and communicate with your team, but that willingness to want to get on the ball, to dictate where players need to be, I think is important. And he just looks like he's so confident, like he's at an age now where he knows his own strengths.
And him and Fabian Schär are able to pass the ball between each other with no press from West Ham when they're 10 yards in front of their own penalty area.
That is what West Ham do. They don't press very high. They wait and they look to try and steal it when that ball goes in towards the middle, and then they can spring their counter-attack, which they're so good at.
Well, Schär and Burn must have passed the ball between them 10 times before Schär lets it go downfield. Zuma puts it out of play under minimal pressure from Chris Wood. So Newcastle now have a throw down the right-hand side, level with the West Ham penalty area. Newcastle attacking the Trevor Brooking stand in this first half, where their supporters are. Makes me think they must have won the coin toss and turned West Ham around. It'll be Emil Kraft once again, maybe with a long throw. There is a short option with both Willock and Fraser there. Gives it to Fraser. Fraser back to Kraft. Tries to whip the cross in, but couldn't get the height on the cross. It dribbled to the edge of the 18-yard line. And then Antonio is fouled from behind by Fabian Schär, and it's a free kick to West Ham, 0-0.
Antonio is so good at that. I mean, he's got such strength and now experience that I think he actually made that a foul when it wasn't really, just by backing in.
Only 2 goals since October for Michail Antonio. Only seems like yesterday he was holding up a cardboard cutout of himself in celebration of a goal here at the London Stadium. But there was talk on the fans' forums in the week, Dean, about the potential for Michail Antonio to be given a rest and Bowen to play through the centre today.
Well, again, why I felt like that was a perfect opportunity to strengthen the squad and to take a bit of pressure off Antonio, or put pressure on him to have to keep the numbers high, the goals high. And I think he feels like, it looks like he does protect himself at times because of those injuries that he's tended to have, and I think he's adapted his game in that sense.
Here's Jacob Murphy sprinting over the halfway line for Newcastle, out to the far left hand side of Matt Targett. Looks for Murphy again inside the box, tries to toe poke it across the penalty area, comes out to Joelinton, who hits a wild shot that lands in the 5th row of the Newcastle supporters behind that goal. Not even really a sighter for the Brazilian goal kick to West Ham. 0-0 it stays on TalkSport.
Yeah, it was pretty awful. It was pretty awful from Joelinton, because it was excellent play again from Matt Targett and Jacob Murphy. Again, issues there between Fredericks and Bowen, just able to play inside of Fredericks. And then the ball out to Joelinton, and wow, it was bad.
Still goalless between Fulham and Huddersfield over on TalkSport 2, by the way. Get the app downloaded and you can just sweep time and again between TalkSport and TalkSport 2, so you miss none of our live sporting action across the network. Remember, Arsenal-Brentford coming up at 3 o'clock on TalkSport 2 with Nigel Adderley and Perry Groves at Emirates Stadium, whilst Adrian Durham takes you around the grounds here on TalkSport with the likes of Trevor Sinclair and David Connolly in tow. All the goals as they go in on Game Day Live this afternoon after this commentary, which is 18.5 minutes old at the London Stadium on TalkSport. West Ham 0, Newcastle United 0. And Newcastle have a throw which doesn't reach halfway. It's intercepted by Declan Rice, and then Fornals looks for Ben Rama, turns it round the left hand corner looking for Antonio, picked up by Fornals, works it back to Rice in the centre of the Newcastle half. Rice will look out left for Cresswell, just teases it down the left hand side for Antonio. Good first time ball in field for Fornals. He gives it back to Antonio, rolls his foot on the ball, clips a right footed ball into the area, headed straight back to him by Fabian Schär. And then Antonio with the ball into the box that was towards the penalty spot, and no West Ham player gambled, and Joe Linton could just whack it clear. Rice with a diagonal ball now, looking down the right hand side for Fredericks. Lovely header. Bowen off the bar. I think he got a touch off the goalkeeper as well, and comes out to Fornals on this left hand side. Now down the left hand side, Ben Rama tries to get the cross in, and he went out for a corner kick as the sliding challenge came in, but Jared Bowen so close to giving West Ham the lead after 19 minutes. It stays 0-0.
Yeah, it was a raking pass from Declan Rice, a clever little header from Fredericks into Bowen's path. Very, very tight angle, controlled the right-footed half volley, and Dubravka fingertips onto the crossbar.
I thought he got a touch to it, and so Martin Dubravka did, to keep it goalless, but it is a corner to West Ham towards our left as we look to the Bobby Moore end of the ground, and it's Aaron Cresswell with a left-footed outswinger to come for West Ham United. Onto around the penalty spot. Oh, everyone flew up for a header, but it missed everybody. Craig Dawson was probably the closest of all, the man who got the last gasp equaliser at Leicester last weekend, and Newcastle bring the ball clear, and Murphy is barged into by Fredericks, and that'll be a free kick and a possible yellow card. Indeed it is, for Ryan Fredericks for obstructing the run of Joe Willock. It was down that left hand side. Pretty easy decision in the end for Chris Kavanagh. 0-0 free kick.
What is he doing? I mean, you're on the pitch mainly because you're rapid, Ryan Fredericks, so take him on then. Have a race. That's what he's done. He's knocked it down the outside of you and said, I'm going to try and beat you for pace. Well, go on then.
Free kick worked short infield to Shelby, who'll just lift a ball into the area, headed out by Zuma, but straight back in by Joe Linton to the far post, headed across the face of goal, and no one there in a Newcastle shirt to turn it in this time. Cleared away by West Ham. Wood tries to flick it down the left hand side, but it will just drop for Fredericks, and he'll just loft it up to the halfway line, but Fornals won't get their first target, will, and head it out of play, and it's a West Ham United throw. 21 minutes gone on TalkSport on Game Day exclusive. It's West Ham 0, Newcastle United 0. Here's Dean Ashton.
Well, instead of just constantly heading it back across goal, why not head it towards goal? I know it might be a tight angle, but head that down towards Fabianski's feet, see if it causes him an issue. They just keep heading it back across goal.
Now Jared Bowen just jinking through the centre of the field. It's laid off to Antonio down the right hand side of the box, and the angle was tight. He tried to fire it goalwards, but Dan burned him more than enough to put Antonio off, and it was way over the crossbar, and Newcastle have a goal kick away to our left. 0-0.
Got to be a bit cuter there, Mikel Antonio. Very honest. Lovely little flick round the corner from Said Benrahma, and just as he's about to take the strike, Dan Burns committed, fully committed to the slide tackle, will just dink it over him, and over you go, and there's a penalty there to be had.
Approaching the midway point of the first half, 0-0 between the two Uniteds, West Ham and Newcastle, and the Geordies trying to come forward, but Craig Dawson sticks his foot in, gets it up to halfway, and Ben Rama and Fornals try and combine, but it breaks for Dan Burn, and Newcastle have it back. Joe Linton just shy of the halfway line, rolls it square to his right for John Joe Shelby. Shelby gets his head up. Wood's making a run diagonally to his left, but he doesn't use him. It's come back to Shelby on the halfway line, and now Fabian Schär being closed down by Antonio, lifts it down the right hand side, and Wood might get to this first. Zuma goes up there with him. Good challenge between the two of them, but Wood's got the better of him down the right wing, clips the ball into the area. Awkward header down by Fredericks, and Dawson elects to put it out of play for a Newcastle throw. 0-0.
Yeah, good battle up between Zuma and Wood. Zuma won the first shoulder to shoulder, and then Wood just eased him out and whipped in across. Sadly, no one had taken his place in the box.
Fornals puts it out of play for another throw as Fraser and Kraft try to combine down this near side, the Newcastle right hand side. Game Day exclusive. So the Swede will dry the ball on the underside of his jersey, look to send this maybe into the box, although Fraser's come short for a throw if he wants it, but Kraft also has Willett calling for it just inside the 18-yard line. Now he makes a run towards him, but a little foot in, got it away by Aaron Cresswell. Kraft lobs it up in the air, just ends up being another Newcastle throw, but further back towards the halfway line as the rain comes down a bit heavier once again at the London Stadium. Byrne drills the ball out to the Newcastle left, looking for Murphy, but it was comfortably intercepted by Fredericks. And then Murphy has a little nibble at Jared Bowen, and that's a free kick to West Ham just shy of the halfway line. They wanted to play on, but the whistle had long since gone, 0-0.
They want a yellow card as well because of Ryan Fredericks' yellow card stopping a counter-attack. I don't see a huge amount of difference. Jacob Murphy gets away with it.
Zuma to Cresswell on this near side. It's currently West Ham 0, Newcastle United 0. Here are the latest odds from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage. You can back a West Ham win at 20-19 on. You can back a Newcastle win at 16-5, or if you want to back the draw, that's 21-10. That odds update is all thanks to Betfair, where you'll get no cash out suspensions on match odds and over under goal markets on football. It's 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. It's great to have you with us on Saturday afternoon here on Talk Sport, game day exclusive. Adrian Durham ready to pick up the cudgels at around about 2:30 for all the goals as they go in on game day live with reporters around the grounds in the Premier League. Plenty of Premier League 3 o'clocks today, 6 of them, and also games in the EFL where we have reporters stationed around the country. Here's Ryan Fraser down the left for Newcastle at 0-0. Plays the ball infield to Joe Linton at the edge of the area. Looks for Murphy. Tried to bring the ball down and shoot on the half volley from the edge of the D, but couldn't keep it down. And he was being pressurised as he got the shot away. Goal kick West Ham 0-0.
Ryan Fraser just causing a few issues that time. Drifting over to the left-hand side. Unmarked. Lovely ball into Joe Linton. Then he fired it in probably waist height towards Murphy, which didn't give him much of a chance. He took a wonderful touch to start with, and then such a difficult skill with it being wet and skiddy to be able to swivel, half volley, rifle that towards goal. But West Ham have just got an issue at the moment because of the narrowness of Fraser and Murphy. It means that Emil Kraft and Targett are starting to get into the game, whereas we haven't seen the West Ham fullbacks. They're having to come in narrow to just defensively have that block against the narrowness of Fraser and Murphy.
Fabianski with a goal kick for West Ham United. 26 gone, 0-0 on Talk Sport. Flicked on by Souček, but Fornals won't get a piece of the second ball. Again, it's Newcastle that win it back, and Joe Willock shows good strength on halfway to get away from Declan Rice. Now he rolls the challenge of Souček, rolls it to the left-hand side of the area. Murphy's inside the area. Targett on the overlap, tries to hit the cross, and then it's blocked behind off target for a goal kick in the end. But once again, Newcastle looking dangerous down their left-hand side, 0-0.
Yeah, Willock Dino, wasn't it? Lovely bit of skill, absolutely has done Declan Rice with a Cruyff flick in the middle of the park, and then drove towards that West Ham defence, should I say, and Targett again. Brilliant work from the left back to overlap and be that option.
0-0, but Newcastle asking more of the questions in this opening half hour. 27 minutes gone. Antonio for West Ham down the right hand side. He's got Fredericks on the overlap, but Murphy back doing his defensive duties, just toe pokes it out for a throw about 5 yards from the corner flag on the far side of the field from us, with West Ham attacking the Bobby Moore stand end in this first period. Fredericks looks for Antonio with the throw, comes out towards that far touch line, away from our commentary position, has to roll it back. It's thrown forward by Bowen. Now down the right hand side of the area, Benrahma is offside, and that will be a free kick to Newcastle United. TalkSport Breakfast, always worth a listen, and Neil Warnock's back in tow with Laura Woods and Trevor Sinclair on Monday morning. I must admit, when he was on last week, I nearly spat my tea across the room when he said that he thought Cesar Azpilicueta was lucky to have had the career he's had as a Chelsea player. I've said it enough times on TalkSport. I think it's the best £8 million Chelsea's ever spent. But there you go, that's Neil Warnock for you. He says things that you don't always necessarily agree with, but it's great radio. So make sure you're with Laura and Trevor, and Neil will join them around about 7:30 on Monday morning. And Christian Horner, the team principal of Red Bull Racing, is going to be joining TalkSport Breakfast on Monday morning. Of course, a few F1 teams start to show off their new cars for the new season. So I'm sure Christian, now he's got the world champion on his books, will be full of happiness and joy ahead of the new F1 season. Here at the London Stadium, Joe Willock went down and looked imploringly at the referee Chris Kavanagh for a free kick which never came, and Fabianski clears the ball downfield. 0-0 with 28.5 minutes gone. Dawson guides the ball down to Benrahma. Now Aaron Cresswell right in front of David Moyes, stood at the edge of his technical area. The ball rolled into the feet of Antonio. It wasn't easy for Antonio to control, and West Ham have given the ball up again, Dean Ashton.
Yeah, there's no atmosphere, is there, at the moment in this stadium, certainly from a West Ham perspective. Just keep looking at Antonio, and I just think it's so... When you lack confidence as a forward, the one thing you always do is you tend to start coming to the ball a lot more, rather than threatening in behind, rather than staying within the width of the penalty area and doing your job as a goal scorer. I think Harry Kane can sometimes be guilty of this as well. When he lacks confidence, is you want to be involved in the game, and you then forget and make sure that you're in the box. So many times West Ham have built an attack and he's been out wide or short.
Now Ryan Fraser looking to get away from Declan Rice, who steps across him, wins the ball back, but then it's given up by West Ham United once again on this near side. Whipped in early by Cher, comes into the area. Wood with his back to goal, tries to tee up Fraser at the right hand corner, but there's enough West Ham shirts back to win it. And Rice plays the ball down this left hand side for Fornals, up to Antonio on halfway, but in steps Fabian Cher to put it out for a throw-in to West Ham United. Manchester City Tottenham is live and exclusive on TalkSport, game day exclusive at 5:30, and then we're straight to the Manchester AO Arena. No game day your verdict this week because we've got live boxing. It's the little matter of Amir Khan against Kell Brook, and our coverage starts from the Manchester AO Arena at 7:30 with Adam Cattrall and Gareth A. Davis. Conor Benn amongst our commentary team tonight ringside. Antonio goes down from a challenge from Emil Kraft, and that's both fullbacks booked, right fullbacks that is. Emil Kraft goes into the book for Newcastle not long after Ryan Fredericks got his yellow card for West Ham, and it gives West Ham a free kick here, Dean Ashton, about 25 yards out, almost at the left-hand corner of the penalty area.
Yeah, know your opposition. Emil Kraft, I don't know why you would try and go shoulder to shoulder with Antonio. Just bounced off him, clear free kick, dangerous area.
Newcastle holding their line at the edge of the 18-yard line. There are two men in a wall, including the smallest man on the field, Ryan Fraser, just inside the 18-yard line. Cresswell and Fornals are standing over this free kick for West Ham United. Will it be a left-footed or a right-footed delivery? West Ham really not been in this game so far, but a big chance here with just over half an hour played on TalkSport. Referee blows his whistle. Cresswell raises his right arm, drills it in, and it's headed in! Craig Dawson, 2-in-2. That one definitely came off the head and not off the t-shirt line. And West Ham, having struggled all the way through this half hour to impose themselves on the game, hit the front from a set piece. Cresswell's delivery and a bullet header from Craig Dawson makes it West Ham 1, Newcastle 0.
Well, we talked pre-game about the strength of this West Ham side from set plays, and the delivery is absolutely delicious from Cresswell. And Dawson times his run brilliantly, and the header, bullet-like, into the ground. Use that skid that you've got from the rain to just zip past Dubravka into the corner. Excellent goal from a West Ham perspective, and just what they needed after a slow start.
2-in-2 for Craig Dawson, and West Ham then, as it stands, will go back up into fourth in the Premier League table. The bubble machines working overtime once again just down beneath us. They swirl around the London Stadium in front of our commentary position as the game restarts. 13 to half time. Penny for Eddie Howe's thoughts at the moment after all that territory and possession and half chances. Newcastle are behind, Dean Ashton.
And we said about how important set pieces can be. If you get that delivery right, it just means you don't have to think about anything other than attacking the space, which Dawson does excellently and has done throughout his career.
Ball clipped infield by Fornals for Souček. Then Antonio gets barged over, actually by Souček I think more than anybody else, and the ball's brought clear by Joe Willett, dashing out towards the left hand side, but he runs into Jared Bowen, and play's been brought back because Antonio's just down clutching his shoulder or his chest inside the Newcastle half of the field. It could be his face that he was caught on. Right on the jaw. Just Joe Linton's shoulder just caught him on the jaw as Joe Linton stepped in to win the ball back. And Antonio needs a bit of treatment just down beneath us. You're listening to West Ham 1, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport with We Buy Any Car. Hundreds of branches, usually only 13 minutes away. Find yours now. Just over 10 minutes to half time. Normally this means that when there's a break in play, all sorts of players run to the near side and have a word with their management and coaching staff, and it's only now that Newcastle are coming over to have a chat with Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall, and the West Ham players following suit. Dean Ashton.
Well, I'm sure he'll be very, very disappointed with the manner of the goal that they've conceded. Yes, it was a great ball, a good run from Dawson, and he wasn't marked. I don't know whether it was Dan Burn who was marking him. He was the closest defender to him, who just stuck a leg out, but Dawson was completely free header, and really wasn't going to miss. And like I said, I like the fact that he headed that down into the ground and used the pace of the wet surface to his advantage.
Scored a few goals when he was on away on loan. Craig Dawson got a permanent 2-year contract. And that's 3 goals this season for Craig Dawson, after that equaliser last time at Leicester, where the old t-shirt line debate came into play. We're going into the last 10 minutes of the first half. Antonio's back on his feet, so we're about to restart play. And it will be a drop ball for Lucas Fabianski to take back into his own penalty area. Antonio's back on, so we're back to the full complement, 11 against 11. You're listening to Talk Sport, game day exclusive from the London Stadium. West Ham 1, Newcastle 0. A goal from Craig Dawson from a beautifully flighted Aaron Cresswell free kick, and here come West Ham again with Fornals up to the edge of the area, steps away from Shelvey, but Shelvey got back to block the shot as it came in, and Newcastle will try and bring it away and find Jacob Murphy out on the left hand side. Sprints over halfway. Bowen trying to stay with him, but he's showing a good turn of pace, is Jacob Murphy. Now Fraser jinking down the left-hand side. Early cross into the box. Up goes Wood. Punched away by Fabianski. Willett just couldn't control the ball as it dropped out the sky. He has run back out the penalty area to retrieve it. And then Kraft is pickpocketed by West Ham players trying to take it off him. Antonio won the ball. And Fornals will roll it back for Cresswell. And Cresswell just passes it straight at Joe Willett, who couldn't control it. And West Ham get a throw, 1-0 to the Hammers.
Yeah, Fabianski, I think he actually did well, because Chris Wood gets up really early on top of him and he gets something on it, and just because of this slippy surface, as the ball bounces, it just skids away from you. Willett couldn't quite catch his feet, and West Ham get lucky again.
That's the thoughts of Dean Ashton, former West Ham and England striker, alongside with Ian Danta here at the London Stadium, where 8 minutes plus added time to the break. West Ham a goal up, and Newcastle haven't really responded that well to going behind when you consider how adept they've been in the first half hour. And here's Fornals finding Ben Rama, looking to slip Antonio in down the left hand side, across to the edge of the area, again looking for the run of Souček this time, but Newcastle have got bodies back, and between Shelvey and Joe Linton they brought it clear. Wood wants it played along the deck through the middle, but it goes backwards to square to Matt Targett, left hand side, and back to Dan Burn. Again, no pressure on the ball as Dan Burn brings the ball towards halfway. Targett will give it back to the new signing, and Burn again will get his head up, thinks about a diagonal ball, but then rolls it into the feet of Murphy, trying to turn away from Souček and then guide it out to the left hand side, but nothing doing. There was claims for a free kick for a nibble on the ankles of Murphy, but Chris Kavanagh not interested, and Declan Rice tries to release Jared Bowen down the West Ham right, one-on-one with Matt Targett. Targett sticks to his task really well, goes to ground at the right time and wins the ball back.
Yeah, he knew that Bowen wanted to come back onto his left side, so he just almost tempted him with that space to bring it onto his left side, and then as soon as he did, Viper-like right foot just to steal the ball. Brilliant defending.
1-0 West Ham though, and here's John Joe Shelvey for the visitors, playing it into the feet of Murphy, turns it round the corner to Targett out on the left hand side. He gives it back to Murphy, left hand corner of the box, faced up by Fredericks and Rice, tries to go on the outside of Fredericks, hits it against the fullback and wins a corner for Newcastle at the Trevor Brooking stand end. 1-0 West Ham.
Yeah, they struck a good partnership, Murphy and Targett on that left hand side. They've worked it well. They've caused Bowen and Fredericks, who aren't certainly working as a pair at the moment, plenty of joy down that side.
If you're just tuning in, no Sam Maximan for Newcastle today, out with injury. That's why Murphy's playing in his place. Left wing corner for Newcastle. Target strikes it into the near post. Scher tried to get a flick on at the near post. It was headed out only as far as Kraft, who I don't know whether he was trying a shot. Shelvey goes down inside the box, claims for a penalty not given. Now it's held up at the edge of the area. Strike from Willock is blocked by Zuma, and it blocks out to the left-hand side. And Target will keep it in play just ahead of the halfway line, and he's going to hit a diagonal ball up to the edge of the area. Wood goes up with Zuma. Zuma wins the header, and it's picked up by Pablo Fornals, who skips away from Fraser up to Ben Rama on halfway, but the giant figure of Dan Burn steps across him to win it back. Now Fraser works it infield to John Joe Shelvey, heading towards the last 5 minutes of the first half on TalkSport. 1-0 to West Ham on Game Day Exclusive. Wood works the ball infield to Joe Linton, then Joe Linton gives it straight to Saeed Ben Rama. Fornals plays it through the centre circle. Ben Rama's got Bowen ahead of him. Bowen up against Burn into the area. Dan Burn sticks out a right leg, puts it behind for a corner kick to West Ham. 1-0 to the home side.
Yeah, that's where they've been dangerous, when they have been able to pierce that Newcastle midfield in towards Ben Rama or Fornals, and then that pass straight into Bowen or Antonio worked so well. He just showed it too much to Burn. With them long limbs, he was able just to stick that right foot out and poke it away. But it is a corner kick to West Ham at the Bobby Moore stand end of the ground, and Bowen's just spotting the ball down for a left-footed in-swinger. Fornals standing right next to Dubravka inside the 6-yard box. In it comes from Bowen. It's Zuma tries to get his head on it, but Chris Wood back there defending did enough to get it outside the area. Ben Rama finds Bowen down the right-hand side of the box. He's now inside the area, turns away from Joe Linton, gets the shot away, and it's claimed near down at his near post by Dubravka, plunging to his left to make a good save. 1-0 West Ham. Sign of a confident player, isn't it? Jared Bowen comes inside onto his left foot. All he's thinking about is getting this strike away. He's just tapping the ball with the outside of his left foot, waiting then to try and strike it through the legs of Joe Linton. He actually probably should have passed it 5 yards to his strike partner Antonio, but that's the confidence of Bowen at the moment. He feels like every time he's going to shoot, he's going to hit the back of the net.
12 goals in all competitions for Jared Bowen. Marlon Harewood got 16 all competitions in the 2005-6 season. That was the last time anyone scored more with West Ham in the Premier League in all competitions. You would think that's most definitely a record he can get level with and get ahead of before we get to May. 1-0 to West Ham, putting them fourth in the Premier League as things stand. Newcastle United, who started the game well and looked confident, find themselves behind here. Shelvey, just shy of the halfway line, turns and plays the ball down the inside right channel. Fraser lets it run for Chris Wood. He lays it off to Kraft, right hand corner of the area. Deep cross to the far post, goes beyond Murphy, but Target's there to pick up the loose ball, flicks it back infield neatly to Jacob Murphy. Tried to clip it down the left hand side of the box for Willock, but he overhit it and it just skips behind off the greasy surface for a West Ham United goal kick. West Ham 1, Newcastle 0.
I'm afraid that's where Chris Wood is slightly limited, because there it was very one-dimensional. It came into his feet and all he saw was a pass out wide to the fullback, whereas if he'd have been a bit more clever, creative, really clever run from Ryan Fraser just in front of him, if he'd have taken control or even flicked it first time into his mate, he was in 1v1. And maybe just that's the side of his game that's missing for Chris Wood.
Still 0-0 between Fulham and Huddersfield in the TalkSport 2 commentary that's ongoing right now. Just use the app and you can swipe between the two stations with consummate ease to choose between our two commentaries this lunchtime across the network. 0-0 there, 1-0 here to West Ham, but here come Newcastle trying to get themselves level before the break, and Jacob Murphy with another jinking run into the area, and in slides the challenge to put it behind. Declan Rice, I think it was, that got the vital touch to put it behind for a corner kick. Lovely skill from Jacob Murphy once again. Newcastle corner.
He's got a sneaky turn of pace, Declan Rice. Just when you think you're away from him, he just extends that stride and manages to get back. Great tackle.
But it is a Newcastle corner. They trail 1-0. And it's Matt Target to take the corner kick. In it comes to the near post. Up go the heads. Just goes beyond Dan Burn. It's sent goalwards by Murphy. Awkward clearance from Souček. And then West Ham do get it clear. And it breaks for Fornals, who tries to let Ben Rama in behind but Emil Kraft, the last man, gets across, and a no-nonsense clearance out for a throw-in. 1-0 West Ham.
Yeah, he's not the quickest over a long distance, Ben Rama. He's sharp and over the first 5, but it was easy for Kraft in the end just to ease him out.
Huddersfield have the lead at Fulham. Danny Ward has put the Terriers ahead, so it may not be cut and dry that Fulham are just going to run away with the championship. Huddersfield in great form themselves. I don't think they've lost since November. That's ongoing right now with Joe Shannon, your commentator, over on TalkSport 2 at Craven Cottage. 1-0 to Huddersfield there, 1-0 to West Ham here as we're in the last 30 seconds of normal time, and it's 2-0 to Huddersfield now at Craven Cottage, really piling the pressure on Marco Silva's men in front of their own. Newcastle trying to win a throw down the far side of the field, but Antonio's kept it in play. Murphy just stopped and thought the ball was going to drift over the touchline. Not so. About to find out how much added time we get at the end of this first half. Graham Scott just about to hold up the board. Zuma on halfway, hits a diagonal ball looking for Bowen. There's going to be 2 minutes of minimum added time at the end of this first half as Dan Burn guides the ball neatly down to Joe Linton. One last chance for Newcastle, maybe to try and get themselves level by bringing the ball forward down their right hand side with Emil Kraft. Kraft faked to hit a diagonal ball in and then ran beyond Fornals, clips the ball into the area. Fraser flicks it on. Murphy will pick it up, left hand corner of the area, up against Fredericks, turns in onto his right, little reverse pass for Fraser. Fraser's cross, can't find a teammate, and then it's towed goalwards and off the line and surely in from Jacob Murphy. It's been given. Jacob Murphy equalises for Newcastle. The goal decision system rules. The whole of the ball had crossed the line. It looked like West Ham were able to clear their lines, but they made an absolute mess of it. And Joe Willett has toe-poked the ball over the line and equalised for Newcastle right on half-time. It's 1-1.
Well, Jacob Murphy made a great blindsided run, and Ryan Fraser as well. And I just thought he was going to feed this across, flash it across the box, and he doesn't. He just dinks it up. Declan Rice, absolute 50-pence piece head. He's gone to head it out of the box. He's headed it backwards, and Joe Willock is just alive to the situation, and just out of nowhere sticks out a little outside of the foot, flick volley back across Fabianski, who's not expecting it whatsoever because of that bad header from Rice. Can't get it, dribbles over the line, and actually Newcastle have probably deserved to be level in this game.
Well, Joe Willett had that purple patch when he was on loan at Newcastle last season with all the goals that he scored. 18-14 on loan, hasn't scored this season before today, and now it's 1-1. And we're in deep in stoppage time, and lots of West Ham fans heading for the concourses to get a pint and probably have a bit of a grizzle about the way things have suddenly gone.
He's been excellent. He's been a driving force from that midfield. West Ham have allowed Newcastle time on the ball to pick passes. They've been good down the sides. Ryan Fraser again going over that to the left-hand side to cause problems.
And there goes the half-time whistle. And it's the Newcastle fans away to our right making far more noise as Chris Kavanagh blows his whistle, because right at the end of the half, Joe Willett getting his first goal of the season, capitalising on a poor defensive header from Declan Rice, steered the ball off the inside of the post, and before Fabianski could clear the ball, it had crossed the line. That after Craig Dawson had headed West Ham in front just before the half hour. Lovely free kick sent into the box by Aaron Cresswell, and a powerful header to make it 2-2 for Dawson. But it's a frustrated atmosphere around the London Stadium because Newcastle have equalised right on half time to give us a scoreline on TalkSport here of West Ham 1, Newcastle 1.
And maybe Pablo Fornal showing a bit of that frustration, being separated from John Joe Shelby as the players went down the tunnel. Some choice words being shared between the two of them. I didn't see a real altercation between them out there during the first half, but there you go. The Newcastle fans, by the way, half of them had already gone for pints, so they all streamed out of the concourse to celebrate that goal. You make the journey 5 hours. Wait until the whistle blows before you go and get your half-time refreshments, OK? Listen, Dean Ashton, you've got to say Newcastle deserved to come back into the game. They started very brightly. The one thing that I would say, the overriding feature of that first half, when it was a 50-50 ball, Newcastle were winning it. You know, you always felt like the ball was dropping it, especially in the box. there seemed to be no real urgency from those West Ham players. Have you been surprised by that?
Especially early on, when you think you want to take a grip of a game, you want to get on top of your opponents, especially when you're at home, you want to lift the crowd. There wasn't that at all. It was flat. You're right, Newcastle were first to the ball, and it was only 20-25 minutes into the game that I really saw a switch in West Ham's tempo and competitiveness. And once they did that, they started to cause Newcastle some problems. Okay, it was a set play that got them that first goal, but then after that, they've still allowed Newcastle plenty of the ball to dominate possession at times as well. And down the flanks, I think Newcastle have been excellent, especially they've targeted Fredericks down that side, Target and Murphy, and Fraser's gone over there, which he did for the goal, just to outnumber them on that side. That's clearly where Newcastle have felt that they've got the strength.
It has been a repetitive feature in that first half. There needs to be a solution down the flanks for West Ham United in that second half. The first goal came from Craig Dawson, though, went 1-0 up. It was a lovely delivery from Aaron Cresswell. The home crowd finally made some noise as their side took the lead, but Joe Willett just stretching out and managing off the inside of the post to mean that Newcastle go into half-time level here at the London Stadium with an important 45 minutes ahead of us. It is half-time live and exclusively here on TalkSport. Newcastle at 1 and of course West Ham 1 at the moment. Don't forget, you can stay one step ahead on game day with the TalkSport Edge app. Our match centre gives you faster live scores plus team news from your latest and the latest from your club as well. You can download it from the Apple Store or the Google Play Store. Not the joy that these West Ham fans and not the performance that they were expecting to be feeling at half-time. It is West Ham 1, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with We Buy Any Car. The 22 Reg Plate is landing. Sell your car today.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals and a wide range of trade quality building products. In February, we've got an Axis 90 M4A white PVC centre pivot roof window for only £145 ex-VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
VAT charged at 20%.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2021 and 30th of September 2021 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Hey friend, nothing like a busy day, week, month, last 5 minutes, life to work up an appetite. Makes you want to hit up Just Eat. For your favourite McDonald's, Costa Coffee, Greggs, Zizi, Starbucks, German Doner Kebab, Queens, KFC, Taco Bell, Subway. No worries, we got it. We got it. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
At Betfair, we know how it feels when you're in the moment, in the heat of the match, and you decide to hit cash out. Only to find cash out is suspended and you're frozen out of your bet. That's why when you bet fair on football, you can cash out when you want, with no cash-out suspensions on match odds. And now also over or under goal markets, because we're Betfair.
Applies to selected sportsbook markets on the majority of football. Excludes free bets and bet settlement window. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Get goals in the sun. Get goals in the sun. Goals in the morning. You're reading goals in the morning. We've got goals inside, we've got goals, sweet goals pull out, bang, bang, bang.
Fans love something to sing about, and you'll find all the games, goals, stats, facts and more in the Sun's free goals pull-out. Get yours inside the Sun on Sunday tomorrow.
What are you playing at? Look at your ideas, what are you doing? We need these 3 points.
We can't tell you exactly who is getting the hairdryer treatment right now. But with Capital One's balance transfer guarantee, we can tell you if you'll be able to transfer the amount you need before you apply for a credit card, without affecting your credit score.
Get them play! Come on!
Balance transfer guarantee from Capital One. That's credit done right.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Man City versus Tottenham live today on Sky Sports for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports 18+, stream via internet. Terms apply.
Exclusive international cricket live over on TalkSport 2 tomorrow afternoon from 1:30.
And he's nicked the next ball through to the keeper.
TalkSport 2 brings you big hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as India take on the West Indies in the third T20 International direct from Eden Gardens, Kolkata.
In edge! He's caught this time though.
Short and at the body, and that's out.
India versus the West Indies tomorrow afternoon from 1:30. Exclusively over on TalkSport 2.
Could all go out the window if I go in there with so much rage and not listen to my coach, because I could do all the training and go over it all in the gym when I'm relaxed, but go in there with that much rage and wanting to just hurt him so bad, the fight couldn't be win and lost.
It's time for me to put him in his place and show who the better fighter is as well. All this time I could not leave the sport, could not leave boxing without having this fight, because everyone would have said, what would have happened if I fought Kell Brook?
We cannot wait. Tonight, TalkSport brings you live and exclusive radio commentary of the long-awaited grudge fight between Amir Khan and Kell Brook from the Manchester AO Arena. Our commentary team, Adam Cattrall, Gareth A. Davies, Andy Clark, and the current welterweight boxer Conor Benn taking you through all of the action. Fight Night Live from the Manchester Arena. All starts at 7:30 p.m. tonight. The main event, Khan versus Brook, set to get underway at about 10:30 p.m. But it is going to be a very special evening, so make sure you tune in here at the London Stadium on Game Day exclusive, all level at half-time. Newcastle with an equaliser on the 45, maybe 46 minutes from Joe Willock. It is West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 1. Looking ahead to that second half, then let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage.
Game Day on TalkSport with Betfair. Get daily rewards on football. Bet £20 worth of multiples or bet builders and get a £5 free bet. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Well, it's gone one way and then the other. Newcastle started on top. West Ham came back into it. Newcastle ended the half the better. At the moment, you can back a West Ham win at 6-5, back a Newcastle win at 18-5, or you can back the draw at 31-20. That odds update, all thanks to Betfair, returns accurate as of 10 minutes ago. For verification, see betfair.com. Over 18s only. Conditions apply. Go to begambleaware.org.
Game Day on TalkSport with Betfair. Bet with the cash out you can rely on this season, with no cash out suspensions on match odds and over-under goal markets. Exclusions and conditions apply. Selected markets. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
So coming up at 2:30, we'll be taking you around the grounds, including Anfield. A very special week for one of their players, James Milner, racking up his 800th club appearance. He appeared, of course, for Liverpool in midweek. So here on Game Day, we're going to pay tribute to the Reds' very own Mr. Reliable.
Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time.
Mane sends the ball into the area, comes back to Milner, and Milner drives it in from 11 yards out past the goalkeeper.
He is the best at doing the fundamentals, the basics.
Yeah.
Running, the tackling.
Which is what you need.
Running into places where, like, if I'm playing against midfield, he's taking me places that I don't want to go. And he does that consistently. I mean, he's done it for 800 games, and he's still going. It's unbelievable.
Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time.
James Milner in front of the Spion Cup. Scores for Liverpool, and Liverpool lead Paris Saint-Germain by 2-0.
When I played with him at Villa, we used to maybe not train as long. Maybe we do like an hour. I remember one time in a meeting, James Milner was the only one who says we need to train more.
Milner's free kick in towards that near post, and it's gone all the way through. And it's 2-0 to Liverpool.
I've always tried to look after myself as well as I can on the gym side and eating, and that's come more and more into it over the years. And I've never touched alcohol. I don't have anything against it. I think early on made that decision that if it was going to help me, it would. And making sure I don't have too much Ribena as well. That's important.
What a player James Milner has been. Leeds, Newcastle, Villa, Manchester City and Liverpool. 61 England caps as well. He's won it all, the Premier League, well, 3 of them. FA Cup, League Cup, Champions League, Club World Cup as well. And he's been the model professional. So congratulations to James Milner from everyone at TalkSport. And his side, Liverpool, hosting Norwich as one of 6 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. Game Day Live coming up at 2:30 with our very own Adrian Durham, who's in position. Good evening, Adrian. Excuse me, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's gone all yesterday here. It's incredibly windy, incredibly wet, incredibly freezing. And just been looking around the country as well. They've got teams of volunteers on the pitch at Harrogate clearing the snow. Staff are clearing the snow at Bolton as well. There's been a few games postponed. Fleetwood Lincoln in League One as well. So it's going to be one of those crazy days weather-wise and hopefully football-wise as well.
Some great games though at 3 o'clock, Adrian. Which one in particular are you looking out for?
Well, I'm not looking forward to Derby Peterborough, but to have six 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League on a Saturday afternoon is an absolute joy. It's like a throwback, and I can make a case for all of them being brilliant. This one here, Southampton against Everton, I was questioning whether Ralph Hasenhüttl is as good as a lot of people think he is. Is he good enough for Man United, for example? So there'll be a reaction to that, I'm sure. And Frank Lampard needs to follow up on that win over Leeds. So this is a big one, and I'm really pleased to be here. But I absolutely guarantee you the conditions will certainly play a factor in this game this afternoon.
Adrian, thank you very much. Adrian in position at St Mary's for Game Day Live, all coming up from 2:30. Remember, you can also react to all of those 3 o'clock kickoffs with the Game Day phone-in on TalkSport 2 from around 5 p.m. Jordan, Jarrett, Brian will be taking you through all of the reaction. 03717 223344. I can see here at the London Stadium the Newcastle players are in the tunnel very quickly looking ahead to this second half. Dean Ashton, who do you expect to come out on top here? It's not been the perfect performance from West Ham by any stretch of the imagination. They, of course, are the favourites.
I would have to say it's been a very average performance from West Ham. They've had the odd moment, I think, on the counter-attack. I'm just amazed they've allowed Newcastle to dominate as much of the ball as they have done, considering they're the away side, and West Ham should be the ones that dominate possession here at home against a team like Newcastle. So I fully expect there to be a reaction at half-time. Whether he makes any changes, I'm not too sure, David Moyes, but I don't think he'd be massively happy with the intensity of that first half.
From the moment the players went down the tunnel, Ben Johnson was out here in the middle of the pitch at the London Stadium doing what seemed to be a pretty intensive warm-up. Is there a possibility that Ryan Fredericks on his first Premier League start gets hooked early?
Yeah, of course, because that's been Newcastle's biggest threat, has been down that left-hand side. He's been caught out a couple of times. I don't think he's been helped particularly actually by Jared Bowen in the way that they've worked together, but Johnson, I think, has done nothing wrong really, just picked up an injury at maybe a wrong time, and also with Fredericks being yellow carded, it just might be a simple switch for David Moyes.
I've wanted to see Newcastle commit a little bit, in particular Joe Willock, into that penalty area to get more shots off. You feel if he gambles, there's something more there for him.
I think it's a great point as well, because Chris Wood at times has been the one that the ball has gone into and then fed it wide, and then if he's out of position in that number 9 role, that's where you want a Willock or a Joelinton to actually gamble and get in the box and be that person that can get across the near post. They haven't done that, you're right, so again that's something they can work on, but I expect a different West Ham in this second half.
And it looks like there will be a change at the start of this second half for West Ham United. Newcastle have dominated parts of that first period. They had 60% possession. They had 10 attempts at goal to West Ham 6. But the score remains level. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 1. The bubbles are blowing once again. Will they be doing so at full time? I will leave you for second half commentary here on TalkSport with the former West Ham and England striker Dean Ashton and Ian Danter.
Thanks, Hugh. And your eagle-eyed host Hugh Woozencroft did spot Ben Johnson coming out to warm up the moment the half-time whistle blew. And with Ryan Fredericks struggling and on a yellow card, it's a straight swap at right back. So Ben Johnson on, Ryan Fredericks off for a change at the start of the second half. Newcastle attacking the Bobby Moore stand away to our left as we sit here at the London Stadium, wearing their change strip of all black with mustard trim on the shirts and shorts and mustard coloured socks, and West Ham in their traditional claret and blue shirts and socks with white shorts. West Ham will be attacking the Trevor Brooking stand away to our right in this second half. So Fabianski in goal. Now it's Johnson, Dawson, Zuma and Cresswell in a back four. Souček and Rice holding, and then Bowen, Fornals and Benrahma in behind Antonio. For Newcastle, same as the first 11 that started the game. Dubravka in goal, Kraft, Scher, Byrne and Targett, Willock, Shelby, Joe Linton, and then Fraser, Murphy and Wood up front. And we're into the second minute of this second half on TalkSport Game Day exclusive, and Fabian Scher just drills the ball out to this near side for Matt Targett, who's got space to loft a ball into the area just over the head of Wood, bounces at the far post, and that's neatly done by Aaron Cresswell to nod it back to his keeper Lucas Fabianski. 1-1.
So frustrating. Brilliant play from Newcastle, great switch out to Targett, whips in a delightful cross. Chris Wood goes to the near post, nobody, centre or far post. That's just not good enough.
Lovely pass out to the right-hand side for Ben Johnson. His first involvement in the game is to win a corner off Jacob Murphy for West Ham away to our right-hand side. 1-1 on TalkSport.
Well, that's needed. I think Fredericks didn't get forward enough. It's one way of defending against your opposition, is to make sure you push them the opposite way. Johnson's done that already and won his side a corner.
And Jared Bowen once again will take a left-footed in-swinging corner from the right-hand side for West Ham. Plenty in the 6-yard box, and a clutch of West Ham players making a run around the penalty spot. In it comes from Bowen, flicked on by Byrne, trying to get it away from danger. It's back to Cresswell at the edge of the box, comes through a forest of legs and deflects out here to the right-hand side, and Bowen again. Bowen checks the cross with his right, comes back onto his left. Lovely ball to the far post, headed out once again by Dan Byrne, but Benrahma will pick up the pieces this time for West Ham, trying to keep the pressure on at the Trevor Brooking end of the ground. Antonio, 30 yards out, plays the ball square to Zuma. Zuma, faced up by Murphy and Willock, gives the ball back to Rice, who puts a diagonal ball into the area. Souček knocks it down. Dawson with a drive, and it was brilliantly blocked by Byrne. Dawson going for his second goal of the afternoon.
Brilliant knockdown from Souček. Great strike from Dawson, but brilliant. Two Newcastle players flying in for the block. Exactly what you want to see if you're them travelling away fans.
But a good start on the front foot by West Ham to this second half on TalkSport. 1-1 it stays. Newcastle haven't scored more than one in a match away from home all season in the Premier League. Now down the left-hand side, Mikel Antonio for West Ham. Rolls it back 10 yards or so for Cresswell. Back in field for Declan Rice, just ahead of the halfway line. Goes back for Zuma inside his own half, and as Newcastle press up the field, the ball's rolled back to Fabianski. He now hits the ball into out, looking to the left-hand side, but bags of time for Emil Kraft to guide the ball back to his own keeper, Martin Dubravka. And Dubravka passes the ball straight back to Kraft in the right-back position. Hits a long ball downfield. Wood climbs, or thinks about climbing with Zuma, but stays on the deck in the end, and it's come to be one header by Kurt Zuma. Now Dawson looking to release Fornals down the left-hand side. Antonio trying to get the better of Kraft. Now he finds Fornals. Left-hand corner of the box. Cresswell on the overlap. Fornals whips the ball in. It's brought down by Bowen, trying to get his shot away back to goal. Clips it into Antonio, but a Newcastle foot there again to get it half clear. And then there's a Newcastle player down, needing treatment. 4 minutes gone in the second half. Newcastle have a free kick as Targett holds his head as he plants his face into the turf. 1-1 here.
Yeah, I just think as Jared Bowen goes to control that first pass, Targett takes a knee to the side of the head. I certainly don't think it would have been classed as a foul if Bowen had swiveled and smashed that in, as Targett was stooping really low just to try and head that away. All got a little bit too tight and cramped in that penalty area, trying to be a little bit too clever. Sometimes you have just got to swivel and smash it, hoping then that it maybe ricochets off defenders' legs and squirms in.
Don't forget, over on TalkSport 2, they're underway at Craven Cottage in the second half. Joe Shannon and Sammy Parkin bringing you the commentary as Huddersfield are 2-0 up at Fulham, with goals from Danny Ward and Dwayne Holmes from the penalty spot. Exclusive EFL commentaries right the way throughout the season. I'll be up at the Riverside on Tuesday night on TalkSport 2. Middlesbrough against West Brom is our live game from the EFL Tuesday night. That's a 7:45 kickoff over on TalkSport 2. Targett's just holding the top of his head as he stands on this near touchline waiting to be allowed back into the game. He is. So 5 minutes gone in the second half. There'll be a few blows to the head later between Amir Khan and Kell Brook. Whichever team you're on, whether you're Team Khan or Team Brook, make sure you're with us from 7:30. Just keep it on this frequency so you get Adrian taking you around the grounds from 2:30 with all the goals as they go in. Then Manchester City against Tottenham Hotspur exclusively live at 5:30, and then to the Manchester Arena we go, and Khan Brook, our exclusive coverage, starts at 7:30. West Ham coming forward with Ben Rama, trying to turn the ball round the corner for Antonio, but the attempted pass kind of ricocheted off himself, and Newcastle bring it clear. Kraft, the right back, scampers over the halfway line. Fornals goes with him, tries to play it infield for Ryan Fraser. Zuma heads it away for West Ham. Kraft tries to nick it back to Ryan Fraser, but that's good strength from Souček to win it back for West Ham United. Out to the left wing. Now Ben Rama looks in an offside position, but it's Antonio that goes for the ball, but good defending once again by a combination of Byrne and Scher. And then Shelvey looks for Matt Targett, who rolls the ball into the West Ham half, and Joe Linton can stretch his legs here, getting towards the edge of the area, clips it left for Murphy, who equalised late on, or set up the equaliser late on for Joe Willock. Cleared away at the near post for a throw. That was a bit of space that Joe Linton had to charge into there for Newcastle at 1-1.
Well, Souček had vacated that space in midfield, having won the ball back, and then tried to play it to Antonio, and as they recycled it, Newcastle, that was when Joe Linton had all that space down the side of Rice to be able to run into. Him and Willock have done that well in this game.
Target, left-hand side for Newcastle, swings across it, headed up in the air, somewhat uncertainly at the back by Dawson, but it drops in the right-back position, and Ben Johnson will just loft it up in the air. It's lofted out of play for a throw-in to Newcastle United. You're listening to Talk Sport, game day exclusive at the London Stadium. West Ham looking to go fourth in the Premier League. The likes of Arsenal and Tottenham have got 3 games in hand on them. 3 points precious, but as it stands, they're not going to go fourth with this 1-1 scoreline. Newcastle looking for 4 straight victories if they can get themselves back in front. But here comes Bowen down the right hand side for West Ham United, up against Targett, into the area. Can he pull it back? It's blocked at source by Matt Targett, who didn't go to ground, stayed on his feet and won the ball back for Newcastle.
He has been excellent, Matt Targett. He really has against Bowen, especially 1v1. That's a couple of times now. Jared Bowen deciding this time to try and take it on the outside, and he read it brilliantly, stepped in.
Dean Ashton alongside me, Ian Danter this afternoon. Dean, a former West Ham player, of course, strictly neutral this afternoon, as always.
Of course.
West Ham 1, Newcastle 1. We played 8.5 minutes of this second period. Adrian Durham standing by to take over at 2:30. He's hosting Game Day Live from St Mary's this afternoon, where Southampton take on Everton. And in about 20 minutes we'll bring you team news from the 6 3:00 kickoffs in the Premier League, including our TalkSport 2 exclusive commentary at 3:00, which is Arsenal against Brentford. Wood lays it off to Willock at the edge of the area, went for goal. It was blocked by Dawson, sliding in brilliantly for West Ham as Newcastle suddenly came forward with purpose. West Ham get the ball up to halfway, but Scher wins it back for Newcastle United. Looking to slide it up to Wood, gives it back to Fabian Scher, gets to the edge of the area, clips it into the box. I think he got caught in 2 minds, and it was a comfortable catch for Fabianski in his 6-yard box. 1-1.
Yeah, just play it wide, Fabian. Get ahead of yourself thinking you're going to strike it in from 30 yards. That was really good play as well to start with. But West Ham have got an issue because Fraser, Murphy and Willock, they're all going in onto Souček and Rice. So West Ham cannot play through midfield between them two, outnumbering them in that middle of the park at the moment. So then when Newcastle do get it, they've got that extra man in midfield and they're able to play through one of them. It's a bit of an issue for David Moyes to maybe think about and maybe change tactically.
Annoying once again for David Moyes to concede that late goal that Willock scored right on half-time. It's the 17th time this season that West Ham have been involved in a game where both teams have scored. Finding clean sheets a real struggle this season, West Ham United. Although they've scored again here at home. That's 13 home games in succession where they've found the net. They haven't done that since the late 1980s when they were back at Upton Park. Here's Dan Burn for Newcastle, hitting the diagonal ball out looking for Fraser. He did well, the diminutive Fraser, to head that back into play, but it's back with the claret and blue shirts of West Ham United. Cresswell, just shy of the halfway line. Plays it along the floor to Antonio, holds it up well under pressure from Cher, now drifting down the left-hand side. Fornals went beyond him, but Antonio's gone back towards the centre circle where Rice feeds Dawson. Dawson looks for Ben Johnson, who's got Jacob Murphy watching his every move. Johnson can't get down the right flank, so he rolls it back 15 yards or so to Dawson, and now Zuma in the centre circle as West Ham spread play from right to left. And then right again as Dawson picks it up, but he's been closed down by Joe Linton. Had to roll it back there to Lucas Fabianski as Joe Linton so nearly nicked the ball off him. 1-1.
Again, that's that organisation, though, without the ball for Newcastle. Not just going 1 and 2, 3s and 4s, and also they've really targeted that ball into Rice and Souček. Been really aggressive on their heels of the two midfield players, and it's just meant West Ham have struggled sluggishly to get through the middle of the park. But where's that width from West Ham? Where's Cresswell? Where's Johnson overlapping your two wide players? It hasn't happened.
West Ham 1, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport, game day exclusive. Here's Jacob Murphy running towards the West Ham penalty area. Down the left-hand side of the box he goes. Tries to get the cross in, deflected behind off a combination of Souček and Johnson for a Newcastle corner away to our left. One apiece.
He's been a decent deputy, Jacob Murphy. He's so direct. He's only got one thing in his mind, which is either to take you on or get a cross or a shot away. Do like that about an attacker. Maybe lacks that tiny bit of quality, but he's been a nuisance.
12 minutes gone in the second half. Newcastle corner away to our left. Matt Targett spotting it down at the edge of the quadrant. So a left-footed outswinger from the Newcastle number 13. Up go the heads. It came off Dan Burn, drops in the 6-yard box. Where's that going to go? Hooked out of danger by Dawson. Ben Rama is first on the scene to bring it clear for West Ham United. Players trying to run ahead of him, including Antonio, who's trying to muscle Newcastle players out the ball, and West Ham have won a throw bang on halfway, even though Ryan Fraser thinks he's kept it in play. Throw taken quickly, and West Ham have possession with Declan Rice inside his own half. Squares across to Craig Dawson. Now Ben Johnson, been at West Ham since he was 7 years of age, wearing number 31 for the Hammers. Rolls it back to Dawson again. Zuma in possession. Wood came to close him down, but Zuma got rid of it quickly. Cresswell now moving in field from the left-hand touchline. Dawson gets up to the halfway line and rolls it to this near touchline, and Johnson, who's standing just next to where David Moyes is gesticulating at the edge of his technical area. Still a bit of light drizzle, I think, falling here at the London Stadium, but nowhere near as persistent as it was in the first half. Good challenge, Emil Kraft, to win the ball back for Newcastle, and Shelvey motoring over the halfway line. Antonio tries to nibble back at him, but Shelvey plays a reverse pass, trying to get Fraser in behind, but Zuma out strongly to win the ball. Good anticipation from Kurt Zuma there. 1-1.
Excellent. I mean, he has been excellent, Zuma, and so aggressive in his defensive manner. He's won every header against Chris Wood, and there just spotted danger, came across, saw the pass, anticipated.
You're listening to West Ham 1, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport with Now. Don't forget, with a Now Sports Day membership, you can stream all the Sky Sports action, including Manchester City against Tottenham, live today for $11.99 without a contract. Search Now Sports. Matt Targett getting away down the left-hand side for Newcastle, whips the ball into the edge of the area, comes straight back at him as Dawson cleared it. And now Dan Burn finds Shelvey by the centre circle. Shelvey gets his head up. There's a run being made by Kraft down the right-hand side, and a lovely pass finds him, takes it on his chest. Kraft works it back to Fraser, right-hand corner of the area, clips it into the far post, just gets away from Joe Linton. Vital header from Ben Johnson that time, and there was a clash of heads between the two of them. They're both down and both need treatment, but that was good defending from Ben Johnson, because at first, Dean Ashton, Joe Linton looked favourite.
Yeah, he did, but he just stepped across. Brave was Johnson, and just, horrible clash of heads at the back post. But could that ball have been a little bit better from Fraser? It was behind everybody. You just want that going in behind the West Ham defence, facing their own goal. Again, they've been in so many good situations, Newcastle, down each side. Has that quality been quite there? Maybe not.
6 Premier League 3 o'clock kickoffs. We'll give you the team news from those in around about 10 minutes. We'll go around the grounds. There's games at Arsenal, Villa, Brighton, Palace, Liverpool and Southampton, where Adrian Durham's hosting Game Day Live at 2:30. And then we're off to the Etihad. Tottenham beat Manchester City on the opening weekend without Harry Kane. I'm assuming he plays today at the club that tried to sign him in the summer. Tottenham against Manchester City. That's a live exclusive Game Day commentary from the Etihad, 5:30. Sam Matterface, your commentator, and then we're off to the boxing. Both players back on their feet here, Joe Linton and Ben Johnson, so play will restart with a drop ball for Fabianski, 1-1.
Sorry, just one of the medics has taken my eye.
Why?
Dressed like like the forensics do. All in white, completely white suit, everything.
Yeah, it looks like that scene in E.T. where there's one of the teenagers where the house gets taken over. I need a modern day equivalent of that. West Ham 1, Newcastle 1. You know what I mean. 61 and a half minutes gone. Dubravka under a bit of pressure as he collects the ball from Fornals, but he clips a lovely ball down the right hand side. Willock trying to run onto it, but just couldn't take the ball with him. And then Zuma is wriggling away from Willock just over the halfway line. Souček lays it back for Rice on halfway. And West Ham trying to re-establish a foothold in this game. They had been in front before that late equaliser from Joe Willock just shy of the half-time whistle. Now here's Jacob Murphy for Newcastle. Target and Joe Linton combined, and now Shelby hits a Hail Mary looking for Chris Wood, trying to win the header, but there's nobody beyond him if he was to get that flick header. Dean Ashton just bounces straight through to Fabianski, 1-1.
No, I felt for him a little bit. He hasn't had that support, like you say, beyond him, so it's been him v the two centre-backs, Dawson and Zuma, uncompromising, aggressive. Probably feel a little bit bruised tomorrow, Chris Wood, I would have thought.
Well, he loves playing against West Ham. He scored 7 goals in 9 previous Premier League appearances for Burnley against West Ham, but he's not had much change out of Zuma and Dawson so far this afternoon. Ball meantime has been flicked at a play by Ryan Fraser for a West Ham throw about 5 yards from the corner flag on the far side. The West Ham left as they attack the Trevor Brooking stand in this second half on TalkSport. 1-1 if you're just tuning into Game Day exclusive. Arsenal Brentford is exclusively live on TalkSport 2 at 3 o'clock this afternoon. They're currently bringing you commentary of Fulham 0, Huddersfield 2 at Craven Cottage over on TalkSport 2 at the moment. Antonio rolling ball to the edge of the area. Shelby able to get it half clear, but Rice has it back for West Ham. Out to the left hand side and Cresswell. Now Antonio's peeled away to that left hand side, tried to get the cross in, but a swing and a miss, and it just trickles behind, and he gets the away from the Newcastle supporters away to our right as the away side get a goal kick. One apiece.
I wish I could go down there and hand Mikel Antonio a piece of paper, and on it would say, "You are a goal scorer, not a playmaker. Get yourself in the box. Stop worrying about making clever little runs outside the 18-yard box and getting involved as much as he has done. He works incredibly hard. That's absolutely right. But can he work a little bit smarter? Time and time again, he's not in the box."
64 minutes gone. Ian Danter and Dean Ashton with you on Game Day exclusive at the London Stadium. It's 1-1 between West Ham and Newcastle in this early kick-off. Pablo Fornals works it out to the left-hand side, kept in play by Saeed Benrahma. And he'll get it back from Aaron Cresswell, now darting in field Benrahma to about 25 yards out. Plays it back to the centre to Souček. Now Ben Johnson, level with the edge of the area on this near side, the West Ham right. Looking to skip away from Jacob Murphy, who's sticking to him, gets to the byline. The cross is deflected in field. Joe Linton should bring it away. Under pressure from Souček, does well Joe Linton. Steps away from the Czech midfield and driving over the halfway line, Joe Linton, not many up with him. Now Wood picks it up, left hand side approaching the corner of the penalty area, needs an option, plays it backwards a square to Shelby in the centre of the half, rolls it to Willock, left hand corner of the area. Murphy's there with him, and so too is Target. Willock, oh, lovely skill to get away from Fornals, tries to curl the ball into the far corner, it's about 2 yards wide. Lovely skill from Joe Willock to set up the chance, but he couldn't wrap his foot round it enough. Goal kick, 1-1.
Brilliant skill from Willock. Just a little sidestep to see off Fornals, disappointing with the effort as Benrahma's miles offside.
It's inside the area, and the flag goes up belatedly, as it does these days for such things, and it will eventually be a free kick. And Joe Linton's just sat down, rubbing his head inside his own half of the field. Don't know whether he was caught off the ball as that last Newcastle attack built up, but he's spotted by Chris Kavanagh.
Well, once again, we hope it's not to do with the clash of heads that he's just received earlier on. And I know, Hugh, you've been doing the rugby, and I said this on air the other night. I loved what happened in the rugby union. Basically, as soon as there was a head injury, they saw it on the video, maybe up in the stands, and that was it. You're off. Yeah. I don't see why we can't have something like. I know the players are important, but surely it's about the welfare of the players rather than what's important in the next 20 minutes.
Well, Issa Diop was the first concussion substitute, West Ham player, you might remember, when that particular directive was brought in. Joe Linton's back on his feet, just rubbing the top of his head, and he'll be back on shortly. You're listening to West Ham 1, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport with We Buy Any Car. Hundreds of branches, usually only 13 minutes away. Find yours now.
Unless he just wanted a breather after that lung-busting run that he made.
He showed good strength and dynamism to bring the ball forward.
Yeah, he did.
And then some lovely skill from Joe Willock, but the finish couldn't quite match the approach from the man who is now a permanent Newcastle player after his terrific loan spell last year at St James's Park. 1-1 on TalkSport. And we've got a quarter of the game to go at the London Stadium. Here is Jacob Murphy trying to find Ryan Fraser, darting down the left-hand side of the area. Good challenge from Zuma, came across, took the ball first, took a bit of the man, but the ball was first, and it goes out of play for a Newcastle throw, taken quickly. Joe Linton, who's back out there now, plays it back to the halfway line, and Byrne, square for Cher. I'm a poet and I didn't know it, and he rolls it back to Martin Dubravka. And he'll clear down the inside left channel, but it's way away from Chris Wood, and it has been a frustrating afternoon for the New Zealander up front for Newcastle.
Well, I mean, as you can imagine, in the 68th minute there's activity on both benches, players warming up. Is it going to be a tactical change or a personnel change that maybe just swings this game one way or the other?
West Ham trying to get back on the front foot, but Kraft has won the ball back from Benrahma on halfway, but then Benrahma steals it off him as Kraft just delayed for a moment. Rice now moving through the centre circle, finds Antonio, tried to send it out to the left for Benrahma, but it was intercepted by Fabian Cher, who's now powering into the West Ham half. Fraser, who's now got Cher on the right wing if he wants to use him, but Cher has not been used. It's gone infield to Joe Linton, centre of the West Ham half. He rolls it left to Matt Targett. Targett gets his head up. Woods come to the near post, and it goes just over his head, headed out by Zuma, drops in the centre of the half. Benrahma shows good strength ahead of Joe Linton, and now Declan Rice can surely roll Antonio in. Antonio will move into the Newcastle half, down the left-hand side. Got players to his right, Bowen and Benrahma calling for it. Antonio goes alone and lifts it high over the crossbar. Goal kick to Newcastle United. It stays 1-1 on TalkSport exclusive.
That's exactly what I would have done if I was Antonio. I didn't think there was enough support in the box for him to maybe find a pass, and then once he jinked inside onto his right foot into the penalty area, Kraft backed off. It was there to be hit. Execution was all wrong, and again, a bit like Joelinton, it was disgusting to watch.
Emil Kraft just sat on his backside at the edge of his own penalty area, but appears to be okay. It's currently West Ham 1, Newcastle United 1 then. Here are the latest odds for you from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage. You can back a West Ham win at 9-5. If you fancy a Newcastle win, that's 9-2, or the draw 10-11. And that odds update is all thanks to Betfair, where you'll get no cash out suspensions on match odds and over-under goal markets on football. 18 plus, and the website that you need is begambleaware.org. Coming up on 2 o'clock this Saturday afternoon on TalkSport Game Day exclusive, 1-1 between West Ham United and Newcastle United. Fabian Cher hooks a high ball into the West Ham half, headed away by Dawson, straight onto the chest of Joe Linton. Now Joe Linton moving with good intent down the inside left channel, works it infield to Willock. Willock just turns away from 2 or 3 West Ham shirts that suddenly converged on him. Shelvey lofts the ball out to Kraft, right hand side, brings the ball down. backpedaling towards the touchline, whips an early cross in, and it's put behind us by Johnson for a corner. It is. He didn't know what was behind him, but he didn't get a call. So a corner it is to Newcastle. 1-1.
No, but they don't attack crosses very well at all, Newcastle. Again, Chris Woodward stood still. I'm not sure they expected Kraft to whip that round the outside of Ben Rama and into a dangerous area, but there just wasn't the urgency, the movement, the anticipation from any Newcastle player.
20 minutes to go on Talk Sport, and a corner to Newcastle United away to our left-hand side. Matt Targett once again on corner duty, a left-footed out swinger to around the penalty spot, headed out by Antonio. Ben Rama's giving chase, but Willett gets there first and guides it back to his teammate on halfway, Kraft, and he goes all the way back to Dubravka. Dubravka, right-footed, down the centre of the field. Wood goes up for the header, but loses out to Dawson, and Ben Johnson will hook it down the right-hand side, but it goes beyond Declan Rice, and it's picked up for Newcastle by Matt Targett. Now Joe Linton showing for it further down the left-hand side. Rolls a neat ball in field to Shelvey. Fraser wants it played into feet at the edge of the area, but instead it's shoveled out to the right-hand side for Newcastle. And Emil Kraft tries to play a 1-2 with Jacob Murphy, but Joe Murphy's got an amble in his boot, and it goes beyond for a goal kick. Let's get team news from Liverpool. Matt Jones.
And Liverpool make 7 changes from their win in Italy in the Champions League in midweek. Only Alisson, Van Dijk, Mane and Salah keeping their place. Captain Henderson returns, as does Luis Diaz. For Norwich, just the one change from their defeat to Manchester City last weekend. Matthias Norman is in for Pierre Lees-Melou. Kick-off here at Anfield is at 3 o'clock.
Substitution here as West Ham bring on Nikola Vlasic for Saïd Benrahma. Team news at Selhurst Park on TalkSport. Sam Ellard.
It's no Premier League wins in 5 games for Palace. They make 4 changes from the team that drew with Brentford last weekend. In comes Klein, Coyote, Elise and MacArthur. They replace Ward, Hughes, Edward and Gallagher. He's ineligible to face his parent club. 4 changes for Chelsea from the team that won the Club World Cup last Saturday. Sarr, Jorginho, Pulisic and Ziyech are recalled. They replaced Azpilicueta, Kovacic, Hudson-Odoi and Mount. Palace-Chelsea is a 3 o'clock kickoff.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport. 6 Premier League kickoffs at 3 o'clock. One of them is at St Mary's. Team news there, Alex Crook.
Where informed Southampton make 1 change from the side that drew at Manchester United. Live on TalkSport, Tino Livramento replaces Roman Perrault in defence. Everton named the same 11 that beat Leeds to give Frank Lampard his first Premier League win. It's Southampton against Everton at a sodden St Mary's.
Long ball forward from Craig Dawson straight through to goalkeeper Dubravka. So let's get to Villa Park for team news on TalkSport. Jeff Peters.
Danny Ings returns for Villa. 1 change from the loss at Newcastle. Ollie Watkins drops to the bench. 2 alterations for Watford. Ismail Assar and Imran Louza come in for Kayembe and Kushka, who's injured.
And at the Amex Stadium for a 3 o'clock kickoff in the Premier League, TalkSport Ian Abrahams.
4 changes for Brighton against bottom club Burnley from the team that lost at Old Trafford. Webster's injured and Dunk suspended, so in come Duffy and Lamptey at the back. Veltman will play in central defence. Lallana takes over as skipper from Gross, and Welbeck replaces Trossard. For Burnley, 3 changes. Rodriguez replaced by McNeil, so Cornet will play up front. Corkin for Westwood in midfield, and Nathan Collins at the back replaces James Tarkowski.
1-1 at the London Stadium with 17 minutes to go. We'll get team news from Arsenal presently, but here's Jacob Murphy down the left-hand side of the box for Newcastle, looking to take on Johnson. Hits the ball against him as he tried the left-footed cross, and a hurried clearance from Souček gives Newcastle a throw. Dean Ashton's alongside me this afternoon.
Again, Jacob Murphy, you've got to work a bit harder to get the cross in. Don't just flash it against the defender. Work a bit harder, try a bit harder, a bit more skill, or feed it back to target. Couple of times now in this second half he's just hit that first defender, which is disappointing when you're a forward in there making the runs.
So a throw to Newcastle, 1-1 as we approach the last 15 minutes here at the London Stadium. Thrown in by Targett. Wood holds it up at the edge of the area. Murphy plays it across to the inside right channel. Kraft has pushed in field. Rice stays with him. Now Ryan Fraser out on the right hand side, whips the ball in, looking for Chris Wood. Brilliant header clear by Dawson, under pressure with Wood right behind him, but Joe Linton's picked up the loose ball, back into the near post. Dawson there again to head clear, only as far as Targett. His ball across the 18-yard line, intercepted by Rice, and now away goes Vlasic, fresh onto the field for Benrahma, cleaned out on that far side, and it'll be a yellow card for Ryan Fraser, and he's gone down having made that challenge. Pretty easy yellow card for the referee. Chris Kavanagh to give whilst he's issuing that red card. Let's get the team news from our TalkSport 2 exclusive kickoff at 3 o'clock. Arsenal, Brentford, and the teams from Nigel Adderley.
And one change apiece, Ian. Gabriel Martinelli suspended for Arsenal, so Emil Smith-Rowe makes only his second start in 9 Premier League games. For Brentford, a full Premier League debut for Josh De Silva. He replaces Vitaly Janelt. Full commentary alongside Perry Groves on TalkSport 2 at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Nigel. Free kick to West Ham United in the last 15 minutes here on the left-hand side after that foul on Vlasic by Fraser. Sent down the left-hand side of the box for Vlasic, who's now got Shelby watching him. Thinks about a cross on his right, checks onto his left, hits it against Shelby. It's up in the air, it's not going to go out for a corner. Vlasic trying to protect it, does really well to hold the ball up. Finds Cresswell. Checks to cross and then sent it back to Antonio, level with the area, down the West Ham left-hand side. And the ball in is comfortably claimed by Dubravka, 1-1.
What is he doing out there? You've got your full-back and your winger absolutely got things under control. Cresswell turns back and he's got his centre-forward as if he's like a follow-up left-back. Just leave it to them, get yourself in the box where that cross that you put in ended up should be where you are heading it in.
That's Dean Ashton having a moan up. 14 minutes to go. West Ham 1, Newcastle 1. I know.
He's only scored 2 in 16. Get in the box.
Point taken. Here come Newcastle. Haven't scored more than 1 away from home all season. Then they're pushing forward with Joe Linton. It's worked back to John Joe Shelby in the centre of the West Ham half. Just turns away from Fornals. Now it's Dan Burn. He hits it against Jared Bowen. Can West Ham counter here? Declan Rice gets his head up. Vlasic moving directly ahead of him. And then Rice elects to lay it off to his left back, Cresswell. Back for Rice once again. And Newcastle have got everybody behind the ball once again. 13 to go, 1-1. On TalkSport, game day exclusive. Arsenal, Brentford to come then at 3 o'clock on TalkSport 2. And then Manchester City against Spurs at 5:30 back here on TalkSport. And then we're off to the AO Arena in Manchester for the grudge match to end all grudge matches. Finally, we get to see Amir Khan and Kell Brook take each other on in the boxing ring. And the Fight Night crew are with you from 7:30. Adam Cattrall, Gareth A. Davis, Spencer Oliver, and don't forget Andy Clark, great boxing commentator, and Conor Benn, part of our team ringside as well. He'd be an interested onlooker. Now Ryan Fraser is hobbling towards this near touchline. Looks like Miguel Almiron's going to come on for him, Dean Ashton, because he clearly cannot continue.
Well, I think certainly at the end of his Bournemouth days and under Steve Bruce, Ryan Fraser maybe could have been questioned about commitment. Well, not at all since Eddie Howe's come back in. He's put a right shift in this afternoon. Yes, he took a yellow card, but they were on the break, but he's been everywhere.
Well, still no Bruno Guimaraes. There were chance of Bruno as the recent arrival was warming up, but it's Miguel Almiron who's come on for Fraser for another change for Newcastle United. He's only had like 2 minutes of substitute action so far, Bruno Guimaraes, since arriving on Tyneside. There was a suggestion we might see more of him today, but 12 minutes to go and he's not been utilised yet by Eddie Howe. 1-1 it stays on TalkSport. Now the ball's held up well by Wood, sends it out to the right hand side, and here's Almiron involved early. Kraft actually with a deep cross to the far post, goes beyond everyone, but Joe Linton should keep it in play on this near side. Almiron calling for it on this near side, will now receive it from Joe Linton up against Souček, who's come out to engage him. Rolls it back for Matt Targett. Targett's got Antonio snapping away at his heels. Now it goes back to halfway. Dan Burn thought about a ball into the centre circle. Shelby wanted it there, but instead it went back to his goalkeeper Dubravka. Share now hits a diagonal ball looking for Targett. Is that overhit? Oh, that's brilliantly kept in play by Matt Targett, but it did allow Ben Johnson to volley it clear for West Ham. All of it scrappy at the moment, but then neat touch from Shelby, and Jacob Murphy could almost have released Joe Willett down the right hand side, but the pass was poor, picked off by West Ham, and here come the home side. Declan Rice in the centre circle, keeps it away from Joe Linton. Johnson with a first time ball right to left, but it means that Cresswell has to check his run. He can't move on to the ball, he's got to go back to collect it, and it slows down the impetus of the West Ham counter.
Scrappy, you're right, neither team can get any sort of flow to their play. Just breaks down by a poor bit of play or a poor touch. or a good bit of defensive work. Both teams have put in real effort.
10 minutes to go on Talk Sport. There's a winner in this for somebody, Dean Ashton. One apiece. And West Ham have won it back. Souček, inside right position, drifts in field. He's got Jacob Murphy watching him. Clips the ball back to the centre circle for Zuma. You can hear the frustration around us in the London Stadium. And the boos from the Newcastle fans as Zuma takes possession once again. Dawson, whose goal gave West Ham the lead in the first half, squares the ball for Declan Rice. Vlasic comes short. Tries to spin away from Murphy down that far side of the field as the rain starts to intensify once again at the London Stadium. Back it goes to Zuma. Hits a ball down the left-hand side of the area, looking for Bowen, who goes down cheaply in a wag of the finger from Chris Kavanagh to the West Ham number 20 for that fall. And it just ends up being a goal kick to Newcastle United. Was he shoved in the back there, Dean Ashton?
He was, but Cher had already read the play. It was never going to be a foul. It was just...
You wouldn't have appealed for that as a striker?
Yes, but I wouldn't have got it. Just like Jared Bowen hasn't. But they've just switched as well. Bowen and Antonio just seem to have switched with Bowen down the middle.
Very true. We're into the last 8.5 minutes plus added time on TalkSport, game day exclusive. 1-1 between West Ham and Newcastle. Adrian ready to take you round the grounds here on TalkSport from 2:30, and Arsenal Brentford live on TalkSport 2 at 3 o'clock. Terrific choice of listening for you across our network. And Huddersfield still leading at Fulham on TalkSport 2 right now in the Championship. Big upset there, although Huddersfield have been playing well. Now in slides Target to keep the ball away from Johnson, but West Ham do have a throw. Ball boys hurriedly getting the ball back so they can give it to Ben Johnson for a throw. It's about 10 yards from the corner flag. And in fact, Antonio would appear to be the long throw specialist.
Well, he's taking his
gloves off to try and get the better purchase on the ball. And this is going to get launched into the Newcastle penalty area from this near side, the West Ham right, level with the edge of the box. Dawson's near post. Bowen stood in front of the 6-yard box. In it comes from Antonio. Dawson the obvious target, Souček as well, but it's headed down and out by the Newcastle backline, and then Murphy just elects to put it out of play on this near side downfield. But it's another West Ham throw. Now another Newcastle player is down. It's Joe Linton again. This time he's got a touch of cramp, I think.
Yeah, well, he's put in again a ridiculous shift into this game. Right, just a little bit of cramp. Just going back to that long throw, if you're going to take a long throw, the one person you don't want to head it is Dan Burn. So whoever's on Dan Burn, or whoever Dan Burn is marking, stay away. Instead, Souček, who had Dan Burn, ran towards the ball. So did Dan Burn. Dan Burn won it. They're the little things, I think, that sometimes can make a difference.
1-1, TalkSport at the London Stadium. 7 minutes to go. Rice with a crossfield pass, left to right, trying to pick out Ben Johnson, but he couldn't head the ball down and find a teammate. Skimmed off the top of his head and behind for a Newcastle goal kick. 1-1 it stays, and this is a result that will keep West Ham in 5th place. It will not allow them to leapfrog over Manchester United into 4th. Once again, teams in and around those Champions League places, Dean Ashton, falling over themselves to drop points.
I know, and this is another example from West Ham. They've not really, they certainly haven't deserved to get 3 points in this game. They've never really got any sort of flow to their play. It's got stuck many times. You've got a striker that's not in the positions that he should be in. No lack of effort, of course, from this West Ham team. There never is.
We're going to see Bruno Guimaraes very shortly make his 3rd substitute appearance for Newcastle United once the ball goes out of play, and it has gone out of play, I think. Oh no, it's been kept on. It has just drifted out of play. I thought it was staying in for a moment, but here comes the change. He's going to get a little bit more than the last 2 substitute appearances he had. He had about a minute each time before. Now he's got about 5 minutes to see what he can do, but he's just being held back by Eddie Howe, who's just having a chat with Jason Tindall about maybe how he's deployed. Newcastle lose possession on halfway, and the ball slid through, looking for Bowen. He's trying to get ahead of the 2 centre-halves marking him, but it just rolled through off the greasy surface to Martin Dubravka. 1-1.
They've been very good, Dan Burn and Shaw, especially when that ball's in midfield. They've squeezed together the two centre-backs. There was no way they're allowing just a straight ball in behind them both. It's been excellent. They just drop off and squeeze together. It's made it difficult for West Ham, who like to pierce through the middle when they can for Bowen and Antonio. Excellent defensive work from the pair.
1-1, 5 minutes to go here at the London Stadium on Talk Sport. Newcastle have possession, but that's a weak touch from Joe Linton. Antonio has it back, and then Souček spreads play to the far side of the field, the left-hand side. And suddenly Declan Rice full of running down the left wing. Up against Almiron, whips a lovely ball into the far post. Antonio chests it down at the edge of the area, brings in Johnson, level with the box, driving down the right-hand side. Jacob Murphy watching him. Johnson gives it back to Antonio. Thought about a cross with his left, but checked onto his right, trying to drive between Murphy and Targett. Gets the ball into the near post, might drop for Vlasic, lays it off to the edge of the area. The shot from Fornals is blocked and comes out to the centre of the half. West Ham pushing here. Cresswell, left-hand side, lifts it into the left-hand corner of the box, but it's headed away, but only as far as Zuma. Everybody bar Fabianski inside the Newcastle half to our right here at the London Stadium. Antonio giving chase to a ball down the right-hand side. Inslides Targett, puts it out of play for a throw into West Ham United, and this will allow the change to be made. And it's the man that scored the equaliser, Joe Willock, who's coming off to allow Bruno Guimaraes to come on for Newcastle United for 3 minutes plus added time here. 1-1 on TalkSport.
Well, we thought that maybe Guimaraes might play instead of Willock today. Well, Eddie Howe, the decision he made paid off. He's been excellent in the first half. He's been workmanlike in the second. Willock and Guimaraes again, just a couple of minutes.
So it's going to be a long throw that Michail Antonio will sling into the box as Guimaraes takes his place at the edge of his own penalty area. In comes the throw from Antonio, headed away at the near post by Targett. Johnson retrieves it but gives it straight to Jacob Murphy. Murphy trying to get towards the halfway line. The ball ricochets away, and then Murphy's giving chase down the left-hand side. In slides Zuma. Vital challenge from Kurt Zuma. I don't think Jacob Murphy knew that the ball was coming his way at first. It's out of play for a Newcastle throw. 1-1.
And he didn't know Zuma was coming across. Just to slide and whack him and take the ball and everything with it. Again, another good performance this afternoon from Zuma.
Well, of course, for all the frustration that West Ham fans are feeling, this is another part of the unbeaten run for Newcastle United. It may not be another successive win, but a point here is precious for Eddie Howe and co. Remember, West Ham went to St James's Park on the opening day of the season and won 4-2. Many a Newcastle fan, even a few weeks ago, would have doubted that Newcastle could come here and be competitive, but they're level with 90 seconds of normal time to go, and they got the ball at the edge of the West Ham box, but Murphy shows too much of that to Zuma. High clearance, knocked down by Fabian Schär. Vlasic does well to protect the ball. Lovely little drag back from Declan Rice to keep it away from Almiron. Back it goes to the keeper Fabianski. Plays it out to the right back position, and Ben Johnson, who clips the ball over the top, looking for Antonio. Ball sailed over his head and skimmed off his chest. He didn't know where the ball was, and by the time he saw it, the ball had run off his chest and away from him. Throw in to West Ham on halfway. 1-1.
Shame, because it was a great run. He just spun him behind Targett and he was away. If he could have just got to the flight of that ball. Instead, it's been very similar to the second half for West Ham, just not quite there.
Last minute of normal time, 1-1. West Ham coming forward. It's Pablo Fornals working the ball back to the halfway line. Newcastle player has gone down on the far side, and Fornals is alleged to have fouled Almiron, who stayed down, and a yellow card for Pablo Fornals for that challenge. And we've got breaking news at Ewood Park in the Championship. Graham Beecroft.
Yes, the game is postponed. It's off because of snow on the pitch and a danger to players, according to the referee, who 2 hours ago said it was OK, but now, 2 hours later, he says it isn't OK. So the game at Blackburn Rovers against Millwall, is off.
Thank you, Graham. There have been some fixtures that have fallen foul to the weather. Fleetwood Lincoln in League One and Salford Crawley in League Two. And as you just heard, as we go into 5 minutes of minimum added time here at the London Stadium, 1-1 between West Ham and Newcastle. Adrian will keep you in touch with all the goals as they go in around the grounds. But Blackburn Millwall, as you just heard, off because of heavy snow in that part of Lancashire. Free kick to Newcastle, and off has gone. Well, Sean Longstaff is ready to come on. In the meantime, the free kick for Newcastle finds Chris Wood 25 yards out, and Dawson heads it behind nervously for a Newcastle corner in the first minute of added time. 1-1.
Yeah, it was a good run from Almiron in behind him. Just made him question whether he could have let it go or not to his goalkeeper. He must have had a shout from Zuma, but skims off his head. Opportunity.
They are taking their time over preparing this corner. Newcastle at the Bobby Moore end. Away to our left-hand side. It's going to be another left-footed out-swinging delivery from Matt Targett. Zonal marking from West Ham along their 6-yard line. In it comes from Targett. Headed out by Antonio. Nobody on halfway for West Ham. Kraft with an aimless ball downfield, but it still drops for Cher, and the offside flag's gone up against Fabian Cher, and it'll be a West Ham free kick into the second minute of added time on TalkSport. 1-1.
Zuma again, massive header from him. He's won everything for West Ham in the air, same as Dan Burn down the other end.
So Fabianski with this free kick, urged to get it downfield quickly by the massed ranks of the home support. Joe Linton heads it back towards halfway, nodded down by Wood. Almiron trying to ride a couple of challenges, but West Ham have it back, clipped downfield looking for Bowen. In steps Fabian Cher to win it back for Newcastle. Targett gets his head up on halfway, tries to clip it in field, but that was intercepted by Declan Rice, who's now steaming down the right wing for West Ham United. Faced up by Jacob Murphy, and he's won a throw, and he's taken it quickly infield for Fornals. Fornals with a left-footed ball up to the edge of the area. Vlasic lays it off for Cresswell, tries to send the ball into the area, deflects it off Almiron, and away comes Bruno Guimaraes with his first involvement in a Newcastle United shirt. And he goes to ground under minimal pressure from Vlasic. Wanted a free kick. Referee said get on with the game. 5 minutes have been added on, remember. We're halfway through that on TalkSport. One apiece. Round the ground shortly with Adrian, and then Manchester City against Tottenham live at 5:30 before Caen against Brook. Our exclusive coverage starts at 7:30. But what are the climax here at the London Stadium? Newcastle have it on halfway with Joe Linton, who's put a real shift in once again for Newcastle United this afternoon. Out to Jacob Murphy on the left-hand side. Wood is the only Newcastle player in the box waiting for a cross. It's rolled back to Guimaraes. Now Joe Linton making a bit of space for himself down the left-hand side, looking to hustle his way towards the byline, maybe holding it up. Guimaraes is still there with him, hugging this near touchline. Just keeping the ball now, Newcastle United. Rolled back into the centre circle for Fabian Cher. Can bring it forward to almost the centre of the West Ham half before he clips it down the right-hand side for Emil Kraft, but across comes Cresswell, and he wins the throw for West Ham United, hitting the ball against Emil Kraft, who's off the field and is lying down hurt, but play can continue because he's not on the field of play. And so Fabianski has the ball at his feet. West Ham have a man advantage, and it's whacked downfield by Ben Johnson, but it drifts over the head of Jared Bowen, and he can't keep it in place. He got after the second ball, and then he was caught late by Dan Burn, and he's gone after Dan Burn. He's not happy with that challenge whatsoever. Bit of a mini melee on this near touchline. Jared Bowen not happy at all with the challenge he got from Dan Burn. Burn's going to get a yellow card for the challenge, and Bowen saw the red miss, but it didn't come to anything significant. But Bowen gets a yellow card anyway.
Well, it was a nasty challenge for Burn. He just came across and absolutely cleaned Bowen out, which is why he's annoyed. Could have injured him, but Dan Burn, a little throwback there.
It'll end up being a throw in for Newcastle United. Emil Kraft still receiving treatment on the far side. They're trying to bring Jamal Lascelles on. But the ball's gone downfield. One last chance for West Ham, maybe, with this temporary man advantage. Antonio out on the left-hand side. He's got support. Cresswell now. Urged to get the ball into the box. Fornells rolls it up to Vlasic. Left-hand corner of the box. It just breaks away from him. Antonio now has it. And the full-time whistle goes. And a few boos ring around the London Stadium. West Ham failed to retake fourth spot. Once again, this Champions League berth is proving elusive for so many sides. Who wants it? Well, West Ham had the chance to take it, and they were in front in the first half through Craig Dawson's header from Cresswell's free kick. But Joe Willock equalised, stabbing the ball home off the inside of the post right on half-time. And although West Ham huffed and puffed through the second half, I don't remember Martin Dubravka having a major save to make to prevent West Ham going back in front. And so huge frustration for David Moyes and co. But for Newcastle, that is a fifth game in their unbeaten run. After the 3 wins and the draw they started it all with at Watford, they get a point here to get that little bit further clear of trouble. Full time at the London Stadium, here on TalkSport on Game Day exclusive. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 1.
And the Newcastle owners here inside the London Stadium absolutely delighted with that point. 6 Premier League games unbeaten for Newcastle, but the door is now wide open, it seems, for pretty much everyone else, you'd have to say, except West Ham United. Now, in terms of that race for the top 4, they have played 26 matches. They're on 42 points, but Arsenal, 3 points behind them, now have 4 games in hand, and you can't see them finishing above the Gunners at this point in time before you even factor in Manchester United, Spurs and Wolves. They look like they have handed their opportunity to their rivals in terms of a place in the top 4. And really, Dean Ashton, you could easily say, as Newcastle's fans celebrate in front of their travelling fans, that they were the team, if either, who deserved 3 points.
I think they probably just shaded it. Yeah, I think I thought there was going to be a totally different West Ham in the second half, and it never really got going. I think that was partly down to Newcastle's work ethic and organisation, but also partly to a flat, jaded-looking West Ham side that lacked a few ideas, if I'm honest, and a few players that are out of form at the attacking end of the pitch. And ultimately, I think probably a draw was about right in the end, Hugh.
Time for us now, Dean Ashton, to pick our man of the match with WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Man of the match on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Sell your car in under an hour, leaving you with more time to enjoy the football.
Dean Ashton, who have you gone for? There were a few candidates.
There was, yeah. I think Target was excellent. I think Murphy did a good job, and Joelinton, of course, with another incredible output. I can't give it to any West Ham player. Zuma was good, but Dan Burn, I thought, was outstanding. The amount of blocks he made, I thought that partnership with him and Cher was excellent. He won every single header that came into his area. He was commanding. He was everything that Newcastle need at the moment. A brilliant performance again from him. So for me, Dan Burn, man of the match.
Thank you very much, Dean Ashton. Honestly, these Newcastle United fans are going absolutely ballistic. They think they've taken all 3 points. It feels like it, because it feels like that relegation battle will be a distant memory by the end of the season. They are on an upward trajectory. That was our man of the match from today's game with We Buy Any Car. Hundreds of branches, usually only 15 minutes away. Find yours now.
Man of the match on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. They really do buy any make or model of car.
So West Ham United only 1 win in their last 5 Premier League games. Newcastle unbeaten in 6 Premier League games. Let me run you through what that means for the Premier League table as we approach 6 3 o'clock kickoffs. And by the way, Game Day Live with Adrian Durham, who is live at St Mary's, coming up very, very shortly. But as we go into those games, Manchester United, who play Leeds tomorrow, are 4th. Played 25. They have 43 points. Just behind them, West Ham 26 played, 42 points. Arsenal 22 played, 39 points. Wolves 23 played, and they have 37. And then it's Tottenham 22 played, 36 points on the board. And it really, honestly, in terms of this top 4 race, you're just waiting for one of these teams to take hold of it. I mean, it's there for them. But West Ham United, in my opinion, and this is maybe you're saying it's very early, maybe premature, I think their chance is now gone. They just are not winning enough games to be there at the end of the season.
No, I feel very strongly about that opportunity in January to freshen the squad, to give it a bit more depth, to give it a lift going into the second half of the season, because of the amount of games they're going to have to play. And if you want to make top four, you've got to keep building and winning continually. And look, they're in there, they're fifth. It's been a great season still, but you want to finish it off if you're West Ham, if you're these supporters. You could tell in the stadium the atmosphere towards the end, frustration more than anything. I think there's always the effort from West Ham. They've just lacked a little bit of quality in recent weeks.
Newcastle United 5 points clear now of the relegation zone. It's been fantastic from Eddie Howe and their players. We've got a big afternoon on the way. Game Day Live is next. Remember, 5:30 we will have exclusive commentary of Manchester City against Spurs before the boxing Khan versus Brook coming from the Manchester Arena. All the build-up from 7:30, the undercard as well. But it is finished here inside the London Stadium on Game Day exclusive. West Ham United 1, Newcastle 1.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with a Now Sports Day membership. The only way to watch Man City versus Tottenham live today on Sky Sports for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports 18+, stream via internet. Terms apply.
Willett gets a touch and now Wood tries to bring it away for Newcastle and tries to release Jacob Murphy, who's got ahead of Cucurella into the area. Murphy! Off the post! Fraser! Puts home the rebound! And Newcastle United lead on 11 minutes. Their terrific run continues after a brilliant run from Jacob Murphy. It wasn't rewarded with a goal for him, but as it clicked off the post, in stepped Ryan Fraser to slam it past Sanchez. And Newcastle lead at St James's Park. Newcastle 1, Brighton 0.
Well, we're just talking about Brighton there. They had a sustained passage of play. They kept it really well. All of a sudden, one loose pass goes into Chris Wood's feet. He gets on the half turn straight to Jacob Murphy, who gets the better of Cucurella, runs through straight on goal against Sanchez. Just as you think he's dinking it over, it's going to hit the back of the net, hits the inside of the post, and when you know that fortune's going for you, it comes back to Ryan Fraser, right into his path, slams into the back of the net. 1-0 to Newcastle, slightly against a run of play, I would suggest, over the last 5 minutes or so.
Ryan Fraser gets his second goal of the season in all competitions, but credit the run of Jacob Murphy, who had Mark Cucurella, who's no slouch, looking like he was running in treacle.
Yeah,
just got ahead of him.
Yeah, it was great composure, because it's very difficult when you're running with the ball and somebody's chasing you to still have that composure to get through on goal and slow yourself down and try and hit the target. Hits the post on this occasion, and Ryan Fraser does what a good wide man on the opposite side should be doing, following in, and he got his just rewards.
So 12 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. Newcastle hit the front and Murphy's away again down the right hand side. Willock's in the middle. Murphy just holds his run as Duffy comes to close him down. Right hand corner of the box, turns into Duffy, who toe pokes it out of play for a throw in. But Newcastle trying to keep the pressure on, having taken the lead somewhat against the run of play. And now it's a throw in on the right hand side as down goes Murphy. Swansea have the lead against Coventry in the Championship. Jamie Patterson. Chesterfield trying to close down Stockport at the top of the National League, lead Southend by 1-0. And Oxford lead Burton by 1-0 down in League One. You're listening to Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. We played 13 minutes. Ian Danta and Simon Grayson, the former Leicester and Aston Villa Premier League midfielder, with you on Tyneside this afternoon. And Newcastle have a free kick tight to the touchline, almost level with the Brighton penalty area on their right hand side, and it's Fraser to deliver the free kick into the near post. Shear! It's 2-0! It's Chris Wood who's got it! Or was it Fabian Schär? I'm trying to see, because he's been completely smothered by his teammates. I think it was Fabian Schär that got up for the header at the near post. Lovely delivery from Ryan Fraser, and it was indeed Fabian Schär who rose highest, buried the header past Robert Sanchez. And look at this, Newcastle are already 2 goals clear of Brighton,
And you would never have thought that this team was ever in relegation bother, the way that they're playing with such a swagger. Shea makes it 2-0 to Newcastle.
Well, we've just seen at the other end, Brighton have had a couple of opportunities from set pieces. This time, Newcastle get a free kick after good work from Jacob Murphy down that right-hand side. Great delivery from Ryan Fraser into a fantastic area. He's asking for somebody to go and meet it, and certainly Fabian Shea met it with real aplomb. Heads it into the back of the net, past Sanchez. This place is rocking. 2-0 to Newcastle.
His last goal came back in 2018 against Fulham. Goodness me, it's a long time ago since Shea hit the back of the net. There's a handball by Tariq Lamptey as he tried to bring the ball forward and respond for Brighton and Hove Albion. Well,
just shows you, doesn't it, Dance, doesn't it? The fine margins in football. Brighton have had that period of play where they had a couple of real good chances. Shane Duffy should have put them 1-0 up with a free header. Before you know it, 10 minutes later, it's 2-0 to Newcastle. It's going to be a real tough afternoon for Brighton now.
So, Martin, last night, defeat for Watford and Leeds, but significantly, victory for Newcastle. Can you believe this? From winning just one of their first 22 league games, Newcastle have made it 6 wins in 7. They were at Southampton. They're 10 points clear of the relegation area, and a top half finish is in sight. I mean, who would have thought that? This was Eddie post-match.
You know, we enter, I do say this a lot, but a difficult spell of games. We now go to Chelsea and then Everton and then Tottenham. They're away from home. They're incredibly difficult games. So what we have done is put a gap between us and the bottom teams, but that's all it is. We've still got to win a lot more points.
So there we go. Eddie's saying, maybe predictably, Martin, no, we're not safe. Not safe yet.
Well, they are.
They are.
I mean, this is an incredible turnaround. You've got, I mean, he's going to be forever on Tyneside a hero for what he's done and achieved in just a small period of time. It's quite remarkable.
Well, getting a goal out of Chris Wood.
Well, yeah, but Joe Linton's performances was, you know, well, they were, do I want to use the word inept under Steve Bruce? He didn't. He was a completely different player. Now what he's turned into, Willock, the way that he's playing, Murphy as well, the performance he's getting out of him. Fraser's a completely different animal now. So, and the acquisitions that we talked about, spending that money wisely and what he's put together, changed the environment completely. I was talking to Newcastle fans down at the Arsenal game who said, well, we won't be in London for another couple of years. We've given up. Well, look what they've achieved, 6 wins out of 7. It is quite remarkable.
No, absolutely right. You know, despite people's feeling that I have a level of vitriol towards Newcastle, I really don't. I don't like the ownership model, but that's my prerogative. The bottom line is that I was one of the first people to say that they would get themselves out of this situation, that they will get themselves out of this situation. And I think some of the purchases that he's made have been very, very clever purchases.
Dan Burn.
I think exactly. Oh. And his connection with the fans, you can almost see that he is emboldened by the atmosphere that he's playing in, because he's playing for a club that A, he loves, B, he wants to play for, and C, he's putting every last fibre of his being into trying to achieve something. He's been man of the match on his debut. Newcastle have done fabulously well. Absolute credit to Eddie Howe. I still think in the longer term he'll be the casualty of his own success, because he'll keep Newcastle in the division. Newcastle's aspirations will become more loftier. But irrespective of that, Eddie Howe has gone in there and done the job that my initial reaction to him going in there was underwhelmed. I still felt that Newcastle would have the ability financially to buy their way out of trouble. And in fairness to Amanda and all those around her, they've bought wisely. Chris Wood may not have scored many goals, but he's added a dimension to their game. He may not be as fit as people thought he would be when he went into Newcastle, but notwithstanding it, I think he's given them a dimension.
Just looking back at this, Simon, back in the end of December, they played Manchester United. They played really well. I think it was a draw, and everyone said, well, okay, you know, are they really going to turn a corner? And then they drew at Watford, which seemed like a missed opportunity, and then they've just changed gear. They beat Leeds. They beat Everton.
Oh yeah,
they've beaten Aston Villa, of re-emerging. They've just beaten Brighton, and Southampton was a team that's really in good form. So now you can just see the club taking off. It's a period now just to settle down a little bit, keep their feet on the ground.
Now this is what I want to get out of Simon as well. So Eddie Howe's done great, brilliant. We're all agreed on that. So I don't see any reason why Eddie isn't the man to take them to the next level.
He isn't.
With the new signings that come in,
I don't see a problem
of
either.
A totally different standard. You know, if they are going to start spending 200 mil. and start getting the massive names in that we're told they'll go for, is Eddie the man to...
Of course he is.
Yeah,
of course
I
he,
agree.
and he deserves
you
that.
don't think so? Do you, Simon?
He deserves the opportunity, Jim.
No, that's
he deserves the opportunity to do that. And by the way, I'm just looking at some of the players. How many of these players will be still there? But they still go off, don't they, with the thanks of the fans?
Yeah.
Because they were in a big hole, Newcastle.
Absolutely.
And they've dragged themselves out of that, and they all deserve great credit for that. It must be an amazing atmosphere at that training ground every day.
Yeah,
right
and
now.
Martin's absolutely right. Eddie Howe has earned the opportunity to be afforded a flat platform to build off, which is a team that he builds in an environment that's full of goodwill and aspiration. Whether he will become a top six manager, I doubt.
Why?
But I think he will be.
Why?
Because I just don't look at him in the same category as some of the guys that are sitting in the top six positions. Put aside Manchester United at this moment in time, I think he is a country mile off some of the managers that are at the top of the league. Now, the argument will be made, hang on a second, well, Arteta, you're talking about him earlier on in the season as being all theory and no fact. And other managers that I've cast aspersions upon. I just got this feeling that Eddie Howe will do a job for Newcastle, will be a casualty and a victim of his own success to some extent.
Casualty in that he'll lose his job.
Yeah, I think Newcastle will be ambitious and the expectation level will change. This right now was a Red Adair.
Quick fix.
It was a salvage operation, and it was a Red Adair with a bag of money, right? So he didn't just have a fire hose, he had a entire set of fire cannons to be able to put out a fire. So with that in mind, he's now built the first phase of establishing Newcastle's opportunity to launch pad with this enormous amount of money from another regime that we could perhaps question.
And now he'll excel in the second phase.
And now we will see, and my view is that there's a distinct possibility that he won't have the managerial juice to get Newcastle where they may think they're entitled to be with the money that they spend.
What do you base that on?
Don't forget, there's one set of parameters, which is the emotive reaction, which is the relief valve, the release clause of relief that will basically be Amanda going, thank God for that, I didn't buy a football club that got relegated in the first season with all this wealth behind me. So I'm going to be incredibly emotive about what Eddie Howe represents. Now you reset your expectations. Now you look at Newcastle as a going concern.
So what's a reasonable expectation if we already say they're safe for this season for next?
10th.
Do you think so? Is that enough?
Yeah. I think look at Manchester City for next season. Look at Manchester City going through the gears right before they really stepped on the gas. Before Mansour came in, after the Thai guy fell away and all the problems that went with him, the Man City guys came in, the Mansours of the world, and I think Manchester City finished 8th or 9th or 10th in that season before they really accelerated. And I think Newcastle don't forget, there's a lot of clubs in there got a lot of dough too. Aston Villa are no slouches. There's a lot of clubs in that top 6, top 7, top 8 mix that know what it's like to be be
But I want to see what Eddie can do with some of these top names that are going to come in now that they've survived in the Premier League.
But here's the question.
And I've got one for you. Is Arteta a better manager than Eddie?
I think it's difficult to argue.
Is Moyes a better manager than Eddie?
You can't compare them because Eddie hasn't operated at that level.
Is Bruno Lage a better manager than Eddie?
Where Eddie has operated has been always in fire-saving Bournemouth from the constant threat of relegation.
But you're saying that he's not capable of operating at this level?
I have reservations. He will prove me right or wrong, won't he? I have reservations about whether he can operate at a level that produces a top 6 side, which is Newcastle's aspiration.
But did you have the reservations about Lage or Moyes?
Jim, you are asking Simon a lot of questions, okay? Eddie Howe is answering the questions every week.
There you go.
Okay? He's performing on the pitch. Results give you everything. Doesn't matter about all those other names. He's the person who is in the job, and it's about what he does.
He's unpicking my argument, though, Martin. What he's saying is, it's all well and good you're picking on Eddie Howe, but hang on a second. What about these other guys over here? What you putting those guys? Those guys are occupying. But Bruno Lage isn't going to finish in the top 6. Some of the names that you're putting towards me aren't going to finish in the top 6.
Well, you never know. I just wonder about is it because Eddie's English?
Oh, God, no. I mean, I'm the biggest champion. I mean, I don't go down the route that Harry Redknapp once said that if Eddie Howe was called Eduardo Suarez, he'd be managing a top 6 side. I don't go down that silly little route.
Bruno Lage and Wolves are 2 points outside the top 6.
And he's done a very good job.
And he's done a good job.
West Ham and Moyes
are in the top six. And he was subject to reservations that started at the beginning of the season. He'd done a good job. He started with a good base.
Yeah, Arsenal and Arteta inside the top six.
Yep.
Now, if Eddie goes up there and say,
but Arsenal are a club that are acclimatised to be at that level, aren't they? They're acclimatised to being at that level. They've also got the draw. Newcastle have got a lot of challenges.
Newcastle have got a bigger fan base.
Well,
huge club.
In Newcastle, yeah.
Huge club.
Yeah, Newcastle.
Simon, come on.
Oh, come on.
It's a great opportunity.
Newcastle, A, haven't got as big a stadium as Arsenal. B, probably haven't got the worldwide audience Arsenal have got. They've got a bigger fan base in Newcastle. When Newcastle went into Europe when Freddie Shep was there, people in Europe were asking me who Newcastle were when they played a Spanish team.
Newcastle now. Newcastle go to Chelsea on Sunday. Assuredly, they've sold out their away allocation. They sell out everywhere they go.
Yeah, but that's not difficult, is it? If you've got 10% allocation, if you're going to a stadium and you can fill it with 3,000 or 4,000 fans, big deal. Most Premier League clubs can.
Newcastle next season have got to be top 4 under Eddie.
No, that's too
absolutely have to be.
Chance.
Jim,
give your head a wobble.
Jim, that's too.
No chance.
That's too. Where's your Mr. Jordan?
I'll take you on it. I'll take you on any wager you want to have on that.
I didn't get my money from the last one.
Yes, you did.
I'm joking. They're going to be up there, Martin, aren't they? They're going to be top 6.
No,
pushing top 4.
No. You're now creating a wild, out of reach expectation.
It's irresponsible.
Jim. It's sensationalism, Jim.
It's what we need is worse.
Let myself out the studio.
Sensible thinking. What they've done is remarkable. When was the last time they won 6 out of 7 games in any league they played in?
It's phenomenal.
So let's give it time to build. Yeah. He needs to buy players, though. That's for sure.
But I think Jim's right, aren't you? I think Jim's right, though.
He turned me around
because Leicester did it a few years ago. They won 5 of the last 6 games and won the league the following season. So if he doesn't win the league, there you go. He's a bloody failure.
But rational thinking.
Coleman elects to put it out of play on this near side for a throw to Newcastle. Level with the edge of the Everton penalty area. We played 3 minutes of the second half on TalkSport here at Goodison Park. 0-0. Ball appears to have disappeared. Oh, now it's finally emerging, and the supporters down beneath us. And there's a supporter standing next to the post who's suddenly come out and is being gently spoken to by a steward, and is now about to be led away. I don't know quite what his situation is. He's just standing, this supporter, right on the post, and he's not moving. I don't know whether he's glued himself to the post or anything like that, but there's a steward just talking to him, trying to move him away from where he stood, right at the goalpost at the Gladys Street end.
I think he's wrapped something round so that he's actually attached to the post. Otherwise they'd have dragged him off, wouldn't they? He's got something on his t-shirt, but obviously the TV cameras are not showing that.
Well, there are 4 or 5 stewards now around this supporter. I'm trying to see whether there's anything he's wearing on his t-shirt. There was an incident at Anfield last night as well. It looks like he's chained himself to the front post, but I'm not sure what his particular protest is. Don't want to deal in any supposition. Let's just see whether the stewards can now cut him free, because he is chained to that front post around his neck. It's not around his waist, it's actually around his neck. So there is a delay here at Goodison Park.
He just nonchalantly just attached himself when everybody's eyes were elsewhere, when the player was elsewhere, and now they're trying to work out how to get him free.
Yeah, they're sending for some cutters. There's a member of the ancillary staff herring towards the touchline here, and there are some cutters that have suddenly emerged from a member of staff on the far side who's now trotting over from the Bullen's Road side of the pitch to come and see to this individual who, as I mentioned, has got this chain.
I think he's a cable tie by the look of it.
Yeah, and he needs cutting free, but I don't have a monitor here, so I can't see what exactly is on the front of his shirt. But all the other players, meantime, and the referee Craig Pawson, are just milling around the scene here as this person is about to be cut free.
That doesn't help Everton, this, does it? It doesn't help the team.
No.
It just adds to the anguish.
Whilst this is unfolding and this gentleman's being released from the cable tie he's put round his neck to attach himself to the post, let's get an update on the second test. England in the West Indies. All the latest comes from Guy Swindles.
Well, we've got 9 overs left tonight. 53 for 1 at the West Indies. Did look as if it would be 53 for 2 when the excellent Matt Fisher, making his debut, the Yorkshireman, found the edge of Brooks's bat. He edged it to second slip, but Zach Crawley, diving forward, couldn't quite cling on, so he survives. At the moment, certainly Craig Brathwaite's put down the anchor. The West Indian skipper is 14 not out. He took 10 runs from the first 5 balls he actually faced, so not much happened in the next 52. He's 14 not out, Brooks 28 not out, 53 for 1 the Windies with 8 overs left. Still the small matter of 454 runs behind.
Thank you, Guy, and remember, ball by ball exclusive commentary over on TalkSport 2 right now on that second test. Back here at Goodison Park, 52 minutes are on the watch. It's 0-0, but we're still waiting for the individual who's tied himself to the goalpost at the Gladys Street end away to our left to be released. He's tied it very, very tightly round his neck, which makes it difficult for the cutters that have been brought on to try and free him to actually do their job. Meantime, whilst you've been with Guy at the cricket, both sets of supporters, Lucy, have just tried to raise their voices and get behind their team, but of course an incident like this,
it's weird.
It is just bizarre, and it just sucks the life out of...
Well, it does, and I don't think the Everton fans are happy with the guy who's attached himself to the goalpost either behind, because it just doesn't help. It just adds to the tension, and I think because it's around his neck, they obviously have to be really careful when they try and cut it, but they're really struggling to get through plastic, and I don't understand why.
There are about half a dozen stewards around there. The police are there as well at the far end, just trying to release him, and he's still attached to the goalpost, and they're trying their level best to free him without hurting him, which, as we mentioned, because of the tightness of this cable tie around his neck, it's making it very difficult to not cause him any harm, this individual. And we wait, and all the players are just milling around, just passing a couple of balls between them. And Hugh Wozencroft is sat alongside me here, and they've finally got him free, Hugh, after all that.
Indeed, they have, and he now is trying to sit down on the pitch. Steward attempting to drag him away. He is in the goal mouth at the Gladys Street end, and a fan has jumped out of the crowd and is now trying to grapple with the protester, and he himself is being dragged away by the police, and that is something that you don't want to see either. And now the stewards have the protester off the ground, and they are carrying him off the pitch here. And that is probably the strangest thing I've ever seen inside a football ground.
Yeah, and you know what, the Everton fans are really, really not happy about what he's done. They're really not happy. In fact, they're actually throwing things at people, so angry that they've actually come onto the pitch to remonstrate with him.
And the Everton fan who was angry, he's trying to be led away by 4 officers, and he's trying to wrestle one of them to the ground. Meanwhile, the supporter that had tied himself to the goalpost is being led away on the far side of the field at the Bullens Road side of the ground. This is utterly bizarre, what we're witnessing here. I still have no idea what the original supporter was protesting about, why he tied himself to the post. I'm sure that will become clear as time passes. He's being led away on the far side of the ground by the police in their high visibility jackets, and this other Everton fan who tried to run onto the pitch and get at this supporter who tied himself to the post, he's being led down the near touch line.
I have to say that I believe that is the same individual who tried to tie themselves to the post at Anfield last night as well.
Well, meanwhile, there are a few Newcastle fans trying to throw things at this supporter who's now being led past those Newcastle fans in the Bullens Road into the corner of the stadium, where he will presumably be led outside and into a waiting police vehicle. And we can get back to some football in just a moment, as both individuals are led out of sight. One on the far side, one on the near side. Still things being thrown from this stand at the Everton fan who tried to get at the supporter. I can understand frustration, but why anybody would want to throw anything ever, under any circumstance, at any sporting event, just inexplicable.
Yeah, I know tensions are high, but you've got to keep control of yourself. I mean, not for the first time I say this, what on earth is wrong with people? Seriously.
We are about to restart, so we've had a long delay, and Newcastle will restart with a throw-in
down the left-hand side, and we're back underway on TalkSport. 0-0, remember.
Chris, I've got a great stat for you about the number of goals scored in matches between these two sides in the Premier League, but I don't want to jinx it and give us a 0-0, so I'll wait until the first goal goes in, so you can't blame me. How about that?
That'll do me, yeah, definitely.
So at the start of this match at St James's Park, the players take the knee. The message against racism and discrimination still clear. It is Wolves who get us underway, playing from left to right in the old gold, the golden shirts, the black shorts and the golden socks with the black bands at the top. Newcastle United, of course, in their traditional home kit as well. The black and white striped shirts, the black shorts and the black socks. So, as Newcastle win possession early on, with Matt Targett throw just inside his own half, 10 points clear of the relegation zone if they win tonight, Newcastle. Would that be enough, even though Burnley and Everton would have those couple of games in hand, Chris?
No, I think Newcastle need a couple more wins, and listen, they want to finish the season on a high as well. They just can't think, let's just stay up, we're safe now. They want to get as many points as they can.
Ball cleared away by Connor Cody for Wolverhampton Wanderers, headed forward by Newcastle. Here is St Maximin, tried the low shot, good sliding block by Cody, the Wolves skipper, on the edge of the D, and it's cleared by Wolves out to the left-hand side, and Marcel plays it forward, looking for the run of Hwang Hee-chan, the South Korean striker, but Newcastle intercepts, and here it is with Joe Linton, reinvented in this central midfield role, isn't he, Chris?
Yeah, brilliant. He's actually found a position. He's been here a few seasons, and they actually found, I think it was by chance as well, an injury. He got pushed into midfield to do a job, and he's never left the midfield since. So, but you can see Wolves already. They haven't started very quickly. Newcastle have on the front foot, and Wolves, with their 5 at the back in a lane of 5, 2 in front and 3 up front, they're just very patient. They like to get possession, they like to dominate possession and hit you on the break as much as they can.
Newcastle play the ball over the top, the runners are there, Joe Linton is one of them. It's one on the far side by Ryan Fraser, lifts it in looking for Joe Linton, and Jose Sarr, all in turquoise this evening, claims for Wolverhampton Wanderers. So we can take you through the teams. Dubravka in goal for Newcastle, the back 4 of Kraft, Scher, Byrne and Targett. Ahead of them is Gimaresh, Shelby and Joe Linton, with Fraser, St Maximin and Wood up top. And here is the Frenchman, St Maximin, on the ball, spreads it out to the right hand side, and Ryan Fraser has Kraft as the overlapping runner, pulls it back instead to Gimaresh. His first start at St James's Park for Newcastle after arriving in January. Challenge is made. Newcastle are asking the question as to whether that should be a free kick, but it's not. Our referee Peter Banks is happy to let it go, and Wolves have it over the halfway line with Johnny, who now knocks it back into his own half. Wolves with Jose Sarr in goal. Back 3 of Bolly, Cody and Kilman. Ahead of them it's Johnny, Kundal, Coutinho and Marcel, with Trincao, Silva and Hwang up front. And as Chris Waddle says, that 3 will become a 5 when Wolves need to defend. And at the moment they need to, because Newcastle have won it back again. It's a bright start by the home side here at St James's Park, with just under 3 minutes played. 0-0 here on BBC Radio 5 Live. But again, Newcastle happy to go back. Here is Jonjo Shelby, and now all the way back to the tall figure of Dan Byrne, the boyhood Newcastle fan, rejoining them in January. He was released as an 11-year-old. Always his dream to play for Newcastle, and he is now, as Cody clears the ball away as it comes into the penalty area from the right-hand side. And will be picked up for Wolves in the centre by Luke Kundal, the 19-year-old, making just his 3rd Premier League appearance. Wolves have it again, and both sides in these early stages, Chris, there's flurries of movement forward, and then they seem both quite happy to knock around at the back.
I think it's at the minute 2 different teams. Newcastle's very high tempo, trying to move the ball quickly, asking questions of this back 5 of Wolves, where Wolves are quite happy to play quite deep at the minute and let Newcastle have a certain amount of possession, but then hit them on the break as they do now.
And Wolves steal it back. Here is Hwang Hee-chan, who got that brace at Molineux against Newcastle in that 2-1 victory earlier this season. Lays it off to the halfway line, and Willy Bolly, who's really come back into the side in the last month or so. Here is Kundal, the teenager, squares it to the very much not teenager, João Coutinho, Portugal international. Back to Cody, lifts it over into the penalty area, looking for Trincao, but it bounces over his head, and it's a goal kick to Newcastle.
I think basically what Wolves have come with a game plan of thinking, don't give anything away early doors. We know it's a full house, a great atmosphere always, as it is at St James's Park, and try and stifle the team, but also quieten the crowd a bit and then grow into the game.
but don't do any silly mistakes early on. To give them a gift, to get the fans behind them. So if you look already, Wolves are very patient on what they're doing. They're slowing the game down, just trying to take the sting, the tempo out of the game.
Yes, they're in possession just outside their own penalty area, Wolves. And Chris, that's exactly what you've said there, although they've given it away. Kundal will pick it up. That ball was won by Kraft on the right-hand side, and Kundal does clear it away. But that's exactly what Bruno Lage said. They've got a really good away record in the Premier League this season. They've won 8 away games, Wolves, on their travels, the highest in a top-flight season for the club since 1980. And he said that's the key to his away tactics. You control the game by keeping the ball, make sure the opposition can't get it, particularly early on, and it's that particularly early on that I think we're seeing from Wolves. This is what they do when they go.
Listen, they've got 3 up front who are willing. Once the ball goes forward, then 3 is a lot of movement between the front 3, and they close Newcastle down. As the rest of the team, they just compact.
Ball into the penalty area from target. Sarr came and punches. He saw Wood arriving, gets 2 big fists on it. The Wolves goalkeeper, Newcastle pick it up on the right hand side.
Yeah, it was a great ball in, wasn't it, down his left hand side. Tag puts one in, but the goalkeeper's alert and he's on the 18-yard line waiting for it.
Here is St Maximin, left hand side for Newcastle. 0-0 here on 5 Live. St Maximin, a couple of step overs, goes down under pressure from Johnny. Well, it was a rather theatrical double somersault and twist from St Maximin. Might have got a little push there from Johnny, but Peter Banks says no goal kick.
Well, he's good on the eye, isn't he, St Maximin? You've got to say he's an entertainer. Got a lot of talent. Sometimes overdoes it. He's got something, which the fans love up here. They love flair and skill, and he's got that.
Jose Sarr takes the goal kick long for Wolves. 0-0 here on BBC Radio 5 Live up to the halfway line, and Newcastle win it once again with Ryan Fraser, another who's really enjoying some good form under his former Bournemouth boss, of course, Eddie Howe. Now out to the left-hand side and targets. And St Maximin looking for options, spreads his hands wide, that trademark hairbands wound around his head, plays it back inside the centre circle to Fabian Schär. Now square to Dan Burn as Eddie Howe comes out, hands in his pockets to the edge of his technical area. Agreed that the Tottenham defeat, the 5-1 hammering in their last match, Newcastle, could perhaps be a reset moment for them when he was asked, could be a turning point. And that's it, isn't it? He spoke about the win against Leeds a couple of months ago being a turning point for Newcastle, and that was, they went on a brilliant run after that, but the ball goes over the top and Newcastle won't reach it. Kilman just prevents the corner, plays it out for a Newcastle throw. Wins and defeats can prove turning points in different ways.
Yeah, they've been on the road though for a few weeks, haven't they? Which is always difficult. We know it's easier to win at home than it is away. But yeah, I think Newcastle will be delighted to get back here and see if they can get a win tonight, which, you've got to say, I think 2 wins will be enough for them. And they'll be very confident and get one tonight.
Play's been called back for a free kick, in fact, so Newcastle have a free kick, third of the way inside the Wolves half. 7.5 minutes gone, 0-0 here on 5 Live at St James's Park as the ball is played up to the edge of the penalty area. Byrne got something on it, the 6'7" frame doing its job, but Wolves clear away. Wisharan Moutinho and Fabian Schär will allow that to roll out. Yes, this Newcastle's first match at St James's Park. For the first time in a month, they've had 4 away games on the road, 3 of them in a row have been defeats. They have a player down here. Ryan Fraser has gone down midway through the Wolves half, so Newcastle won't take this throw just yet, and the Newcastle trainer is jogging on to see if Fraser's alright, and Chris Wood's just made that rotation side with his hands. That means substitution, so certainly in Chris Wood's opinion,
well, yeah, I mean, it's a head injury, isn't it? And you've got to be careful, obviously. Today it's football, you've got to look at that. But I've noticed that he's actually, the physio is actually working his hamstring. And I watched him before, he was doing kicks in the air as if, straight leg kicks, and you could see he had a problem. I don't think he's gone down because of a head injury, I think it is his hamstring, and early on in the game he's been stretching it non-stop.
So early injury concern for Newcastle. Ryan Fraser still having that hamstring stretched out. 0-0 at St James's Park. 9 minutes gone here on 5 Live. And what a cracking weekend of action we have coming up for you this weekend. Our Masters coverage continues tomorrow. That's on 5 Live from 8 o'clock. Watford against Leeds is our Premier League commentary from 3. And then the Grand National with John Hunt and the team from 5:15. And then on Sunday, it's the big one. Manchester City against Liverpool. 4:30 kick-off, full commentary here on 5 Live, and a huge match at the other end of the table before that. 2 o'clock, Norwich against Burnley. All Masters coverage, the final round, 8 o'clock on 5 Live. And let's get an update from the Masters, currently ongoing. Ian Carter.
Tiger Woods going back at a rate of knots. He's dropped 4 shots in his first 5 holes, 4 bogeys in there, and having started the day at 1 under par, is now 3 over par and in a battle to make the cut. Top 50 in ties, make it through to the weekend. Vicky, we have joint leaders Charles Schwartzel, Sungjae Im and Britain's Danny Willett. They're all at 3 under.
Thanks very much, Ian. Coverage across the BBC this weekend. We're back underway. Ryan Fraser is back up to his feet, so Chris Woods, well, he's not a doctor, is he? He doesn't have to make that decision, but the substitution signal a little premature, and Ryan Fraser for now will try and continue as Newcastle have the ball outside their own penalty area. Dan Burn lifted over the halfway line, looking forward, will be allowed to bounce through to Jose Sarr by the Wolves defence, and tempo's just dropped, shall we say, Chris?
Well, we're looking for a bit of quality at the minute, aren't we? Let's be honest. Both teams have just cancelled each other out. What, after a little bit of possession? Newcastle, you've got to say, are on the front foot. Wolves are very happy, probably the way the game's going at the minute, because Wolves will improve. But they're just giving the ball away cheaply, and Newcastle's enjoying it when they get it, but not really affecting Wolves, not causing any problems at all.
Fabio Silva's done well there, because Moutinho's pass was a little loose. Wolves initially keep possession, but then it's exactly what you say, Chris. Loose pass out to the left-hand side. Marcel can't keep it in, and it's encouragement for Newcastle as they win the throw.
Yeah, I think we're looking for an atmosphere, a bit of atmosphere. The fans are wanting something to cheer with. There's nothing happened at the moment. It's about 3-4 passes and lose possession, and both teams are the same. So, the fans are wanting to cheer for something, but there's nothing happening. They're going to make a substitution. I think Almiron's going to come on. Obviously, Fraser's hamstring is not up to the rest of the game.
He's gone down again. Chris Wood was right. Miguel Almiron is warming up on the touchline for Newcastle. Back from COVID, missed the last match. Jacob Murphy off for a run as well. So we'll see what decision Eddie Howe makes. But yeah, Fraser's not going to be able to continue, and the substitutes will be made. And it is Miguel Almiron getting his final instructions for Paraguay from Eddie Howe. So inside the opening 12 minutes, Newcastle forced into an early change. Let's get an update from England's Women's World Cup qualifier away to North Macedonia. John Akers is watching.
North Macedonia 0, England 6. Beth Mead with a hat-trick, her 3rd in qualifying, fell to her 8 yards out after a cross from the left-hand side. That's the only goal we've had in the second half, after Ellen White moved to 50 goals for England, ahead of Bobby Charlton and Harry Kane, and 3 behind Wayne Rooney on 53, and it's 0-0 in the other game in this group between Austria and Northern Ireland in Group D. Macedonia 0, England 6.
Thanks, John. So that change is made. Almiron is on, Fraser is off, and that's disappointing for Newcastle, because he has been enjoying this new lease of life under Eddie Howe, hasn't he?
Yeah, you know what you're going to get from Ryan Fraser. Works hard, delivers the ball early. He's not really someone who dribbles and takes people on. He gets a yard and puts it in the box. And obviously, people like Chris Wood and Joe Linton arrive, they'll be very happy with that. But on the other side, you've got St. Maximin. Just looking at it so far, the game, where you think Newcastle could improve is St. Maximin going playing as a 10. But then you've obviously got this left-hand side of problem. Joe Linton could play slightly left. They can outnumber Wolves there. So at the minute, they're just cancelling each other out.
Well, that level, and cancelling each other out in terms of injuries as well. Joao Moutinho, the latest to go down. He is now up to his feet, the Wolves midfielder. Bruno Guimaraes there was trying a little back heel. He was trying to control the ball, but his boot went so high and it caught Moutinho just on the side of the face. Unintentional from Guimaraes. Referee Peter Banks taking no further action, and we play on. Moutinho's back up, but could have been a nasty one from Moutinho. In the end, no lasting damage done, and Newcastle will bring the ball away down the right-hand side. Now centrally goes Guimaraes, plays the ball out to the left-hand side, and Matt Target over the halfway line, looking for the run of St. Maximin. Willy Bonny is there for Wolves, but it falls to Joe Linton with the long-tipped hair, but his turn to give it away, the Brazilian. Straight to Fabio Silva through the centre for Wolves. Falls the ball back to Wang Hee-chan. Now Marcel, and Wolves very happy to go back. Of course, this is their game plan in terms of keeping the possession, not letting the opponent have it early on. We've discussed that approach from Bruno Lage, and it's paid off for them. on their travels in the Premier League this season. But this is a big game for Wolves. If they want to push on to the European places, they go 6th with a victory. These are the sort of games that they've really got to target, despite Newcastle's good form before the 3 defeats.
Well, in the minute, they're giving the ball away so cheaply. The manager must be thinking, how poor are they at the minute? Yes, they get behind the ball and they're frustrating Newcastle, but when they get possession in good areas, they're giving the ball straight back to the black and white shirts of Newcastle, and you'll be very disappointed. You've got to say Wolves are doing well with all the injuries they've got as well.
John Joe Shelby plays it forward, looking for Chris Wood, right hand side of the penalty area, pulls it back to the substitute Almiron, but it just breaks down and it's dinked away by Wolves out to the left hand side of Hwang Hee-chan. They're very happy to go back in those positions, Wolves, so Hwang goes back to Kilman, who clears it up to the halfway line. Fabio Silva does well to hold it up, and then is dispossessed even better by Bruno Guimaraes, who is becoming a real fan favourite here at St James's Park, isn't he?
I think he was favourite before he even played. As soon as they said he was Brazilian, everybody thought, yeah, we've got a top player.
He's done well so far. Often substitute appearances since that move in January as Newcastle come down the right hand side for St Maximin, switching flanks, drags the ball across looking for Chris Wood. Important interception on the corner of the 6-yard box by Cody, but Wolves can't clear their lines far enough. Newcastle whip it back in. Cody is there again, the captain, only as far as John Joe Shelby, but Bruno Lage is becoming increasingly frustrated with the way that Wolves are defending.
Vicky, I don't blame him. Wolves have been terrible. They're giving the ball away, and we're talking about, at this level of football, we're talking about easy passes. We're not talking about difficult passes, 40, 50 yards. We're talking about 5, 10 yard passes to a Wolves shirt, and they can't find it, and he must be very frustrated. They've got to sharpen themselves up. It looks like they've come here, you know, a little bit too lackadaisical for me. They're thinking, oh, we'll be all right, it's Newcastle. They've got up the tempo, and they've got to concentrate a lot more.
Newcastle knocking the ball around in the back, and it's a challenge for Newcastle as well, isn't it? Because the greater attacking flurries have certainly been from them, but if another side is playing at walking pace, it can sometimes be tempting for yourself to fall into that rhythm as a team.
Yeah, and I'm glad they put St Maximum as a 10. Joe Linton's come out this left hand side, and it's better for Newcastle because he will cause problems.
It's Almiron's over on the right for now. St Maximin getting more involved, as Chris says, in a central position and doing very well. Working his way down to the penalty area, ball down to Almiron, comes across into the 6-yard box, cleared away by Wolves, and again, that's what they do. They play it up to the centre of midfield, then they put it back to their own defence outside their own penalty area, and so far it's working. But Bruno Lage is saying, get up the pitch, and that's what they're trying to do, Wolves. I don't think they're doing it quickly enough for their manager. The ball out to the right-hand side. He's cut out before it can reach Johnny. Wolves pick it back up again, but he's furious on the touchline, Bruno Lage, as Willy Bolly picks it up for Wolves just inside his own half. Well, he talks about control, but he wants to see more in every area.
Well, he wants to see them control the ball and pass it to a teammate. At the minute, they're finding that very, very difficult.
They have managed to do it out to the left-hand side, but that's a really poor pass from Marcel, going infield to Silva rather than down the line to Hwang, who'd made a good run. And Newcastle can build again. Here is St Maximin, tricks his way in between two Wolves players in Johnny and Pundle, but then goes down. Nothing given. The Wolves will bring it away once more. 0-0 on 5 Live. 18 minutes gone in the first half.
Yeah. Well, Newcastle have been the brighter team without testing the goalkeeper, let's be honest. There's nothing really to talk about. Newcastle's tempo is very good. Wolves have been very poor.
I'm glad I didn't give you my stat about all the goals that have been scored. You'd be staring daggers at me. Because it is rather 0-0 so far.
The only thing is, it can only get better.
That's true. Fabio Silva, flag for offside, not quite yet. But it's allowed to run by Peter Banks because Newcastle in possession. At least that keeps the flow of the game going. We'll find positives where we can. We will. Here is Dan Burn. It's always a positive story. Coming back to his boyhood club. Every time he walks out on this pitch at St James's Park, he must think it's a little boy's dream come true. Not so little anymore, Dan Burn.
Yeah, Dan Burn came back, he probably thought never. Somebody said to let him go to 11 because he was too small.
And now he's 6'7". So often the way, isn't it?
Yeah, well, definitely when I was playing it was if you weren't more than 5'7", 5'8", at 14, 15, you weren't getting taken on.
So is that it? When you walked into the offices to see if you were getting the contract, they just had the tape measure, and if you were under, you were gone, and if you were over, congratulations.
It still actually goes the same, still a little bit today, but it used to be that was it.
Newcastle in possession on the halfway line. Here is Guimaraes, plays it forward to Almiron, who's drifted into this central position. Nobody out wide at the moment, because Almiron's vacated that right-hand side, so Newcastle working out to the left, and St Maximin. It's fluid at the moment, this forward line for Newcastle, but they perhaps just need to make sure that the positions are filled where they want them to be. At the moment, trying to overload the left with St Maximin and Joe Linton, but Newcastle possession-wise working out to the right.
It's a minute, Vicky. It's up to the coaches here to spot something, to think, how can we turn this game round in our favour? They just cancel each other out a minute. And as I say, I think put St Maximin behind Chris Wood, up playing alongside. Let him come off the three centre-halves, find the space, and he can hurt you. We know, listen, he loses the ball a lot. He's a very inconsistent player. But on his day, we know he's got that bit of magic in him. And at the minute, playing on his left-hand side, he's not getting a lot of joy.
Partly because the ball's over on the right-hand side at the moment. Newcastle throw just inside the Wolves half. In the Women's World Cup qualifiers, France have taken the lead. In Wales, Wendy Renard with that goal, and England are now 8-0 up away to North Macedonia. Another goal for Beth Mead and Georgia Stanway, as well as St Maximin into the penalty area, left-hand side, pulls it back to Matt Target, whips it in left-footed, it's over the head of Chris Wood, cleared away by Marcel, up towards Fabio Silva once more, and it's won by Newcastle, and Cher has it in the centre circle. Chris Waddle, almost, I'll bring you in a second, Chris, because Almiron, lovely control in the penalty area, drives over on the angle from 8 yards.
Well, great ball by John Joe Shelby, the first one, and I think Cher the other one, but that's what they're looking for. John Joe Shelby's as good a pass as anybody when he gets time on the ball. If you run, he'll hit you. So St Maximin got him behind, but checked out and rolled it back. The positives, Newcastle obviously the team who were looking to score. Wolves, I don't know what their game plan is at the minute. They're just giving the possession away. They're so slack, and they just look lazy at the minute, and I can see why the manager is going mad.
Yeah, it's been poor from Wolves so far, who have been on a good run. They've been up and down over the last couple of months, but they've won 3 of their last 4. Very good performance last time out against Aston Villa, as Newcastle that weekend were being humbled at Tottenham. Wolves have won a throw midway inside their own half, and again it's that lack of urgency, Chris.
Yeah, the problem as well is there's 3-on-2 in midfield in Newcastle's favour, and then the wing backs are sitting back, so they're not really coming up the field to help the attackers or help the midfield. The 2 wing backs for Wolves are sitting back as a 5.
Cleared long by Bolly up towards Fabio Silva. The flag is up from the assistant referee, and it's a free kick to Newcastle on the halfway line. That target fouled. 22 minutes gone at St James's Park. Newcastle 0, Wolves 0. Half time in the Women's World Cup qualifier between Austria and Northern Ireland. That is 0-0. That's a huge game for Northern Ireland. If they win, they'll be in a brilliant position to qualify for the World Cup playoffs. If they lose, they'll be really up against it. If they draw, well, it's all to play for. Austria, their real threat to finishing second in that group. 0-0 at half time. England 8-0 up in that same group in their World Cup qualifier against North Macedonia. That is into the second half. Here, St James's Park, goalless as Cher sends the free kick up towards the penalty area. Byrne is up there once more. It's cleared away by Kilman for Wolves. Target will head it forward once more to St Maximin. What can he do down the left-hand side this time? Tries to cut and field. Well blocked by Johnny, but St Maximin still has it. Interchanges passes with Target, and now infield to Guimaraes, who steps past Fabio Silva. Tried to cut the ball into the penalty area, looking for Chris Wood. Wolves clear away, but they've given it away again. Newcastle have to take advantage of this slack defending. Played into Almiron in the penalty area. Lovely pass, dinked across, and scrambled home in the 6-yard box by Chris Wood. His second goal for Newcastle since arriving from Burnley in the summer. That's why they bought him. He gives Newcastle the lead at St James's Park. Wolves have been shocking early on, and they've been punished. Yeah, Newcastle lead 1-0.
Newcastle thoroughly deserve it. They've been a better side. It's not been a great game, we've got to say. Wolves have been terrible from the kick-off. They've shown nothing. They've given the ball away cheaply, but it's about Newcastle. Give Chris Wood credit. I thought it was a handball, I thought it was a foul, I didn't know, I thought, is it going to go to VAR, this goal? He's given the goal. At one stage, look, it's offside, he looks offside to me. Just offside. It comes to Chris Wood, who's lying on the floor, but wraps his right foot round it, puts in it. Now, there's going to be a question mark here about the offside, and it could be offside.
It's very tight. It's against Almiron, yes, who creates the chance with a brilliant piece of skill. Absolutely gorgeous footwork from Miguel Almiron. But the lines are out. VAR are checking. Is this going to be ruled out for offside? Newcastle thought they'd taken the lead. It's a really good finish from Wood, who is on the floor.
This could be offside.
It is tight. We're seeing the replay here. They're still checking VAR. The lines are out. Are Wolves going to be reprieved?
Offside.
They are. It's still 0-0. Miguel Almiron offside in the build-up with a fractional advancement beyond the line of defence. Frustration for Newcastle, and from a neutral perspective, that piece of skill, that assist from Almiron was absolutely sublime. On that level, it's a shame to see it ruled out, but Wolves won't care a job.
No.
And they've got to wake up now.
They've got to wake up. Yeah, definitely. Listen, it was a great bit of skill by Almiron. Unfortunately, just won just offside. We could have done that going in, to be fair, make live Wolves up and make it a better game, but you know, Wolves have got away with one there. Now, other respond, I saw Conor Cody really shouting at the players, really getting into it, you know, more passion, more desire. Let's see what happens.
And I still can't give you my stat because we haven't had the first goal. Okay, I've cursed it anyway, to be honest. Wolves try and win possession back just inside the Newcastle half. Will they wake up now, Wolves? That's better from Trincao. Down the right-hand side to Fabio Silva, trying to play it around the corner. Johnny drives over the bar from the edge of the penalty area. Well, he's looking to score for the third game running, Johnny. He's scored in back-to-back games for the first time in his entire career. Powerful hit, but not on target.
Well, that was the best we saw from Wolves. A little bit of intensity, a little bit of go get the ball back, go higher up the field. We've not seen the two wing-backs high up the field. That was the first time we've seen either one of them up there. And it was a poor effort to goal, we know, but it was better for Wolves than the other goal again, Newcastle.
Here goes St Maximin, clearly pulled back by Kundal. Referee Peter Banks plays advantage, and St Maximin, in the end, is stopped by a good sliding challenge by Marçal on the edge of the penalty area. And I think there was probably just enough of an advantage there that the referee wasn't going to call it back, but it was a clear tug by the 19-year-old on St Maximin.
No, it was, but he carried on, and he lost it to another player. So if he'd gone down, he gets a free kick.
26 minutes played at St James's Park, 0-0 still between Newcastle and Wolves. Chris Wood with that goal ruled out for an offside earlier in the build-up for the home side. So still on just the one goal, what is now 11 and a half appearances, as it were, for Newcastle. Not quite happened for him, has it? I mean, they brought him in January because Callum Wilson was injured. They needed to make a signing, but he's been so constant for Burnley, hasn't he, over the
Different style of play.
Yeah.
Newcastle, you know, I'm not saying Burnley are good at what they do, but they do put the ball in the box, and he played in a partnership. They played 4-4-2. You know, here he plays on his own. They don't really cross the ball a lot, Newcastle, compared to Burnley. So he's not going to get, you know, he's not going to make himself goals, is he? So he needs service, and unfortunately, he doesn't get a lot from the flanks.
And as we've seen, when he got it there from Almiron, stuck it away, ruled out for offside as target heads away from Newcastle, outside his own penalty area. Johnny tries to win it back. Joe Linton comes back and does well, and Shelby will spread it out to the right-hand side. Goalless here on 5 Live. Remember, commentary of Manchester City against Liverpool coming up for you on Sunday from 4:30. Do join us for one of the biggest games of the Premier League season. Joe Linton out to the left-hand side, and St Maximin just outside the penalty area, lifted in. It's a poor ball. Marçal should be able to let it bounce out. In the end, Jose Sarr, the Wolves keeper, keeps it in, and Marçal is off and away. He's had a great season, Jose Sarr, for Wolves. Such big gloves to fill when Rui Patricio left, but he's been outstanding.
He has been outstanding. Just look at St Maximin there. See, the players, Newcastle players, don't know what he's going to do. He's running it, he's got one-on-one there, and you think, go on, take him on. He doesn't. He decides to cross it, and nobody expects it. It goes through, and it's a frustration for not just the Newcastle players, the crowd as well.
Good pressure by Shelby, blocks Willy Bolly's clearance. The throw goes the way of Wolves, but that's what we need to see a little bit more from both sides, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just been positive, isn't it? When you get the ball, enjoy the ball. At the minute, both teams seem, I'd say Newcastle are the best of the two teams so far, definitely. Wolves, we've got to see a lot more. They've not enjoyed the football at the minute, which is surprising with the amount of talent they've got.
Free kick to Wolves as Johnny is fouled. Bruno Lage comes out right to the edge of that white touchline. Still not happy, hands in the pockets of his dark trousers, pacing as he watches his Wolves side 0-0 at St James's Park. Jose Sarr clears the ball forward to Hwang Hee-chan, who's dropped back midway through his own half to pick up the ball the forward, now in field to Matinho.
And I think, Vic, you've got to think Newcastle have put a lot of effort in so far, and how long can they keep it? You normally get around the 35 minute mark, and then you come off the pace slightly. So Wolves will be waiting for that.
All the way back to Jose Sarr and out to Willy Bolly once more as Joe Linton applies a bit of pressure for Newcastle. Bolly's ball over the top, cleared away by Dan Burn and picked up now by Matt Targett. Left for the ball forward. Chris Wood tried the head. It's behind St Maximin rather than ahead of St Maximin, and it's a throw to Wolves.
Well, Willy Bolly there just got the ball at the back, didn't he? He's not going to get any joy playing a straight ball up to Silva, is he? So he might as well play the channel ball down the sides where he's got the legs on him. You know, if you're playing a straight ball against the centre half of Newcastle, there's only going to be one winner.
Well, it's as though they haven't adapted their game plan. I know this is oversimplifying it, but, you know, Jimenez can deal with those balls, but Jimenez is suspended, so he's not involved.
I mean, they've got a few injuries, let's be honest, to a lot of their big players. So you can understand, but there's no excuse from the way they pass the ball. I mean, the manager must think this isn't the players I recognise in training who really get on the ball and they can't get the ball off them.
Well, Bruno Lage has gone right over to Willy Bolly before he takes his free kick, and he said something to him. And Willy Bolly will now spread the ball. Well, what's he going to do? He's going to go backwards. Let's see what. Well, there's no real reaction there from Bruno Lage, and though he does turn round and go and sit down. It's one of those where, when it's not quite going your way, you probably don't want a free kick right in front of your manager so you can get in your ear. And again, Wolves have played it straight out of play. We thought that disallowed goal from Newcastle would wake Wolves up. It hasn't at all.
I'd like to be in the change room at Wolves at half time. It'd be interesting to see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if he gives them 5-10 minutes second half and he makes 3 substitutions.
Well, they need to change something, Wolves, because this is a big game for them. They're pushing for Europe. They could go 6th with a win. But so far, they have been comfortably second best. Newcastle looking to move 10 points clear of the relegation zone. Burnley and Everton, 17th and 18th, would have a couple of games in hand, but it would be another huge step to securing their survival. Newcastle keep it away. Matinho picks it up midway through the Wolves half, and again Bruno Lage is actually jumping to get leverage as he waves his arm forward, but Wolves are still.
I know what he wants. He wants the 3 strikers to run in behind, and none of them are. They're all coming to the ball and losing it. So he's asking them to spin in behind. Unfortunately, look, they give the ball away again.
And looking for Trincao, he's been barely involved so far. Bruno Lage punches the air in frustration as St Maximin is off again down the left hand side. Willy Bolly gets a good foot in, and it's back with Targett. 0-0, just over half an hour played in the first half at St James's Park here on 5 Live. As Joe Linton loses out. It's almost as if this sloppiness is catching, isn't it? Newcastle starting to give the ball away now. A bit of space for Fabio Silva down the right hand side, but he checks and stops and pulls it back to Matinho. Nothing wrong with patience, but it's got to have an end product. It's got to have a purpose somewhere.
Wolves are playing too many passes. When they break on Newcastle and win the ball, be a little bit more positive and look for the runners going forward. They don't. They check out, they let Newcastle get their shape back, and then Wolves give the ball back to Newcastle, and you can see why now, in his gamble, the manager gets so frustrated.
Miscontrol by Hwang, and Newcastle have it again, just inside their own half. Goalless. It was Guimaraes under pressure from the 19-year-old Luke Cundle. Plays it back to Dan Burn, and now out to this left-hand side. And Matt Targett over the halfway line for Newcastle. Have lost their last 3 games after that 7-match unbeaten run, and it's that run that has really pulled them clear. 9 games unbeaten, in fact, in the Premier League, but had won 6 of their previous 7. That's the run that really stood out. They are almost safe, but it's that almost that is still the concern, particularly after Burnley's win in midweek really put them right back into the mix. Wolves have it on the edge of the centre circle with Cundle. 0-0 here at St James's Park. Plays it forward to Hwang and then back to Cundle once more. They just looked devoid of ideas.
He's been their best player though, Cundle.
Yes, the 19-year-old making only his 2nd Premier League start. Dendoncker injured, Paredes injured, Neves as well. Out until May for Wolves, as Chris Waddle says, they are missing several key players. Jimenez, of course, as well as Trincao goes in on target. Looks like it's just a throw, and Eddie Howe, who has in the picture of calm compared with Bruno Lage, will just roll that to target to take.
I just think he's very frustrated. I think that the team he's not happy with, but the 3 strikers as such, I think they're the ones who are really he's really annoyed with. I think the movement's been terrible, the pressing. The running in behind's been very, very poor, and you can see changes. Maybe it's in half-time even.
Now he's got a chance to complain to someone other than one of his players, Bruno Lage, because Wolves have conceded a free kick on the halfway line. He wasn't happy with that. Made his feelings clear to Tony Harrington, the 4th official, but Newcastle have a free kick. Now, Fabian Schär looks as though he was going to come over and just get some instructions there from Eddie Howe. the way that Wolves are playing, it's sucking the tempo out of Newcastle as well. What can they do from this free kick? Cher swings it to the edge of the penalty area. Bernaghet gets first contact, but it's cleared away by Wolves, and Cher has it once more in the centre circle.
Well, I mean, Newcastle, I'm not saying Newcastle's played poor. They haven't really created anything. They had that goal disallowed, which was just offside, which was a good goal, but unfortunately just a half yard offside. Apart from that, they've not created anything themselves. But for all, they're playing at a good tempo, Newcastle.
All over the top, looking for Amaron, who did well to put a bit of pressure on Kilman, which meant that Kilman couldn't shepherd it out for a goal kick. It's a throw to Newcastle on the far side. Let's get an update from the Masters. Ian Carter.
Danny Willett back into the outright lead with an excellent birdie at the 9th from 14 feet, taking him to 4 under par. Among those in the queue behind, defending champion Hideki Matsuyama. He's picked up 3 shots in 6 holes to get to 3 under. Tiger Woods struggling. He's fallen back to 3 over, and Rory McIlroy's birdied the 16th to get to 2 over.
Thanks, Ian. Newcastle have it back on the halfway line in the Women's World Cup qualifiers. Austria have taken the lead early in the second half against Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland, if they lose that match, will be really up against it to finish in the top 2 and qualify at least for the playoffs. Ball forward by Newcastle, looking for the run of John Joe Shelby, but again, Willy Volley does enough and it's out of play for a Wolves goal kick. Out of all the players so far, Willy Volley has dealt well with the attacks that have come down.
Yeah, I don't. Newcastle haven't given Wolverhampton Wanderers any problems as such, apart from that goal, which was disallowed, obviously, I'll say. They haven't really caused any problems. See, Maximum had a great start, first 10 minutes, but gone out of the game. And you're looking for somebody now to turn the game, even in both sets of players, and at the minute, they just cancel each other out.
Wolves take the goal kick short, played forward now by Cody, looking for Johnny. Good header towards Trincao, challenged by Dan Burn before Fabio Silva can get it there. So Maximan chests it back into the centre circle. 0-0 here on 5 Live, 9 minutes plus added time to go in this first half. Half time, Wales trail France by a goal to 0 in the Women's World Cup qualifiers. That's a half time score. As Dan Burn has it for Newcastle, square to Fabian Cher. This isn't a goal stat, so I can give this to you, Chris. A bit of encouragement. Wolves, they're up and down at the moment in terms of form, but they tend to win or lose. No draws in their last 15 games. So something's got to happen. It has to.
Yeah, so it's going to be 0-0, isn't it?
No, you said it, not me. You've cursed it now. Newcastle with the ball on the halfway line. This is a huge game for both teams. And Bruno Lage knows it. He's screaming again for more tempo. Eddie Howe is seeing better from his side compared to Wolves. Couldn't be much worse. So he's not so animated. So Joe Linton whips the ball across. Won't fall for Almiron on the deflection and cleared away by Wolves. But that change of pace there, the movement from Wood in the penalty area, that was better from Newcastle.
Yeah, I think, listen, Newcastle's been very positive from the off. They've been on the front foot. You know, you can't fault Newcastle's game plan, tempo, everything about them. They've just got final third of that quality tonight. But I mean, as for Wolves, you start from where? I mean, what a team talk he's going to have it off time.
Joe Linton brought down for Newcastle. Free kick midway through the Wolves half on the wide left-hand side. Free kicks have been a source of strength for Newcastle in 2022. This isn't one that they can shoot from. They have scored from 4 direct free kicks in just 7 attempts this calendar year. 2 of those, though, were from Kieran Trippier. Newcastle missing a couple of big players as well. Callum Wilson still out. Trippier as well, having started so well after that January move, is a big miss for them. But Matt Targett and John Joe Shelby, not too bad at set pieces themselves, are standing over this one. And it will be left for Targett, who swings it in left-footed. Joe Linton had made the run at the far post. It's a good header away by Marcel. Picked up by Guimaraes, right-hand side of the penalty area, trying to take it down to the byline. And Matinho does very well there and prevents the corner. Goal kick.
He uses experience, didn't he, Matinho there, doesn't he? What, 35 years, I think, isn't he? Just played it off and gets the goal kick, tries to set them down. As for Wolves, they can't wait for the half-time whistle. But Newcastle have just got to have a bit more quality in that final third.
So goal kick Wolves. Let's head for an update from North Macedonia against England in the Women's World Cup qualifiers. John Akers.
And it's 10 for England. They've scored 10 in each of their away games in qualifying. Beth Mead's got 4, Georgia Stanway 2, and Ella Toon has just completed a hat-trick. We've got 11 minutes to go still. North Macedonia 0, England 10.
Thanks, John. Yes, England flying in that World Cup qualifying campaign. Huge match coming up next week for the home nations. England against Northern Ireland, who were trailing 1-0 away to Austria, a result which will seriously damage Northern Ireland's World Cup hopes. Here at St James's Park, 0-0 between Newcastle and Wolves, as Wolves send it back into their own half. Here is Cody, plays it forward to Luke Cundall, the 19-year-old, and now Matinho. Back to Cody once more, and Kilman. This is nicely worked by Wolves, a little bit more zip to the passing, but the 80% of that move is still in their own half.
Well, as time they can turn and look forward, you know, a lot of modern day players do it, don't they? They go back, they're frightened to take a risk on a pass, and that's where you get your goals from. You know, and a lot of players today, you know, you read the stats, 98 passes out of 100 completed, and, you know, it's so frustrating to watch because these players have got a lot of ability.
They've lost the ball again on the far side. Wolves picked up by Newcastle. Here is John Joe Shelby, squares it to Matt Target. Goalless here as we enter the final 5 minutes of this first half, in a match which could see Wolves, if they win, move up to 6, could move Newcastle 10 points clear of the relegation zone. We're level as Dubravka clears away for Newcastle over the halfway line, headed forward by Willie Bolly. Dan Burn has to be a little bit careful, awkward bouncing balls as well to hook it away over his head, with Trincao putting him under pressure. John Joe Shelby will help it on. Chris Wood tried to bring it down but just couldn't take it away from Cody at the same time. It's all the way back with Jose Sarr, who launches it over the halfway line. Will be allowed to bounce out by Emil Kraft for a Newcastle throw. Chris Woodall.
I just kind of take my eyes off the Wolves manager.
He's better than the game, isn't he?
He keeps looking at the watch, and he must be thinking, please blow, so I can get in this change room and tell these players what he thinks. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's changes.
Well, they need to change something, Wolves, or a personnel, a formation, or just a sense of urgency. As Guimaraes is crowded out of it, but Newcastle goes down. Well, was that the appealing look to our referee Peter Banks that won the free kick there for Newcastle?
Well, sometimes the crowd gets you help, doesn't it? And Newcastle fans let the referee know, and he blew it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, it's not really a free kick, let's be honest, and the crowd got that, I think. But it's in a good position again, and Newcastle have looked quite threatening at set pieces.
Yep, Shelby is there once more as the ball is over on that right hand side, just about level with the edge of the penalty area, midway through the Wolves half. And what will Newcastle try from this? Dan Burn is up again from the back, using that advantage of his 6'7" frame. We've got Chris Wood as well. We know how good he is in the air. He's already had the ball in the back of the net once here at St James's Park. Ruled out for an offside in the build-up. Shares up from the back as well. John Joe Shelby leaves it. It will be swung in, almost flicked on by Joe Linton. And fizzes past that far post. It's one of those where Joe Linton, 12 yards out, almost gets the touch, and if it had fallen kindly to Wood, could have been a decent opening.
I don't think that was rehearsed. I think it's a mishit by Target. I think yes, it's a good move. I think he meant to put it in the penalty spot towards the 6-yard line where people are attacking it. He's hit it a bit low and a bit flat, and Joe Linton just glances it on, doesn't he? And there's nobody can read that.
So Wolves with another goal kick, which again they take their time over. 3 minutes to play until half-time, 0-0. And Austria now 2-0 up against Northern Ireland in the Women's World Cup qualifiers. And that scoreline, if it stays the same, will seriously damage Northern Ireland's hopes of picking up a playoff place and finishing second in that group. It's essentially between them and Austria for second, with England going so well at the top of the group. It's a long way back for Northern Ireland now, as Newcastle have a throw over on that far side, and the movement is ahead of them inside the Wolves half. Joe Linton gets something on it, but it's cleared away by Wolves, who will try and break down this black and white defensive line. Trincao, ball through the centre, looking for Fabio Silva. Nice idea, wrong execution, straight through the
Yeah, unfortunately he's overhit it through to the goalkeeper. I think that's his first touch for a long time. But yeah, a bit more movement from Wolves. It was a great ball by Shelby again.
Brilliant ball by John Joe Shelby out to the right hand side, and Miguel Almiron cutting in field, drives the ball in. Deflection is kind to Wolves, just loops up into the arms of Jose Sarr. But that's the quality of distribution that you were talking about.
Well, every time Shelby gets it and tame on the ball, if people are willing to run, he'll hit you. He's done it on 2 or 3 occasions now, so that's a good out ball for Newcastle. But again, final third, nothing comes to anything. So that'll be the frustrating part for Eddie Howe when he has his team taught off time. Can they show a bit more quality?
0-0. Remember, you can listen to all the reaction from this match on the Football Daily podcast. Download that from BBC Sounds, and we have a new women's football podcast for you as well. Jill Scott's Coffee Club, the stalwart of the Lionesses, taking us into the world of women's football, so do check that out while you're there on BBC Sounds as well. St James's Park, 0-0 between Newcastle and Wolves. Austria now 3-0 up against Northern Ireland in the Women's World Cup qualifiers. Northern Ireland's hopes of reaching the World Cup almost all but over. Still games to play, but they'll need some real results, and Austria to drop a few, which is unlikely. You never know. Wolves send it forward out to the right hand side. Here is Johnny. Trincao waits in the centre just inside the penalty area. Johnny plays the ball in, flicked away by the head of Dan Burn, and Dubravka comes racing out of his 6-yard box and gathers.
That was a little bit better from Wolves. Ronald Silva hits a diagonal ball across to Johnny, who checks onto his left foot, just a little ding to the near post, and the slightest touches, which unfortunately for Wolves they couldn't get any end of it. But that's the best we've talked about Wolves, and it's nearly half time.
Yeah, 10 seconds plus added time to play. The fourth official is out with the board. And the ball is flicked on towards St Maximin, just dispossessed by Johnny outside the penalty area. And St Maximin raises his hands to his mouth and almost gasps the Frenchman. He knows that he was close to stealing him behind that Wolves back line. 3 minutes of stoppage time at the end of this match. We've had Ryan Fraser's injury, the VAR check for Chris Wood's disallowed goal as well. It's Joe Linton, good defensive work from the Brazilian for Newcastle. Wins it, doesn't win the throw though. Throw to Wolves, midway through the Newcastle half on the right hand side, and Johnny will prepare to take. Wolves, who have been improving in front of goal in this calendar year. Only Tottenham and Liverpool have scored more Premier League goals than Wolves in 2022. They've not 20, but they've not looked anything like scoring this evening at St James's Park, as the ball is over the halfway line, headed away by Dan Burn for Newcastle. Guimaraes picks it up straight into the head of Conor Cody, who again has read the play well, like Willy Bolly, his counterpart at the back there, along with Kilman. Moutinho picks it up on the halfway line for the visitors. Dispossessed, just wasn't paying attention there. Moutinho, Almiron came and stole it off his toes, and Newcastle have it.
I mean, Wolves passing, we're talking not 30 yards, 40 yards, we're talking about 5-10 yards, which, you know, let's be honest, it's not hard at this level of football, and some of the passing's been absolutely terrible.
A little bit of space for Luke Cundle. That's confusing from Bruno Lage, because he's pointing his left arm with his finger out one way, he's pointing his right arm with his finger out the other way. Can you decipher that? I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not quite sure what he's asking them to do.
I don't. Well, to be fair, as a player, you'll not be looking at the coach anyway, because you look at the guy who's got the ball in possession. So
yeah. Well, whether they can decipher it or not, they don't seem to have changed anything at the moment. Wolves, and Dan Burn will head away for Newcastle, goes out for a Wolves throw, and Bruno Lage is saying move it up. Peter Banks says no, don't Johnny, you have to move it back. So Johnny goes backwards to Willy Bolly, and I mean Wolves, you get the sense they're playing for half time, but again the tempo just hasn't changed really for Wolves in the entirety of this first half, as the ball is sent forward. Still 0-0 here on 5 Live. Given away. Cher plays it forward to the edge of the penalty area. Chris Wood loses out though. Did he foul Moutinho? Then now Newcastle win the free kick eventually, and Wolves are not happy about that. Cher went down. I think he was tripped, but Wolves are surrounding referee Peter Banks and saying that Moutinho was fouled earlier in the move.
Yeah, I think Chris Wood leaves his foot there, raises it, and Moutinho goes over. Normally get that, the referee play on, and obviously then they get taken down, and he's given it to Chris Wood. So sorry to Cher. So this is a great position for John Joe Shelby. Right side of the box, just outside the D, right side. It's a great distance to get it up and over the wall.
Yes, huge opportunity this for Newcastle to break the deadlock in the final minute of added time. Wolves will complain because they feel that they should have had a free kick for the challenge earlier on Moutinho, but it wasn't given, and now they have defending to do. They've already had the ball in the back of the net once, Newcastle. That was ruled out for offside. They don't have Kieran Trippier, but they have been so potent from these sort of situations since January.
Yeah.
So they've got Matt Targett, they've got Fabian Cher.
I think Targett's going to take this. Yes, I think it's good for a left foot. I'll be bending it over the wall, going away from the goalkeeper.
Well, Cher did score a brilliant free kick against Tottenham. That's into the wall. Targett's follow-up is as well. And that is that for the end of the first half. And it's been a first half where Wolves certainly will be hugely disappointed. Let's see how quickly these players walk towards the dressing room, because if I was them, Chris, I'd be taking my time.
Well, Wolves are. Newcastle are running in, Wolves are not. Listen, there's not a lot to talk about. Offside goal, which was a great bit of skill by Almiron, who was unfortunately offside. apart from that, Newcastle have been on the front foot most of the game, with creating very little. Wolves absolutely terrible, and I'm sure the manager will have a few strong words to say at half time.
Things can only get better. Half time at St James's Park, Newcastle 0, Wolves 0.
Chris says VAR is the best Wolves defender on the pitch, and Tom says this, in a nutshell, is what's wrong with VAR. A brilliant moment of skill, worth nothing because of an apparent offside, imperceptible to the naked eye. And Tom, there is VAR, as you say, in a nutshell. So what's basically wrong with Wolves then, Chris? Because they sound terrible.
The shape is, the back three are holding the team together at the minute. The midfield are outnumbered, and the front three movement is terrible. They're coming to the ball, which Newcastle are coming onto them, intercepting it. They've got a good 30-40 yards to running behind sometimes. They don't want to run that way, and sometimes you've got to mix it up, Darren, and then they're just coming to the ball. Newcastle know they're coming to the ball. Everybody wants the ball to feet. Newcastle's obviously, at home. They're lively. They're on the front foot. They've took the ball off them, and confidence has been sapped out of Wolves as the game's going on. They just lack an idea. And as I said, the team talk's going to be so vital for them. I'm sure he'll have a go. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a substitution. As for Newcastle, tempo's good. Bit more quality in the final third, and he can win this game comfortably.
Chris, I've not had a chance yet to see Bruno Guimaraes live in a Newcastle shirt in the Premier League. What do you make of him?
Tidy, good engine. He's put himself about, and I was expecting. I saw him play for Lyon a few times, and he's a player who gets the ball, passes it, keeps it moving. People think he's going to do nutmegs and whatever. Leave that to St Maximin. He's a player who's good for the team, fits in well, tidy footballer, good engine. He'll be a success here.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Vicky. So, second half commentary to come from St James's Park. Newcastle 0, Wolves 0. Chris Wood had a goal ruled out for a tight offside in the first half. The right call, but whether you like it or not, that's what happened. You're listening to 5 Live Sport, the Friday Football Social. We're going to check on the other sport taking place around the country in a few minutes' time. We'll be off to Augusta as well, where the struggles continue on day 2 for Tiger Woods, and the players across the field find it difficult to cope with the wind at Augusta. That's all coming up after the 5 Live News with Stuart Clarkson.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you. Good evening. The US President Joe Biden has accused Russia of carrying out an horrific atrocity after a rocket attack on a train station in the East Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk killed at least 50 people. Russia denies it was behind the attack. Alexander Danylyuk is the head of Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. He thinks Vladimir Putin will invest everything in his new goal of taking over the eastern Donbass region, as his presidency could depend on it.
After the humiliation and failure, to realize his first wave, he wanted to take over Ukraine within 3 days. It failed. So now he cannot afford to lose this time. He puts a lot of efforts.
Boris Johnson has called the rocket strike unconscionable and pledged to send a further £100 million worth of military equipment to Ukraine. Chancellor Rishi Sunak's wife says she'll pay UK tax on her worldwide income. It's after criticism of Akshata Murthy using her non-domiciled status to get an exemption. In a statement tonight, she says she's aware her tax arrangements don't seem compatible with the British sense of fairness. Mr Sunak is facing a new row after it emerged he held a US green card while he was a Chancellor. Holders have to fill out American tax returns and declare their intention to eventually become US citizens. Mr Sunak's spokeswoman said the card was returned last year ahead of his first trip there as a UK government minister. The Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, thinks there are still questions for him to answer.
There are some very serious questions about this, and in particular, very serious questions about the Chancellor's own judgment. There's a lot of unanswered questions about how he could have a US green card for so long, especially given some of the conditions that apply, but also about whether he has benefited and his family have benefited from tax reduction schemes that are a choice to sign up to.
Will Smith has been banned from attending the Oscars for the next 10 years after slapping Chris Rock on stage at this year's event a fortnight ago. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences tonight has also apologised for not adequately addressing the situation in the room on the night. The Queen won't be attending the annual Maundy Thursday church service at Windsor Castle next week. Prince Charles is going to represent her instead. And Richard Osman has quit the BBC quiz show Pointless after nearly 13 years, saying he's going to concentrate on his writing instead. He'll still host House of Games and appear on the celebrity version of Pointless.
I'm
Deborah Meaden. I'm an entrepreneur, a Dragon's Den investor, and an environmentalist. And I'm Felicity Hanna. I'm a consumer affairs journalist. You might have heard me on 5 Lives or Wake Up to Money.
The Big Green Money Show.
This is the show where we talk to a big, well-known business about what they're doing to lower their impact on the planet. It's that consumer power, where you spend your money. It ripples through the supply chains and has a big impact on what actually happens. I want to help you spend your money in the best and greenest way possible.
The Big Green Money Show from BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
5 Live Sports.
The Friday Football Social. Darren Fletcher.
So welcome back to the Friday Football Social. Remember, if you've missed any of the programme, it'll be available on the Football Daily podcast feed on BBC Sounds. Chris Waddle and Jose Enrique with us to look ahead to the weekend. We've got second half commentary on the way from St James's Park. Newcastle 0, Wolves 0 in the Premier League. Let's bring you up to date on everything else that's happening then before we check in on round 2 of the Masters Golf in Augusta. England's women have had a big win tonight in the World Cup qualifier. John Akers.
Another big away win for England. 63 goals scored now in qualifying, none conceded. They've beaten North Macedonia by 10 goals to 0. Beth Mead with 4. Ella Toone got 3. Stanway with a couple. And Ellen White moved to 50 goals for England. Moves ahead of Harry Kane and Bobby Charlton, 3 behind Wayne Rooney. They'll have to wait to confirm their place at the 23 World Cup in Australia and New Zealand, though it's likely because Northern Ireland, their opponents on Tuesday, are losing 3-0 away to Austria. But another very convincing night for England's women. North Macedonia 0, England 10 it finished.
Thanks, John. Yeah, just confirmation. Austria 3, Northern Ireland 0, and also Wales 0, France 1. It's Hull KR 12, Castleford 10. That's in Rugby League's Challenge Cup quarter-final. You can listen to that over on Sports Extra. Connaught 8, Leinster 18 in the European Champions Cup in Rugby Union. Saracens and Poe are in action in the Challenge Cup. Charles Leclerc headed Red Bull's Max Verstappen in practice at the Australian Grand Prix. Mercedes drivers George Russell and Lewis Hamilton were only 11th and 13th. And the 4 shortlisted bidders who want to buy Chelsea have been given 3 extra days to submit their final offers. So let's head to Augusta then, where Tiger Woods hasn't had a very good afternoon so far. Second round of the Masters. Here's Mark Chapman.
Thank you very much, Darren. Tight at St James's Park, and this leaderboard here is incredibly tight on the second day of the 86th Masters. Our correspondent Ian Carter with us, of course, 4 men who've worn the green jacket on that leaderboard, Ian.
Yes, and a couple of them sharing the lead. Danny Willett did have the outright lead with a brilliant birdie at the 9th, but he's just dropped a shot at the 10th, missing the green on the right. Played an incredible chip to get within 11 feet, but couldn't hold the par save. So he's back to 3 under par alongside the former champion Charles Schwartzel, the winner back in 2011, remarkably round in 69 today. The overnight leader Sung Jae Im limped home to a 74, so he's at 3 under par. The other former champion that you referenced there, Dustin Johnson, is at 2 under par. He was round in 73 today. And Hideki Matsuyama off to a good start, although he has dropped a shot at the 7th. He's the defending champion. He's in the group at 2 under, alongside the Players champion, Cameron Smith of Australia, and also the world #1, Scotty Scheffler. As for Tiger Woods, things are looking up. He's going to tap in for a birdie at the 8th very, very shortly, and that will get him back to 2 over par. We're expecting the cut somewhere between 4 or 5 over par at the moment, and that will be his first birdie of an otherwise pretty sticky start to his second round.
And the cut rules here work as follows?
Top 50 and ties, so that's a 90-man field now, actually an 89-man field, because Louis Oosthuizen has pulled out with an injury. That's why Tiger Woods is only playing in a 2-ball with Joaquin Niemann, and of course Paul Casey pulled out on the eve of this Masters as well. So 90 players left in the field. We'll be down to 50 and ties. for the weekend.
Thank you, Ian. Let's go out to Amen Corner. John Murray and Andrew McGee are there. When you were last with us before kick-off at St James's Park, this area of the golf course was proving very, very tricky indeed. I mean, there are lots of areas of this golf course that are proving tricky today because of the wind. It is very blustery. It's now a cloudy sky as well. Not much blue above us, and the sun isn't shining at the moment. You have seen a lot of doom and gloom around there, John.
We have. It's been a real grind around Amen Corner, where the sun's actually disappeared for the first time today. But Andrew McGee, who's with me here, has played in the Masters 7 times. Andrew tells me that this 2-hour window for the last portion of play today is forecast to be the windiest spell of the day, and it's causing real problems. And just looking at Luke List, who's teeing off on the 12th. He looked down, but I think his ball is okay. Or is it in the water? Is that another one in the water? But you've got 5 marks already, Andrew, for players whose balls have gone into the water. Jordan Spieth went in there twice.
Yeah, and I counted the throw, the one he threw in the water as his third, but playing havoc. This front right pin placement on 11, just in front of us, just 7 yards on, 5 yards to the left. I think we've seen 0 balls on the green in 2, as long as we've been sitting here all day long.
So not a single player, Ian, has found the green at the 11th with their second shot. That's how tough it is here. And Danny Willett is going to be in the next group down here, having dropped a shot on the 10th. Danny Willett, 3 under par.
You did see a wonderful moment, though. The amateur Aaron Jarvis, just 19 years of age, very nearly a hole-in-one at the 12th, and he's just tapped in for his birdie. The first player from the Cayman Islands to play in the Masters. Tiger Woods has tapped in for his birdie at the 8th. Lovely chip from the side of the green to set that up. That after 4 drop shots in his first 6 holes, and so Woods now at 2 over par.
There's an almighty cheer here out on the course. I'm not quite sure why, but it came on the 10th, and at the moment, according to our scoreboard, I can't quite see who is out on the 10th at the moment. Just going back to Andrew McGee and your point that this final 2 hours, and this 2-hour window is going to be even tougher than what's gone before, according to your forecast.
Well, yeah, I looked at the forecast this morning several times, and it said 15 to 25 mile-an-hour winds most of the day, but there's a couple-hour window where we're going to get some big gusts in it. That's what happened to Jordan Spieth. He took it back, and a big gust caught his ball and just pushed it back into Race Creek. And we have seen so much carnage. You can just feel the Tiger tidal wave kind of showing up. All the seats in front of us are filled with patrons just waiting to see what Tiger's going to do. And right now, Danny Willett is going to come into our picture pretty soon.
And when we talk about those gusts, also important to point out that they can be swirling in very different directions, not far from each other.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we've talked about this over the years, but as soon as a player walks down to 11 and looks at the flag on 11, he's looking at the flag on 12 or right away to see which way it could be fluttering, and it could be completely opposite directions on 11 and 12. Right now, 12 is dead calm. If I was a player, I'd run over here quickly and hit my shot, but
you're not allowed to run.
I'm not. Well, as a player, a tour player, I think you can run a little bit, but as a patron, forget about it. But right now, we have a little bit of a lull in the action with the wind, a little cloud cover coming in. Is this the start of something a little bit more difficult coming in? We'll see.
Ian.
Scotty Scheffler with a birdie at the 7th. Immaculate stuff from the world number 1. He's into the logjam at the top of the leaderboard at 3 under.
The world number 1, Scotty Scheffler, who has kind of risen to world number 1 without many people really noticing. He's 3 under, Im 3 under, Willett 3 under, Schwartzel 3 under. It's tight, but it is a grind, Darren.
Well, don't forget there's commentary on Sports Extra tonight. As soon as the Hull KR Castleford Rugby League Challenge Cup quarter-final is over, you can join Mark and the team for that. In the meantime, the players are heading back out onto the pitch at St James's Park. Newcastle, the better team by quite a significant margin in the first half. Chris, their big challenge now in the second half is to turn the performance into goals, I suppose.
Yeah, most definitely, Darren. And you know, I think Eddie Howe will be positive for what he said. I've liked a lot up to the final third. Can we have that little bit of creativity? Can we have that little bit of class in our final third? We need to. You know, they're playing a team of Wolves who are being a disaster. I'm expecting a lot more from Wolves. I'm sure they've had a real team talk. They've probably worn 2 or 3 players. You've got 10 minutes or you're off. So I'm expecting Wolves to improve a lot.
Thank you, Chris. Here's Vicky Sparks.
Thanks, Vetch. So it will be Newcastle United to get us underway in this second half as John Joe Shelby does just that. Newcastle kicking from left to right in the black and white shirts, the black shorts and the black socks. Wolves in their home kit as well, the gold shirts, the black shorts and the gold socks. So no changes at half time. We will take you through the lineups in a moment as Wolves win a free kick just inside their own half. So Newcastle, Dubravka in goal. The back four of Kraft, Cher, Byrne and Target. Ahead of them it's Guimaraes, Shelby and Joe Linton, Mr. Maximan, Wood and Almiron, who came on for the injured Ryan Fraser very early on. Up front as the ball is played straight out of play by Wolves, out for a throw to Newcastle. Start as they left off, which is not good news for Bruno Lage. So they have Sarr in goal, the back three are Bolly, Cody and Kilman. Ahead of them it's Johnny, Luke Cundle, the 19-year-old making only his second Premier League start, Matinho and Marçal, with Trincao, Hwang and Silva up front. Newcastle coming down the right-hand side. Here is St Maximin, plays the ball early into the penalty area, headed away powerfully by Conor Cody. And out for a throw. If you were Bruno Lage then, Chris Waddle, what would you have said to your players at half-time?
Basics, effort, tempo, run around, don't close Newcastle down. But when you get the ball, pass it to a goal share.
Simple. Newcastle United in possession from that throw. Back to Guimaraes. She's challenged by Cundle. The ball goes out for another throw to Newcastle. Well, he's certainly not shy of mincing his words. Well, he certainly doesn't mince his words, I should say. Bruno Lage, he really had a go at Kiana Hoofer, who's still out injured at the moment, when he picked up an injury against Crystal Palace, basically called him out, said that his work rate in training wasn't good enough. That's going to give you a risk of picking up an injury, which is what happened. I make a lot of pressure for my players, he says, and I don't care if they feel comfortable. I want them to do their best. As Kraft plays the ball into the area for Newcastle, claimed by Jose Sarr for Wolves, but he is a manager that doesn't mind ruffling some feathers, and perhaps that's what Wolves need.
Well, you've got to. Sometimes, you know, it's not all about patting them on the back and saying well done and unlucky. You know, this is a man's game, and you sometimes you've got to take the criticism. You know, everybody loves praise, but sometimes, you know, it's not going your way, and it's up to you to dig your way out of it and get you know, even if you're not playing well, work hard for the team, because, you know, you can't carry anybody at this level.
Good pressure by Newcastle, but Wolves do well to hold on to possession. Here is Cundle, plays it forward to Trincao, just inside the Wolves half, now crosses the halfway line out to the right-hand side. And Johnny, a big player for Wolves to get back in this new calendar year. As Moutinho splits it out to the left-hand side, and Marçal in an advanced position. That's what we didn't see from Wolves in the first half. And Marçal trying to trick his way into the penalty area, ends up committing the foul on Almiron, and it will be a free kick to Newcastle inside their own box. But you called it in the first half, Chris. We know that Wolves' wing-backs can get forward, but they weren't doing that. Marçal did that.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Marçal forward, you know, up to the Newcastle 18-yard line at least, and you've got to see more of that. When you're playing wing-backs, you know, these guys have scored goals over the last few weeks. They've got to get forward. They've got to be an out ball. You know, they're giving them the width.
Chested down by Joe Linton for Newcastle, 0-0. 3 minutes gone in the second half. Here, a lovely touch by St Maximin on the left-hand side. Good fit in by Johnny, and then St Maximin just overruns it. Steps over the ball rather than taking it with him as well. And Wolves are off on the counter. Here is Fabio Silva out to the left-hand side, and Hwang Hee-chan held up by Emil Kraft, but Hwang still has it. Infield now to Matinho, and now Cundle out to the right-hand side where Trincao picks it up for Wolves. There's Johnny in field. Trincao will swing it in, looking for the run of Marçal. Picks it up left-hand side of the penalty area, plays the ball across. Wolves corner, it's much better already.
Well, I was just thinking there, the Wolves fans got off the seats and started cheering, and that's probably the first time in the game we've seen that happen. Yeah, it's a vast improvement from what we saw in the first half. They've got a corner out of this.
It's high up in the stands, away to our left, that Wolves contingent. Wolves take the corner short. Newcastle need to stay switched on as Marçal swings it in. It's blocked by Guimaraes, and another Wolves throw. I mean, this sums it up for Wolves in the first half. Not a single Wolves player had a touch in Newcastle's box in that first half. And just underlines it.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, you can see why he's obviously had to call a few out at half time. I'm sure he has.
Marcel with a throw for Wolves, infield to Matinho, plays it forward to Fabio Silva, down to the byline, more challenged by Guimaraes for Newcastle. He's trying to prevent the corner, he does so, but he plays it out straight to Marcel, who's forced backwards, midway through the Newcastle half. Goalless here on BBC Radio 5 Live as Kilman goes all the way back to Cody. Are you surprised he didn't make a personnel change?
Yeah, well, he's obviously said, look, out the 11, you can't really say anybody stuck out and thought he's done his job. So he could have made it, anybody could have come off, but he's probably given him 10 minutes.
And they have responded. This is better from Wolves as Marcel, again, attacking intent, comes forward down the left-hand side. Newcastle with the interception, nice control and calmness under pressure by Joe Linton. And will be cleared away by Emma Craft up to the halfway line. And intercepted by Kilman, forward to Huang for Wolves. Midway through the Newcastle half, left-hand side, and pulls it back to Cody. But there's more intensity now with Wolves. Yes, they're going backwards, but the ball is being played with more zip. So Willy Bolly picks it up, gets away from Chris Wood, and Wolves come forward.
Yeah, there is. There's a bit more tempo about them, a bit more movement, a bit of urgency. And that's just the basics of the game, which is surprising how they didn't do this first half.
Here is Matinho out to the left-hand side, and Marcel once more, who is really taking a different approach. Much more attacking in the second half. Back to Matinho, plays it into the area, looking for Huang. The header is won by Byrne. Marcel can't latch onto it. It's cleared away by Newcastle out of their own penalty area. Here goes Guimaraes taking on Fabio Silva now. Was there an elbow in the back? Yes, Bill Watson, Fabio Silva gives Bruno Guimaraes a big hug on the ground after conceding that free kick.
Well, he's done that to slow the game down as well, so they don't take a quick free kick.
Are you telling me he's not just being nice, Chris?
Yes, I'm just thinking, you know, it's a good way to stop them from taking a quick free kick as well. Well, they look nice, but the Wolves have already got 3 subs warming up, and I wouldn't be surprised if one of them comes on very soon.
Well, I might give it to the substitutes if it's still at 0-0 to tell you this stat, because I'm not going to hold off much longer, because I don't think it can jinx this game anymore. As Wood flicks the ball on into the area, and it's a good save by Jose Sarr. Dan Burnett was the centre half, racing through the centre. The two tall men linking up for Newcastle and almost catching Wolves out there.
Yeah, they're always a threat. Chris Wood's very good in the air. We know Dan Burnett is good in the air. I mean, Wolves again giving it away, sloppy, Kilman at the back. So yes, I mean it's a good. Dan Byrne directs on the toe. It's a good. To be fair, he couldn't do anything else with it, but the goalkeeper was in a great position and it was an easy save.
Yeah, Wolves had picked it back up. He was just trying to readjust his body, wasn't he? And Jose Sarr did enough as Wolves are dispossessed, but Joe Linton's been penalised. Pull the foot in on Trincao, and it will be a free kick to Wolves midway through the Newcastle half. 0-0, 7 minutes gone in this second period, and Bruno Lage has put a big coat on. He's still waving his arms around on the edge of his technical area, but will be slightly happier with how Wolves are doing in this second half. Still goalless though. Plenty of action coming up on a cracking weekend of sport for you on 5 Live. The Masters coverage continues on both evenings. 8 o'clock, got Watford against Leeds tomorrow from 3, the Grand National at 5:15, and Manchester City against Liverpool on Sunday from 4:30 as Wolves play the ball in. Matinho, looping delivery, flicked away by Fabian Schär. Will it roll out for a corner? No, it's a throw just down by that white corner flag to Wolves.
Well, we haven't played long in the second half, have we? But Wolves have been, that's the best we've seen them in the whole game the last 5 minutes. So yeah, they're back in the game.
0-0. But the impetus at the moment, as Chris Waddle says, with the visitors. As the ball is played back to Max Kilman. Visitors who have not lost in their last 5 league visits to St James's Park, and they're coming forward again. Marcel, header on the edge of the penalty area. Dan Byrne will tidy up for Newcastle. Big clearance over the halfway line, but well over the head of St Maximin as well, and bounces out for a throw to Wolves.
Newcastle are not as fluent, are they? Because you've got to give Wolves a bit of credit now. They've upped the tempo, the work rate. They're playing a lot better, Wolves. Without really creating anything, but they are playing a lot better, and Newcastle are finding it a little bit more harder now.
A bit of risky play though by Wolves inside their own penalty area. They do get away with it. The header is won by Schär, but will fall very kindly for Huang. And Schär's now out of position as Huang controls with his head, races down the left-hand side. Fabio Silva in the centre. Huang down to the byline, checks back. Will he go for goal? He's worked room for the shot, and the deflection is kind to Newcastle and bounces through to the Dubravka. It's a good sliding block, but that's the best we've seen from Hwang Hee-chan this match.
Hee-chan, that was a great run, and what a goal that would have been if he'd hit the target. Unfortunately, it was a great block, wasn't it? A great pace down the left-hand side, checks back on his right, onto his left, back onto his right. A few Newcastle players go on the floor, but it's a great block at the end. But it's a better game now.
Northern Ireland have got to go back against Austria in the Women's World Cup qualifiers. It's Austria 3, Northern Ireland 1. The final few minutes of that match and that defeat is going to seriously damage, in reality, all but end Northern Ireland's hopes of qualifying for the World Cup, unless they're to pull off a huge shock result against England. That's their next match next week. You can watch that live on the BBC. I hope that Austria slip up a couple of times in their remaining matches. Here is Chris Wood for Newcastle, out to Joe Linton on the left-hand side, and now St Maximin to Guimaraes, central position, midway through the Wolves half, 0-0 here at St James's Park on 5 Live. Guimaraes once more, well marshalled by that Wolves midfield of Cundle and Moutinho. Out to the left-hand side, Newcastle work it once more to St Maximin. And now back to Guimaraes. Infield, he's getting plenty of the ball. Chris Waddle on his first start at St James's Park as the ball is sent forward by Sheriff.
He's got good engine. He's very economical with the ball as well, isn't he? This is a foul.
Lovely back heel by Fabio Silva, taking on Fabian Schär, then goes down, and he just got in front of Schär there. And Schär moves away as quickly as possible, but he's not going to escape, as Chris Waddle says. The yellow card from referee Peter Banks, and again, better from Fabio Silva.
Well, you know, a bit of movement. He's willing to run in behind. He's took the ball with him. You know, he's a bit more energy, you know, a bit more confidence, though. He's positive. He's running down. He's taking him on. And he gets a free kick. And as you say, Shea gets a yellow card. And this is a good position, again, for Wolves.
Yes, wide left-hand side. 2/3 of the way inside the Newcastle half. João Moutinho and Trincao standing over this. Fabio Silva's in the penalty area for Wolves. You've got Hwang Hee-chan just on the edge of the box. The height is up from the back. Kilman and Bolly. And Cody there as well, wearing that captain's armband. As Wolves wait for the referee's whistle. It's Trincao, sends it in left footed, it's poor, it's headed away by Newcastle. Marcel will pick it up midway through the Newcastle half. Cundle now sends the ball out to the left-hand side once more, looking for Moutinho, who brings it down beautifully as Amaron missed the header, pulls the ball across and is just in front of Fabio Silva on the edge of the 6-yard box. Newcastle can't get to the ball first, and it's picked up by Cundle on the right-hand side. Pulls it back now as Wolves send it into the penalty area once more, into the arms of Dubravka. But this is so much better from Wolves.
Oh, Wolves are playing a lot better second half. This is what I expected when I came to the game tonight. I thought Wolves, but first half they didn't turn up, second half they have. And Moutinho, brilliant bit of play. Great little tape, you know, judges the ball well, brings it down, fizzes it across the box, nobody on the end of it. But Wolves are really back into this game now.
Newcastle in possession, midway through their own half. Well, that's exactly it. This is the sort of performance that we expected more like from Wolves. They've still got gears to go up, but they've won 3 of their last 4. Only Liverpool have won more points in the Premier League in this calendar year than Wolves. 24 points they picked up in 2022. That's the same as Tottenham. And they are starting to show glimpses of what they can do as Newcastle have it outside their own penalty area. Let's head for an update from the Masters. Ian Carter.
Back-to-back bogeys for Danny Willett at the 10th and the 11th, so he slips back to 2 under par. It leaves Charles Schwartzel and Sung Jae Im in the clubhouse as leaders at 3 under. Scotty Scheffler also at 3 under par. Tiger Woods to the turn in 39. He's 2 over par.
Thanks, Ian. Shelby over the top looking for Almiron. Flag stays down for now. Almiron traps it on the right-hand side of the penalty area. St Maximin as Newcastle flood forward. St Maximin works room for the shot. The shot is over the bar.
I was surprised the flag didn't go up there because he looked offside to me, Almiron. Shelby again, great pass, great vision. Well, it's tight. We're getting the benefit of a replay here. Give the linesman the benefit of the doubt, but again, St Maximin picks it up. Tries to commit defenders in the shot. Well, high and wide.
Wales have got to go back against France in the Women's World Cup qualifiers. 20 minutes to play in that. It's Wales 1, France 2. As Wolves clear the ball forward, then Fabio Silva with the boot raised is penalised. Schär going down, and it will be a free kick to Newcastle. Just on St Maximin, Chris, what are you making the comments that Eddie Howe made in the run-up to this, saying that he has a long-term future at Newcastle after some reports that St Maximin could be sold in the summer? How important is it for Newcastle to keep him?
He's a very hit-and-miss player, I've got to say. He's exciting, and the Geordie fans, they love him. I can see why. They love that type of player. He's very inconsistent though, and I can see why.
Shelby's fallen into the penalty area, headed down, shout for handball from the Newcastle fans rather than the players. And they will keep it alive on the left-hand side. So Maximan, that man, falls down in the penalty area. Keeps it alive though, plays it to John Joe Shelby. And now square once more for Newcastle to try and work it down the left-hand side. Here he is again, St Maximan, 25 yards out, urged to shoot, works for him again, plays it out to the left-hand side, might just have a little bit too much on it, won't be kept in by Dan Burn, and there you go.
There's the answer to the question. He's very inconsistent, he gets people off his seat, he can get the fans up off their seats when he gets the ball, which is a great quality to have, but he's got to put it together. He's got to score more goals with the ability he's got to make more assists. You know, I think if you look at his assists and goals, it's for the ability he's got in the position he plays, it can be better. But you can see why the fans like him, because he is an exciting footballer.
Now we have a pause in play here because Fabian Schär has gone down for Newcastle. He was receiving treatment. Remember, you'll be able to listen to all the reaction from this match and previewing the weekend as well. Huge weekend of action. Manchester City against Liverpool, the crowning match. Full commentary of that on 5 Live. But if you want a foretaste of that, all the discussion around that game, do download the Football Daily podcast from BBC Sounds tomorrow morning, and check out Jill Scott's Coffee Club while you're there, and look with the Lionesses legends into the world of women's football. So Fabian Schär receiving treatment. Jamal Lascelles, the Newcastle captain, is on the bench, and it's an interesting one for Lascelles at the moment, isn't it? Because he missed the game against Aston Villa a couple of months ago through illness. Dan Burn came in, and he and Schär have been building quite a good partnership, and Lascelles at the moment can only get back in when Newcastle go to a 5.
Yeah, I think he's looking, maybe Lascelles is obviously the captain, which is very surprising you leave a captain out, but he just maybe lacks a little bit of pace the way Newcastle play now. You know, they play higher, they play on the front foot, they try and win the ball back higher up the field. Maybe he's worried about his mobility pace-wise. As you say, he can play in a 3. But I think at the minute, the two players you look at, Schär and Burn, are the first choice, and Lascelles will have to just keep waiting for an opportunity. But yeah, it's a difficult one, because when Steve Bruce was here, they played a lot deeper, they played on the counter-attack, which suited them. You couldn't really get him behind Newcastle a lot. And now they do play a lot higher.
Well, no chance for action for Jamal Lascelles yet tonight. Fabian Schär is up to his feet, waiting to come back on. Full time. It's finished. Austria women 3, Northern Ireland women 1. That leaves Northern Ireland's hopes of qualifying for the World Cup hanging by the thinnest of threads. Here at St James's Park, Newcastle 0, Wolves 0 still. Fabio Silva chases that ball down the right-hand side. And a little test for the fitness of Fabian Schär. Does well to get there first and shepherd the ball out for what will be a Newcastle throw. I'm going to give you that stat, Chris. I'm going to trust in the players to fulfil it. These sides have met 13 times in the Premier League. In each of those 13 games, both sides have scored. So both of them have history of getting on the score sheet, and both of them need to live up to that.
Okay, I'll get me coat.
Hey, you said it was going to be 0-0 about 45 minutes ago. Not taking any flack
listen,
from
coming to the game, driving up today, I was expecting a very entertaining game with great goals. Let's be honest, which goalkeepers made any saves? None. So, you know, they've had one shot, couple of shots, an offside goal, but nothing really where the goalkeepers have been worked hard.
Ball over the top for Newcastle, won't reach St Maximan, and Willy Bolly will play the ball out to Johnny on that right-hand side. And now Trincao picks it up. Still no changes for Wolverhampton Wanderers. No Jimenez to bring on. He's still suspended. They're missing Bedence as well through injury, to Donker through illness. The sliding challenge is made by Guimaraes. It's a great challenge. Randy Chan's complaining, but Guimaraes certainly got a big boot on the ball there. And he's continuing this attack now down the right-hand side for Newcastle. Guimaraes' ball in, met by St Maximan on the volley over the bar. Big chance.
Guimaraes does a brilliant run, doesn't he? Comes out this right-hand side, runs from the middle. Nobody picks him up. Wolves give the ball away cheaply again. Quick turnover down this right-hand side. He spots the runners going into the box. He pulls it just a little bit behind the Wolves defenders. And St Maximin, it's a hard skill. You know, the ball's coming slightly behind him. It's bouncing. He's put his foot through it, and it's gone high into the Gallagher end. So, but it was a good bit of football by Newcastle.
Bruno is the chant from the Newcastle fans, and that's more like the Brazilian flair that they've been expecting to see. Jonjo Shelby gets a foot in on the halfway line as Newcastle win back possession. Armour on to Maximin, flags leg down into the penalty area, right hand side, has Wood to aim for, sliding in, misses it. Can't make the connection. He's helped up by Jose Sarr, which is pretty sporting of the Wolves goalkeeper, who might have been expecting to pick that ball out of the back of the net.
I've got to say there, Vicky, I mean, what is said back, was that a shot? Because you don't fizz a ball across that hard, across the 6-yard line. He's in the side in your box. He's 10 yards from the near post. He's hit it as hard as he can across the 6-yard line. Nobody's going to catch that. He could pick Wood out there. Just roll it. I think that was a shot.
And again, it's the strength from Wood that we were talking about earlier that we see so much at Burnley. He's getting into those areas. That's how he scored the goal that was ruled out in the first half. But as you say, the pace on it from St Maximin, who might have been flagged offside. Didn't see a replay because we didn't need one. It was a good run. Not the right execution on the pass as Wolves come forward. 0-0 at St James's Park here on 5 Live as the ball is played forward to Trincao. Interception by Target, cleared away by Dan Burn. Wolves will pick it up again, but they've given it away again. Here is Jonjo Shelby. Plays the ball over the top, looking for the run of Joe Linton, but it's just a little hurry. Bolly attracts Joe Linton all the way, and Wolves will clear away.
Newcastle have upped the tempo, playing some good stuff with unfortunately in front of goal. They don't look like they're going to score. Wolves have gone back into the way they were playing first half, just giving the ball away so cheaply.
Here is Martinho. What can he do for the visitors? Now, Kilman back to Connor Cody as Chris Woods closes Cody down and plays it out to Willy Bolly on the right-hand side. Goalless in a match that both sides could really do with 3 points from. Newcastle to pull further clear of the bottom three. Wolves to get into the top six as Marcel pulls the ball across into the penalty area. Cleared away by Bruno Guimaraes for Newcastle. Wolves throw.
You've got to get two of the strikers in the box who they should be attacking that near post in the middle of the goal, and he should be hitting that hard and low across. The amount of times you see people pull the ball back to 18 yards, let the midfield player come onto that.
Cody has it for Wolves, sends the ball over the top, headed away by Emil Kraft. Bruno Guimaraes will pick it up, fouls, grabs the ball, and the whistle had gone, so he does get the free kick. How much are Wolves missing Jimenez?
Oh, a lot. I mean, he holds the ball up, he's intelligent, he links the play. They haven't got that at the minute. Obviously, Silva out front is a young player, developing, learning the game.
Brilliant ball by Cher out to the left-hand side. Lovely take by St Maximin. Good foot in by Willy Bolly and gets the touch off St Maximin as well.
You've got Neves as well, class player, gets in midfield, dictates, him and Martinho together, brilliant. So, there's certain players missing from this side who would make a difference, You look at it, it's obviously not Wolves' strongest side, but I expected a lot more quality than what I saw tonight, by the way.
Yeah, Daniel Podence out injured as well. Tindonka ill.
Yeah, another one. Good player.
Yeah, playing particularly regularly at the moment as well. Podence doing well as Almiron wins the ball for Newcastle. Midway through the Wolves half, St Maximin roared on, plays it forward to Almiron. Bolly gets a backheel clearance in, back to St Maximin, just outside the penalty area. He's held up, stumbles away. He's under too much pressure there. He's still going St Maximin and does eventually get the free kick, but Wolves have done their job. They forced him back towards the halfway line. And Newcastle have a free kick.
Good spell by Newcastle. The last 10 minutes they've created some good half chances, and they've looked the team more likely to score. They've pushed Wolves back again. Wolves can't get out, can't put three passes together, and Newcastle on the front foot.
Watford against Leeds, our commentary tomorrow. More Premier League action on 5 Live. Manchester City against Liverpool from 4:30. Before that, it's Norwich against Burnley, another huge match at the other end of the table as Shelby swings the ball towards the penalty area, cleared away by Willy Bolly, brought down by Luke Cundle very nicely, the 19-year-old, and will be cleared away by Johnny up towards the halfway line. Dan Burn coming back from the offensive position, wins the header out for a Wolves throw.
Well, they give the Wolves a bit of a breather. I'm very surprised Wolves have not changed it. I know he hasn't got a lot of experience on the bench as such, so he's trying to run this game as long as he can. I think I'm surprised he's not brought a couple of subs on.
Because the point really isn't good enough for Wolves tonight, is it? If they want to really push for Europe, they've still got an outside chance of trying to push into the top four, although it would take a few collapses ahead of them, and Tottenham looking so strong in particular. Wang Hee-chan, what can he do here? Plays the ball forward. Marcel pulls the ball across. It's met by Jonjo Shelby, cleared away. Not enough distance on the clearance though. Wolves pick it back up, but Trincao can't latch onto that, and St Maximin has it. Lovely back heel to set Joe Linton away over the halfway line. Chris Wood, edge of the penalty area. Wood now onto it. Jose Sarr came out. Is that a penalty? Yes, it is. concedes a penalty, and Newcastle have a golden chance to take the lead at St James's
Well,
Park.
we're getting the benefit of a replay, I think. Wolves give the ball away, terrible turnover. Newcastle just break quickly. He's onside in my eyes, he might be offside.
It's a foot again.
He's played for it, by the way. I don't know if the goalie's touched him. Oh, he's played for it. I mean, he's played for that. I don't know.
Is there a little bit of contact from Sarr?
Yeah, but he's left his foot there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's left his feet there now. A referee would look at that and think he's played for that.
Is it one of those that if it's not given, they don't overturn it, but if it is,
Well,
they don't overturn it either?
He's got to look at this, I've got to say. I mean, he's played for it. He's left his leg there dangling, hasn't he? He's pushed the ball, left his feet there. And I can understand why he's given it. But it's a hard one to call. It's got to go to VAR, and we'll see what they say. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes and has a look at it.
Well, Chris Wood has the ball tucked under his arm, and they are checking the penalty. There was also the question of that possible offside, which would only have been a toenail offside earlier in the move. So we're not seeing the replays here. They are saying, right now they're checking the offside. It's onside from the VAR, so now they will look at the penalty. And they will be looking at whether there is enough contact, but also is there a clear and obvious error, but they've stayed with it. And I think it is one of those that if he doesn't give that Peter Banks, VAR don't change it, but they decided it's not a clear and obvious error. They decided that the contact was enough, and Chris Wood, who scored once in his 11 games for Newcastle since that January move from Burnley before this match, who's had a goal ruled out for offside in this game already in the first half, has the chance to put Newcastle United ahead at St James's Park from the spot midway through this second half. Jose Sarr faced a penalty last match against Aston Villa. He didn't say that. He's saying none of his 6 penalties this season. Chris Wood for Newcastle scores! Down the middle! Jose Sarr wins the wrong way, and Chris Wood runs to the Gallagher to celebrate putting Newcastle United ahead. Already outside, about to take another huge step to securing their Premier League survival. They lead Wolves by a goal to nil.
Yeah, that's all he deserved. What a great pen by Chris Wood. He had to wait a long, long time. VAR had a look at it. He kept his head, and that was a great pen. Struck it beautifully down the middle. Goalkeeper, absolutely no chance. And you've got to say, on today's performance, Newcastle have deserved the lead.
Well, that's what they bought him for in January. That's why they snaffled him up from Burnley. As the announcer confirms that this one will stand, and the roar around St James's Park tells you that it does. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. To the Masters, Ian Carter.
And the world number 1 hits the front at Augusta. A birdie at the 8th for Scotty Scheffler has taken him 4 under par and 1 shot clear. A third successive drop shot for Danny Willett. The Englishman now back to 1 under, 3 shots behind.
Thanks, Ian. Big punch of the air from Ali Howe. Newcastle's owners celebrating as well. Stably, Neda Cadusi. And the whole of St James's Park comes to life once more, Chris Waddle.
You've got to say they've been a better side. I've got to say Wolves have been disappointing. This is not the Wolves who've been scoring goals every week. And as you were talking about the form gains, they were right in there with Liverpool and so. So this is not the best performance Wolves have performed this season. It's probably the worst. But I'm not taking anything away from Newcastle here. Their work rate's been tremendous.
Well, certainly the first half of Wolves was atrocious. There's no other word for it. They picked up slightly in the second half, but they trail, and Newcastle, on the balance of play, will feel that they deserve the lead. Chris Wood with the goal ruled out for offside in the first half, making no mistake from the penalty spot. His second goal for Newcastle, and again he scores against Wolves. He's now level with Robbie Keane as the players that have scored most Premier League goals against Wolves, 6 in total. And what a precious one this could be for Newcastle now. Peter Van Paul against Guimaraes. And a good shout there, Marcel, for Wolves, as Coutinho keeps it alive for the visitors out to the right-hand side. And Johnny, as Wolves pick up the tempo, they have to. They're trailing by a goal to nil, but it's given away. And here is Newcastle's goal scorer, Chris Wood. Brilliant ball to Saint-Maximin. It's 2-on-2 here for Newcastle. Saint-Maximin racing towards the penalty area. Can he find the clinical finish? He can find Guimaraes, who guides it just past the post. It looked as though it was heading for the bottom corner. It's got a touch on the way through. It's a corner to Newcastle United.
You just think, St. Maximin, can he push the ball a little bit earlier to him? He sort of puts it slightly behind him, and he can't get out of his feet, so he can't get a clean strike on the ball. Yes, there is a deflection. It's just behind him, and he sort of scuffs it slightly, gets a deflection, just passes the far post, but he gets a corner.
Corner to Newcastle, and the Gallagher rises as one to applaud John Joe Shelby. As Newcastle organise themselves in the box. Dan Burn up again. St. Maximin waiting 25 yards out. Wolves are very deep. They're all around the penalty spot in the 6-yard box. Let's see what Newcastle try here. As Shelby stands over this corner. Plays it short to Joe Linton. Back to John Joe Shelby. Whips the ball in low. It's cleared away by Marcel. Falls, and now they can break down the right-hand side. Fabio Silva's through the centre. Trincao having to turn, just gets held up. Good defending by Newcastle. Throw goes.
Look at that. Three Newcastle players get back there and get the ball away from. You know, the work rate in Newcastle tonight's been absolutely outstanding. They're covering the ground. They're pressing. You know, they really are on the front foot. They definitely deserve the lead. You know, whatever we say, Wolves have been bad. Newcastle's made Wolves look bad at times.
Well, Wolves are preparing a double change. Pedro Neto is coming on along with 19-year-old Chem Campbell, and this would be his Premier League debut. He's made one Wolves appearance in the League Cup. That was all the way back in 2019, but again, just shows without Jimenez, without Pedence, without Neves, they're limited Wolves in terms of how they can change this up in an attacking sense as they win a throw deep in Newcastle territory, trailing 1-0.
I like Neto. I know he had a bad injury, didn't he? But he's a very talented footballer.
Nice work by Marcel to Huang Hee-chan. Now Matinho plays the ball in his core. It's easily headed away by Cher. And Chris Wood tries to set St. Maximin away down the left once more, up against Willy Bolly, and Willy Bolly does very well there. Just eases St. Maximin off it. And if he doesn't win that first time, Willy Bolly, St. Maximin's away and past him.
Well, it's sort of waking Wolves up, hasn't it? Newcastle have just come off the pace slightly. And Wolves now are getting a few passes together.
So Campbell and Neto waiting to come on for Wolves. Newcastle 1. Wolves 0. Chris Wood's penalty midway through the second half is the difference here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Matinho has it for the visitors. Back to Kilman. Midway through the Newcastle half it goes now to Wang. Now out to the left-hand side. Luke Cundle. Now Matinho once more splitting out to the right-hand side. Target is over there trying to put the pressure on Johnny. Does put the pressure on Johnny. Wolves strike.
Well, it's the first time we saw Wolves actually have good possession. Putting 5 or 6 passes together, and you have the two substitutes.
So Huang Hee-chan is the first to be replaced. Scored a brace against Newcastle in the 2-1 win at Molineux, but has been ineffective largely, although he had one great opportunity. He is replaced by Pedro Neto, and Trincao wasted no time, got up on the other side. Oh no, he's not, he's coming up in for now. I thought he'd popped off over on the right-hand side, but he will trot over to be replaced by the teenager, 19-year-old Chem Campbell, for his Premier League debut. As we say, just that one League Cup appearance back in October 2019. Hasn't even been in the matchday squad recently, but Wolves short on numbers, and he's giving a chance, Bruno Lage, to the teenager.
77.
And again, they need something.
What a squad number, 77.
Indeed. Here is Kilman for Wolves, giving away. Shelby picks it up for Newcastle. Newcastle, who are 12 minutes plus added time away from what would be another monumental step towards survival. That run of 6 wins in 7 gave them real hope of staying up. Made it look far more likely than not, but as you say, Chris Waddle, they need another couple of wins just to be sure, and they look as though they might be able to get
what I saw Newcastle, I think they've got enough to well away from relegation. I think they've got enough. If they can play this tempo, this every week, they're hard to play against Newcastle when they play like this.
Here is Marcel, plays it forward to the substitute, Neto, taking on Kraft. Brilliant ball in field from Neto to Marcel once more. Pulls the ball across, and the header is wide by Fabio Silva. From 8 yards out, he slipped through the Newcastle defence and guides it wide of the far post. That's a massive chance.
Yeah, a great chance, wasn't it? Neto's just come on the game, a little bit of skill, gets Marcel down the Violet. As he gets Violet, it's a great cross in, and he's got a free header, so he's just got to hit the target. Gets up nice and early, he's just got to hit the goal, comes off the side of his head and goes, what, well, a couple of yards wide.
Well, he's not scored this season, the 19-year-old Fabio Silva. He did net 4 times last season, but that was because Raul Jimenez was out for so long. He played a lot more. But they're missing him, Jimenez. They haven't missed him in terms of results as much as they sometimes do, Wolves. He's missed 3 Premier League games this season, Jimenez. They've won all of them, but they're trailing by a goal to nil at St James's Park as we enter the final 10 minutes. And Wolves have the ball. Lovely skill by Johnny to take it away from Joe Linton just inside his own half. And they come forward again, once more out to the left-hand side, and Marcel just forced a little bit wide, but the gold shirt's now committed towards the edge of the penalty area. Here is Pedro Neto to Moutinho. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0 here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Kundal to Silva inside the penalty area, pulls the ball across. Oh, that's a fabulous save by Dubravka. Almost caught him off guard as Silva went for the near post rather than a cross goal. Dubravka reacts brilliantly to push it behind for the corner.
Wolves have come to life since they got the goal behind. That's 3 good attacks they've had in the last 5 minutes. That was a great save.
Outstanding from the Slovakia international. Newcastle's number 1 as Neto swings it high into the area from the corner, headed across, kneed away by Shelby, helped on with the head of Bruno Guimaraes on the edge of the penalty area. And Wolves have a throw midway through the Newcastle half. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. But Wolves, as Chris Waddle says, have come to life. Is it too little? Is it too late? As the ball goes out of play, Johnny was half asking for the free kick at the Newcastle throw.
Well, maybe. You know, they're asking questions now. They've had 3 great attacks, Wolves. You know, that just shows the quality they have got. But where's it been? I mean, we're talking about 80 minutes here, so for 75 minutes, where have they been?
Nowhere, in truth. It's not been good enough.
I've got to get, listen, you give Newcastle credit. They play a good tempo, Newcastle. They get the fans behind them. It's a hard place to come and get results here. And they've started to run out of steam a little bit, Newcastle. Well, they're trying to protect the lead by dropping off, which you shouldn't do. But they're bringing Wolves onto them.
It's a lead that would take them 10 points clear of the relegation zone, but they've given away another free kick, Newcastle. Decent position this, 30 yards or so out. Just about level with the left-hand side of the penalty area, and Neto and Moutinho are eyeing this one up. Wolves have the players lining up on the edge of the penalty area, the gold shirts dotted in amongst the black and white stripes. And Amaron is not half a yard away, let alone 10. Peter Fang says, absolutely, you're not going to stand there.
What's silly about that, Vicky, is you can't take it to the whistle anyway, so what is the point of standing on the ball?
It's the sort of thing that with a slightly less lenient referee might earn you a yellow. But he did move away eventually, Amaron. The one-player wall for Newcastle as it's laid off by Neto to Moutinho, curls the ball in, cleared away by Joe Linton, comes out to Marcel as Eddie Howe says, come up, don't sit deep, and Newcastle do, but Wolves still have possession out to the left-hand side now, and Neto, marshalled by Amaron, so Neto ambles in field and lays it off to Marcel on the left-hand side, and now Moutinho, central position, plays it out to Kundal, who stayed out left, down by that corner flag, pulls it back to Neto. Neto checks on the edge of the area, now tries to get his way through, plays the ball in, right-footed, it's poor, it's controlled nicely by Newcastle on that far side and played downfield by Target, and this is where Newcastle can try and hit Wolves on the counter and double this advantage. St Maximin, Joe Linton through the centre, St Maximin still going, trying to trick his way past the entire Wolves team, goes down, doesn't win the free kick, should have released Joe Linton, and Wolves can counter back over the halfway line with Neto. Now out to Kundal, left-hand side, Newcastle 1, Wolves 0 into the final 7 minutes as Neto, hugging the left-hand touchline, pulls it back to Marcel as Wolves slow the tempo down, but again the gold shirts advancing towards the Newcastle penalty area as Moutinho sends it out to Willy Bolly, the centre half. He's now midway through the Newcastle half, forward to Fabio Silva, lays it off to Johnny, breaks down though, can't find Silva, and it's cleared away by Newcastle up towards St Maximin. Cody wins the header, Moutinho wins it away from Joe Linton, but it's cleared long by Matt Target. Joe Linton goes down now inside the Newcastle half. He's pulled straight to his feet by Dan Bird. He says, you've not got time to stay down. The referee might not stop play. So Joe Linton is back up to his feet, moving a little gingerly as Wolves pick it up once more and come over the halfway line. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0 here on 5 Live as we enter the closing stages of this match. Newcastle heading for another huge win in their bid to stay in the Premier League. Wolves' European ambitions taking a dent unless they can find a way back into this late on. They have it on the right hand side. Here is Johnny, plays the ball low into the penalty area, takes a deflection. Fabio Silva still gets there first. Back to Johnny, drives the shot in, and it's straight into the arms of Martin de Vrij.
They're just missing that number 9 on the Wolves. I think if you look at the team overall, I mean, the approach play the last 10 minutes has been great. You know, they move the ball well, right to the left. But they haven't got anybody in that box with a presence. So when you're looking to cross it and when you're looking to shoot, you know, you think, who's going to get on the end of anything? And this is a big problem for them. Newcastle have dropped right off. Obviously, they're suffering from cramp, a few of them. He's going to make a substitution. Longstaff coming on.
Yep, Sean Longstaff preparing to enter the field for Newcastle. Joe Linton and Cher, the two players down in front for Newcastle, and they're both held back up to their feet as Bruno Lage calls over Joao Moutinho to give some final instructions in the final stages of this match. Just what play stop, Chris. So Maximan again.
Well, this is what I'm saying. The one thing you drive for as a footballer is consistency, and this is what he's got to add to his game. Knowing when. You know, he does that every game. You could see next week if you watch Newcastle play, he'll do that again. And he's got to learn from what's right and what's wrong. And this is the problem. I don't think he does. You know, there, he ran them out of trouble, which was great, which you want him to do. But then, put your foot on it, give it to a black and white shirt, and play from there. He's lost the ball. Wolves have gone on a counter-attack and nearly scored.
And they've made the final change. Wolves, Ryan Aït-Nouri has replaced Marcel, like for like. Sean Longstaff not quite on yet for Newcastle. You wonder whether they're going to just delay, as we've had the stoppage, and do it in a couple of minutes and eke out a little bit more time. Joe Linton and Cher, who were down with cramp, both back up to their feet, and Martin de Vrij has made that excellent save to keep it at 1-0 to Newcastle. Launches it long over the halfway line. Here is Aït-Nouri as Wolves have it just outside their own penalty area.
Well, Wolves now have got a lot of possession, but have they got that bit craft in the final third to get an equaliser in this last 5+ stoppage time? You know, it could be 10 minutes to go. So they've got a lot of ball. Newcastle have come off the pace.
They've stolen it though. He was Guimaraes, who was challenged by Moutinho. He will go into the book, and Guimaraes will take that all day long. Particularly in this impressive second half, he's been key for Newcastle, Guimaraes, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think, you know, when he's fitted in lovely alongside, you know, he's similar to John Joe Shelby, isn't he? He's got a bit more energy. I think he gets round the park a lot more than John Joe Shelby. But he's a similar type of player. He likes to get the ball off the back four. He likes to, you know, be involved in the play. I don't think he's going to score a lot of goals, but I think he's, you know, when he has possession, he knows how to find a Newcastle player.
Sean Longstaff still preparing to come on, and they will make this change now, Newcastle. And there will be warm applause for the man who is coming off. Bruno Guimaraes on his first start at St James's Park. The chants of Bruno ring around this ground once again. He will be replaced by Sean.
I've got to say, I'm very surprised at that. I think he doesn't look tired. He's put a great shift in, but he looks fresh. He's enjoying the game. He's full of confidence. I'm surprised. He's the one who keeps getting the ball and looking after it.
Changed to see it out, changed to waste a bit of time.
Yeah, it is. But you know, I would have took someone like St Maximum off because he's, you know, yes, he's an out ball, but he's losing the ball. So.
Ball over the top from Fabian Cher, header away by Willy Bonny. Joe Linton enters the penalty area, claimed by Jose Sarr, who gets Wolves moving quickly over the halfway line. The long clearance from the goalkeeper, Matt Targett, wins the header, claims the throw as well, but it goes the way of Wolves. We're into the final 2 minutes plus added time at St James's Park. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. As Wolves come forward once more with Connor Cody, and now Kilman over the halfway line, plays it forward into the penalty area, looking for the run of Neto, headed away by Newcastle. Cundall will flick it out to Aït-Nouri on the left-hand side with the edge of his boot, but he's dispossessed, and Kraft should be able to clear for Newcastle and doesn't quite get the distance. Moutinho to Cundall, and now Kilman once more. Every player bar Jose Sarr inside the Newcastle half. Here is Cody, the Wolves captain, central position, out to the right-hand side and Johnny. And now over to Chem Campbell, the 19-year-old. On that far side for Wolves, plays it back to Johnny. And now Cundle, the other teenager, to Campbell once more as Newcastle hold their positions outside their penalty area. Neto, back to Moutinho. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0 here on 5 Live. Cody swings the ball into the area, looking for the run of Neto, who meets it but can't steer it on target. Goal kick Newcastle.
I tell you what, Vicky, that is a great ball by Cody. You know, I think Neto looks for the goalkeeper. Is he thinking, I'm going to get hit here? He's looked, he's glanced at the keeper, and I think that stopped his run. If he focuses on the ball, he gets something on that. I'm not saying he scores, but I think he was waiting for the goalkeeper there. He hesitated.
And he goes with the outside of his left boot as well, whereas actually if he's in his stride, catching it with his right. But like you say, it's because of the run, he's had to change it.
And he is all left-footed.
Full time in the Women's World Cup qualifier, Wales 1, France 2. And here at St James's Park, into the final 15 seconds of normal time. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0 as Wolves send the ball forward. Cleared away by Dan Burn before it can reach Fabio Silva. And Matt Target gets the distance over the halfway line. Well, he's still the outball to Maximan, but he's not reaching that. Jose Sarr.
I'm looking at Chris Wood, and Chris Wood, he's been away with New Zealand and everything. He's running on memory at the minute. He looks so tired.
Yeah, he's struggling out there, Chris Wood. They do have one more change they can make Newcastle if necessary, as we're into 4 minutes added time. But it's his penalty that looks to be the difference, having become New Zealand's record goal scorer over the international break. Chris Wood has the goal that gives Newcastle the lead, but almost Wolves make the connections in the penalty area. The ball through just ahead of Fabio Silva and threw him into the grateful arms of Martin Dubravka.
It's just unfortunately some Wolves up tonight. I mean, that was good football. The last 10-15 minutes have come to life, but that was just overhit slightly. It was a right ball, unfortunately it was just overhit, but they finished the game very strong, Wolves. But you know, you can't wait till 80 minutes to start playing football.
Well, they are preparing to make that third change. Newcastle, Jacob Murphy will be coming on to eke out a few more seconds. We played 1 minute of the minimum 4 added on. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. A scoreline that is taking Newcastle 10 points clear of the relegation zone. Willy Polly now outside the Newcastle penalty area. He's shifted into a centre-half role, centre-forward role, the centre-half, as Wolves try anything, everything to find this equaliser. Cundle dispossessed on the edge of the box, cleared away by Joe Linton, and St Maximan is in a foot race with Cody, and there's only one winner there. St Maximan picks it up on the left-hand side. Longstaff is coming through the centre. St Maximan still going into the penalty area. Weak shot, low, straight into the arms of Jose Sarr.
Well, it's exciting, we know that, but there again, slow it up, keep the ball. So many Newcastle players look really tired, and St Maximan does a shot when he doesn't need to. Just keep the ball.
Wolves keep it now. Cody out to the right-hand side, and Chem Campbell back to Johnny. Again, every player bar Jose Sarr inside the Newcastle half as Wolves spread it out to the left-hand side. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. 2 minutes of added time to play at St James's Park on 5 Live. Kilman, Neto, whips the ball in. Dubravka comes and claims and gets a huge roar as Bruno Lage is going ballistic once again on the touchline.
Well, he's having a go at the players in the box. Nobody goes and attacks it. Nobody looks for it. He's not a happy man tonight, I've got to say. And he's probably, since he's took charge of Wolves, this is probably the worst performance he saw from them.
Well, he wasn't happy with the defeat against Crystal Palace a few games ago. He won't be happy again tonight because Wolves, who've won 3 of their last 4, are slipping to defeat at St James's Park. What does this do to their European ambitions, Chris?
Well, it damages them a lot. There's a lot of teams chasing that top 7, top 8, whatever it is, and they've played more games than everybody else now. So they'll be disappointed. He must have thought the form they were in, the way they've been playing, they would have come here and got a result tonight. But I think Newcastle's been a better side by far. They thoroughly deserved it.
And we're into the final minute of added time. Newcastle 1, Wolves 0. Jacob Murphy not able to get on yet for Newcastle, but all they need to do is keep possession. They can't do it. I know he's picked it up for Wolves. Just inside his own half. The whistles are starting at St James's Park, but we've got 30 seconds to play. There is time for one last Wolves attack as Cody plays it forward. Neto, edge of the penalty area, bounces off and won't keep it in. Goal kick to Newcastle. Newcastle United, and that might just be that for Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Yeah, Neto's a very talented player. I prefer him on the right-hand side, I've got to say. Very good player. A bad injury, unfortunately, but he's getting his way back. And that was just a bit of rustiness, wasn't it? He normally pulls them passes down quite easily. And yeah, but Wolves had a lot of ball last 10-15 minutes, but not made the goalkeeper work, and this is what the balls in the game's about.
Well, Jacob Murphy is going to get on for Newcastle. Alan Saint-Maximin is being replaced. He applauds all four sides of St James's Park. And Newcastle United are nearly there. A win that will take them 10 points clear of the relegation zone. Yes, Burnley and Everton will have 2 games in hand, but games in hand do not mean points. Newcastle know that as much as the rest of the teams in this relegation fight do. The points are what are so precious, and Newcastle United are heading for another 3. Dubravka waits over this goal kick for Newcastle. It's sent over the halfway line. Peter Banks looks at his watch. We play on. The header is won by Kilman. It's out for a Newcastle throw. And surely now, time is almost up. In no hurry to take this whatsoever, Emil Kraft comes down, wipes the ball on that black and white shirt, and St James's Park raises its voice once more. Emil Kraft with the throw, long towards the goal scorer Chris Wood, and that is it. Another huge point for Newcastle United, and Eddie Howe, Chris Wood's penalty, his second goal for the club, sees them beat Wolverhampton Wanderers by a 1-0.
Let's focus on the battle for top 4 then. Arsenal in 5th, 66 from 36. Tottenham 2 points above them, 68 from 37. Can Arsenal go ahead of them tonight? They're at St James's Park to take on Newcastle alongside Conor McNamara is Stephen Warnock. Evening, Conor.
Hello, chappers. Just about to get started here. St James's Park, which has been absolutely swept up into a frenzy on what is a very big night for Arsenal. Arsenal, who've not finished in the top 4 in any of the last 5 seasons. They know if they win tonight and win on Sunday against Everton, it doesn't matter what Tottenham do, Arsenal will be in the Champions League next season. But they've got to get the 2 good performances starting tonight, and if things were to go wrong for Mikel Arteta's team here this evening, well then, what is a driving seat for Arsenal would very quickly become a passenger seat, and they would then be relying on Tottenham slipping up. They would be relying on already relegated Norwich to dig them out of a hole, which would be very nervy indeed. We are underway. Arsenal in their change strip, the pale shade of yellow. Newcastle in their black and white stripes as Odegaard sends the ball down the right wing. Saka chases after it. Matt Targett gets there first for Newcastle, and then a very confident backward header from Dan Burn under pressure from Nketiah sends it back to the goalkeeper Martin Dubravka behind him. It's very loud, it's very raucous here. I've been lucky, Stephen, to come to a lot of the games since Eddie Howe's been appointed. I think the number of flags per game, the ratio of flag to supporter has now gone such there are more flags here than actual fans.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, what an atmosphere, what a start to the game. The feeling that when the fans come out, I've been here previous years where it's got that, the feeling of not being wanted here, the ownership and what they're trying to do. Now they're embracing it. You can get that feel-good factor around the stadium. You can sense it from the players walking out onto the pitch. They're hungry to do well for these fans.
Yeah, no doom and gloom, that is for sure. Newcastle fans who enjoy the atmosphere in the build-up. There's never been a problem with atmosphere during a game at St James's Park, and even in the bad times, they're able to drum up a noise here. But now that the flags go up before kick-off, the confidence is there, and they've got their number 9 back too. Callum Wilson starts, having made his return from injury last weekend. Emil Kraft comes forward down the right-hand side for Newcastle. He's got support here from Miguel Almiron. Almiron will turn and roll it back to Fabian Schär, who's one of the changes, 2 changes in the Newcastle team this evening from that 5-0 defeat at Manchester City 8 days ago. Newcastle's last 2 games have ended in defeat. They couldn't really be any more difficult, though. They played Liverpool and then Manchester City, and now they want to give their fans a send-off here by winning their last home game of the season against Arsenal. Tomiyasu comes and tracks a run of Alain Saint-Maximin. That's going to be a good battle this evening. Saint-Maximin, who's such a coil of uncertainty, and Tomiyasu, who's a very rigid, solid defender, and he's going to have to keep his eyes on the Frenchman tonight. Newcastle have it at the back. This is 5 Live for the BBC. The last week of the Premier League season. Penultimate game of the campaign for these two. Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0 for the moment. Fabian Schär gives it short into the midfield to Sean Longstaff. Longstaff, who plays again because John Joe Shelby's out injured. He's got that calf problem and won't play again until next season. Almiron, who's playing in the team because Ryan Fraser's been injured, gets it forward to Callum Wilson. Wilson in an offside position as he receives it. Flag is raised on the far side, and that is a free kick to Arsenal, edge of their own penalty area. By the way, Callum Wilson starting, Chris Wood not even on the bench, and Eddie Howe has confirmed that Wood is injured tonight, and that's why he's not taking part.
Well, it's good to see him back. You know how important he has been over in his time at Newcastle. The goals that he's got, still leading goal scorer, even though the time he's spent out shows the importance of him. But it's equally as important for Mikel Arteta to have his two #1 centre-backs back, and Gabriel and Ben White playing alongside each other, making sure that that partnership is there for them. That will be key for Arsenal doing well tonight, I'm sure.
Gabriel, who went off with a hamstring injury against Tottenham on Thursday, but starts again this evening. His 44th Premier League start in a row. And you look at the stats, Arsenal do much better when Gabriel's in the team than when he's not.
Well, one thing you do straight away, Connor, run him, test that hamstring straight away. I'm sure it would be something that Callum Wilson will be looking to do as early as he can if they get the space in behind.
Give you a rundown of the teams in just a moment. Nuno Tavares clears the ball away from a left-back position for Arsenal. And right away down the other end of the pitch, Target mops it up and rolls it infield to Dan Burns. So Newcastle have got Martin Dubravka in goal. Back four, Emil Kraft, Fabian Schär, Dan Burn and Matt Target. Kieran Trippier is back amongst the substitutes tonight, but Kraft holds on to his starting position. In midfield, Joelinton, Guimaraes, Longstaff, and up top, Almiron, Wilson and Saint-Maximin. Another ball over the top. Callum Wilson chases after it, but the ball beats him to the penalty area. And out comes Aaron Ramsdale, the Arsenal goalkeeper, who turned 24 on Saturday wearing bright orange. He bowls it to Granit Xhaka, and Arsenal come into the Newcastle half. Good pass from Xhaka to get to Nketiah. Shoots on the edge of the penalty area, comes off Kraft. Then it comes back to El Neni. El Neni shot is smothered, nearly falls in the penalty area for Nketiah. And Arsenal are going to get the first corner of the game, left-hand side as they come forward. 0-0 on 5 Live.
Oh, what a run from Granit Xhaka. Gets the ball rolled out to him from Aaron Ramsdale. He looks to the left-back position, then just drops his shoulder and drives right up into the final third of the Newcastle half, and then delivers a lovely ball to Nketiah, looking to come inside on that right foot and get his shot away. Good block.
Newcastle have brought all 11 players back into the penalty area to defend this. Emil Smith-Rowe prepares to take. He's been preferred to Martinelli in the Arsenal team tonight. Here he comes, short run up, sent it in with a lot of spin on it. Two-fisted punch from the goalkeeper Dubravka. Saka will control outside the penalty area, tries to float it back over to the far side where Emil Smith-Rowe had taken the corner kick, but that's been cut out, and Saint-Maximin should be able to clear here. He decides to take it around Smith-Rowe and runs in field, and the Newcastle fans just love the unpredictability of Saint-Maximin. 99% of Premier League players would have just kicked that away there. He tries to dribble his way out of defence. Bruno Guimaraes with a blonde hair plays it onto Saint-Maximin again. Little chop turn from him. He looks up for it tonight, Saint-Maximin. Looks like a player who wants to impress.
Yeah, he certainly does. He'll know that there's a big opportunity for him to showcase what he can do tonight against a good Arsenal team. Great ball.
Schär looking for Target. What a first touch. Infield to Tomiyasu. Wilson's in. Turns in the penalty area. Gabriel did well to close him down. Back to Target, who tries to cross. Comes off Gabriel for a corner, surely. No, flag was raised. There was offside in there anyway. I think when the pass was played to Wilson, he was offside, so it wouldn't have counted. But lovely ball. Schär and Target combining expertly there.
Yeah, lovely run from Target in behind and just plays it. Well, should I say, Callum Wilson just runs a fraction too soon. Probably should have hit the shot first time as well. Didn't look too confident on his left foot. Wanted to get it onto his right, but good signs for Newcastle early on.
A night that Arsenal must win to remain in the driving seat for the top four. Newcastle so far have started well. Arsenal play their way out at the back. Gabriel gives it back to Ramsdale, closed out by Almiron, and The ball doesn't go in the net, it goes across the 6-yard box and is cleared away by Ben White. That was a huge scare for Arsenal. They tried to play it out too casually. Almiron pounced on Ramsdale, and Ramsdale got away with one there. Still 0-0. Target goes long. Wilson sprinting, putting the pressure on Ben White. Down he goes, pushed by the defender. That's a really good piece of striker play from Callum Wilson. Breathing down the neck of Ben White, making the central defender uncomfortable, drawing the foul, and Ben White goes in the referee's notebook. Yellow card for him. Free kick to Newcastle, who've started the better here. Still 0-0.
Well, there's the difference between playing Callum Wilson up front and Chris Wood. You get that option in behind. Doesn't look favourite to win the ball, but he just strides away from Ben White, gets his body across, gets tripped. We're just seeing a replay of the incident with Aaron Ramsdale. He's just too calm, tries to play it into a central midfield role, gets caught. You think of what's happened in recent weeks with the goalkeepers. What is he thinking? Trying to play that ball in field. Just get rid.
You mentioned earlier about Gabriel and nursing the hamstring injury. Ben White has been missing for recent games because of a hamstring problem himself, and he looks exposed there with the pace of Callum Wilson, and that's going to be a very important weapon for Newcastle tonight. Free kick is on the edge of the penalty area, corner angle on the left-hand side, and Bruno Guimaraes and Matt Targett are standing over it. Guimaraes the right-footed option. It's going to be him. He goes for goal. He whips it low and hard. To be fair, I say goes for goal. He was hoping someone might just get a touch in it on the way through, but it fizzes through a forest of legs, and it goes out for a goal kick to Arsenal, and it's still 0-0. Stephen Warner.
That's a vicious ball in. He looks across and he just says, why is no one attacking it? I think the speed in which it travels across the penalty box, I don't think anyone could really anticipate where the ball was going to fall. I think it was Callum Wilson who ducked just in front of it, trying to get the slightest touch, but it just fizzed past his head as well.
No goals this Monday evening on 5 Live. Ramsdale, the Arsenal goalkeeper. Tomiyasu, White, Gabriel and Nuno Tavares are the defenders. El Neni and Xhaka in the middle of the field. Saka wide right, Smith Rowe wide left, Odegaard in the hole, and Eddie Nketiah up top, who scored both goals against Leeds United 2 games ago. But it's Newcastle who are dominating possession.
A very young team, Arsenal, aren't they? Average age of 24 years old. So you look at that and think, could that have a big part to play in the game?
Here is Joe Linton, who before kick-off I saw was named Newcastle's Player of the Year. Gives it to Targett, crossing from the left. Ben White wins the header. Referee blows the whistle. It's going to be a free kick to Arsenal on the edge of their own penalty area. I think, this time last year, if you had said Joe Linton is going to be named Newcastle's Player of the Year, I don't want to be unkind, Stephen Warner, but you might think, they've probably not had a great season.
No, you're exactly right.
He's a new player, they're a new team.
Yeah, and it just shows you what a manager coming into the club, giving him confidence can do, change of position. He's been exceptional since he's gone into that role, and it's been great to see.
Since the switch to midfield, Joe Linton has made the most tackles and the most interceptions of any Newcastle player. That's a good ball from Joe Linton. Plays it now in front of Callum Wilson into the penalty area, left-hand side. The cross is just in front of Almiron. Seemed to lose his footing, Almiron, as he tried to adjust for the shot. He ended up sitting on his backside. The ball went right the way through and squirts out the other side. And for the moment, it remains 0-0 here. Another free kick to Arsenal. Flag was raised for offside over there. Championship playoff semi-final this evening. Huddersfield Town against Luton. 1-1 for the first leg. How's it started tonight?
Yeah, lively, Connor. 26 minutes play, still 0-0, 1-1 on aggregate. Played at a good tempo. Luton the side with the better chances, though. Both of those to Harry Cornick, who's had a couple of great opportunities. One wide, one fired straight at Lee Nichols. Cliche time. If he'd hit that anywhere else, goal bound, that's going in. Huddersfield, though, do look sharp on the break. Huddersfield 0, Luton 0.
Thanks very much, Mike. Luton manager Nathan Jones hoping to secure a second promotion with Luton. We'll keep you up to date with that. 7:45 kick-off, that championship playoff semi-final. But our focus on 5 Live this evening is the Premier League, and it is the battle for the top 4. And Arsenal are hoping that big setback, losing the North London derby and losing it in such emphatic style as well, doesn't derail them into the season. They've not in any way been consistent. Stephen, the last 10 games for Arsenal, 5 wins, 5 defeats. You never quite know which Arsenal you're going to get.
No, I mean, when you're facing informed Arsenal, they're an exceptional team, but they have still got vulnerabilities. It's a little bit late there from Joe Linton on Odegaard. It almost looks kind of like Joe Linton's been given that role tonight, just to take care of Odegaard. He's seen as the danger player, the one who pulls the strings for Arsenal, get in and around him, make life difficult for him.
I think that foul, by the way, means that Joe Linton has now made the most fouls in the Premier League this season. He was level with Watford's Emmanuel Dennis coming into this, but that's the role he does now, and he's got a magnificent presence in there. I mean, he's big and he's strong and he puts himself about it. He's, you know, for all the money they'll spend in the summer, I'll be surprised if they try to get anyone else to play the role that Joe Linton is playing at the moment. Target gives it back to Dan Burn on the edge of the penalty area. Newcastle playing right to left as we look down. It's another ball over the top, which is clearly the tactic tonight. Trouble those two Arsenal central defenders and try and exploit the pace of Callum Wilson. As Xhaka drops deep, gives it to Ben White. White comes around Almiron, is giving it away. One back for Newcastle by Bruno Guimaraes. Big roar from the Newcastle crowd. 0-0 here on 5 Live. Longstaff has possession in the midfield, gives it back into the centre circle to Fabian Schär. Arsenal trying to apply pressure, but Newcastle looking comfortable for now. 13 minutes played, no goals.
Now they do look comfortable. They look the most dangerous and the most comfortable. St. Maximin gets the opportunity now to run Tomiyasu.
Here he is on the left wing, a step over, acceleration away from the Japanese player, but he set up so fast there he could hardly slow himself down to the byline, and St. Maximin's cross ends up sailing over the crossbar and out for a goal kick, and he clattered into the advertising board behind that goal away to our left. But there's applause from Eddie Howe for that. He likes what he sees. He wants St. Maximin to take on Tomiyasu this evening. By the way, from 10 o'clock tonight, special TMS podcast, a tribute to Andrew Simmons with Kevin Howells. That's coming up after the live football here this evening at St. James's Park, where the floodlights are beaming down brightly, but there's plenty of daylight still in the sky. There's even a big patch of blue sky away to our right-hand side, but there has been some rain here too during the afternoon on Tyneside. Good ball again by Schär down the right-hand side to pick out Almiron. Level with the edge of the penalty area. Pulls it back to Bruno Guimaraes. Huge roar of man on for the Brazilian because Eddie Nketiah was sprinting back towards it. Newcastle will hold on to possession. Target has it here midway inside Arsenal territory, to the left wing to St. Maximin. First time on to Joe Linton. He tries to cross, blocked by El Neni, and Newcastle win themselves a corner.
Yeah, it's so easy for Newcastle to get out at the moment. Wingers coming short, runners in behind. Arsenal don't know who to stay with, and they're just finding outlets constantly. The switches of play are good. Newcastle continue to dominate this game, but they have pretty much the third or fourth minute.
Arsenal starting 2 points behind Tottenham. This is their game in hand. If they win it, they will move into the top 4 going into the final weekend. Corner for Newcastle will be taken by Matt Target. Left-hand side as Newcastle come forward. Everyone back for Arsenal in their yellow shirts tonight. Target's delivery. Ramsdale stays on his goal line. Comes on the edge of the area to St. Maximin, but there had been a push on a defender. And I think a foul on Odegaard, and that is going to be a free kick to Arsenal inside their own penalty area. Arsenal, who started this season so dreadfully, seems a long time ago now, but you might remember they lost their first 3 games by an aggregate score of 9 goals to 0. Arsenal were bottom of the table on September 11th, but they have managed to turn it around to be in the mix for the top 4. It was almost a joke at Arsenal with top 4 being a trophy. It was something they took for granted for so many years under Arsene Wenger, but now they really, really hope that they can get back into that elite competition and everything that comes with it. And it would be justification for Mikel Arteta. You mentioned the young team that he's been deploying this season. If he can get that young team into the Champions League, Stephen, it will show there is method to the madness, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something that he will be hoping for, Mikel Arteta. There's another ball in behind, Callum Wilson.
Wilson putting the pressure on Gabriel. Gabriel just about getting to grips, but almost literally holding on to Wilson. It's a real tussle between those two. Ball goes out for a throw into Newcastle, right down by the corner flag. They attack on the right-hand side, but Callum Wilson has sprinted in behind the Newcastle defence on numerous occasions already in this opening quarter of an hour, and Arsenal is struggling to keep tabs on him. Throw in for Emil Kraft for Newcastle. Takes his time over it, plenty of movement, throws it back behind to Fabian Schär, midway inside the Arsenal half, wide to the right, sends it across into the penalty area, headed away just about by Gabriel. Saint-Maximin will try and keep the move going for Newcastle, but taken away from him by Saka. And Joe Linton's in again. Another interception for Joe Linton. Now a good pass to Almer on the edge of the tee. Back to Bruno Guimaraes. He floats one out to the right-hand side to Emil Kraft. It's really good movement, this, from Newcastle. They're spinning the ball around. Here's a chance. Longstaff whips it in. Blocked just about by Ramsdale and cleared away from the goal line by Ben White. Arsenal are shifting water here, and they look very porous in defences. Newcastle come again. We'll go to Huddersfield in a moment. But this is Saint-Maximin. Tottenham fans from afar will be urging him on. Left-footed cross from the left. El Neni makes the block. Joe Linton controls on the edge of the tee. Brilliant control by Joe Linton. Tries to shoot, and Ben White blocks it out for the corner. Brilliant play from Newcastle. But we go to Huddersfield, and Mike Maine.
Huge chance for Luton Town, which you've seen Lee Nichols, the Huddersfield goalkeeper, turn around and be absolutely apoplectic at his defence. James Bree was allowed a shot from the edge of the penalty area, fired it in. Nichols had to save it, turned straight round to his teammates and screamed the life at them. Unbelievable from that corner. Alan Campbell nearly turned it home. Huddersfield are not set in this game. 33 minutes gone, 0-0 on the night, 1-1 on aggregate.
Thanks very much, Mike. The corner hasn't been taken yet at St James's Park. It will be now. Left-footed delivery deep towards the back stick. Nuno Tavares got up and got a touch on it, but Dan Burn will immediately regain possession for Newcastle, and they remain on the attack. Saint-Maximin's delivery in. Doesn't quite sit up in front of Emil Kraft, and the flag is raised again, and Newcastle were offside. But they are banging on the door for the opening goal here, Stephen Warnock. 0-0.
They're on the ropes, aren't they, Arsenal? They're really struggling. You often hear teams saying these days, we have to suffer a little bit. And these are definitely suffering, Arsenal, at the moment. However, they're still in the game. But the influence of Callum Wilson up front, he just gives them a whole different dynamic in behind. And the runs that he's making, he's causing Ben White and Gabriel all kinds of problems.
Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0. St James's Park buzzing. Final home game of the season here. Arsenal need to win, or else fourth place goes into Tottenham's hands going into the last day. Smith Rowe, we've seen so little of him in the game so far, comes down the left wing for Arsenal, gives it infield to Granit Xhaka. He's challenged by Bruno Guimaraes, and Newcastle win it back again. Joe Linton's control is brilliant tonight. But the pass from Bruno Guimaraes is in front of Almiron, and Arsenal regain possession. Smith Rowe on the halfway line. Touch back to Nuno Tavares. Short for the Egyptian, Mo El Neni. El Neni, who has now started 6 Premier League games in a row, which is the first time he's done that in 6 years. A real run in the team for the Egyptians. Saka down the right-hand side for Arsenal. Plays a 1-2 and Odegaard. He's in. Shoots, but blocked away by Dan Burn. Good defending, good attacking too from Arsenal. Corner to Mikel Arteta's team.
Well, in the blink of an eye, they turn defence into attack, Arsenal. And there's the quality. Saka gets himself in a 1v1 situation. Feeds the danger man who we spoke about, Odegaard. Lovely way to pass back into Saka for the 1-2. What a block from Dan Burn.
Well, Saka's going to take the corner. Right-hand side as Arsenal come forward. 0-0 at St James's Park. We've played 20 minutes. Odegaard is offering himself as a short option. Most of the Arsenal players are housed at the back post from where this delivery comes from. Played in by Saka. Great whip on that. Oh, Gabriel on the back post. Nearly got a touch. Tomiyasu jumped to the front post. He nearly got a flick him on. He just grazed the fringe of his hairdo. Very good delivery from Saka there, but Newcastle were able to clear it away, and Saint-Maximin has the ball on the halfway line, holds off Odegaard, stumbles as Odegaard tries to get it off him, and he's fouled in the Norwegian. Free kick to Newcastle. Odegaard appeals his innocence, but it's a free kick for the hosts.
How close was Gabriel at the back post there from getting a touch at the back post, put Arsenal 1-0 up, but then they break extremely well. Numbers back for Arsenal. Odegaard doing extremely well, just to nick the heels of Alan Saint-Maximin. Luckily for him, he didn't get booked. I thought he was lucky not to. Saint-Maximin was away and driving at the defence of Arsenal.
Free kick is going to be taken by Target. It's close to the halfway line, and Arsenal are holding a very high offside line here. They've come the best part of 10 yards outside the penalty area to hold the line, and Target floats it forward, comes down around about where that line was stationed, and there's been a push on Xhaka. I think it might have been Dan Burn. It's a free kick anyway to Arsenal just outside their own penalty area. El Neni sort of taken from the wrong position, and Darren England, the referee, tells him to go back a few paces. That was an interesting high line from Arsenal. Well, it worked. So Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0 here in the Premier League. Back to that championship playoff at the John Smith Stadium. Mike Minnow.
And Huddersfield's greatest chance so far as well. 10 minutes before half-time, Harry Toffolo, trickery in the penalty area, shifting up from his right foot to his left, fired it straight at the goalkeeper, who made a great reaction save. Should have done better perhaps, but that is Huddersfield's best moment so far in this first half. Still 0-0 and still 1-1 on aggregate.
Huddersfield hoping to return to the Premier League after a 3-year absence. 0-0 here at St James's Park. Xhaka allows the ball on a play, knowing it's going to be an Arsenal throw, far side of the pitch from us. He takes it, the Swiss international, back to Gabriel. Arsenal, you can tell, are trying to inject a bit of pace into the midfield. They've had to withstand a real storm in the opening quarter of this game from Newcastle, but it does remain scoreless. Here comes Saka to the edge of the penalty area. Good movement, gets a shot on target, but it lacks power. He tried to place it into the bottom right corner, and Dubravka, as they say, he used to say, he could put his cap on that before diving down to make the save. No power at all.
No, but it's the second time that Arsenal found a way out now. They're just finding a way round the press. It's taken time, but they've figured it out. Odegaard's got on the ball a couple of times. This time he feeds Saka, and a brilliant underlapping run from Tomiyasu allows Saka to go infield, drive in on that favoured left foot. Just a weak shot.
Tomiyasu's header on the halfway line. Callum Wilson tries to control, but it veers away from him. Saka to Nketiah, who looked offside. Play on for the moment. Nketiah shot blocked by Dan Burn anyway. And now the flag goes up, and now he comes back. And the assistant was just waiting to see what happens there. But it then comes back for the offside decision.
This rule has to change. Has to change. It's absolutely ludicrous. There was one earlier on in the half where you've got two players in Callum Wilson and Ben White, who's had a hamstring injury, running full pelt back towards their own goal, and you're not wanting players to get injured. Then you've now got Nketiah going through. You've got Dan Burn at full stretch, and they might collide. It's absolutely ludicrous.
Free kick for the offside decision for Dubravka. Eddie Howe's first game in the dugout in charge of Arsenal was against Mikel Arteta, and Mikel Arteta's first game as Arsenal manager was against Eddie Howe. Very different games, different years, the whole lot, but up against each other again tonight as Ramsdale comes out of the penalty area and clears the ball away. And I've been at a few Arsenal games lately where Ramsdale, who, to be fair to him, has had a great season. Some of his distribution seems to have waned as the season's gone on.
Overconfidence, maybe? It's a possibility, isn't it? I mean, he's getting very frustrated because he's trying to play balls up to the wingers at the moment, dink them out, and they're not quite coming off, like you say, Connor.
And you're just joining our coverage here. 25 minutes exactly played at St James's Park. Newcastle are playing like they're the team who've got a Champions League place on the line. They're absolutely frantic in terms of their pursuit of an opening goal here. Arsenal have been forced to weather quite the storm in the early stages, but it is still 0-0. Tottenham fans will be tuning in to our commentary, and they will be willing Newcastle to do them an enormous favour here this evening to really maximise on what's been a good week for Spurs, beating Arsenal on Thursday, beating Burnley at the weekend, and if Newcastle could do them a favour here, it would be the almost perfect week for Antonio Conte's side. Arsenal trying to come down the right wing with Saka, but Matt Targett, who's been a shrewd acquisition from Aston Villa, makes the interception and puts the ball out of play. Throw into Arsenal midway into Newcastle territory. Tomiyasu takes it back to Ben White. On his left shoulder is Gabriel. Gabriel's left-footed ball towards Smith Rowe. Nice little flick if it runs here for Nketiah, and it does. That was clever from Emile Smith Rowe. Nketiah tries to attack down the left, and Almiron, summing up the energetic mood of this Newcastle team, sprints back, makes the slide tackle, and the ball goes out of play for a corner kick. Corner to Arsenal down the left. Smith Rowe saunters over, no great urgency for him. Everything he does looks a bit laid back. Emile Smith Rowe, that's just the way he is. And he places the ball by the quadrant. And several Arsenal players have gone into the 6-yard box here. One of them is trying to stand on the toes of the goalkeeper. And the delivery now comes from Smith Rowe. In swinger. Jumped by Dan Burn, sits up for Xhaka, tries to shoot. Longstaff got his body in the way, and then Tomiyasu gets in a tangle with Joe Linton, and the referee says it's a free kick. It was a foul actually on Guimaraes. Free kick to Newcastle, edge of their own penalty area. They could clear away. Still 0-0. If it finishes like this, Arsenal would go to 67 points. Tottenham already on 68. They'll have played the same number of games by the end of tonight. And Tottenham, with their impressive goal difference, would very much be in the driving seat going into that last day of the season, and they've a plus 13 goal difference advantage at the start of the night. So, you know, realistically, that's not going to change between now and next weekend, which is almost worth another point to Spurs. Just a little delay here. Callum Wilson, making his first start since December, having returned from injury, is getting some treatment. I think it's just a blow to the face, bloody nose, something like that. He's got a cotton swab, and now he's going to come back on.
Yeah, I think it was just from the corner incident. He just clashed with someone in the box and maybe took a flailing arm, but he'll be fine, no problem at all.
Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0. Saint-Maximin on the prowl down the left wing. Good pressure to get there ahead of Ben White. Now he tries the twists and the turns, and he gets the defender's legs in a tangle. Back to Target, back behind him. Applause from the Newcastle fans for Saint-Maximin there to wriggle out of the tight corner. Cher has it near the centre circle. Rolls it along the damp turf to the right-hand side to Emil Kraft. Now to the feet of Almiron, running away from the penalty area with the bright orange boots, the Paraguayan. Support behind again, and they work it to the halfway line and Cher. And Newcastle, they're good at that. If there isn't a proper pass forward, they don't just gamble and lose it. They'll come back and they'll hold on to possession sensibly near the halfway line, as good teams do. Kraft just outside the penalty area on the right wing. Gives it to Bruno Guimaraes. Arsenal have stepped off him. That's dangerous. He's allowed plant his cross into the middle, and White was unsure. There wasn't really any need to take a touch there, but the defender does, and it's a corner to Newcastle, still 0-0.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's around him, Connor. He doesn't get a shout from anyone, so he just thinks, I don't know where Saint-Maximin is. I'm expecting him to be behind me, so the easiest thing to do is put it out for a corner and hope that we can defend the set piece.
Tomorrow night, more live football on 5 Live. We'll bring you Southampton against Liverpool. John Murray and Karen Carney, your commentary team for that one. And Wednesday sees the Europa League final. Eintracht Frankfurt against Rangers. Ian Dennis will be with Pat Nevin for that one. Corner taken by Target. Swung in, header from Joe Linton is wide, but deflected wide. And it'll be another corner to Newcastle, who've had a lot of chances in this opening half hour.
Well, I think Tomiyasu does exceptionally well here. It just comes to Joe Linton. He thinks he's going to get a free header, and he just leans on him ever so slightly and wins the header. Really good defending from Tomiyasu.
So, Target to take the corner again. Ramsdale bouncing up and down on his toes as it comes in. Joe Linton tries to head it again. Almiron wanted to pull the trigger on the edge of the penalty area. Saka whipped it off his toe. Last defender back for Newcastle is Emil Kraft, and he rolls it back to Dubravka, wearing all purple, who launched it long, trying to get in behind that Arsenal defence once again, but Tomiyasu rises well. He's been their best defender so far. Bruno Guimaraes inside the centre circle for Newcastle. He's got Sean Longstaff on his right shoulder. Down the right wing goes Emil Kraft. Good challenge by Smith Rowe. Ball out of play for a throw into Newcastle, and no time to waste. Emil Kraft takes the throw in immediately to Almiron. Bruno Guimaraes now with the silver boots. Back to Almiron once again. Almost all of Arsenal's team is back inside their final third here. They're sitting deep, trying to absorb the pressure Newcastle throwing at them. 0-0 at St James's Park and 5 Live from the BBC in the Premier League. This is Guimaraes again. Right-footed pass to the right wing to Emil Kraft. Cher is available again. Arsenal at the moment expending a lot of energy trying to sprint between these Newcastle passes, trying to get the ball back. And Newcastle looks so comfortable in possession. Target 15 yards inside the Arsenal half, plays it into the penalty area, controlled on the right, instepped by Callum Wilson. He's got Saint-Maximin available on the wing outside. Another twist and a turn, then a nice ball for Target. His attempted cross blocked by Tomiyasu, and it goes out for a Newcastle throw.
There's a real tempo to Newcastle, isn't there? But what I also like, Connor, is the variation in the way that they're playing. Some short, some long. Lovely ball in from Target. What's a ball that was?
Another good delivery. Target's been supplying endless crosses from the left-hand side in the opening 31 minutes. Dan Burn, more work to do for the Arsenal defence. This one's slightly overcooked. Tomiyasu can pull up his sprint because that will beat him to the byline. And it is a goal kick to Arsenal, who are finding themselves under the cosh. A night they really need to win, but they've only had the odd sniff of goal so far. 0-0 here. And it is going to be a goal kick for Ramsdale. And again, they split the centre halves. Gabriel and White go either side of the 6-yard box. Newcastle are ready to pounce if Arsenal are brave enough to play their way out.
Look at the options you've got up front. You've got a huge back four of Arsenal, and then you've got Nketiah, and then you've got Smith Rowe and Saka to try and hit. It's very difficult for them.
Nuno Tavares midway inside the Newcastle half. And Bruno Guimaraes wins possession, tries a little spin out of trouble and nearly loses the ball, but works hard to hold on to it. Target will clear down the left wing, and Saint-Maximin will do very well to keep this in play. No, he didn't. I'd have been really impressed if he kept that in. He was at full sprint. He had to try and control it and then keep it in, sort of not only to take the pace out of the ball, but to deflect it onto the field of play, and he just wasn't able to do so, and it goes out for an Arsenal throw.
Oh, much to the relief of Tomiyasu. I think he was thinking, thank God that's gone out of play, because Saint-Maximin had the run on him. But again, mixing the play up, Newcastle. Not everything's going into midfield, but when they get the opportunity to do that, they do it. There's some lovely balls down the line from Target and Kraft to spin in behind.
Saint-Maximin, who made his Newcastle debut against Arsenal back in 2019. Tomiyasu has his hands full tonight, plays the ball forward, and this time it had gone out of play before the Japanese player was able to clear, so throw into Newcastle on the left-hand side. Saint-Maximin, who's made more starts in the league this season than any other Newcastle player. He's had more successful dribbles this season than anyone in the Premier League. Throw in for Target, and he takes his time over it. And Mikel Arteta's getting a little bit more agitated now as he realises we're a third of the way through the match, and it's not going great for Arsenal. The best thing you can say for the Arsenal performance is that it is still 0-0. They hope their purple patches to come. Emil Kraft down the right-hand side, into the penalty area. Longstaff tries to spin and cross. Out comes Gabriella, makes the block. Corner to Newcastle down the right, still 0-0.
Well, at this moment in time, 33 minutes into the game, you can only see one outcome with the way the game's going. However, we spoke about the quality of Arsenal, but Newcastle have just had such they just controlled the game from literally the 3rd minute of the game, because Arsenal had started extremely well, but they've just grown in confidence, and this is a completely different Newcastle team than we saw in the first half of the season.
So it is, and look, clearly they spent an awful lot of money in January, and that is a huge amount of it, but equally you've got to credit anyhow, and some of the players who've been here for years and underperforming look so much better now. His coaching methods have worked wonders. As the corner comes in, Tomiyasu heads it out, Sher tries to return it back into the mix, and Granit Xhaka challenges in, and the ball goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle. They will remain on the attack down the left-hand side. Anyhow, who's done so well, and you consider he hasn't even been in charge the full season, nominated this week for Premier League Manager of the Season. Guardiola, Klopp, Vieira, Thomas Frank, they're the other nominees for that award. But it just shows how well he's done. And, a lot of coaches have been given lots of money to spend, and not all have spent it as well as Eddie Howe has done in this job at Newcastle. The summer is going to be intriguing. What do they do? Who do they bring in? What is Newcastle going to look like at the start of the new season in early August? And I think you can tell, Stephen, the performance of the players here tonight is they know new signings are coming, and they know that average is not going to be good enough here anymore. If they're going to hold on to their jobs here, they are going to have to be good. And in these exciting times, they want to stay here.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you want to be part of this? Why wouldn't you be wanting to play with the new exciting players that are coming into the team? They'll be saying to the manager, you don't have to change too much. We're good enough to step up, and credit where credit's due. He's organised them, he's given them ideas when they're on the ball, and they do look a better team.
Newcastle in possession. Emil Kraft on the right hand side, 10 yards outside the penalty area. The Newcastle attacker comes back into the middle to Bruno Guimaraes. She's played quite deep tonight. That's a nice ball forward to Joe Linton, and then Joe Linton has given it away. He was looking for Saint-Maximin. He gave it too close to Tomiyasu, and now a chance to attack down the left-hand side for Saint-Maximin. Hurdles over a challenge, shoots on target, saved by Ramsdale. Best shot of the game. Good save by the Arsenal keeper, and it's going to be a corner.
Well, he's furious, Ramsdale. Makes the save down to his bottom right, and then he's straight at the referee. They think there's a foul on Odegaard. I don't think it was. I think it was a really good challenge from Guimaraes, who just got to the ball quicker, won it back. Joe Linton found Saint-Maximin on the left-hand side, and then he just drops inside. Tomiyasu just leaves him for dead, and now Arsenal have another problem.
Delay here because Tomiyasu might need treatment. It's half-time of the Championship playoff semi-final. Mike Mane.
0-0 at half-time. Luton the happier of the two teams. 4 big chances, 2 for Cornick, 2 for James Bree. A very angry Lee Nichols has made the saves at the absence of his defence. At the other end, Huddersfield's best chance, Toffolo. Lovely footwork into the box, but Ingram was equal to it. The Terriers are having a terrible time of it. They've lost Danny Ward to injury as well. Jordan Rhodes on in his place. Half-time, Huddersfield 0, Luton 0, 1-1 on aggregate.
Thanks very much, Mike. Here at St James's Park, still 0-0. We're a quarter of an hour behind them with the 8 o'clock kick-off here. Arsenal have managed to deal with the Newcastle corner well, and it's cleared down the field with Dubravka will send it back towards Arsenal territory, and Xhaka puts the ball out of play on the far side. Right, Tomiyasu, who recovered in time to defend that corner, has now gone down again. He seems to be feeling the back of his leg, maybe a hamstring problem, something like that. But Arsenal, who are short of defenders, no Rob Holding tonight, 1 match ban for the red card on Thursday. Gabriel has been carrying a hamstring injury, went off against Spurs. Kieran Tierney won't play until next season. And now Tomiyasu, who I think it's fair to say, Stephen, has been the best defender on the pitch so far tonight. He does not look good.
No, he doesn't at all. It's a concern when you go down so quickly in the space of a couple of minutes. Mikel Arteta now just summoning all of his players across the touchline in front of him. He's not happy, wants to get a tactical change in the game, wants to give information out to his team. He's been given that chance now, and it does look like Cedric will be the replacement for Tomiyasu.
So a reminder, if you're just tuning our way tonight on 5 Live, we've 7 minutes to go to the break here at St James's Park. No goals. Newcastle have definitely been on top. A night that Arsenal want to win to keep their destiny in their own hands going into the last day of the season. If they can win tonight, you know, maybe even a draw would do them. Maybe even a defeat would do them on Sunday. It's possible if Norwich were to get the results against Spurs, but it is certainly in Arsenal's own hands if they win here. However, if they don't win here, they hand over that impetus, that advantage to Spurs, their North London rivals, and it makes this game tonight absolutely crucial. It feels almost like a Champions League qualifier for Arsenal. Are they good enough to be in the top 4? Can they come to St James's Park and get a win? If they are going to do it, they're going to have to do it without Tomiyasu. He goes off. Cedric is brought on as the enforced first half replacement.
Yeah, it looks like Arsenal just made a tweak tactically as well. Xhaka and Elneny are going to sit. Smith Rowe, Saka and Odegaard will be the 3 in front, and Nketiah up on his own. It looked like a flat 4 at times for Arsenal, with Odegaard and Nketiah being the higher 2 players, but he's made changes, Mikel Arteta, and let's see whether it'll have the desired effect that he's hoping for.
I'm not surprised at that, and you know, sometimes teams want to trust their system and believe it'll come right. I think with almost the entirety of the first half played here, Mikel Arteta's had to make changes as Newcastle win another corner.
No, I think he's usually very good at that, Mikel Arteta. Whether he felt he tried to get that message across, but the players weren't. Well, the game's been too frantic, hasn't it, Connor? We haven't been able to get many stoppages in play, and the Tomiyasu one was probably the one that he was hoping for, to be able to get that message across, even though he's lost one of his main players.
Yeah, it's been lively. Newcastle want to see off the season with a win in their final home game of the campaign, having been beaten by City and Liverpool. They feel this is a scalp they can get as the corner is played short. Target swings it in the second time. Ben White gets a header away. Good defender's header too, well outside the penalty area. But Longstaff picks it up, and this is Arsenal's problem. They intercept, they clear away, but they don't retain. Time and time again, they give the ball back to Newcastle, who keep coming at them wave after wave of attack. And the latest player here is Longstaff on the right, who's challenged by Elneny, and that goes out of play for a throw into Newcastle. Attacking position down the right hand side. Still Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0. So Kraft comes up from right back to take it. Clock ticks on. Just over 4 minutes to go of regulation time until the break. I swear tonight around Europe, Juventus are 2-0 up against Lazio in Serie A. Sampdoria beat Fiorentina 4-1. As all the big leagues around Europe are reaching their conclusions now. This is Guimaraes winning the ball. Might have been a free kick for Newcastle there for a foul on Saint-Maximin, but the referee has waved play on because there was advantage. They still had possession. Good ball from Longstaff to Kraft. Back towards Longstaff, asking a lot of him with the return ball, and Xhaka was able to nip it and put it on a play. Quick thinking with the throw-in. Longstaff tries to cross, closed down by Gabriel. It's another corner to Newcastle. How many have they had in this first half?
Well, they're not letting them get set, Newcastle, because as soon as the ball goes out of play, they're so quick to get the throw-in back into play, and Arsenal players are switching off at times, and it's just allowing them to get back on that front foot, not allowing them to get back into shape. It's been superb so far from Newcastle.
I'll be honest, I have lost count, but I think it's 9 corners that they've had in this first half already, which just completely sums up the game. Everything's happened away to our left as we look the end that Newcastle attack. Here comes the corner, played in by Target, in swinging too close to the goalkeeper, the foot post. A punch from Ramsdale though, he didn't trust himself to catch it. Dan Burn heads it back out to the right hand side, and the cross comes back into the penalty area. Xhaka on hand to the edge of the 6-yard box to head it clear. That same problem for Arsenal, they don't fully clear. Cher tries to bring the ball forward, dribbled around Nketiah, and then loses it to Emile Smith-Rowe, and then wins it back again. Brilliant from Cher, though I do think he might have pulled the shirt of the opponent. Play on, says the referee. Longstaff is in the penalty area for Newcastle. Gives it back to Almiron. Big roar of man on. Now there's room for Kraft. He shoots, doesn't catch it well, and it trickles out for a goal kick. Goal kick to Arsenal, who remain under immense pressure here.
They can't get out. There's no composure. They're not completing the first pass when they're trying to get upfield. The amount of times I've looked down at Mikel Arteta in front of us, and he just turned, dropped his head towards the bench. He can't believe what he's seeing. He has got a huge team talk at half-time. If Newcastle, well, if Arsenal don't manage to concede before the break.
Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0. The Premier League on the BBC. And the goal kick I should say, for Ramsdale is taken right-footed up over the halfway line. Difficult one for Nuno Tavares to receive, but he does win the header, sends it towards Eddie Nketiah, and out comes to Bravka. Good footwork from the Slovakian goalkeeper, and he clears it right-footed up over the halfway line where Callum Wilson goes to ground. Wilson had a scorching opening quarter of an hour of this game. He's been kept a little bit quieter since. I think that is the tactical switch, with Arsenal playing deeper now because they don't want that room for Callum Wilson to be able to run into. El Neni makes an interception inside the Newcastle half. That's good. Cedric Suarez is on for the injured Tomiyasu. Arsenal fans will hope that Tomiyasu is okay for Sunday when they host Everton. That's not going to be easy either, with Everton still fighting for their survival. It's Nuno Tavares, now Smith-Rowe, halfway line as Arsenal come forward left-hand side, and a good tackle by Almiron, who's had a solid start to the game, and that goes out for an Arsenal throw-in. And if Arsenal do break their way into Newcastle's half, they've earned it, because Newcastle are making them work for every inch and yard down on that pitch.
Well, it used to be so easy to play against the Newcastle midfield, and you look at it now, and you look at Joe Linton, Longstaff today who's in, and Guimaraes. The energy that they put into the game to closing players down, the organisation between the three is extremely good.
Nketiah spins away from Longstaff, gives it to Smith-Rowe on the left-hand side, pass into El Neni, who wasn't expecting it, but managed to alter his body shape and hold on to possession for his team. Arsenal have it now with Cedric Suarez on the right-hand side, and he gives it to Saka, who is an untapped potential really in this game for Arsenal. They've got to get the ball to him more often. Challenged by Dan Burn, fouled by Burn on Saka, and that is a free kick to Arsenal just outside the penalty area. It's not a shooting position, but it is a crossing position as we move into stoppages at the end of the first half. 1 additional minute to be added. Attacking free kick to Arsenal, and they've had precious few of these in the game so far. Saka slow to get back to his feet.
An opportunity now to put some quality into the box. Do they shift it? Do they try and move the ball so they're not hitting it into an area where you've got Dan Burn, Joe Linton, Callum Wilson, Kraft, Cher? Or do you try and pull one back to the edge of the box? A little bit of movement to get a shot away on the edge. They need to be creative, Arsenal.
Well, Newcastle fans have got into a bit of a hush. They've seen this movie before. They played so well for 45 minutes. And how cruel it would be on Newcastle if they were to go behind now in stoppages, having played so well. But Arsenal have certainly got the talent to do so. Let's see what Odegaard can do here. Left-footed delivery. Doesn't get any elevation on it. Poor free kick. And it's headed away by Target. Odegaard will pick it up again, but that's it, he's out of time. The whistle for the break, and that free kick just sums up Arsenal's performance in the first half. If they're going to be in the Champions League next season, they're going to have to do better than this. Newcastle will be the team feeling disappointed that it's still 0-0. Stephen Warner.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Eddie Howe's Newcastle team. On front foot, exciting play, going forward, creating plenty of opportunities. Arsenal haven't turned up, quite simply. They're under massive pressure now to come out and perform with a big second half performance.
So far, so good. If you're a Tottenham fan, if you're an Arsenal fan, there's an agonising 45 minutes to go here to see if Arsenal can be in the driving seat for Sunday. They're not at the moment. As it stands, Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0.
Goalless at St James's Park, also goalless at Huddersfield in the Championship playoff semi-final second leg. Huddersfield 0, Luton 0, and that remains 1-1 on aggregate. During half-time at St James's Park, we're going to talk to the Dundee United manager after they finished 4th in the Scottish Premiership this season. We'll also round up a dramatic final day in the Bundesliga as well. But first of all, Richard Foster in the news.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The family of a police community support officer have paid tribute to her after a man was found guilty of her murder. Julia James was beaten to death by Callum Wheeler near her home in Kent in April last year. He'll be sentenced at a later date. The head of the Bank of England says there could be a major economic shock because of rising food prices. Andrew Bailey has told MPs that wheat costs have risen by 25% in the past 6 weeks. A Blackpool striker has become the only openly gay male professional footballer in Britain. Jake Daniels, who's 17, says he's ready to come out and be himself. Jack Murley presents the BBC's LGBT Sports podcast.
It's not often you sit there and you realise that you're experiencing in real time a little bit of a landmark moment in British sporting history, but that's exactly what this is. Doesn't sound like much, does it? But when you think of how loaded that statement has been in football for so many years, it's emotional for a lot of us.
And President Erdogan says Turkey won't accept Sweden and Finland joining NATO. He's been critical of what he says is their willingness to host Kurdish militants and opponents of his government.
BBC 3 is now on TV.
From the makers of Normal People.
Don't you think it's weird they're married? Do you have a crush on her? Obviously, I have a crush on her.
Can you ever be just friends?
No one is, Emma. I don't want to be a home wrecker.
There's nothing else I should know about with Nick, is there?
Conversations with friends.
The problem's that I'm in love with you and you obviously don't feel the same.
Watch all episodes on BBC 3 and iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
Newcastle 0, Arsenal 0 at half-time. Huddersfield 0, Luton 0 in the Championship playoff semi-final as they go into the second half. One other bit of football news for you. Paul Ince has been announced as the Reading manager. Originally, he came in on an interim basis and led the team to safety in the Championship. In cricket, the England and Lancashire fast bowler Saki Mahmood has been ruled out for the rest of the season with a lower stress back fracture. From 10 tonight, by the way, here on 5 Live Sport, Kevin Howells will present a special TMS podcast that pays tribute to the Australian all-rounder Andrew Simons, who died in a car crash at the weekend at the age of 46. And then Colin is here on 5 Live from 10:30. So the final weekend of the Scottish Premiership season saw Dundee United finish 4th, courtesy of a last-minute winner and qualify for Europe for the first time in a decade. Delighted to say their manager Tam Courts joins us now on 5 Live Sport. Evening, Tam.
Good evening, Mark. Thanks for having me.
No, thank you very much for coming on. Have you had a nice 48 hours since?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to actually almost kind of go through a really kind of tough season. Take the club back into Europe for the first time in 10 years. And along the way give so many young academy players an opportunity within the first team. So it's been a fantastic season for us and great to reward the fans with Europe next season.
Well, I mean, that must make you feel prouder than anything else. The 16 academy players that you've used this season, and that, having spoken to your sporting director earlier on this season, is certainly one of the club's philosophies now, because that's how you're going to survive.
Yeah, I suppose that's where it all started. I mean, my journey obviously started in the Dundee United Academy, and if you've spoken to Tony before, you'll know that he's a guy who's quite bold and brave in his decision-making, and he made a very bold and brave decision at the start of the season by appointing me as the head coach, and probably for the first couple of months, you know, put himself under a lot of scrutiny. I was certainly under a lot of scrutiny because in Scottish football, nobody had actually set the precedent before by appointing internally. So I was essentially, you know, the case study in Scottish football. But thankfully for us at the football club, there's a a really clear strategy. There's a lot of innovation, and there's people that are prepared to make some big decisions. And thankfully this season, with a lot of careful consideration, some top performances from the players and young players taking opportunity, that we've managed to navigate ourselves through a really, really tough season with some really big and memorable performances and results, and then eventually and subsequently finishing them fourth on the last day of the season. So yeah, really pleased with how it's all unfolded.
You managed Celtic Hearts before you went to Dundee United, and were in the academy there in your role as head of tactical performance. So you had managerial experience, but and I hope this isn't a patronising question.
No.
When you actually became the manager of Dundee United, was it a whirlwind those first 2 or 3 months?
I think what made it a whirlwind was the scrutiny and the furore, and probably the sensationalism that actually went with the appointment, because Dundee United is historically a big club in Scotland, but over the last kind of 4 or 5 years, it has been a club that was relegated into the Championship. It had a few seasons of turmoil, if you like. So naturally, there's a little bit of nervousness. And obviously, post-COVID, where the fans have been pretty detached from the club, you can imagine that there's a real sense of nervousness about appointing someone without a big reputation. But I think from my perspective, it was about taking an opportunity where I'd been very successful at Celtic Hearts. I'd spent 2 years within the academy, really understanding the player pathway, and also the size and scale of the potential of using young players. So the key thing from my perspective was to lean on the previous managerial experience, but also that belief of actually knowing about the potential of the young players in the academy, but also the relationship that I'd actually developed with the senior players. So in terms of alignment, I felt like I was actually starting from a really strong position from day one. And testament to that is that within the first 2 or 3 months, we actually started off really, really strongly, and we were actually sitting in, the top 6 comfortably for 3/4 of the season, and actually, kind of 4th or higher for quite a significant amount of time as well. So there's been highs and lows like there is in every season. But I think by and large, we've actually delivered a lot of the strategic objectives, but also a lot of the performance, goals that we set for ourselves at the start of the season. I will say that 4th wasn't one of them. So in some respects, you can argue that we've overachieved, but it really is a kind of delight to actually be sitting in 4th position come the last game of the season.
Does it increase the pressure for next season already?
I think it probably does, yes, because I think top 6 this year would have been an unbelievable achievement, considering that this year was meant to be about transition. There was a number of players that had really served the club well in the Championship that were probably also due, their big moves. Lawrence Shankland went to Belgium, and Jean-Do Fuchs eventually went to Peterborough. And there was a number of players who had served the club really well in the Championship who, just through natural evolution, were going to continue their journeys elsewhere. And we've been able to actually do all of that with a lot of credibility, and also try to implement a playing style with young players, fusing that together with the senior players. And obviously achieving top 6 was the first marker for the season. And then because it was, achievable, we then wanted to push on for top 4. Now, what that will do is it'll just mean that over a close season, we need to be really diligent in terms of how we strengthen the squad and ultimately look at any sort of competitive advantage that we can get so that we can become a sustainable club that challenges for these lofty positions.
And European football.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something. If you know the history of Dundee United, you'll know that.
I tell you what, Tam, you're a bit younger than me, but honestly, those mid-80s Dundee United European experiences, even for an Englishman in Manchester at the time, they were one of the big things in this country then. In the United, when I say this country, I'm talking the United Kingdom. They made as much noise south of the border as they were making north of the border with what they did in Europe in the mid-80s.
And it was tremendous. And see, when you actually look at the achievements, I mean, any Dundee United fan will tell you, the club is unbeaten against Barcelona. It's been at European Cup finals, and it also did it with a great deal of panache and style. And that's something that probably weighs heavy on a lot of generations of Dundee United coaches, managers and players. And for me, it's something that I wanted to embrace, the size and stature of this club, and also the expectation and the demands. So the fact that this club has a rich history and heritage in Europe, for me, it's something to be leaned on for inspiration. So again, you can imagine the excitement that is building amongst the players and the fans, and I'm particularly pleased for the fans because they have been starved of success in recent years, and they have got a proud history of seeing the club do really well in national competitions and in Europe, and that's ultimately where we want to take the club back to and represent the club, you know, the best way that we can. So really looking forward to that opportunity as well.
Congrats on the season. Congrats as well on the work that you've done, Tam. It's fantastic. Well done. Congratulations. Enjoy your off season.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Cheers. Tam Coates, Dundee United manager after they finished fourth. Let's quickly touch what happened in the Bundesliga over the weekend. All sorts of drama there. Lutz van der Steel played in Germany and England during his career, now a pundit on the Bundesliga. Stuttgart's dramatic escape, really the story, Lutz.
Yeah, it was unbelievable that, it looked really likely they will actually finish 16th because Hertha played a good game in Dortmund. They defended well, and I think it was this moment when Hertha Berlin conceded the second goal that the stadium heard it. The bench started to celebrate, and it just was this energy going through the stadium. And for somehow it was really written on the wall that they will score that late goal through a set piece. Somehow you could feel it in the stadium that it will happen.
And now it'll be tough for Hertha Berlin, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, playing Hamburg in that playoff games is pretty tough because Hamburg, they had a bad season and somehow finishing on a high, finishing in the third place, and Hertha always sitting on 15th, dropping down. So I think the momentum is obviously on the side now of Hamburg. But looking at the quality, I think Berlin still has a decent chance. And Hertha, with that coaching change to Magath quite late in the season, they somehow looked more stable. They didn't look so honourable and more defensively. So it's a pretty open one, I would say.
Some big names have been relegated over the years, haven't they, from the Bundesliga? I mean, you get two big names coming back for next season with Werder Bremen and Schalke both being promoted.
Yeah, I would say this second Bundesliga was probably the best of all times looking at the teams, and Schalke, I mean, it's a giant. Even Borussia Dortmund will be happy for them coming back, the big rival, and also Werder Bremen, a team which was always playing in Europe for many years. I think it's definitely the big dinosaurs again coming back into the Bundesliga. It will be, I think, a very spectacular league next year.
If I had to push you on Robert Lewandowski, what do you think is going to happen? Is he done at Bayern, do you think?
I was in touch with a few guys there the last few days, and it's a pretty annoying scenario, I would say. I think it's not over yet. I mean, he thinks he deserves a 3-year contract, which I don't disagree with, but I still believe it's up to the club to offer him a shorter contract. And it comes of course down to the money. It comes down to pride. I really hope for the Bundesliga, to be honest, that they can keep him there. Losing Haaland to Man City, one of the top strikers in the world, is one thing. But now also, if you would lose Lewandowski, for example, to Spain, it would just be a big blow for the Bundesliga in general.
Lutz, appreciate your time this evening. Thanks very much for coming on. Lutz van der Steel, who played in Germany and England during his career, and he's now pundit on the Bundesliga. So 2 huge games this evening. The Championship playoff semi-final between Huddersfield and Luton is still goalless as they approach the hour mark, and it's 1-1 on aggregate. And at St James's Park it's goalless as well as we rejoin Stephen and Con.
Thanks very much, Chappers. Players back out on the pitch. After an opening 45 minutes that was dominated by Newcastle, but Eddie Howe's team couldn't score. Arsenal chasing the top 4 will surely be better in this second half. They have to absorb pressure, now they want to apply some. Looks like no changes in personnel during the break. Arsenal did make one change in the first half. Cedric Suarez came on in place of Tomiyasu. But these teams will line up otherwise, as they did at kick-off. Arsenal in the change strip. The yellow tonight, Newcastle in their magpie black and white. And we're about to get underway for the second half. Remember, as things stand, Tottenham is still in the driving seat for the top 4. draw here would see Arsenal move to within a point of them, but they would still be behind, and they'd have that negative goal difference as well. So there were some scares for Tottenham. For Arsenal in the first half. Maybe some scares for Tottenham in this second period if Arsenal can get their skates on. El Neni has it just outside his own penalty area, gives it back to Ben White. High press from Newcastle. Ramsdale, good pass to Nuno Tavares. Controls it under pressure from Emil Krafth. Krafth nearly nicks it off him. And then Xhaka gives it back to Ramsdale from a very close distance. It was a high-risk back pass. And Nketiah has collided into Cher. Cher's gone down and he's out. He's knocked out. He's fallen down on the ground, and his teammate Emil Krafth immediately over to make sure he hadn't swallowed his tongue. Cher is flat on his back, and you could see motionless. Eddie Nketiah had collided with him. He's going to get a yellow card for it, but the concern at the moment is for the Newcastle central defender Fabian Cher, who's making his 100th appearance for the team tonight. He jumped in the air, he collided with Nketiah as a much smaller opponent, but it might have been as much as anything the way he fell. He just went flat on his back and he stayed there. We're used to seeing players' motions. I can see him now, he is moving his hands, so he is conscious, but it's a nervous moment for Newcastle fans when they see a player prone like that. The stretcher has been brought out, and this could be a lengthy delay here while they go through all the correct protocols here to make sure that Fabian Cher is okay, because that was not a nice sight to see him so exposed and lying on the ground and seeming to be out cold. So while the Newcastle medical staff look at Fabian Cher here, and the Arsenal players come across and look unconcerned too. Let's go back to Huddersfield Town against Luton Town, the Championship playoff semi-final. Mike Minor is watching for us.
Yeah, second leg, half an hour for one side to send themselves to Wembley. Still 1-1 on aggregate, 0-0 here on the night. Huddersfield have started the second half much better, Connor. You may remember me saying that they were slow in the first half, not really at it. It was all Luton in the opening 45 minutes, but they're much more on the front foot now as the goalkeeper has to take a catch high out of the air. The Luton Town goalkeeper, he wins a free kick for the trouble of the Huddersfield attackers onto it. It has settled down in the last couple of minutes, though. Best chance of the half, though, is Luton's. Amari Bell arriving into the penalty area. The cross came from the right. He charged in, he attacked it and sent it just wide of the right-hand post. We have played an hour. Huddersfield 0, Luton Town 0, 1-1 on aggregate.
So there could be extra time coming. We're getting to see a replay of the Fabian Cher injury. He's up sitting, he's talking, he's communicating with the medical staff, and Newcastle players just having a word with the referee, Darren England, and Eddie Howe, who had been preparing Jamal Lascelles if a replacement was required. And Lascelles going through a warm-up routine down below us as very slowly Fabian Cher gets back up to his feet. So a warm applause on the way from Newcastle fans for Fabian Cher. This incident happening just right at the very beginning of the second half, and he walks to the sideline, and it feels like Newcastle are going to make the change. So Lascelles will come on. He did start the last game against Manchester City, Jamal Lascelles, and Fabian Cher makes his way off. Play will get back underway with a free kick to Newcastle in just a moment. So a little delay there right at the start of the second half. With the change made, play can now resume. Newcastle, who've won 10 of the last 16 Premier League games, the turnaround from that opening half of the season compared to what they've done in the second half of the season has been absolutely remarkable. Target will take this free kick, which is on the halfway line. Again, Arsenal have this high defensive line, but they're well outside their penalty area, allowing Target to try and float it in behind. Lascelles first touches a cushion down a header. Smith Rowe doesn't fully clear. Longstaff has it just outside the penalty area for Newcastle, who are playing from left to right as we look down, attacking the Gallagher end. Good turn by Almiron on the right-hand side. Gives it into Longstaff, back to Almiron. Tripped down by Xhaka, and that's going to be a free kick. Free kick to Newcastle, just outside the penalty area. Granit Xhaka taking down Miguel Almiron.
Well, I don't know what he's complaining about, because it's brilliant skill from Almiron. Just chops inside him, puts a leg out. Almiron goes over the leg, and everyone in St James's Park appeals for a free kick, and they get the free kick that they deserve. Great opportunity for them now to really fizz a ball under Ramsdale. If I was heading out half-time, I'd have been saying, and Ramsdale does not look confident. Make sure that you put him under pressure as early as you can.
So the free kick for Newcastle just outside the penalty area. Right-hand side as they come forward, Bruno. Guimaraes is holding up his right hand as a signal. Target is there too. Maybe thinking about an in-swinger. There are 3-4 Newcastle players at the back post. It is going to be Target to play it towards that back post area. Well claimed by Ramsdale. Jumped and allowed it pop into his chest, and he's got possession away to our right-hand side. So Arsenal, who have got Ramsdale in goal, back four of Cedric Suarez, who came on in the first half for Tomiyasu, White and Gabriel in the middle, Nuno Tavares at left back, in midfield it's Xhaka and El Neni, then Saka, Odegaard and Smith Rowe, and Nketiah up front. Change coming for Arsenal to Martinelli getting ready to come on. Newcastle to Bravka, the goalkeeper, Kraft, Lascelles, Byrne and Target in defence, Joe Linton, Guimaraes and Longstaff in the midfield, Almiron Wilson and Sam Maximan up top. Here come Newcastle again. Longstaff cleverly allowed the ball past his body to elude Nketiah. Tried to drill in the shot, blocked by Nketiah, and out for a corner. Corner to Newcastle on the right-hand side. Still 0-0 here.
Looks like Mikel Arteta's had enough of what he's seen. He's only given his players 5 minutes, 6 minutes of this half to burst themselves back into life, but just have a feeling it'll be Smith Rowe. I feel like he wants to inject some real pace into the game down the left-hand side.
So the corner will be taken by Target. Left-footed player on the right. Ramsdale again having to dance with his hands in the air to make sure nobody impedes him. It's played deep to the back post. Lascelles nods it back across the face of goal, and Nketiah clears. And when that header came in from Lascelles, one of the Newcastle players is straight offside, and that is going to be a free kick to Arsenal. Here comes the change. Smith Rowe will depart. Martinelli will come on. Martinelli, who has started most of the recent games in that position that Smith Rowe has started in today. Just looks like he might be hobbling a little bit, Smith Rowe, as he comes off, replaced by Martinelli.
Yeah, I don't know whether that was just for the purpose of the cameras to make everyone realise that he's picked up an injury, but he hasn't played well, Smith Rowe. He hasn't really had an influence on the game at all. And now Kraft has a different proposition in front of him, because Martinelli has got blistering pace and close control as well. Very intelligent footballer.
Here we are trying to work out who's going to be in the Champions League next season. At Huddersfield, we're trying to work out who's going to be with a chance at the Premier League in August. Mike Minor is watching Huddersfield Town against Luton Town.
And it very nearly was Huddersfield Town who could dream of Wembley, with a goal from Tom Lee's free kick on the right-hand side. He rose highest, put it into the bottom right-hand corner, but looked across the line, and there was the linesman with his flag up to say offside. So we are still locked at 0-0, and we are still locked 1-1 on aggregate.
Nuno Tavares to the byline, left-hand side, tries to cross, blocked away by Kraft for an Arsenal corner. So Arsenal have made the change. They brought on Martinelli, and they're hoping that it can inspire them to do a little bit more attacking in this game. Stephen Warner.
That's nice play. Got Martinelli, who's new onto the pitch. He's just dipped inside. It allowed Tavares to go down the line. Afforded him a little bit of space, but good block from Kraft to prevent the cross coming in.
Corner will be taken on the left. Cedric Suarez has gone across there. A lot of movement in the middle as it's played short to Odegaard. He's left-footed delivery. Martinelli tried to flick it at the front post, but it flashed beyond him and squirted its way through and out the other end of the penalty area. Arsenal will remain in the attack on the right-hand side. Saka, left-footed ball, high towards the edge of the area. Martinelli jumps with Joe Linton, and the loose ball pops in front of Sam Maximan, who, as he loves to do, is going to try and dribble his way out of defence here. Tavares and Gabriel form a wall in front of him. Newcastle lose possession. Martinelli into Gabriel, 15 yards outside the Newcastle penalty area. Kraft's attempted clearance is uncertain the first time. Then he gets another bite of the cherry and manages to put it out for a throw-in. There's just been a little mood shift. The injury for Cher has taken some of the air out of the balloon for Newcastle, and it's Arsenal's chance to try and capitalise now.
I was just about to say, I haven't seen a foul throw for years. And Tavares has just thrown the ball right in front of him, bounced it into the ground. Jason Tyndall, the assistant for Newcastle, was just straight away onto the referee. And Newcastle will get the throw in.
I saw someone mention this in social media this week. The disparity between the number of foul throws given in Sunday League football and Premier League football is ridiculous. You have 10 foul throws in every Sunday League game. Here is Joe Linton down the left-hand side for Wilson! Callum Wilson scores!
December, no Newcastle player has been able to overtake him in the goal-scoring charts, and now he's back in the goals himself. This is bad news for Arsenal, but boy, it's been coming. Callum Wilson, the pace got him there at the front post, the joy all over his face to be back in amongst the goals again. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. Newcastle celebrate here, but from afar, it's Tottenham's goal to celebrate, really. This could be a huge evening for Spurs.
Oh, the roof's just come off in St James's Park. It's brilliant from Joe Linton. He runs away from El Neni, and I think it's an own goal corner. I think it's Gabriel who's put it into his own net. Callum Wilson makes the run across. Gabriel knows he's there. He puts a toe out and just puts it beyond his own goalkeeper for an own goal. It's been announced as Callum Wilson, but it's not. It's Gabriel. It's a clear own goal.
An own goal has landed Arsenal in it now. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. As it stands, Tottenham will enter the last day of the Premier League in the driving seat for a Champions League place. This is going horribly wrong for Arsenal and Mikel Arteta. They have time to try and straighten it out. We played 10 minutes in the second half, but there's been so little tonight from Arsenal to suggest that they've got a win in them. They need 2 goals to try and turn this around. Cedric Suarez onto Saka, just outside the penalty area that Arsenal attack. Odegaard to Martinelli, tries to scoop one in, up jumps the very tall Dan Burn and heads it away. Back out to Nuno Tavares on the left-hand side. He takes on Longstaff, swings in a high cross to the back post. Nketiah tries to bounce and Bruno Guimaraes gets there and manages to volley it away in a real punch clearance that bounces into the spectators on the far side of the pitch from us. Newcastle, what a story this season. The transformation of a team who for so long appeared to be in serious relegation trouble, but now they are looking ahead with such confidence to next season and wondering what the next chapter of this club is going to be. They lead Arsenal 1-0 here. Longstaff regains possession of the back for Newcastle, plays it up to Callum Wilson. I mentioned at the time of the goal he had a big smile on his face, and we now know the reason for that smile is that he knew he didn't score it himself, that it had gone in off the defender. Mikel Arteta stands motionless below us. Is it going to be one of those nights? Is it going to be one of those seasons for Arsenal?
Well, they need a big response now. They need to be brave. I said as well earlier on in the game how the average age was 24 years of age. They need men now. They need leaders on the pitch to get themselves back into this.
Here is Saint-Maximin to the edge of the penalty area. Bruno Guimaraes tries to get involved too. Between him and Saint-Maximin, they've been able to propel their way towards the Arsenal penalty area. Low cross into the middle, met by Wilson, statue West Arsenal defending. Arsenal need to arise from this slumber. They're running out of time this season. Almiron tries to crack in a shot, blocked away by White. Newcastle still alive down the left as Saint-Maximin sprints to keep the ball in play, tries a fancy trick, and it comes off his own shin. Or maybe it did come off Suarez and it goes up. That was ridiculous from Saint-Maximin. He did a drag back under his studs, off his own standing shin, tried to wrong foot the defender, and he won a throw in. That's the swagger Newcastle have now.
Yeah, they do. They've got belief, don't they? When they go forward now, they've got options. They've got the belief to go and try things. And more often than not, it comes off. But just listen to this place, Connor. It's electric in here.
Amazing atmosphere. Amazing scoreline too, when you consider what's on the line tonight. Arsenal with everything to play for. Newcastle, who could well be on the beach, but that's not the way Eddie Howe does it. Nuno Tavares comes over the halfway line for Arsenal. They've got a half an hour left here. Lose this, and they would have to rely on Norwich to beat Tottenham at the weekend. And frankly, that is a big ask from an already relegated team. Chance for Arsenal. Saka, smacking of desperation, drills in a shot that goes miles wide. Another change coming. Arsenal need more attackers on the pitch. Lacazette is getting prepared to come on.
Well, they need an option. They need someone to bounce the ball off up front. Someone who's going to hold it up, who's going to make other players come into play. They need big game players, and Lacazette needs to step up. He needs to be a real influence on his team going forward.
This is 5-5 for the BBC. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. Seems to be that Ben White is the player who they're crediting the own goal to.
at this stage. Celebrated at the time by Callum Wilson, celebrated by Newcastle, and celebrated even more so by Tottenham, for whom that is a valuable, valuable goal. Spurs, who started this evening ahead of Arsenal inside the top four. Well, this was the game in hand for Arsenal. This is the chance to overtake their North London rivals, and they are trailing here in St James's Park. White has possession at the back, and under pressure from Wilson retreats to Ramsdale. Arsenal have never been able to move through the gears in this game at all. And so few times where they've had consistent possession. Very little pressure applied to the Newcastle defence. El Neni comes through the midfield, helps it on to Nketiah, who swerves his way around Dan Burn, and then back helping out the defence. Bruno Guimaraes' clearance isn't great, straight to Nuno Tavares. He feints a shot on the edge of the penalty area. Martinelli's outside him. It's a wild and rash and terrible cross from Martinelli, and the cheers from the Newcastle fans at how poor that was. It's a goal kick to the hosts, and Arsenal are going to make the change now, and it's the left back who's going to be hooked. So Nuno Tavares is taken off, and Alexander Lacazette comes on. Striker for a left back. Arsenal have got to go for it now, and who knows, this could even play into Newcastle's hands, because as Arsenal push forward, surely there could be gaps for Newcastle to exploit. Back to the Championship playoff semi-final. Mike Miners.
Still 0-0, but Luton getting on top, knocking at the door. Harry Cornick yet again as Huddersfield put a ball into the box, and Luton need to clear this. Shot right across the face of goal from Cornick. Rebound from Bree couldn't be followed up. Huddersfield are keeping this alive here, and that's Ingrid. Has to make the save, but does he take the player with him? Referee says Luton throw only. Huddersfield fans not happy with that. Huddersfield 0, Luton 0, 1-1 on aggregate.
Thanks very much, Mike. We'll be back to Mike with any change in developments there here at St James's Park. 1-0 Newcastle lead against Arsenal, a night that Arsenal really cannot afford to lose. And Martinelli, who's been put at left back now since Tavares has been taken off, tries to clear the ball away.
Yeah, they've gone to three at the back. They've gone to White, Cedric, and White, Gabriel and Cedric at the back, and then Martinelli and Saka have now become the wing backs. So, like you say, Connor, Martinelli could end up playing a lot of this game as a left back or right in that position, which is not what you want to see from an Arsenal point of view if you're a fan of Arsenal.
Newcastle fans enjoying this, the pressure they're putting on their opponents. Chance for Wilson, and he puts it over the top. Cross from Guimaraes on the right, an instinctive lunge at it by Wilson, and he cut it sweetly to it. Wasn't that far over at all, and Newcastle look like they're more likely to go 2-0 up here than Arsenal are to make it 1-1.
No, they certainly do. What a dig out from Guimaraes. Just make sure that he wraps his foot around it, and Callum Wilson senses where the ball's going to drop. Again, being proactive, thinking where he thinks the ball might end up, and he's got the run of these back plays for Arsenal. He's now in again.
Wilson again sits up for Joe Linton, who tries to cannon it, and it booms over the top. El Neni was putting pressure on him. It goes out for a goal kick to Arsenal, away to our right-hand side. There has been some late-season drama. So it was at Goodison yesterday, where Everton took the lead but ended up losing. Proper 5-goal thriller that against Brentford. Brentford, who on paper had nothing to play for. Tonight Newcastle with on paper nothing to play for, but they certainly have shown up. And so far they've wanted this more than Arsenal. There's an Arsenal player down, play continues. Saint-Maximin leaves the ball behind him. Odegaard gets it back for Arsenal. The player who's down is Martinelli, and he's hurt. He's waving his hands, he wants treatment, and it's not a head injury, so the referee had waited and waited, but now with the ball in a neutral area, he indicates the players to halt as he comes across to see if Martinelli is okay, and the physio is being called on. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. Own goal by Ben White, who's not scored at the right end for Arsenal yet. Picked up a booking in this game and has now put it into his own net. Arsenal are in big trouble. Martinelli still receiving the treatment. Joining our coverage at 5 Live, Tottenham started this evening 4th place in the Premier League on 68 points. If Arsenal lose this, they'll be on 66. There's a huge swing of goal difference in Tottenham's favour. And a situation on the last day where, as it stands, Tottenham could just get a draw. That would be enough. Even if Arsenal were to beat Everton, the goal difference in Tottenham's favour would see them into the top 4 and that Champions League place for next season. That is the comfort that Antonio Conte's team could have going into that last day. Martinelli is still down, being helped ever so slowly back up to his feet by Odegaard.
Lacazette's also got a problem as well. He's got a cut to the back of his head, being asked now to change his shirt as well, so potentially they're going to be 2 men down as when this passage of play starts again. It's all going wrong for Arsenal tonight.
It is. Martinelli and Lacazette being worked on by the physios. Play is about to resume. Arsenal are going to temporarily start with 9 men here. The referee, who's only just become aware that there's an issue for Lacazette, and because it's a head injury, he's just holding on for just a moment to make sure if it's okay to continue. Lacazette was trying to get treatment on the pitch, but he's now had to depart the field to allow the game to get back underway. Right, the clock ticks on, 25 minutes to go. Ball back in play. Xhaka plays it out to the right wing to Saka. Martinelli is back on the pitch. Lacazette is still being worked on. They're like the cut men in the corner at a boxing match, trying to get him fit to get back on the pitch. Lacazette had only just come on as a sub. Martinelli's not been on long either. This is Saint-Maximin for Newcastle. Crossfield ball is a good one to Almiron. I think Newcastle are going to enjoy this second half. They have a lot of space to run into as Arsenal push. Here comes Longstaff down the right-hand side. Decent delivery in, and White nearly put it into his own net again. It goes out for a corner. That was too close for comfort for Arsenal. Corner to Newcastle on the right-hand side. Lacazette comes sprinting back on, wearing a black bandaged headband.
What energy from Longstaff. Almiron on the right wing, and Longstaff makes a great overlapping run, sees the run of Callum Wilson in the middle. Credit to Ben White, really good defender from him this time. Outstretched leg and puts it away for a corner, but it's all Newcastle.
It is all Newcastle on what is a very big night for Arsenal, a night that is so far going so badly. Midway through the second half, Target's corner from the right-hand side. Ramsdale comes and drops it, falls to the feet of Lacazette. He wrestles with Joe Linton. Joe Linton's fouling him. Free kick to Arsenal. And now Target is the latest player to go down in what has been a stop-start second half.
Yeah, I just wonder whether he's just felt his hamstring when he's taken the corner. He's not happy. And this is a worrying sign for Eddie Howe and his man. He's been superb tonight, Matty Target. But when you go back to Arsenal's performance, Connor, I'm just watching them thinking, we often see a bravery about the way Arsenal play. They believe in what they're trying to do. They believe they've got to take risks to make sure that they get the right outcome to progress further up the pitch. Whenever I've watched them tonight, it seems like there's a doubt in the mind that that's the right thing to do tonight. Such has been the great pressing from Newcastle.
5 live on the BBC. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. Quarter of the game remaining. We're not missing any live action. That Target is lying on his back receiving treatment. Once the live football is over tonight from 10 o'clock on 5 Live, there's a special TMS podcast, a tribute to Andrew Simmons with Kevin Howells. Tomorrow night we bring you live commentary of Southampton against Liverpool. That's in the Premier League with John Murray and Karen Carney. Liverpool up to try and go again. Stephen, I know you were very happy at the weekend, and they'll keep fighting till it's over. Really, this end to the season. I mean, it's every couple of days into battle again for Liverpool.
It's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, the league has been outstanding this year. Everyone fighting on every front for the league, the top 4, the top 6, the relegation. You name it, there's something on the line, and Liverpool will be a little bit galvanised by that result from the West Ham-Manchester City game, and I'm sure that'll help their energy levels.
Target's back up, he's going to be okay. We go back to Huddersfield against Luton and Mike Miney.
It's still 0-0, 9 minutes to go of normal time here at the John Smith Stadium. It's got an edge to it now, both sides attacking, both sides now know that the next goal could be huge. Huddersfield angry that they didn't get a penalty earlier. No VAR here, it will be in action for the final. How big could that be? Who knows? Huddersfield 0, Luton 0, 1-1 on aggregate.
Thanks very much. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0 here as Joe Linton wins the ball off Saka, but he's fouled in, and that's going to be a free kick. And an animated Mikel Arteta is spinning his hands around each other. I think he's going to be forced into another change there. He was making the signal to one of his players to see are they okay to continue. Arsenal attack. Martinelli, they need something special from their Brazilian. In the penalty area, tries to go around Emil Kraft, and Kraft tackles him to put the ball out for a corner.
I just wonder if it's him, Connor, because Pepe's just come back. Nicola Pepe is the one who's being called back, and you wonder whether Martinelli has felt the effects of that tackle, the clash on his thigh, and that could be the end of his game.
It's not easy at the moment for Mikel Arteta. He's seen playing badly. He's lost Tomiyasu as his best defender tonight. Looks like he's about to lose Martinelli. Here comes the corner, played in by Cedric Suarez. Headed out by Joe Linton for another corner. Another corner to Arsenal. Straight to Huddersfield, though, a goal by Mane.
And it's for the home side. Huddersfield 1, Luton 0. Jordan Rhodes, the substitute, getting in at the back post from a Thomas free kick on the left-hand side. Whipped to the back of the penalty area. Rhodes was there, slides in, back of the net. Huddersfield at 8 minutes from Wembley. Huddersfield 1, Luton 0. They lead 2-1 on aggregate.
Forest play Sheffield United tomorrow in the other Championship playoff semi-final. Forest lead 2-1 on aggregate. In that one, Fulham and Bournemouth are the two teams already promoted. Here at St James's Park, 20 minutes to go. Another in a long line of recent Arsenal corners. Newcastle have dealt with them admirably so far. Suarez is getting ready to take it. Odegaard offers himself as a short corner option. There's all sorts of pushing and shoving at the back post. Referee just delays the kick being taken, but now it has been done so. Odegaard back to El Neni. 10 yards outside the penalty area. Shoots! Deflects it, put into Dubravka, who makes the save. Well, just when it took the deflection, there was a nervous moment for Newcastle, but it was so far out, the keeper was able to adjust.
I think that was the big key to it, Connor, being so far out. He had plenty of time to watch the flight of the ball, to pick up the way it was travelling, and he dealt with it extremely well, because there was onrushing Arsenal players trying to close him down, making sure that anything he spilt, they were ready for the tap-in.
Newcastle's final game on Sunday is away from home. This is the last their fans are going to see them here, and they want to finish with a flourish as Kraft gets to the byline right-hand side, pulls it back for Wilson, whose shot is deflected over for a corner. Another slick build-up move from Newcastle, and Callum Wilson agonisingly close again to a goal. Newcastle still lead 1-0.
When Arsenal go to a 3 at the back, you have to make the most of exploiting them down the sides, and Kraft does that so well with Almiron. Credit to Ben White, though, as the ball's pulled back, he reads the situation, he gets himself right in front of Callum Wilson, and gets a vital block just to send it whistling over the bar, so close to going in the top corner.
Corner is going to be taken by Target, left-hand side as Newcastle come forward. Pepe is getting prepared to come on for Arsenal. At the moment, all 11 Arsenal players back inside the penalty area defending the corner kick, which is swung in. Header slightly off balance by Lascelles, goes out for a goal kick. Or was it an offside flag raised? Offside as they came back in from Lascelles. So here comes the change, and it is Gabriel who is not able to continue, and it is Pepe who comes on in his place. So it is another defender off and another attacking player on. And, you know, make no bones about it, Arsenal have to go for this, and they have to attack, but the defence is going to look very stretched now. Looks like Xhaka might be going back in as part of a back three now, with White and with Suarez. But they've got to go for it, and, you know, this is why these closing stages of the season, it feels like knockout cup football now. This feels like a Champions League knockout game or something. Arsenal, second best is no good to them. Finishing fifth is of no consequence. They need top four. They've got to go for this. El Neni, just outside the penalty area. He's got Odegaard to his right-hand side. Back into White. Now to Xhaka playing on the left of the defence. He skips away from Almiron. Good footwork from the Swiss international. Saka's come across to play on the left-hand side since Pepe has come on. Pepe, a wide on the right. Then you've got Nketiah, and you've got Lacazette, and then you've got Martinelli, and you've got Saka. So many attackers on the pitch for Arsenal. Can they get a goal? Martinelli on the edge of the box, tries to scoop it in front of Nketiah, but he didn't quite get his foot underneath it, and out dives Dubravka, and diving down on the edge of his 6-yard box, he makes the save. Just over a quarter of an hour to go.
Yeah, it's so... They're going to be light in midfield, Arsenal, because they've got El Neni holding, and then they've got Odegaard and Saka either side, and it just looks like if they push men forward, Newcastle are going to have to defend, but then when they counter-attack, they're going to have space just to capitalise, and like now, they've got that ability to do that.
Huddersfield still leading Luton 2-1 on aggregate in the Championship playoff semi-final. Huddersfield, who did finish third in the league. Luton, who haven't been in the Premier League for the top flight for 30 years. And their adventure this season might only have moments to go. Arsenal's pursuit of a top four place is going to go to Sunday either way, but their task for the weekend is at the moment looking so much more difficult than it could have been, trailing as they do here. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0, the final quarter of an hour at St James's Park. Arsenal fans who are housed, as away fans always are, right up in the gods, right at the very top of the stand, away to our left-hand side, the Leazy's end here at St James's Park. This is Possession for Almiron, plays a 1-2 with Bruno Guimaraes. Back to Lascelles, whose right-footed ball is down the channel for Wilson to chase after, but Wilson had begun in an offside position. Flag goes up, free kick to Arsenal. Much debate going on just down below us in the Newcastle technical area. And Eddie Howe is getting ready to make another change here, and he's going to bring on Jacob Murphy, who he almost always does bring on. Most used substitute this season, Jacob Murphy. And it's going to be a double change because Ryan Fraser is going to come on too. So Almiron is one of those making way. Fraser for Almiron seems a like-for-like swap, while these changes have been made here with Murphy coming on too. Let's go back to the John Smith Stadium. Can only imagine the atmosphere there, Mike Bennett.
Yeah, it is bouncing, Connor, with 2 minutes to go. Huddersfield are nearly at Wembley. They got up to the Premier League via the playoffs back in 2017. They're set to do it again. Jordan Rhodes' goal is the difference between the two sides, and since that goal, they've had a couple of opportunities to get a goal more as well. They are in control of this game now. Huddersfield 1, Luton 0, 2-1 to the Terriers on aggregate.
Thanks very much, Mike. So Newcastle leading Arsenal 1-0 here, and they've just introduced fresh legs in wide areas. Ryan Fraser and Jacob Murphy have both come on. Saint-Maximin and Almiron, the players who depart. Hero's departure for Saint-Maximin, given a standing ovation. The Newcastle fans love him. Hasn't scored since January, but always looks capable of something. And he's been a very important part of this revival of this proud club under Eddie Howe this season. Throw in on the far side. No time to waste for Arsenal. They're playing ball boys. Pepe gets the ball for Matt Target. Goal has come in the second half here, and it has caused havoc for Arsenal's ambitions of being in the top four and in the Champions League for next season. Such a bad goal for them to give away. The own goal on a night where very little has gone well for Mikel Arteta's team. Here come Newcastle again, down the right-hand side. Jacob Murphy, bearing down on the penalty area. Takes on Saka, goes around him. Very good from Murphy. Here's the cross, fingertip on it from Ramsdale to push away from trouble and out for a throw in on the far side. Throw into Newcastle, still leading 1-0, 12.5 minutes to go.
Oh, it's brilliant from Murphy. He beats Saka, and then he just want that composure at the end of it. Over hits his cross. It doesn't have to be fizzed as hard. Just a nice, gentle ball into the feet of Ryan Fraser, and he's probably got a simple tapping, but just the adrenaline gets the better of him.
Making announcements here, you know the end of the game is coming. They're saying that the Newcastle players are going to come out as is tradition, final home game of the season, to do a lap of honour to applaud the fans, and they're reminding the spectators not to encroach on the pitch and not to spoil that moment. And the Arsenal players down on the field will have heard that instruction, and they will realise, if they didn't already, that there is not long to go here. Arsenal need to find something from somewhere. Lascelles leaps and comfortably beats Nketiah in the air. Odegaard brings it down inside the centre circle. Gives it out to Pepe. What a disappointing season Pepe has had this time around. Pepe, who, you know, the enormous amount of money that Arsenal spent on him, £72 million from Lille, just one goal in the Premier League this season. As Ramsdale clears it, right-footed, up over the halfway line. Lascelles wins the header. Xhaka gets it down to the halfway line. To El Neni on his right-hand side. Good ball to Pepe. First touch is a little awkward to control it, but he has it. Now running at the Newcastle penalty area. Cedric Suarez outside him on the right-hand side. Cuts onto his left boot. Gives it back to Pepe. Challenged by Joe Linton. Pepe forced to retreat here. Running back towards the centre circle. Poor ball towards Xhaka, and it's cut out. And this is trouble now. 2-on-1. Murphy and Fraser. The only defender is White. Murphy is in. He shoots. Saved by Ramsdale for the corner. That could have been it. That could have been Arsenal's Champions League up in smoke. 2-on-1, Ramsdale makes the save, but Murphy should have scored.
Oh, he just got it completely wrong. He's in a 1v1 situation, but he's got Murphy on the left-hand side, making an option for him. Just keep going at Ben White, commit him, make him come towards you, make him make a decision. He made the decision for Ben White. He made it much easier for him, and as the ball got returned to him, again, that lack of composure, just drills it, tries to hit the ball as hard as he can. And Ramsdale with a good strong wrist to push it round the corner.
One goal this season for Jacob Murphy. It came on the opening day of the season against West Ham back in August. It was here at St James's Park, the only home goal he scored for Newcastle. He could have done with another one there. Here comes the corner, played in by Ryan Fraser. Parried just about by Ramsdale. There's a push into the defenders. The ball ends up in Referee's whistle had blown before the ball hit the back of the net. 1-0 it remains to Arsenal, 10 minutes to go. Xhaka comes running out of defence. Started to rain here at St James's Park. Xhaka up to Nketiah. Now Saka on the left wing for Arsenal. Trying to come in field of Kraft. Arsenal get it back, but they're running back. And it's a retreat by El Neni. Energy from Newcastle's been so impressive tonight. Callum Wilson chases Ben White there as Arsenal trying to come out of defence. Here is Pepe, right wing for Arsenal, playing from right to left as we look down in yellow. Left foot across is very high, it's too high, and in moments like this, Arsenal need better. 9 minutes to play. Chance to get into the top 4 tonight, going into the last game of the season, and Arsenal are really struggling to create chances. Dubravka's hardly been troubled at all.
Well, they're trying to bring quality off the bench, and sadly for Arsenal, that quality just doesn't seem to be there. Whereas Pepe, not good enough, not a great inclusion into the game so far, hasn't had the right influence on this game, has to do better.
So, this much bedraggled Arsenal team who've been forced into making the concussion sub in the game.
Oh wow, wow.
Wilson! Oh, it goes wide! That would have been one of the goals of the season. Callum Wilson was closer to the centre circle than he was the penalty area. He cut it on the volley after a long booming clearance. One touch to control, one touch to try and lob the goalkeeper, and it landed a foot wide. That would have been a special moment from Callum Wilson. His technique was wonderful, and that is so close to 2-0. Wow.
Well, he was off. He thought he'd scored. He was running towards the corner to go and celebrate. But the technique's lovely from Callum Wilson. A chest down and a sidewinder of a volley. He just cuts across it ever so slightly too much, and the spin of the ball just pushes it past the post. But what a great moment. So unfortunate.
8 minutes to play. Newcastle still lead Arsenal 1-0. Music to the ears of Tottenham fans, this scoreline. Nketiah gives it to Martinelli on the left-hand side. Have Arsenal at least one in them. Martinelli taking on Emil Kraft, dancing and jigging over the ball. He's changed direction a few times now. Gets to the byline, swings in the cross. Pepe knocks it down. Odegaard, great feet, shoots, blocked by Lascelles. Back to Odegaard again, 10 yards out. Martinelli tries to flick it beyond Bruno Guimaraes, who picks his pocket, and down he goes for a free kick to Newcastle. That was as impressive an attack as Arsenal been able to muster in the game, but no shot on target at the end of it. But we've got to leave St James's Park and go straight to Huddersfield because fans are on the pitch. Mike Mane.
They most certainly are, with blue and white flares as well. Huddersfield Town are off to Wembley. Jordan Rhodes' goal, 8 minutes from time, was enough to send the Terriers to North London, where they'll face Sheffield United or Nottingham Forest. They've been in a battle here tonight. Luton have had some big chances that they've squandered and will undoubtedly regret missing. But it's Huddersfield's night here. They are 90 minutes away from a return to the Premier League. Jordan Rhodes, their hero. Huddersfield 1, Luton 0, 2-1 on aggregate.
They will play the winner of Nottingham Forest and Sheffield United, who play tomorrow in their second leg. Forest leading 2-1 on aggregate in that one. Here at St James's Park, Newcastle still in front, defending so well. Now they attack. Bruno Guimaraes tries to hit one on the edge of the penalty area, but it's blocked away. There was an intense attacking movement a few moments ago for Arsenal, but now they're back in defensive mode. And Bruno Guimaraes is going to score! And that's it! Newcastle 2-0 up! 6 minutes to go! Arsenal look down and out! They hoped they would go into the last day in the driver's seat, but the steering wheel will be in the hands of Tottenham Hotspur. This couldn't have got any better for Spurs. Arsenal in complete and utter disarray, and a scoreline like this has been coming for such a long time. Bruno Guimaraes, a new cult hero in this part of the world. Another goal for him, his 5th for Newcastle. Hero worship for Bruno, and Arsenal don't know where to look. 2-0.
Well, the Newcastle fans are on their feet, celebrating their new hero, and the Arsenal fans are leaving. They've seen enough. They haven't seen anything from their team tonight. They haven't shown fight. They haven't showed anything. This Newcastle team have.
St James's Park. There's a gentleman with an enormous yellow one who's just run along the concourse level behind the goal. Thousands of flags waving in the air. This place has got its mojo back. This place feels a fortress once again. There's a gentleman with a Jackie Milburn flag goes running now along from right to left. Look at him go! Running from right to left behind the goal that Newcastle have just scored. They're second in tonight. And you know, I don't think Arsenal have any complaints, Stephen Warren. They've not shown up tonight. They haven't been undone by a bad decision. They haven't had any hardship tonight. Okay, the injuries haven't helped and they've been forced to use the concussion sub, but really, they've just been outplayed by a better team in the night.
100%. And they're a better team with Callum Wilson in it. The runs he makes in behind, the way he stretches the defence, that allows the space in midfield. It allows them to squeeze higher up the pitch. But to a man, Newcastle have been better all over the pitch.
Bruno Guimaraes scored for Brazil in the recent international break against Bolivia. What a player he could turn out to be. What a signing from Lyon it could prove to be for Newcastle. And in many ways, he is the superstar name they brought in to sum up the whole transformation of this club with the new owners. And he is not disappointed. Arsenal, this recent run they've been on, last 10 games, they've won 5 of them, sure, but they've lost 5 of them too. And now it's going to become a 6th defeat in 11 games. And quite frankly, that is not Champions League form. On tonight's showing, Arsenal don't look good enough for the top 4.
No, they don't. And to be honest, Connor, even before the game, I was concerned about Arsenal, just from the injuries, but the youth in the team. Have they got the bravery? Have they got the nous to see themselves through this game? The occasion's been too much for them. They haven't been able to handle it. It's been really poor from Arsenal. The Arsenal fans will be bitterly disappointed. And they need Norwich now to do them a huge favour on the last game of the season. They have to win their game as well.
As it stands, Arsenal 2 points behind Spurs. And when the final whistle goes here, they'll have played the same number of games. Down goes Callum Wilson, tripped by Odegaard. Free kick to Newcastle on the halfway line. Tottenham also with a huge goal difference swing. 14 goals in Spurs' favour now. So draw will do them on Sunday. Bruno Guimaraes stands over the free kick on the halfway line. There's going to be some celebration here at full time. This is a scalp because for all the money spent, for all the improvement, they haven't beaten teams up the table all that often. They haven't claimed many top 6 scalps. That's the next level to beat the big boys. And Arsenal, they haven't really looked like a big boy tonight, but they've come here 5th in the table, the chance to go 4th. And Newcastle have been able to almost surgically dismantle their opponents. El Neni sends a desperation pass over the top. Pepe sprints out to the corner flag to try and keep it in play. He does keep it in, but Target gets it back off it. Here's Ryan Fraser just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Dan Burn confidently plays it to Joe Linton, and Newcastle are full of swagger and bluster now as Joe Linton works his way up to the halfway line. Newcastle 2, Arsenal 0. Spurs were hoping that Newcastle would do them a favour tonight. I wonder if even the most ardent Tottenham fan felt it was going to be as emphatic as this. Eddie Howe's ready to make a late change here. Dwight Gale is desperate to come on for a late cameo. Seconds tick on, and we're not into stoppage time yet. To win this game, to go back into the driving seat for Sunday, Arsenal would need 3 goals. Now there will be, I would imagine, a decent amount of stoppage time added because of the injury delays we've had in this second half, but enough for 3 goals? I don't think so. Not with Saka shooting like that. He lets right from the edge of the penalty area and blazes it into the delighted Newcastle fans behind that goal away to our left-hand side.
I'm just looking at Sean Longstaff here. I hope he's okay. He just tried to twist and turn, and it just went down with no one round him. And then he tried to recover as soon as the ball went out of play. He just went down holding his knee again. Just don't want to pick up an injury at this stage of the season, especially the performance he's put in tonight. He's been another one who's ran himself into the ground for Newcastle.
6 minutes have been added on. Longstaff back up on his feet, didn't need medical attention. Arsenal have got the corner on the left-hand side. They trail 2-0 in stoppage time. Corner's going to be taken by Cedric Suarez. Not until after the referee has broken up some disputes in front of Dubravka. Lacazette trying to stand on the goalkeeper's toes. Pepe in there too. Newcastle defenders trying to shove those guys away. It's a very crowded 6-yard box that awaits this delivery. Suarez rolls it short to Odegaard once again. To the edge of the area to El Neni. Back out to Odegaard on the left-hand side. Newcastle with everyone back defending. Cross hits Fraser, goes out for a throw-in. Throw into Arsenal, who feel out of time, Stephen Warner.
Well, what Newcastle have done extremely well tonight is kept Odegaard quiet. He hasn't been able to have the influence that he's had throughout the Premier League this season. They know he's a key player to them, and they've kept him at bay every single time. They had someone around him, keeping him quiet, and that has been so important.
Newcastle will go into the last day still with the chance of a top 10 finish. All these little things add up. You know, nights like tonight will make the recruitment chats when they're speaking to the agents and the big name players in the summer, and they're trying to sell the project of how quick Newcastle have improved. Things like this matter. Lacazette loses it inside the Newcastle penalty area. Odegaard on the edge, still full of energy, but 2-0 down away from home. It's not been Arsenal's night. Cedric Suarez brushes off Longstaff, shoots from 35 yards out, never troubling the goal area, and it goes out for a goal kick.
His teammates are absolutely furious with him, and I couldn't believe it. As soon as he picked it up, I thought, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to shoot you 30 yards out. Without being disrespectful, you're a right back. Don't be thinking that you can get above your stations. Play it to the better players.
That is the fullbacks union representative Stephen Warnock, who's got authority in these things. Who knows that fullbacks should never shoot. As Dwight Gale prepares to come on, and Callum Wilson will get the rapturous applause on his return to the starting lineup. They've waited a long time for him. You know, there's a strong argument to say they wouldn't have bought Chris Wood in January had it not been for the injury for Callum Wilson. Still, Newcastle's top scorer, despite all the games he missed. Thought he might have scored tonight, but it was the own goal of Ben White, and he makes his way off, and he applauds the crowd, and Newcastle fans are already looking forward to seeing a fit Callum Wilson lead the line for their team next season. On comes Dwight Gale, who trained with Arsenal as a schoolboy, released by them at the age of 12. He's not going to have long to impress here, but he comes on to lead the line for Newcastle. It's been Newcastle's night. The own goal from White, the second, the key goal from Bruno Guimaraes. Arsenal have offered precious little in response. Murphy tries to loop it over the top for Fraser, but it carries through to Ramsdale. We've played about half of these 6 minutes that are due to be added on. Tottenham fans will sleep well tonight. Looking forward to their trip to Carrow Road on Sunday. We'll be all over that on 5 Live. We'll have reporters and commentators at every game. Will follow the story as it happens, as Joelinton gets inside the Arsenal penalty area, and then he sets off in a veering run out towards the corner flag to try and shield it out there to further frustrate Arsenal, who do win it back. Odegaard has to run back towards his own penalty area, cut back at himself. Joelinton's not letting him out easy. Pepe and Odegaard between them managed to play a 1-2 and wriggle free of that particular shackle. Here is Nketiah, manages to get away from Lascelles into the Newcastle half. Longstaff with the tackle. Pepe tries to pick it up, but he's beaten to it, and Target will clear away. And Arsenal players who've run forward are now cut out of position, and Newcastle, if they want to, can counter-attack. Bruno Guimaraes taken down by Ben White, by Xhaka. Free kick, and it wouldn't be an Arsenal game without a yellow card for Xhaka. And right in the end, in stoppage time, it duly arrives. Since his arrival in English football, no player has had more yellow cards than Granit Xhaka. Box ticked for the evening. That's his 52nd yellow card in the Premier League. Doesn't even include the cup competitions for Arsenal. Always happens. Not been Arsenal's night here. Newcastle dreaming of what can happen next season. Arsenal's dream of Champions League next season on the verge of being extinguished. They've got to go and do their own bare minimum. They've got to try and beat Everton in North London on Sunday. As Dwight Gale's going to get a late chance here. Gives it to Fraser. Fraser shoots it, saved by Ramsdale. Chance isn't fully cleared. Gale trying to scoop it in again. Tell you what, that was very unsafe. selfish from Dwight Gale, who, had he been a little bit greedier, might have taken it on himself. It was the right pass to play in Fraser, and Ramsdale makes a good save.
No, exactly right, Connor. It is the right pass because he's the better option. But for a great save from Ramsdale, who reads the situation. But it could have been even worse for Arsenal, and it should have been even worse.
Deep in stoppage time. Time almost up for Arsenal. A game that in truth they've never really felt to have a firm grip on. Saka plays it out. I mean, they're in disarray. You even just look at the lineup. It's so difficult to discern who's playing where for Arsenal. It's ragtaggle down there. Pepe's wide right. Saka's playing in the middle of midfield. They're all over the place. Lacazette, I think, in the number 10 position, but it's very hard to tell. Here is Odegaard. Running from deep. Left-footed ball down the right channel, looking for Nketiah. And if he can't control it, that's the big roar from the Newcastle fans. And there's the biggest roar of all. The roar that creates the full-time whistle. You'll hear it in the Tottenham parts of North London here now too. Big results, especially for Antonio Conte going into the last game of the season. Newcastle have won their final home game here. Arsenal can still qualify for the Champions League, but they're making it so difficult for themselves now. Tottenham will begin the final day with a 2-point advantage that they've had since they won that North London derby. Arsenal, the race for fourth, a position they've occupied for so long, seems distant for them now. Spurs have a significant goal difference edge too. It all means a point, just 1 point on the last day will now be enough for Tottenham to secure a place in the Champions League. Arsenal will host Everton, needing to win and needing Norwich to do them an enormous favour. The story tonight is Arsenal, of course, but take nothing away from Newcastle. Something seismic has happened in the northeast of England, and this football club is in for some ride. And yes, there is criticism in certain parts. There are questions where money comes from and the ethics and morals behind it. But in pure footballing terms, Eddie Howe has something very special here, and all indications, Stephen Watercar, that things might even get better.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they'll be hoping for. When you look at the quality of the second half of the season from this Newcastle team, the investment that is definitely going to come. I just hope he doesn't go too over the top in the summer. I hope they buy just a couple of players to add to this squad that's already got enough quality in it, as we've seen so far in the second half of the season.
Well, they're all down there. Amanda Staveley has got her head in her hands, looking absolutely delighted. Yes, here, Al Rumian is down there too. There's going to be a big party in Newcastle tonight. They have won their final home game of the season, but Arsenal leave dejected, beaten and well beaten by 2-0.
Stephen Warner, that could well be Newcastle's most complete performance, shall we say, under Eddie Howe.
I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was superb. I mean, they suffered about in the first couple of minutes. Arsenal got in behind a couple of times, but then from that moment on, they dominated this game. An outstanding performance from the guys at the back to the midfield three, and then the forward line. Callum Wilson outstanding up front. But this was a big performance, and what a way to send the Newcastle fans home at the end of the season. Outstanding.
Having Callum Wilson lead that line makes such a difference, doesn't it?
He does. He gives them options in behind it and creates space for the midfield players to get on the ball. He spins. He makes life difficult for defenders. He has them on edge all the time. Such is that blistering pace. And what we're seeing in the modern game is everyone wants to press. Everyone wants to play a high line, and that suits him down to the ground.
So if the performance is Newcastle's, though, the story tonight is Arsenal, though, isn't it, Stephen? I mean, we can praise Newcastle and say, what a great performance, this, that and the other, and the fact of the matter is, all right, money for where you finish in the league is on the line, but aside from that, there's not a great deal else on the line for Newcastle. The story is Arsenal, who have fluffed it, really.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it any better. They have. They went into the shelf. They didn't have any answers. They didn't have any players who wanted to change the game, change the narrative of the game. They didn't have any bravery on the defensive figure throughout the whole game. He didn't look like he was leading his team on the sidelines. But the players who came into the team who were slightly injured, they weren't fit, they weren't able to perform at the maximum, but the bravery wasn't there from the Arsenal team. They played negative football and they got nothing out of the game, and they deserve nothing from this game.
They're a very difficult side to work out at times, aren't they?
Well, they're so up and down, they're so inconsistent, but how many years have we been saying that for about Arsenal, about Spurs as well? The two teams are very similar, and you look at a moment where you've got to put in a huge performance, and they didn't have the ball to do it. Quite simply, they didn't turn up tonight. The occasion was too much for them.
Will it surprise you to learn that in the last 5 minutes, Spursy is trending on social media because the the pessimistic amongst the Tottenham fans are maybe suggesting it, and the very optimistic amongst the Arsenal fans are maybe hoping for it. Tottenham go to Norwich on the final day. Arsenal are home to Everton. A point would do it for Tottenham at Norwich.
Do you think they'll send some lasagna to Carroll Road?
I mean, look, it would. I said that Arsenal had to have fluffed it. I mean, for Tottenham, that would be one of the all-time flops, that, wouldn't it?
Oh, you put everything you had on Tottenham to get a result there with the forward players that they've got, the attacking players, the organisation, a manager who knows how to get things done, how to set his team up, how to be sort of organised, positive in the way that they're going to play. I don't doubt that Tottenham will go there and get a result. I fully expect that. If they don't, well, that will be one of the upsets of the season of the Premier League in recent years.
So that's the final day. Of course, we'll have it all covered here on 5 Live. Stephen, Connor, thank you very much. Tottenham going to the final day, 2 points clear of Arsenal in the race for 4th. Huddersfield are going to Wembley. They're going to be in the Championship playoff final. They've got past Luton this evening. Just Mike Minay.
Only just as well, and they know they've been in a game tonight. A banner read before kick-off here at the John Smith Stadium. A time for new heroes. That hero is Jordan Rhodes. 8 minutes from time, sliding in at the back post. A free kick bent in from the left. It sent Huddersfield, as you say, Mark, to Wembley. They had to fight for it. Luton in the first half, particularly, were the better side. Huddersfield were poor, they were sloppy, they weren't at the races. And Luton looked more likely to score. Lee Nichols at one point in the first half, the Huddersfield goalkeeper, went furious with his defence for not doing their job, for allowing the shots to come in a little bit too easily. Look, Luton have had a brilliant season. Their fans were a credit tonight. They recognised that tonight. But the sight on the full-time whistle was a flood of Terrier supporters onto the pitch. Flares went off. New heroes held aloft. But importantly, only half done the job. Wembley, May the 29th. Nottingham Forest or Sheffield United, the opponents in the Championship playoff final.
Mike, thank you. You'll get reaction to all the night's football throughout the evening here on 5 Live Sports, certainly during Colin's show from 10:30. There'll also be a bonus episode of the Football Daily on BBC Sounds with all the reaction to Newcastle's win over Arsenal. The Monday Night Club is also available as a pod on the Football Daily feed.